Chapter 1 Opening Godly System Storms Bank Card. Rewards $1 trillion. The sky was drizzling, and outside the Magic City Yida shopping center, Wang Fan did not take an umbrella like a zombie walking in the rain with his head down. This month has been the fourth time to talk about a good single. Was the dog leader directly snatched over? To his harem rushing performance. The matter is not 3 under the intolerance. Clang 2 punches to the dog leader knocked to the ground. While the dog leader has not reacted to ran out of the office, ran out of the building, ran into the rain. After being drenched, only some regret. Just impulsive. This time the job is not guaranteed. Girlfriend Fu Yenjie want the bag must be soaked. By the time she made a scene, she had to jack up the internet loan. Thinking about that as usurious interest, let him feel liver pain. At this time, a couple walked on the face. Honey, I fancy that bag when to buy me? Baby, our money should be spent on the knife edge. Wang Fan that didn't already promise to buy it for you. He has recently been targeted by the leadership. It is estimated that it is difficult enough to get enough money. Counting on him to buy for nothing. Then you will cry 2 and 3 hanged. Really can't move your dead grandfather out. Guarantee that he obediently give you money. Honey, you're so bad. Wang Fan would hate us if he knew. That's just a dog licking love brain. As long as we disguise it well, he won't be able to find out in this lifetime. When Wang Fan heard the word darling, he was actually full of joy, because that was his girlfriend Fu Yenjie's voice, and even thought that his girlfriend was telepathic with him, knew that he was having a bad day at work, and came over specially to comfort him, but also thought of himself now so wretched appearance. How can let the beloved woman see? Did not look up, just step more slowly. The next man's voice, so that he was struck by lightning. Dormitory roommate Yang Wei, usually on his good buddies, did not think behind the scenes to say so. He, more let Wang Fan cannot accept things. Obviously, Yang Wei and Fu Yenjie is a pair. He is a ring in their play. No wonder Fu Yenjie knows all about her life preferences. It must be Yang Wei who told her about this dog. Wang Fan thought he had met the true love of his life, but he didn't realize that he had fallen into the trap of this pair of dogs and men. In order to firmly grasp this hard-won love, he Wang Fan disguised as the ultimate licking dog. Even if the money for mom to see a doctor, in order to pay for Yenjie's heart, are temporarily diverted. Think of here, Wang Fan felt himself pig dog worse than slap. Vigorously slapped himself a few times. Ding! Detecting the host's repentance, the divine magnificent blaster system is beginning to bind. Surprisingly, the system, Wang Fan finally couldn't suppress his inner joy, crying out in pain. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, it was finally his turn to have the system, now binding the divine tyranny strike system. System binding in progress. Progress 1%. Loading in. Progress 100%. Congratulations to the host for binding the divine magnificent blaster system. A blue screen of light appeared in front of Wang Fan's eyes. Host, Wang Fan. Strength, 75. Intelligence, 82. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. Ordinary human limit, 100. Divine magnificence value, 0. Looking at the information about his personal information on it, Wang Fan wanted to try to adjust the value on it. Unfortunately, he couldn't even touch it, so he guessed that others couldn't even see it by looking at it. Afterwards, Wang Fan adjusted his emotions and asked, System, quickly tell me how to blitz? This system is a divine storming system. Any item that is touched by the hand will be multiplied to storm into a more valuable item and rewarded to the host. As for the multiplier of the blitz, it is completely randomized. Each item can only be blitzed once, and there is no limit to the number of times it can be blitzed per day. The value of the item after the strike is automatically converted into divine hero value after consumption, which can be used to purchase items of corresponding value in the Divine Hero Mall. At the same time, this system can also randomly trigger tasks according to the host's mood changes. Completion of the task will have corresponding rewards. There will be corresponding rewards for completing the task, and there will also be corresponding punishment for failing to complete it. The True Gods Deluxe system is simply a two-way bug system. The value of the objects obtained after the storm, after consumption, can also be turned into the value of the God How, and the value of the God How can be purchased. In turn, the Divine Magnificence value can purchase items from the Divine Magnificence Mall, which surprisingly closes the loop perfectly at this moment. There are also additional mission rewards. Simply don't be too cool. Thinking of this, Wang Fan trembled his hand and took out his bank card from his pocket. In order to save money for Fu Yenjie to buy a bag, saving money for 3 buns a day on pickles, finally saved $100,000. Originally, plus this month's commission can break 300,000, but now the commission has become a single 200 single rewards. For single to $800, the dog leader really damn awe. Now there is a God Ho storm system. Nature is to verify in the end is not true. Touch the Agricultural Bank of China's card with his hand, and silently read in his heart. Use the Divine Magnificent Blitz on the bank card. Ding dong. Successful attack on the bank card. triggering 10 million times the bonus of the god's heroic strike. Your card's balance of 100,000 is bludgeoned into 1 trillion deposits. Hearing this amount, Wang Fan was directly confused. It was too huge than the beautiful country's GDP for the whole year of 2023, which was several hundred times higher. But see the cell phone text message. The bank sent over the information one behind that string of zeros. It is indeed 1 trillion, right? However, these days, telecommunication fraud has been the norm. In order to ensure that it is not a trick of the liar, Wang Fan rushed to the Agricultural Bank of China to call to confirm. After artificial inquiry is indeed 1 trillion deposits on their accounts, Wang Fan once again cried out. This time, of course, or tears of joy. Finally have money. No longer need to be the bottom of the social animal. No longer need to find a job after graduation for the matter of annoyance. No longer do not be the scum of the licking dog. At this moment, Wang Fan felt that he had stood at the top of his life. Who in this world could be as powerful as him? And the wealth that he got instantly. It was hundreds of times the wealth created by the richest country in this world in a year. Who else is there? Suddenly Wang Fan hit a jolt. His bank card inexplicably more so much money. Well, not because of these unknown money by the relevant departments to catch host, don't worry. Every money this system will give a reasonable explanation. The passersby are looking at Wang Fan with strange eyes. After all, in the eyes of others, he is a psychopath who cries a little and laughs a little in the rain. Yo, there are still people who put on such a show these days? Instead of hiding from the rain on a rainy day, you're acting out your misery here. That's really enough. Look at this waste of space. He must have failed in his career and his girlfriend ran away with someone. He deserves it. Who made him not work hard usually? Now he knows to cry? The world is really going downhill. People's hearts are not in the right place. Such a big man, still can't control his emotions, embarrassing himself in public, not afraid of being laughed at. This kind of person is either too pretentious or has too little mental capacity. How can life have so much smooth sailing? This frustration can't stand it. How to mix in the future? All shut up. Life is like a play. The play is like life. Who can guarantee that he will not become the next him? Chapter 2, to top up $10 million, taunted by the dog leader and the store clerk. Wang Fan straightened his back and wiped the rain and tears off his face with his hand. He was going to start a brand new life. Again. So he swaggered towards the Yida shopping mall. When he arrived at the door was stopped by the doorman. Just now the doorman also saw the appearance of Wang Fan crazy, afraid that he is really a psychopath. When the time comes to physically attack the customers in the mall, he can't afford the consequences. Wang Fan also did not talk to him directly, put the license plate hanging around his neck and shoved it into the hands of the doorman. 1. I work here. 2. I want to go in to consume. Dare to stop me again. Be careful to be rude to you. After saying that, he walked into the shopping mall without looking back. Now Wang Fan had $1 trillion lying in his bank card. This was his bottom line. If the doorman blocked again, he didn't mind giving the other party 2 slaps, letting him know what happens when a dog's eyes look down on others. Seeing the Emmaus flagship store not far away. Normally this kind of luxury store Wang Fan himself would not dare to come at all. Unless Fu Yanjia named that brand's products. He will understand the price on the internet, with enough money to come over, but also to buy and go from, but not much stay. Afraid to resist the enthusiasm of the waiter introduction, cannot help but buy again. Coupled with the bag is really shy. When you cannot afford to buy will be very embarrassing. Looking at Wang Fan was drenched into the appearance of a soup chicken, plus wearing a cheap suit. Estimating that with that pair of leather shoes, it wouldn't be more than $300. The waiter smiled and blocked Wang Fan. Sir, we just finished cleaning. We can't enter now. We need to wait a little longer. Looking at the 2 puddles of water that have formed under his feet, Wang Fan can't help but laugh at himself. It's really true that people rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddles, and yet another dog's eyes look down on people's dogs. Subconsciously, he put his hand into his pocket and held the farmer's bank card tightly, then twisted his head and walked to the Givenchy opposite Emmaus. Like this kind of dog-eyed low shopkeeper, Wang Fan has no need to still force the way to spend money in their store to hit the other side's face. He will not punch the performance for this kind. The most direct retaliation is to go to their opposite house to buy, and be angry with her as a little biker, shouting, "Why don't you let the guests into the store? I just finished cleaning." Xiao Ting pointed at Wang Fan, who was already walking towards Givenchy, and said, "Look at him. His whole body is no more than 300, and he's also drenched into a soupy chicken. Letting him into the store. Hygiene for nothing, not to mention. What should we do if we dirty our clothes?" Seeing Wang Fan's wretched back, the store manager gave a thumbs up towards Xiao Ting and said with a smile, "Do you guess he will be kicked out by Givenchy?" Out of the expectation of the Emmaus store clerk. After Wang Fan came to Givenchy, the clerk here brought him slippers and a towel, which was also completely out of Wang Ping's expectation. Without comparison, there is no harm. Emmaus's Xiao Ting beamed and complained. Store manager, opposite Xiao Lian is a white lotus flower. What a nice person to pretend to be. It's disgusting. Wang Fan took the soft touch of the towel, making him feel at once that it really is a penny. The kind of towel that he bought before that cost $9.95 is really not comparable to this one. Thank you. Wang Fan took out his bank card and asked, "Can your members on this side pre-charge?" Xuelian smiled sweetly and returned, "Sir, you can. I don't know how much you intend to recharge." She did not directly introduce the membership level, but left the choice to the customer himself. This made Wang Fan feel that the attendant in front of him was genuinely serving the customer. Instead of trying to do everything possible to brainstorm for emptying the customer's wallet. For such a waiter, Wang Fan naturally wanted to help each other out. "Charge $10 million first. I'm all wet, so I won't go in. You'll match a few more sets of clothes for me, by the way." Saying that, he handed the farmer's bank card to Xuelian. At this time, Xuelian was directly confused, couldn't believe her ears. The other party actually wanted to recharge $10 million, directly upgrading into the top member of their family. "My God, I can't believe it." So she asked rhetorically, "Sir, are you sure you want to pre-charge 10 million? Wang Fan replied affirmatively while rubbing his hair. "Yes." When Xiaoting from Emmaus across the street heard this, she laughed out loud without regard for her image. "And, Xuelian, you don't really believe that you can swipe $10 million out of that ordinary farmer's bank debit card in your hand? He a poor man whose whole body does not exceed $300. The card can have 10,000 even if I lose." At this time, Wang Fan remembered the system's voice in his head. Ding! Sensing the host's mood change, triggering a new task, punch the Emmaus clerk in the face and let her know the consequences of a dog's eye view. Upon completion of the mission, a Bugatti Black Legend will be rewarded. Failure to complete the quest will result in contempt from the reader's lords, and will require the consumption of 3 tubs of pig feed. This option doesn't even need to be thought about. 3 pots of pig feed in Bugatti Black Legend. Naturally, the latter is chosen. Task accepted successfully. Please host complete the task as soon as possible. Wang Fan coldly turned his head and looked at the woman called Xiaoting and asked rhetorically, "**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่over and over again. "Do you really think I am made of clay? If I can swipe $10 million on this card, you'll lose completely, and I won't spare you even if you kneel down and call me grandpa at that time." Xiaoting looked at Wang Fan's serious look and laughed even more recklessly. Tears came out of her eyes. "Store manager, he even threatened me, saying that he won't spare me even if I call him grandpa. It's really funny." Their laughter also attracted the curiosity of the customers who were picking clothes in the store, walking out to see that it was actually Wang Fan. It could really be described as a narrow road. "Wang Fan, you, how dare you show up in Yida Mall? I have to kill you today." That's right, this person was the dog leader Zhao Jiahao who robbed Wang Fan of 4 orders. Beside him, there is a foxy-looking intern, Qin Mu Xue. He is holding his arm, 2 balls in his body, rubbing to and fro. A fawning look. Zhao Jiahao was about to rush over. Xiaoting directly blocked his way. "After all, the other party has not yet bought something. How can you easily let go?" "Sir, people are not ordinary people. They want to top up 10 million at Givenchy. It's not the average person who can afford to be offended." Qin Mu Xue, after hearing this from the side, as if she had been lit up with a laughing point. Just him, an ultimate lickspittle with a salary of $10,000 in January. But after offending Mr. Zhao, he lost his job right away. Where did he get $10 million? In a daydream? Ha ha ha. Wang Fan cursed. A bunch of dog-eyed dogs and men. Once again handing the farmer's bank card in his hand to Xuelian. "Go ahead and swipe the card." Hearing so many people across the street mocking Wang Fan, Xuelian felt it was just too much. This time she didn't say anything more, took Wang Fan's bank card and walked straight to the cashier in the house. Chapter 3, Storming Yida. Rewarding 1,000-seat mall. After swiping on the POS machine and entering $10 million and taking the POS machine to the door, he handed it to Wang Fan and said, "Sir, you need to enter the password." Zhao Jiahao saw this and laughed. "Wang Fan, stop pretending. How much money do you have? I know exactly. Still entering your password? Do you have to make 3 wrong entries in a row? Tell people your bank card is locked. Unlock it and come back to recharge. That's it." Is it fun for Wang Fan to puff up his face? "You are just a poor person." Wang Fan knows that at this time, what he said opposite those dogs will not believe. The loudest smack in the face is to enter the password to pay successfully. See these dogs, and later dare not dog-eyed. Ding! Branch F treasure to account for $10 million. This sound in Givenchy store rang. The store manager almost did not drop the hands of the calculator on the ground. He hurriedly ran all the way to the door. "Xuelian, what's going on? How did we get $10 million in our account?" Xuelian hurriedly explains. "Store manager, this gentleman, in our store recharge." The store manager was all smiles and extended her hand. "Xuelian, why don't you let our esteemed platinum member into the store for a rest? please forgive me for being much slower. Sir, please go inside. Wang Fan gently shook with the store manager's outstretched hand. I don't blame Xiaolian. It's because I just got wet and my body is covered in water. I'm ready to dry off before entering. It's fine, please come in. Let Xiaolian help you with a hairdryer. Don't catch a cold. This scene was seen by the crowd in front of Hermes. One by one, they were dumbfounded and speechless. How cheerfully they had clamored just now, and how painfully their faces were being slapped now. However, Wang Fan did not enter the store with the Givenchy store manager. Instead, he turned to look at Xiao Ting, the sales clerk at the Hermes entrance, and said, You lost. I said that even if you kneel down and call your grandfather, I won't spare you. You are prepared to suffer my revenge. Xiao Ting's body trembled as she heard this. She was truly regretting that she shouldn't judge people by their appearance. Otherwise, the $10 million would have been hers. According to the 5% commission, there is also a full 500,000. But now not only can't get the commission, but also offended a real trillionaire. She subconsciously wanted to find the store manager, but her hand just touched the store manager, was opened by the store manager. Shouting, look what you've done. Such a big client was let go by you just like this. You have caused a huge loss to the company. Now go to the finance and settle the bill and leave. The store manager's words were like 5 thunderbolts, blowing Xiao Ting out of the water. Her legs softened and she directly knelt down, looking at the store manager and pleading, Store manager, don't fire me. I can't live without this job. The store manager was like avoiding the plague, avoiding far away from her at all. Xiao Ting knew that only Wang Fan could save her at this time, so she turned her head to Wang Fan and said, Sir, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being dog-eyed. Your Honor, please let me go. Zhao Jiahao's face also became very ugly. He didn't know why that beggar Wang Fan, who could be taken by him at will, had, in the blink of an eye, he became an existence that he couldn't afford to climb. He really couldn't understand it. Mr. Zhao, is he Wang Fan? Qin Mushui asked suspiciously. When did he become so rich? Zhao Jiahao didn't know what went wrong. Before, every time he grabbed Wang Fan's list, Wang Fan would beg bitterly, not even a little bit of a rich man's appearance. But now, why is his paycheck card worth $10 million? Even if it's their boss, letting him take out $10 million won't be so easy. Wang Fan doesn't care what these dogs think. He squatted down like he was going to untie his shoelaces and change his shoes. But in fact, he was doing a divine storm on Yida Mall. Ding dong! Successful blitz on Yida Mall, triggering the godly blitz reward. Congratulations to the host, obtaining title deeds to 1,000 shopping malls across the country. The title deeds of 1,000 shopping malls will be mailed home by express mail. The electronic version of the title deed file has been sent on your cell phone. Please pay attention to receive it. Information of 1,000 shopping malls, Imperial SKP, Magic City IFC, Shida Deji Plaza, Zhangcheng Wuxiang Mall, Pengcheng Wuxiang City, Yangcheng Taiku Hui, Yida Mall. Opening his cell phone and seeing the big shopping malls all over the country, all turning into his own property. Wang Fan really wanted to shout to express his excitement now. There's still $1 trillion in the card that he hasn't spent much on, and now he's given so many shopping malls. Even if there is a day when the Divine Hero Blitz system disappears, he can still live the life of a human being by relying on these shopping malls to collect rent. It's worthy of being the Divine Hero Strike system. It's really heroic. Now Wang Fan feels that his waist is even straighter. The God's Hero Blitz system is still quite considerate. Not only gives the electronic version of the title deed, but also gives the contact information of the person in charge of the major shopping malls now. Finding the phone number of the person in charge of the Yida shopping mall where he is, he directly dialed over. I'm Wang Fan. I'm in front of the Givenchy store on the first floor of Yida Mall. I'll give you 3 minutes to rush over. The general manager of Yida Shopping Center, Wang Fucai, was in a meeting when his secretary ran over in a hurry told him that Yida had been acquired by a mysterious tycoon named Wang Fan, directly catching him off guard. Still thinking about what to do next, the phone rang. After answering the phone, the other party called himself Wang Fan. Let him 3 minutes to the first floor of the Givenchy door. I wanted to swear. Suddenly thought of Wang Fan as his current boss. Immediately to the conference room executives said, all with me. Said also do not wait for others to take the lead to run out. In the back of a group of executives are a little confused. Do not know what happened, but also to run out of the room. Do not know what happened, but also the first time to see Mr. Wang. This fat man is quite flexible, can only follow the run-up. Wang Fan looked at Zhao Jiahao and said, Surnamed Zhao, didn't you say you want to kill me today? Then let's see who gets who killed. I'm going to let you son of a no. What do you mean by heaven's way? Heaven spares no one. To be honest, in the face of Wang Fan's clamor, Zhao Jiahao was really a bit scared. After all, money is a goose. Can all of a sudden come up with 10 million, Lord? that the value of at least hundreds of millions, not his kind of million worth of small karami can resist, so Zhao Jiahao silent. On the side of Qin Muxue at this time, look at Wang Fan's eyes are bright, and the eyes of the people. When she was in school, she set her mind on being a big shot. She didn't realize that the billionaire was so close to her, but didn't grasp it properly. She is now very remorseful. Although she was still holding Zhao Jiahao's arm, she was already discharging Wang Fan non-stop. This makes Wang Fan a bit disgusted. After all, he has seen Qin Muxue in the hallway, to Zhao Jiahao show the trumpet talent, and it is also after that time. Zhao Jiahao look at him, but he did not know what to do. It was also after that time that Zhao Jiahao looked at him everywhere. He started to rob him of his list of dirty deeds, only to use this way to force him to go. Wang Futsai with a group of Yida executives, running in the mall caused a small sensation. Think it must be a big deal. Chapter 4, starting over. Private theater caught in the act. Otherwise these usually rare to see the big shots. How the whole nest came out. Wang Futsai make efforts to adjust their breathing, but due to fat or some gasp. Wang Dong. Sorry, do not know you in. There is a loss of distant welcome to apologize. Wang Fan looked at Wang Futsai's sweaty head and handed over a towel and said, we don't need dog-eyed brands in our shopping mall. Drive Emmaus out. Okay Wang Dong. Wang Fan was still quite satisfied with Wang Futsai's direct execution of his orders without asking for reasons. The Emmaus store was instantly in chaos. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Why are you kicking us out? Wang Futsai snorted coldly. Who made you dog-eyed and offended our chairman? The store manager laughed and said, Mr. Wang, this joke is not funny at all. We wouldn't dare offend your chairman even if we borrowed 100 guts. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Hurry up and notify your higher level leaders. We'll pay out as much as we need to. Be sure to move out of our Yida shopping center within 2 hours. Xiao Ting, who saw this scene, also stopped begging Wang Fan for forgiveness. She knew that if she let the people of Emmaus know that the store was retired from Yida because of her own reasons, would definitely look for herself to claim the corresponding losses, so she rolled and ran away. Zhao Jiahao's legs got a little soft when he saw the situation. How did Wang Fan become the chairman of Yida again? And what other identities did he hide? Because of a clerk's dog-eye view, he drove the whole store out of Yida. He had robbed Wang Fan of 4 orders, and with Wang Fan's mind like a needle's eye, he could definitely make his life worse than death. Subconsciously, he looked at Wang Fan, who was smiling at himself. At this moment, Zhao Jiahao completely broke his defense, and directly kneeled on the ground. Reality is stronger than people are. He just replaced the house and car. The monthly loan is more than 20,000 yuan. Now this job is the lifeblood of their family. Once lost, the consequences are unimaginable. So he knelt down to beg for Wang Fan's forgiveness. But Wang Fan will forgive him? Obviously not. If Wang Fan did not have the God's Hero Blitz system, even if he knelt beside Zhao Jiahao and begged him not to fire himself, begging him not to rob his own list, he would not be able to do so. Begged him not to rob his own list, begged him to let himself go. Zhao Jiahao definitely wouldn't have let him continue to work. So Wang Fan kicked away Zhao Jiahao, who was going to hug his leg and beg for mercy. Mr. Wang, have the company he works for suspend and reorganize, and remove the black sheep from the company before allowing them to operate. If they don't do as they're told, like Emmaus, tell them to get out of Yida. Qin Muxue, who was on the side, turned pale when she heard that Wang Fan, just like that, had judged their life and death. Then she carefully came to Wang Fan's side, trying to use her principle to impress Wang Fan, being kicked to the ground by Wang Fan in the same way. Dogs who love to blow their horns don't want to come and get involved. After saying that, he walked straight into the Givenchy store. Xiulian was already waiting with a hairdryer. Wang Fan was not polite. After all, he had spent $10 million of real money. It was only right that he could enjoy such treatment. Afterwards, Xiulian took the prepared clothes to the fitting room and let Wang Fan try to see if they fit. Not to say that this Xiulian's eyesight is really good. With the clothes are quite fit. Let Wang Fan is very satisfied. Looking at the newly dressed Wang Fan, he was a different person from when he first saw him. To be honest, anyone who looks at him will be touched. Xiulian said boldly at this time. Wang Dong, can I add your contact information? In the future, there are new products in the store, so that we can recommend to you in time. Good. Wang Fan didn't dawdle and opened the QR code, letting Xiulian scan it. Then Wang Fan went to the mall to find a barber store, ready to get a new look. After all, has been a newborn naturally to start over. When he got to half of the time, Wang Fu came over, said that the explanation of things have been done. In fact, Wang Fan has long known, because of the God's heroic storm system has been prompted. Reward Bugatti Black Legend has been parked in the underground parking lot of Yida Mall. Ding! Sensing a change in the host's mood, triggering a new mission. Catch Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie current. Task completion rewards 1,000 school district housing neighborhoods across the country. Failure to complete the task, chased by the reader's lord with a 40-meter machete. Do you accept the mission? Now Wang Fan has $1 trillion in his hand and owns 1,000 large shopping malls. He has a stiff waist and no longer needs to live in a stifled way. There is revenge not to report is not a gentleman. And Fu Yanjie this dog thing in love for 8 months. Even the face do not see with him. Completely online chat in the case of cheating him 88,000,008. But now follow Yang Wei this dog thing open room. Uncle cannot tolerate and cannot tolerate. What's more, there are still 1,000 sets of school district houses to be obtained upon completion of the task, which is another billion or so in assets. The key is that the school district housing are scarce assets. On the degree of preservation of value then the large shopping malls are also strong. So why not? Besides, we can't let the readers to carry a big knife to chase and kill. Exhausted how to do. Accept the mission. Mission accepted successfully. Please host complete the mission as soon as possible. Wang Fan found out the photo of his dormitory roommate, Yang Wei, from his cell phone and said to Wang Fucai, half an hour ago, this person and a woman came to our mall. Help me find out where they went. Remember not to scare the snakes. Wang Fucai took out his cell phone and took a picture of Yang Wei to Wang Fan's cell phone. Wang Dong, I promise to find these two out before you do your head in. Now Wang Fan finally felt the benefits of being a leader. If you have any problems just bring them up. Someone will help you solve them. This feeling is really great. After Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie arrived at the mall, they first had a very cheap steak set meal. Then they went to a private theater, ready to watch a movie. It's generally known that good people who go to private theaters, this kind of place is usually not for watching movies. It's just a temporary room for food and drink. What is played in the movie? They no longer care. Now Yang Wei has been up and down. Just at this time, from outside came, knock knock, urgent knock on the door. Yang Wei really want to curse the mother. Looking at the gun on the horse, make him is not up and down. The situation does not stop the intention. Can only take a blanket to pay Yanjie cover on his own bare bladder wearing a big pants, to see what is going on. The door opened before it was his turn. After the door opened before it was his turn to curse, was kicked to the ground. Immediately after a man in a suit, jumped up and directly pinned him to the ground. Who the hell are you people? This is against the law. You know? The lights were also turned on. And for a while, Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie were not too comfortable. At this time, Wang Fan was dressed in a handsome Da Vinci suit, topped with an inch head, properly full of hormonal flavor of the suit thug. Fu Yanjie are looking silly. Hand-covered body blanket also do not know is intentional or unintentional. Slipped off a cut revealing a piece of Snow White. Chapter 5, Storming Yang Wei, revealing his and Fu Yanjie's deception. Suddenly her phone rang. Subconsciously went to pick it up. A look at the note as licking dog wrongdoer did not bother to pick up. After all, their own god is coming towards their own step by step. She felt so dreamy moment. How can be a licking dog damage? Directly hung up, but soon again rang again. There was no other way Fu Yanjie had to answer. I have something going on right now. Don't call me again, okay? Is it sleeping with someone else in a private theater? An icy cold voice came from the mouth of the man walking towards her. Fu Yanjie winced. She didn't expect this person in front of her to be her ultimate dog licker. Wang Fan, how is this possible? She had seen Wang Fan's photos before, although she had been using various reasons not to video or meet, but they had still exchanged photos with each other. That's right, she teamed up with Yang Wei and cheated Wang Fan's hard-earned money again and again. At this time, Fu Yanjie really panicked, did not expect her and Yang Wei thought seamless scam, in such a way by Wang Fan to reveal. The incident was too sudden and before it was her turn to react, Wang Fan stepped forward and snatched Fu Yanjie's cell phone and handed it over to Wang Fucai. Save all the chats inside that involve me, Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie. No one is allowed to look at it or spread it outward, or else you'll be responsible for the consequences. Wang Dong you can rest assured, will definitely complete the task. Fu Yanjie only reacted at this time. One hand covered the blanket and one hand was about to grab her cell phone. Wang Fan I was wrong, will you give me back my cell phone, please? Wang Fan took his cell phone and recorded video while asking, come on, tell me what you were wrong about? Fu Yanjie saw that Wang Fan even took his cell phone to record her. It was obvious that this was collecting new evidence. As a liar's sense of defense against fraud is still very strong, it is impossible for her to give herself to the bad things she has done and say it to her face. So said, I was wrong to have been convinced that you are just a poor D-Silk. Did not meet with you earlier. Wang Fan was really angry. Fu Yanjie, this J person had been reduced to such a situation and was still digging her heels in to set him up. Nima, really treating him as a little cutie. I'm not going to be able to do that. Putting the cell phone into his pocket, he raised his hand and slapped it over. Unrepentant thing, all caught by me in the act. Still want to PUA me. Really take me as a cutie. Up. Seeing Wang Fan put down his cell phone, Fu Yanjie felt the fiery pain coming from her face and she stared at Wang Fan with spiteful eyes. How could she not have thought that the dog-licking ingrate who usually obeyed her on the internet would dare to slap her? This was a face that her dad couldn't even spare. How did he, Wang Fan, dare? The anger in her heart was already blazing, and had long since burned the little bit of sanity that remained in her heart to the ground. Wang Fan, how dare you hit me? Are you still a man? Don't make yourself sound so innocent. You licked me, don't you just want to S me? Come on, old lady, let you sleep around. Saying that, she ripped off the blanket covering her body, and her snow-white skin appeared in front of Wang Fan quite suddenly like this. Of course, there is also in the side of the filming of the staff of the Yida, but he knows that this is the boss's woman. Hurriedly turned his head. You don't say, really don't say. Wang Fan where has seen such a scene, directly by Fu Yanjie to get confused. This is the first time he really saw a woman's body. Even for a moment I do not know what to do. Staring at the frozen there, looking at the handsome Wang Fan's piggish appearance, Fu Yanjie was still quite pleased inside. She knew that as long as she used a slight tactic, this wrongdoer who had licked herself for 8 months would definitely submit under her garnet skirt. How come it's not the same as what I've seen described in other novels? Not translucent enough? Wang Fan raised the question in his mind to Fu Yanjie with a puzzled face. Why is it black and unlucky? Shouldn't it be white and flawless? The seemingly banal questioning directly made Fu Yanjie break her defense. For Fu Yanjie's few shortcomings were like this, and was taken out by Wang Fan to say something. For her, this is a shame, a great shame. Said good hit people do not hit the face, scolding people do not reveal the shortcomings. How do Wang Fan hear into the indiscriminate poisonous tongue attack? Really angry. He is pure jealousy. He is pure jealousy. He is a lemon spirit who can't eat grapes and says grapes are sour. At this time, she remembered Yang Wei, and grabbed the blanket she had thrown aside and covered her body with it. Crying loudly, she cursed, Yang Wei, are you still a ing man? Your woman has been bullied like this by Wang Fan, this stupid ex, and you don't stand up for me. What kind of man are you? Why is my life so bitter? Yang Wei, who was being held down on the ground, heard Fu Yanjie being bullied and, suddenly a flood of power erupted from his body, overturning the people who were pressing on him and rushing towards Wang Fan regardless. Wang Fan, what kind of ing man are you? What kind of skill is it to bully a woman? If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Wang Fan gave a look over, and the two employees of Yida that, left and right held Yang Wei's arm, and Wang Fan kicked him in the stomach. Old me. I have money and people. What are you? You also want to fight with me one-on-one? Give me a beating. Miserable screams began to ring out in the private theater. Of course it was Yang Wei's voice. Not much later Yang Wei couldn't take it and started begging for mercy. Wang Fan, we've been sleeping together for 3 years. We're the best of brothers. I usually shush you. How can you treat me like this? Hearing this, Wang Fan's anger was once again ignited. He did treat Yang Wei as his big brother. After all, a rural boy came to a big city like Mordor. And there was a city dweller who didn't care about his past. Instead of disliking himself, he helped and cared for himself in every way, which naturally made Wang Fan let down his guard. But who knew that people's hearts are treacherous? But who knows that people's hearts are treacherous? And city people's routes are deep, and they're going to him up and go back to the countryside. Yang Wei, this dog thing, even united his girlfriend here to give him to play set. 8 months of online dating, and he's been cheated out of $888,000. Nima. Really, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Wang Fan lifted his foot and kicked hard on Yang Wei's stomach. In fact, he wanted to move down 3 inches, completely let him become a eunuch. But reason still overcame the devil in his heart. He didn't want to go in and step on the sewing machine now. Wang Fan's life had just begun. He didn't want to lose his freedom. After kicking a few feet, his anger subsided a bit. Yang Wei, you joined forces with your girlfriend to cheat me out of my money. I'll give you 3 days. Give me back not a penny less. Otherwise I'll call the police and sue you guys for fraud. Lock you guys up. By then you'll be socially dead. Not only do you not have a diploma, you won't be able to find a decent job in the future. When these words came out, Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie's face both became incredibly ugly. The money they cheated from Wang Fan had long been squandered by them. Every time they cheated money from Wang Fan here, they will eat, drink and play, and finally booked a couple of hotels to have some fun. That kind of taste, don't mention how energizing. Chapter 6, Giving a Deadline for Repayment. Bugatti Black Legend mobbed. Wang Fan, you can't do this to me. I'm your baby. Fu Yanjie heard Wang Fan say that he would call the police if he didn't pay back the money, but that more than 800,000 has long been squandered by them to take what back, so began to soften and pretend to be pitiful, trying to salvage Wang Fan's heart. Said, you said this life is not mine, not merry. How can you bear me sad? When Wang Fan heard these words, he felt incomparably disgusted, and sincerely fed the dog. A lifetime of fame was not expected to be ruined by this pair of dogs. Fu Yanjie, shut the up. I only want the money that belongs to me. You less ing disgust me here. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Looking at Wang Fan's back as he left, he knew that this time Wang Fan was for real. They were together for 8 months. Wasn't it worth him to stay at all? Is this still the licking dog that obeyed her? Is this still the wrongdoer who transfers money whenever he is told to? How can a person who has been a queen be willing to be sent to the cold palace as a lowly courtesan? Fu Yanjie couldn't bear it anymore. Wang Fan, if you are heartless then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Hearing this, Wang Fan stopped his steps, but he is now disgusted with Yanjie, so he turned his back to hear what else she could put in her farts. Seeing Wang Fan stopping his steps, this made Fu Yanjie think that Wang Fan was afraid of her. More arrogantly said, "The money that you transferred to me, the vast majority of them have notes that are voluntary gifts. Even if you sue me, the court won't be on your side. We are in a normal relationship. What's wrong with spending some money on your girlfriend? Listen to this tea talk. Is it human talk? Simply inverted black and white." When Fu Yanjie took the initiative to add Wang Fan chat every day, this means can be said to be the same set with Yang Wei. Let Wang Fan feel the warmth that he has never felt before. Also let him feel that his true destiny is really here. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Half a month later they started to ask Wang Fan for gifts and money on various festivals and excuses. Before this has been subconsciously, the Wang Fan PUA into love her, to be a good man to let her no worries. So when it comes to transferring large sums of money, you have to make a note of voluntary gifts. And Fu Yanjie is not the kind of cheaters who only accept gifts. She understands that there is a come and go as love. The emotional value to Wang Fan to provide a full. Every time you cheat money from Wang Fan, you will buy $9 postal things from Pinyi Xie as a gift to Wang Fan. This is one of the reasons that made Wang Fan sink step by step into her gentle land, unable to extricate himself from it. It always makes Wang Fan feel that in this love, it is not his unilateral giving. Obviously this so-called voluntary gift must be Fu Yanjie and Yang Wei, two people, long ago in advance to discuss good. It was in order to one day be discovered by Wang Fan that this was a scam, without having to return the money he gave to Fu Yanjie. In fact, with Wang Fan's current value, really do not see that 88 million 8, but the tree lives a skin. People live a long time, but trees live a skin. People live a face. Being these two so under the set teasing, Wang Fan is really cannot swallow this breath. Must let these two dogs pay the price in order to swallow this breath. Wang Fan turned to look at Fu Yanjie with a grim smile, and could not help but make her shiver. Asterisk 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 you and Yang Wei are really calculating, but the so-called voluntary gift is based on our love. Obviously, there is no love between you and me. It's just that you conspired with Yang Wei to set me up and cheat me out of money. It was you who scammed me first, using love to set me up for money, and now you've been caught red-handed by me. So the money you cheated from me, return it to me in 1 cent, otherwise wait to step on the sewing machine. After saying that, Wang Fan no longer ignored this pair of dogs and men and walked straight out of the private theater. After all, he had already confirmed that he had completed the task issued by the system, which had already rewarded him with 1,000 sets of school district houses, not to mention that the divine magnificent blitz system is still very humanized. These 1,000 sets of school district houses cover the range of kindergarten, middle school, high school to university. So if you have a child, absolutely no worries about good schools. Want to go to that school directly out of that place of the housebook can be, just like the title deeds of the shopping malls. The housebooks of these 1,000 school district houses will be mailed to his residence. The electronic version has been sent to his cell phone. Opening his cell phone to find the closest set of school district house to his school, Wang Fan was ready to go where to inspect it first. After all, before he got the divine magnificent strike system, his wish was to buy a house of his own with a down payment in Magic City before 35, and then live a shameless life with Fu Yanjie. Now half of the dream has been realized. The house has 1,000 sets, and at the same time also uncovered the true face of Fu Yanjie and Yang Wei, this pair of dog and man. But now Wang Fan is exactly when the spring breeze will not be that pair of dogs and men's affairs affect their good mood. As for the subsequent matters, they were completely left to Wang Fucai to handle. If he could handle it well, Wang Fan wouldn't mind promoting him again. After all, he has so many properties now, and he needs people to take care of them. After all, now that he has so many properties, he needs people to take care of them. Moreover, Wang Fan is convinced that with the system in place, his properties will only grow more and more, and he needs more professionals to help take care of these properties. He didn't want to become a slave of money, he wanted to become the master of money. According to the information provided by the Bugatti Black Legend system, Wang Fan rushed to the underground parking lot of Yida. Looking from afar, he saw many people surrounding a black sports car, which saved him from looking around, and walked straight towards that direction. Live broadcast family members, today you have the blessing of the eyes. A girl with big boobs and suspenders said in her clip-on voice that could make people crispy. Guess what kind of divine car I saw? Sister Bo said that the car's live broadcast room directly rained pop-ups. Sister Bo, I guess it's the speed racer of yours. It can't be the recently exploded Millet Su-7, right? Look at the scene is the underground parking lot of Yida Mall. It can't be the principal's Maybach S600, right? Sister Bo, shake your headlights. That's what we call a blessing for our eyes. Sister Bo knows that in her live broadcast room, most of them are LSPs, and MMPs are mostly white whoring parties that just watch without rewarding, and then this is under their wild guesses. It is likely that they will be blocked, so also no longer sell lawsuits. The camera turned directly to the Bugatti Black Legend. At this moment, all the eyes of the live broadcast room were shocked by the big guy in front of them, the deep black, just like the night. The deep black, like the purest ink in the night sky, swallowed all the surrounding light, leaving only its unrivaled glory. Wow! Bugatti Black Legend, a true god car. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is it the principal's new ride? It's really cool hot. Upstairs you can pull back. The principal dares to use more than one small goal to buy a car. The old king can break his dog's legs. I still think it doesn't look as good as our Bobo's headlights. Shy. Chapter 7, Bobo's live broadcast meets a maniac, triggering a new mission. Just as Bobo was about to go on air, introducing the Bugatti Black Legend, suddenly another girl's voice could be heard. May I ask if this car belongs to you? You're hogging the airwaves here. Have you no quality? Another girl, who was also wearing Taiwanese makeup, took over and said, needless to say, certainly no quality. Wearing a halter to engage in rubbing, at a glance as the country can be parachuted. Bobo's face instantly ugly up. She was originally a serious car anchor, but has not been warm and hot. Live room hours stabilized at dozens of people, never hundreds of people. Even so few people are not really listening to her talk about the car. They are discussing her body, headlights, chassis and so on. She is really helpless. In addition to these people are all good for teachers. In the car science video content she posted under the various live advice, not only did they give her a picture but they also gave her a benchmark account. After a long time, looking at the background of the poor 3-digit live income, so Bobo boldly tried. Wearing a tight yoga suit opened a live broadcast. The effect was surprisingly good. I did not expect the effect is surprisingly good. Not that people began to listen to her seriously talk about the car, but the platform to give more traffic. The number of people to the live room also increased. The number of people who came to the live room also increased. From the original dozens of people, all of a sudden on the thousands of people. This is like opening Pandora's box. This is like opening Pandora's box. So she finally tasted the sweetness of the traffic. So whether it is the content of the video, or live where began to go rubbing wind. You don't say. Really? You don't say. Really don't say. The combination of cars plus beautiful women plus rubbing edge makes Bobo stand out from the crowd of men talking about cars. The automobile manufacturers who approached her for cooperation also increased, and with Hiroko's income, it was like going to a road of no return, going further and further away. She even thought that through her account, she would be able to meet a big brother and succeed in getting to the top. But there is always a big gap between reality and ideal. She didn't meet many big brothers, but attracted a large number of loyal and even BT LSPs. In her broadcasting room said some words that are not 4 and 6. She can only turn a blind eye when these people to their own active live room. Recently, she opened the outdoor live broadcast, want to through this way, let their own live room traffic to the next level. She didn't expect to let her see a top luxury car, worth more than 100 million Bugatti Black Legend. She immediately felt that this wave of traffic is stable. Who knew that she had encountered these two evil ES in front of her, openly ridiculing her in front of so many people? This she could not tolerate. Do you guys know what kind of car this one is? Seeing a luxury car and colluding. What's the difference between this and seeing a rich person and jumping into their arms? Saying that I'm selling online, the business is so familiar. Looking at your dress, are you guys selling offline? Bobo steadily played out her poisonous tongue skills. Usually when there was nothing to do in the live broadcast room in order to liven up the atmosphere, she will angrily dislike LSP's provocation. Over time it has been practiced that she curses without spitting out dirty words, but makes you feel that she curses more than with dirty words or dirty. One of the two girls angrily said, "Damn, small mouth, quite able to blah blah blah. I don't know about the car or not, but I know that you can't keep your mouth today." Reaching out his hand to tear Bobo's mouth, Bobo saw this and hurriedly appealed in the live broadcast. "Dead ghosts. I'm in the underground parking lot of Magic City Yida. Met a crazy woman. She wants to beat me. Hurry up and help me call the police." Another Teiyukai blocked her retreat, likewise opening her hands to rip Bobo's mouth off. It was obvious that the two people who sang in unison were obviously in the same gang. The surrounding onlookers saw that they were going to fight. One by one, They hid far away and watched with interest as the three beauties fought, and no one went forward to pull the fight. No one went to pull the fight. After all, through the previous observation, these three people are not what oil lamp at this time was surrounded by the Bobos still remaining sensible. You wanna hit me, can? We can away from this car far away? It is a Bugatti Black Legend, worth more than $100 million. A little rubbing, are not you and I can afford to pay. Bobo's words made the people around her gasp again. And of course, it also subdued the two young girls who had struck out at her, rushed away from the Bugatti Black Legend far away from some, for fear of making scratches and so on. You say, who do not know this is the Bugatti Black Legend? You, sometimes when a woman is crazy, there's no such thing as a man. Bobo in order to be able to maintain a good body fitness every day, so she still has some strength. A time three people wore of indistinguishable. There is a thin middle-aged man in the crowd, red eyes staring straight at Bobo, accompanied by his countless lonely night goddess. For her, he has abandoned countless future generations with toilet paper. Strictly speaking, Bobo is the electronic mother of his sons, whom he has never met. I was thinking of following Bobo around and finding her place, but then I realized that halfway through the trip, his goddess had been attacked by two girls. The goddess was bullied by two girls. Originally, I thought that with the help of the two girls, I might be able to see some light. I didn't expect these two women to be really useless, for hands cannot beat a hand holding a cell phone. A hand with them to fight with Bobo, so far has not ripped Bobo's clothes. He was very anxious. After all, just now Bobo shouted in the live broadcast, let the live broadcast people alarm. The people from the law enforcement team will soon come, and then there won't be a single chance for him. At this moment, the crystal worm once again on the brain, took out the fruit knife in his pocket, like a hungry wolf rushed out, toward a two-girl back as a knife. The girl fell down with a sound. The other girl followed with a scream. The other girl followed the scream. Pull legs and run. This change no one expected. The Bugatti Dark Legend of the people gathered around scattered. The people who were watching the Bugatti Dark Legend scattered in all directions, screaming, murderer, as they ran. The only thing left in the eyes of the knife-wielding berserker was Bobo, who had a sinister smile on his face. Bobo, my goddess, miss me. At this time, Bobo was no longer as calm as he was during the fight just now. The nervous face was white, voice trembled and said, don't mess around. I'm broadcasting live, and the people from the law enforcement team are almost here. You hurry to turn yourself in. Wang Fan, who was almost in front of his car, saw the people who had surrounded his car before scattering in all directions. At the same time, he heard someone shouting, murder. He didn't even think about it, turned around and twisted his head to run. After all, now that he was worth millions of billions of dollars, he hadn't really enjoyed a day yet. If he really wanted to save someone who was not related to him, he would be killed directly. He will be more wrong than sinus. So turning around and running is the wisest choice for him right now. The big deal is that it's not too late to call the police after running to safety. Ding! The host encountered a knife-wielding victim, triggering a randomized mission. Ding! Task requirement, subdue the knife wielder to prevent others from being hurt again. Completion of the mission rewards the East Lake Bay Villa project, worth $20 billion. Failure to complete the task will result in being rubbed against the ground by the great men of God. Chapter 8, Redeeming Skill Points in the Godly Mall. Heroes saving beauty and subduing thugs. Wang Fan was depressed when he saw the options. There was no change in his mood. Can also trigger the distribution of the system task. This system can't be a holy mother. But soon Wang Fan made his choice. Money and fixed assets is something that no one can have too much of. Isn't that right, all you great lords who read books? There's also the fact that this godly man, who is already very humble. I don't want you to think about rubbing yourself on the ground. I wish all of you who give 5-star positive feedbacks will be able to become the god ho this ho. The host has already made a choice. Please subdue the knife wielder as soon as possible to avoid other people being harmed in the future. System, I haven't learned Shaolin Kung Fu, Sans Ho, or Taekwondo before either. I'm afraid I can't beat the knife wielder. What should I do? Then you wait for the godly lords to rub you on the ground. Okay, just kidding. Don't forget you still have the godly home all. Wang Fan then remembered that he had forgotten such crucial information, and said that he was really pig-headed. So he brought up the Divine Magnate Blitz system, and a blue screen of light appeared in front of him and checked the personal information. Host, Wang Fan. Strength, 75. Intelligence, 82. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. Divine Magnificence value, 2,000,000. System, I obviously recharged $10 million at the Givenchy store. Why is my Divine Magnificence value only 2 million? Please give me a reasonable explanation. Divine Magnificence value is the amount paid by the host after buying and consuming. The precharged money is counted as not having consumed successfully. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems like I need to spend more in the future. otherwise I won't be able to buy good things in the Divine Magnificence Mall. Looking at the products in the Divine Great Mall. At this time, the goods within $2 million of Divine Great value were displayed with blue buttons that could be purchased. Above 2 million, all the gray buttons are unable to be purchased. Wang Fan was able to see that the smallest purchasing unit in the Godly Mall is 100,000 godly values. In this way, the 2 million gods honor value. Let Wang Fan some stretched elbow. Looking at the distant knife-wielding robbers, is step by step close to Bobo. Leaving Wang Fan's time is not much, so no longer hesitate. Directly spend 9 million gods great value. Exchange 19 skill points all added to the relatively weak strength. The strength reached a staggering 94, the number of the power of the people. Strength reached a staggering 94, the limit of ordinary people's strength is 100. Now Wang Fan felt that his body was full of strength. Even if a bison came from the opposite side, he dared to go up and fight. With the remaining 100,000 Divine Greatness value, Wang Fan purchased a bottle of anti-wolf spray from the Divine Greatness Mall. With power and a weapon, Wang Fan ran towards the place of the incident without any further hesitation. Bobo, my goddess, you better not resist. Otherwise, I don't mind scratching your face a few times. At that time, let's see how you can still go live. Seeing that Bobo had been dodging resistance, the knife wielder grew impatient and began to threaten. Are you the beast in the darkness from my live broadcast? Bobo wanted to delay some time as long as she could, because she had already seen from the pop-ups in the live broadcast room that someone had called the police. There was also the fact that she saw Wang Fan running towards her, so she wanted to stabilize the robber in front of her before help arrived. Through the other party's speaking habits, let her remember in the live broadcast room, there is a person always loved to send to Bobo, my goddess, to call themselves, and is still a regular visitor to the live broadcast room. One after another Bobo was impressed by such a speech, but he's a whoremonger. He's got a mouth like honey, but he didn't even bother to light up a fan sign. Not to mention that Bobo's rhetorical question made the other party cold for a moment. He really didn't think that the goddess in his heart could guess him. Bobo, my goddess, I didn't expect you to have paid attention to me long ago. Is this considered our two loves? Since this is the case, you should follow me. Saying that, he made a flying lunge towards Bobo. Luckily, Bobo's body is more flexible. Dodging and dodging again. Damn, you've annoyed me. If you dare to move again, I'll stab you to death. When he raised his knife, ready to pounce on Bobo again, an icy voice sounded behind him. It's bad luck to be your goddess, stabbing people to death if they don't listen. What kind of thing are you? Still acting as a judge here. Wang Fan just wanted to provoke the somewhat angry knife wielder even further. Only then would the other party reveal more cracks as his emotions got out of control. The knife wielder turned around. His bloodthirsty eyes were filled with killing intent. The goddess was right in front of his eyes, but he was halfway killed and came to ruin his good deed. He would not allow the cooked duck to fly away from his mouth. Kid, the hair is not long, but also want to learn others' hero to save the beauty. Today, I'll let you know what happens when you meddle in other people's business. Waving the knife in his hand, he rushed towards Wang Fan. Be careful, Bobo reminded from a short distance away. Wang Fan was like a man of the world at this moment, one hand behind his back, as if he could subdue the thugs with one hand with his bare hands, and, looking at the criminals approaching step by step. In fact, Wang Fan was still a little nervous in his heart, because he had only used the mace spray once, because he only has one chance to use the wolf spray. Once unsuccessful and then want to spray to the other side, then the sky is difficult. And the other hand also has a knife in his hand. He and Bobo are in danger at any time. In order to fulfill the mission of the system, he can only fight, with language and surface disdain. Come, further provoked the robbers. Seeing the knife in the other party's hand, less than 10 centimeters away from himself, Wang Fan moved. His right hand behind his back pressed the button of the anti-wolf spray, and sprayed towards the robber's face. Accompanied by a miserable scream. My eyes, I'm going to kill you. Even so, the other party did not throw the knife in his hand at Wang Fan. Instead, he held it firmly in his hand, but after Wang Fan sprayed it once, he hurriedly dodged away. He didn't dare to bet that the other party wouldn't throw the knife in his hand. After all, his life is now worth a lot of money, and he must cherish his life. Then Wang Fan raised a foot, directly kicked to the other thigh, accompanied by the click sound. The gangster was Wang Fan kicked out more than 10 meters away. Wang Fan himself could not believe this scene, did not expect after the system to strengthen the power was as horrible as this. He did not even dare to imagine, if the power is added to the other side of the leg. He did not dare to imagine, if the power added to the normal human limit of a few times, then he is not able to bare hands to catch the bullet. As the saying goes, kill him while he's sick. Wang Fan rushed over, took the anti-wolf spray and continued to spray at the robber's head. By the way, he also kicked off the knife in the hands of the other party. Of course, the gangster's wrist is also broken, so the gangster is no longer in any way. So far the gangster has no threat, broken hand and foot. This process was Bobo full live out. This little brother is so fierce. Handsome explosion have wood? Is that mace in his hand? If a man goes out with this, he's not a 0, is he? There's no such a vicious 0. I'd say it's a 1. This thug is afraid that he did not expect. He became a netizen in someone else's live broadcast. Right. This wave of Operation 666. Chapter 9 Obtaining the East Lake Bay Villa Project. Halfway to a car accident. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The ownership of the East Lake Bay Villa Project belongs to you. The relevant documents have been put into the Bugatti Dark Legend passenger car. Please pay attention to check. Hearing the system's beep, Wang Fan's heart was happy. He knows that this East Lake Bay Villa project is one of the most luxurious properties in Magic City. In the eyes of many rich people, it is even higher than the large flat of Tangchen. Press the key in the hand. Drop a scissors, door opened. Like a black beast. Like adding wings to this black beast. Bobo, who was going to express her gratitude to Wang Fan, forgot to express her thanks to him. She was dumbfounded. It was out of her expectation. The handsome man who saved her not only has outstanding face value, but also has such a high value. The most crucial thing is that there is also a heart, which whoever sees it is not confused. My God, what kind of luck did Bobo walk on? Actually met such a superb handsome man. Bobo, hurry up, the opportunity is in front of you. Do not pounce on it more when finished. My goddess, to be rubbed headlights. Oh, sang Xin. The roar sounded. Bugatti Dark Legend is like a beast from the barbaric out of the world generally to sweep across the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Bobo only then came back from that kind of daze. Seeing the situation also could not care about thinking so much. Directly opened his arms to block in front of the car. Wang Fan subconsciously slammed on the brakes. Fortunately just started and not a tawdry ejection. Otherwise, the airbag would have to open, and Wang Fan would have crashed into it head-on. Such a dangerous behavior. Let Wang Fan very angry. Really his meow is a big brother brainless. This is directly to find death. You want to die. Do you know that this is very dangerous? Hearing Wang Fan scolding so angrily, Bobo was very aggrieved. She also knew what she did was wrong, so tears flowed indisputably. Seeing Bobo shedding tears. This kind of very fragmented picture, on the contrary, made Wang Fan not know what to do next. He only wanted to leave this embarrassing scene quickly. After all, this side has made such a big fuss, plus the alarm of the melon eaters just now. I believe the law enforcement team and ambulance personnel will soon be there. I believe that the law enforcement team and the paramedics will soon arrive. At that time, as a participant of the incident, he will definitely be brought back to the law enforcement team to ask about the whole incident and make a statement. Thinking about it makes his head spin. He doesn't want to waste his time here. It would be better to go and hide his work and name. A thought to this also do not care still in front of the car tears of Bobo. After hitting a direction, a foot gas pedal rushed out of the underground garage. Looking at the faraway Bugatti Black Legend, Bobo's heart felt all taken away. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. And when he saw the thugs still wailing on the ground, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. And seeing the thugs still wailing on the ground, she felt like she had found a place to vent her anger. Maybe she has sat in the Bugatti Black Legend passenger car. Then you can really feel some. Supercar air conditioning is not refrigeration. Wang Fan galloped on the road. Finally felt the charm of supercars. It is like a king. Wherever it passes, other vehicles are far away to avoid. Fear of a carelessness, with it a little friction. For some ordinary people, their whole life would be in vain. So Wang Fan left 3 or 4 car body distances in front of and behind him, for fear of having a close contact with these 2 black beasts. Every time he waited for the red light, there were passers-by taking pictures and videos. Wow. Although I don't know what kind of car this is, but this is too handsome. Handsome. Can I scan your QR code? Make a friend. It's true that some people are born in Rome, and some people are mules and horses all their lives. What answered them was always the roar of Wang Fan's foot on the gas, and then it was just another bunch of people marveling. A good car is fast. This acceleration catches up with the cheetah. Being a man should be low-key. Being so high-profile, sooner or later, he will invite trouble for his father. How do these rich people make their money? Who can tell me the method? I'll try it too. Originally, Wang Fan was going to take a look at the school district houses near the school, but now with the East Lake Bay Villa project, it instantly felt like the school district houses didn't smell good anymore. So he changed his mind and went to feel the charm of the villa first. Looking at the navigation, there are 2 more intersections to go. After the red light turned green, Wang Fan was on the gas again. At this time a BMW from the right turn directly hit the rear of Wang Fan's Bugatti Black Legend. Wang Fan again a foot brake stopped. From the car down to see the rear was hit out of a few scratches. There is a piece of the dent down. This is to let Wang Fan's lungs. Carbon fiber and aluminum alloy material does not seem to be so resistant to manufacturing. Just at this time from the BMW car down a girl. She first looked at the front of their car. She first looked at the front of her car, and found that the bumper and the car cover are broken. Can be said to be disfiguring sufferings? She was sad. This is her new car. Has not been driven a week on this. Now want to die heart. Then look at the car with their own collision. Only in the rear part of the car dented a small piece. Heart a moment on the imbalance. Coaxed up to the front. You will not drive my car into this? You have to compensate. Wang Fan was directly speechless. This woman looks like a shrewd look. How can she say such stupid words? Obviously she hit herself. And now she is still hitting back. It's really outrageous. Wang Fan didn't have time to take care of her at this time, because he was communicating with the system. System, has this car bought insurance? Host, don't worry. Full insurance was purchased. After getting the confirmation, Wang Fan put his heart down and then turned to the girl who bumped into him, who was still being unreasonable. I'm too lazy to break it up with you. Call the police. After the people from the law enforcement team have determined the responsibility, I'll admit whatever compensation I should pay. When Lie Chenuan heard that Wang Fan wanted to call the police, she panicked a lot inside, because she just got her driver's license not long ago. She is a complete novice. When she turned the corner just now, an electric car suddenly appeared. In order to avoid this electric car, she crashed into Wang Fan's car. Wang Fan is about the same age as herself, so she's a student, so she tried to blame Wang Fan for the accident. I didn't realize that the other party didn't answer her call, and directly wanted to call the police. Plus the people around her are saying that her BMW this time on a big deal. A moment of chaos, tears flowed down. From the pocket took out the phone, dialed out. Sister, you quickly come. I crashed with someone. Lie Chenuan cried. He also wants to call the police to let the law enforcement team arrest me. You quickly come and save me. Wang Fan was really speechless. The ability of this woman in front of him to sue for evil was really one of a kind. When something goes wrong, she will cry and sue her family. Properly spoiled little princess. While Wang Fan took out his phone and dialed the alarm. Chapter 10, Liua Gene's arrival. Problems with the internal management of the East Lake Bay Villa project. In fact, there was no need for Wang Fan to call the police. The people from the law enforcement team would arrive very quickly. After all, it was a traffic accident at an intersection, which quickly caused congestion. Plus there was a luxury car. Everyone, driven by curiosity, got out of the car to spectate. And, goo, this is not a general rear end is simply a luxury version of the Fast and Furious Live. Look, BMW on Bugatti. This is not BMW hit luxury cars. Courageous well. Estimated that the BMW owner is now calculating whether the insurance is enough to pay it. The worst is still the insurance company. It is estimated that this is holding the calculator to cry. The heart read, this single does not accept. This single really do not accept. BMW car owners should not brush the short video brush more it. By the tailgating must marry poison too deep. A foot throttle on the crash ha. Soon the law enforcement team rushed over. Access to the intersection of the monitoring equipment. After understanding what happened, they decided on the spot that Lie Chenuan was fully responsible. Hearing this result, Lie Chenuan cried out on the spot, and the law enforcement team was quite speechless. After some persuasion, let them drive the car to the side of the road, waiting for a tow truck. The law enforcement team learned that both parties have bought insurance. Let Lie Chenuan contact her insurance company. Come over to determine the damage. In addition to the amount of the insurance company's claim. The rest will need to be paid by Lie Chenuan to Wang Fan. It was also at this time that a beautiful woman dressed in a delicate professional suit squeezed in through the crowd. When Lie Chenuan saw her, she was like a child who had been aggrieved outside and started to release her emotions after seeing her family, crying loudly again. Seeing this, the law enforcement team felt very speechless. They briefly told Lie Chenuan's sister, Liua Gene, what had happened. Liua Gene expressed her gratitude to the law enforcement team, then apologized to Wang Fan. She apologized to Wang Fan and said that she would be responsible to the end, and that she would not pay Wang Fan a penny less. Liua Gene's words, compared with her sister who only cries, let Wang Fan born a lot of good feeling. At least a girl who was brave to take responsibility. Only when he saw the license plate on Liua Gene's chest, he had a feeling that the water had washed away the Dragon King Temple, which was clearly written, East Lake Bay Villa. I did not expect or their own employees. Work is quite clean, only to see her mental state is not very good. Under the exquisite makeup like there is a sense of fragmentation. Only in front of her sister, buried these are very deep. Are you the staff of East Lake Bay Villa? Wang Fan asked knowingly. Liua Gene glanced down at her work license and, it's still now. I don't know if it's still not after this month. This aroused Wang Fan's curiosity. Could it be that something has happened in East Lake Bay? Otherwise to Liua Gene this kind of appearance and deal with things ably strength should belong to the workplace elite type. Such a talent. East Lake Bay Villa will also be fired? Then can I trouble you for one thing? It just so happens that I intend to buy a villa in East Lake Bay. Can I get a ride there in your car? By the way, help me introduce your villa again. Liua Gene looked at Wang Fan and felt that he didn't look like he was joking. There was no one else to blame for this, and her sister had even bumped herself off as a client. Originally, it was her sister who was at fault for hitting someone's car, causing them to have no car to drive. Plus she herself was a working employee of East Lake Bay. There was no reason to refuse, so she agreed. Only she said to Wang Fan in advance, I'll give you a heads up in advance. After arriving at the company, there is a possibility that someone else will receive you. I'll give you my apologies in advance. This was even more puzzling to Wang Fan. Why would there be such an operation? So he asked rhetorically, just because your sister hit my car, so you can't serve me? No, please don't misunderstand. It's an internal problem in our company. We have recently adjusted our workflow. No matter whose client it is, the vice president in charge of sales needs to be reassigned. Whoever it's assigned to will have someone to serve, so I'm not sure I can serve you. It seems that this East Lake Bay Villa project, there are quite a few problems within. It was just the right time to utilize Liua Gene to understand it in detail and solve it in the meantime. Liueki watched as her sister drove Wang Fan away, and she could only take a taxi home and stomped her feet. When he arrived at the sales office of East Lake Bay, the first thing that struck Wang Fan was that the place was very grand and luxurious. Just look at the crystal lamps on the ceiling. There are not a few $1 million to come down. It seems that the previous owner did not make much effort to make this place the top villa project in Magic City. But in Wang Fan's eyes, it's completely unnecessary. With the cost of putting on a bit of FaceTime, it would be better to build the house. But in Wang Fan's eyes, it is completely unnecessary. There is the cost of putting on a bit of face. It is better to use more good materials to give the user a bit more benefit when building the house. Of course, sometimes face is also important, but there is no need to be so extravagant as now. Soon there were a few business people directly surrounded up, and sidelined Liua Gene to the outside. After all, Wang Fan is now dressed in Givenchy. After all, Wang Fan was now in a Givenchy suit, and his face value was also online, so it could be said that if you want face, you need money. With their eyesight, they can see that he is the son of a rich family. This kind of is the quality customer, who snatched that is absolutely earned. These days, who would have a problem with money? The transaction of a set of the cheapest villa will be $1.200 million. The commission is 5 points. That's $6 million. Seeing this, Liua Gene silently stepped aside and went to work on other things. The moment she turned around, Wang Fan saw a kind of helplessness in her eyes, and even a little bit of sadness. Wang Fan was flanked by a group of female salesmen and sat on the sofa and said coldly, I came here with MS. Lee, it's not good for you guys to be like this. One of them said with a quick mouth. If it was 2 months ago, surely no one would dare to rob manager Lee's customers. Next to a female sales, with his arm hit the talking salesman. The other party also knows that they talk too much, and hurriedly cover their mouths. The other salesman hurriedly picked up the conversation. The other salesperson hurriedly picked up the conversation. I don't know if Mr. came before, whether to understand our side of the villa? Looking at the performance of these sales staff, Wang Fan knew that East Lake Bay Villa must have management problems. Otherwise, this phenomenon of grabbing orders in person would definitely not have happened. So what happened in these 2 months? Wang Fan is determined to find out. Only now, from the mouth of these salesmen cannot hear any useful information. So he said coldly, sorry, I still want Ms. Lee to serve me. After saying that, he stood up and walked straight towards Liua Gene, leaving behind a crowd of envious and jealous salesmen. Manager Lee is really something. Being suppressed like this, she still has customers specifically looking for her. Humph, who knows about this person? Is he the one she found to put on a show? That's right, I see he doesn't even have his own car. He came directly in Liua Gene's car. There's a good show to watch. Wang Xiaoman is here. She won't let Liua Gene have her way. Chapter 11, Wang Xiaoman provokes. Liua Gene gets angered. Wang Xiaoman, the current pinnacle of East Lake Bay Villas, walking with a sway, like Xiao Chang and Bai Suzhen, who had just taken human form and learned to walk. In Green Snake, combined with her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, she exudes a burning smell all over her body. Before they arrived, their voices came first. Yo, master, from that sweeping building to sweep such a superb gentleman. Apprentice me, recently very thirsty, can you let me quench my thirst? That's right. When Wang Xiaoman initially came to the company, she was brought up by Liua Gene, so she privately called Liua Gene master. But since she hooked up with the vice president in charge of sales Zhang Shan, it can be said that directly rocketing up, not only the master Liua Gene pinnacle, Not only did she snatch the name of Master Liua Gene's sales champion, but she also snatched a lot of Liua Gene's customers, so it can be said that she has tasted a lot of sweetness. From a trainee in just half a year's time, has become a multi-million-dollar rich woman. In order to be able to earn more money, she also kept blowing pillows to Zhang Shun, directly to the workflow readjustment, no longer who brought the customer whose service need to go through the vice president of Zhang Shun's reallocation. In this way, Zhang Shun's power has become greater, so that he can hold more salesmen. You want a commission not only to serve the customer's expertise, but also to serve Zhang Shun, otherwise you can only get a $5,000, otherwise you can only take a 5,000 basic salary. This money in the Magic City can barely live, so sum of this operation down. The East Lake Bay Villa female employees directly into the harem of Zhang Shun. After all, who do not want to cross with the money? But there was one exception, and that was Liua Gene, who had her own steadfastness and bottom line. Although since the change in workflow, her income had come to a direct halt, but the good thing was that she had always been the top seller before and had also earned a lot of money, so she could still hold on to it for a while longer. Don't say it really made her wait for hope, because she heard that the East Bay Villa project had been sold by the owner to a mysterious buyer. The arrival of the new boss. Hopefully there will be new weather, new changes. But at this juncture, that sister of hers hit another person's luxury car, and there is no telling how much money she will have to pay out to others. Work is a 3-month appraisal. Performance does not meet the standard, directly roll not cover to leave. Recently she is under great pressure. She is not without resistance, but resistance is ineffective. The big boss is a coal boss. Life is very extravagant. When there is money to spend lavishly, look at the decoration of the sales office will be able to know a little. Coupled with the investment in the construction of the third phase of the project, the beginning of everything is normal. Who knows that the rapid development of new energy, so that he did the main traditional energy, instantly atrophied. Spending a lot of money is used to. Tight clothes shrinking days are not accustomed to. One after another. The capital chain is tight. The third phase of the direct suspension of construction. It is said that the big boss is looking for buyers everywhere. And now Zhang Shun, who is responsible for the sales of the whole company, is the monkey who is the king of the mountain without a tiger. For Wang Xiaoman, Liua Gene is disgusted to the extreme their own teachings, but I did not expect her to be a little useless, but to use. I didn't expect her to be a little useless, but with her own talent for playing and singing, she mixed well in East Lake Bay, which made Liua Gene very shameful. Now that she still owed Wang Fan money, she couldn't let Wang Xiaoman get involved again, or else she would have a bigger headache. Wang Xiaoman, go drink water when you're thirsty. Don't go around teasing us like a cute-haired she-cat. Liua Gene warned sternly. Mr. Wang is here to buy a villa, not to look for a lady. If you want to serve, please show your professional ability and the approval procedure from Mr. Jang. Otherwise, do what you need to do. Wang Xiaoman said disdainfully. Liua Gene, calling you master gives you face? You do not hear. Give face. Once how did you get those pins? People don't know. I as your disciple I still don't know? What are you pretending here? Pretending like a white lotus every day, but actually a green tea scum. It had to be said that Wang Xiaoman had a knack for slandering people, presenting herself as Liua Gene's disciple, and planting all those nasty things she did on Liua Gene. After all, there has been a layer of teacher-pupil relationship. This who can say clear? Those colleagues who were not far away eating melon. Hearing such a statement, all eyes stared like copper bells. This time is really to eat a big melon. Wang Xiaoman's mouth is really bad. She dares to say anything. She's the only one around Mr. Jang, so she's not afraid to back her up. Liua Gene really cultivated a white-eyed wolf. I guess I have to regret it now. I didn't expect me to be unsuccessful. It's not that there's a problem with my ability, but that other people's masters and disciples have unique skills. Wang Fan has been silently watching from the sidelines, and has finally smoothed out the relationship between Wang Xiaoman and Liua Gene. It really didn't occur to him that Wang Xiaoman, a woman who opens her mouth in a yellowish manner, would be so underhanded. Step forward to block in front of Liua Gene, said to Wang Xiaoman, don't dirty yourself and look at everything dirty. I'll let Ms. Li serve me today, so please leave. Wang Xiaoman also didn't expect that the customer would come out to defend Liua Gene. What's so good about this Liua Gene? Isn't she just that good looking? But she's not bad either. Why wouldn't you all like her? All want to get her, but not really like themselves. And in front of this handsome man wearing Da Vinci suit, why do not you look at yourself, but also drive yourself away? Why do you want to go against yourself? The anger in her heart was like an uncontrollable volcano, directly erupted. Wearing a Da Vinci? What are you bullish about here? Still letting Liua Gene serve you? Then I'm sorry, East Lake Bay doesn't offer you service. Please leave. Wang Fan really didn't expect that East Lake Bay had rotted to such a state. Driving guests outward was not something he could tolerate. Wang Xiaoman, Don't rely on someone to back you up. You're just lawless, and you're driving customers outward. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaoman laughed, unbridled. Liua Gene, I advise you not to start rumors here. How much does a villa cost on our side? Don't you know? Just him, a college student wearing a Givenchy suit that I don't know if it's an A-goods or not, can come up with more than $100 million to buy a house? I think he's just an actor you hired outside just to disgust me and Mr. Jang. In fact, you don't have to go to such great lengths to do this. As long as you accompany Mr. Jang at night, I'll give up the title of the top seller. This Wang Xiaoman properly transformed into a pimp, without any fear of pulling up Liua Gene's pimp in front of the guests. Pa! Liua Gene slapped Wang Xiaoman's face, and her whole body was trembling with anger. While Wang Xiaoman was about to counterattack back, a stern voice came from behind her. Liua Gene, you don't work properly. You hit your co-workers at work. Go to finance and settle your accounts and get lost. Chapter 12. Arrogant Zhang Shun. Wang Fan will not spoil him. The person who came was no one else, but Wang Xiaoman's backer Zhang Shun, a man with a big Mediterranean belly. According to Wang Fan's experience of watching movies and TV dramas, this kind of man is generally small beans, and the kind of man who is addicted to vegetables is still big. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoman ran over with tears in her eyes, and as soon as she held Zhang Shun's arm, half of her body was pressed up. Those two soccer balls are betting on the deformation, but also constantly rubbing to and fro, the interpretation of a pathetic image of a churlish. Mr. Jang, you must do it for me. Liua Gene, she beat me. It hurts so much. Zhang Shun very much enjoyed this feeling of being blown away and dominating other people's destiny. How he wished that this woman beside him was Liua Gene. But this woman really didn't know how to take advantage of it. She had been given a lot of chances but didn't know how to grasp them. Really damned. He stroked Wang Xiaoman's face and said, "Baby, it doesn't hurt. Later I'll hurt you properly." Then he looked angrily at Liua Gene and said, "Liua Gene, are you deaf? What are you still standing here for? You're fired. Please leave East Lake Bay immediately right away." Liua Gene knew that there was only one scenario that could break the critical situation at the moment, and that was to commit herself to this damn bald fat man in front of her. But she was already sick and tired of this nasty old man from the bottom of her heart. Seeing him made her sick, not to mention letting herself become his toy. Mr. Jang, the appraisal period is not over yet. According to the company's regulations, I still have a month of appraisal period, and I will naturally leave if I fail to complete the task. Wang Xiaoman arrogantly said, "Liua Gene, have not seen you so deadbeat people. Assessment is not assessment. That is not a sentence of Mr. Jang. You are here to deduct the word interesting? It's hard to believe that you really think that with this little white actor you found, it can really help you to reach the performance." Wang Fan, after just watching with a cold eye, had probably figured out that the current problem of the East Bay Villa was the pair of wolves in front of him, turning a good project into a trading ground of power and color. Liua Gene stepped forward to defend Wang Fan. Originally this matter has nothing to do with him, now not only involved, but also by Wang Xiaoman so insulted his personality. This is she cannot allow. Wang Fan stepped forward and said coldly, "You'd better put your mouth clean." "Oh, I guess I've been eating small sausages for a long time and it's dirty and stinky, so I stink when I speak." Puffing. The nearby saleswomen didn't expect Wang Fan to speak so interestingly. One by one, they didn't hold back their laughter, and subconsciously they all stole glances towards Zhang Shun's lower body. It made Zhang Shun want to find a crack in the ground. Damn, who is this guy? What a great eye. Little white boy, who are you talking about? Wang Xiaoman looked at Wang Fan angrily. Clubhouse male models like you are not welcome in East Lake Bay. Hurry up and get out. Zhang Shun looked at Wang Fan angrily and said, "Security guards, where have they all died? Hurry up and roll over. Kick him out." Wang Fan pointed at Zhang Shun and said angrily, "Surname Zhang, East Lake Bay invited you here. Is this how you work? Kid, what the are you?" Zhang Shun said arrogantly, "How I want to work is none of your business. Now get the hell out of here. You're not welcome here. Get lost?" Wang Fan said in a domineering manner, "I think the one who should get lost should be you." Saying that he could no longer suppress the anger in his body. Damn, the whole East Lake Bay is his, being managed by this greasy man like this. Now he also let himself roll. Who gave him the courage? Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru and Zhao Zilong? With a kick, Zhang Shun really did not expect that Wang Fan was so unkind, and dared to take the initiative to provoke in his territory. If he did not beat the shang out of him today, he would be sorry for the kick he received. Wang Xiaoman also did not expect Wang Fan will suddenly out of the foot. She also followed the fall to the ground. The incident is too sudden, she was shocked. The fall is also a four-tilt fork. Inside the semi-transparent red lace is visible. Wang Fan took a look and felt very bad luck. I really want to grow a needle eye Nima. This time the security guards also surrounded up. Wang Fan with a finger, a group of security guards said, "Want to do here? All give me honestly stay." do not want to do it despite to my hands. The security guards were all a bit confused, and didn't know what to do. Zhang Shun said angrily on the ground, covering his belly. Damn, I invited you guys to come here, just to let you watch the fun? If you don't beat him to the point where he doesn't even recognize his parents, you guys can just roll up and get out. I'm in the sales hall, I'll give you a minute, Wang Fan said into the phone. If you can't make it, you pack up and get the hell out of here. The security guards who were going to make a move, after hearing this phone call made by Wang Fan, they stopped the movement of their hands. After all, 1 minute is not that long. Look at this young man in front of them is not something to be messed with. For them, this kind of lower level employees, it is better to do more than less. Even if the vice president of Jang is now their crazy clamor, it is not possible to all of them at once opened. As long as they embrace the group can still carry things. The vice president in charge of the company's administration and legal affairs took out the energy of a 100-meter sprint and ran over from the office. Seeing Wang Fan, who stood in the crowd in an extraordinary manner, he hurriedly complimented, Wang Dong, when did you arrive? Why don't you say hello in advance? I can personally pick you up. Crowd see the scene cannot believe their eyes. This is their East Lake Bay hidden second-in-command, said to be the boss's brother-in-law, is very smooth. In the company has always practiced the rule of inaction. As long as you can complete the task on time, what rights are decentralized? This also invariably fueled Zhang Shun's arrogance, but when he faced Wang Fan, he had such a pleasing face that it directly broke people's stereotypical impression of him. If I had greeted you in advance, would I still be able to see such a good show? Kai Jianfeng smiled awkwardly, then like a Sichuan opera face changing, he angrily said to Zhang Shun and Wang Xiaoman, who were still on the ground, Vice President Zhang, you're going a bit too far. What's the decency of pulling and tugging at a female employee during work hours? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Chairman Wang? Zhang Shun brain a little turn around, brain buzzing a blank. What the hell is going on? Liua Gene brought a little white boy over, and he's even then new chairman. Nima, this point is also 2 inches right. However, he was still skeptical that such a young man could come up with so much money and buy this East Lake Bay Villa project. Mr. Kai, this joke isn't funny at all. You change it again. Kai Jianfeng was really a bit mad. This idiot didn't know what he was saying. This would get him killed. Zhang Shun, you abused your power to corrupt the company's morale and messed around with a female employee. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. Kai Jianfeng didn't want to be dragged down by this piggy teammate, so he directly made the first move. Zhang Shun flung away Wang Xiaoman's arm like he was flinging garbage and said, Mr. Kai, don't. It's all because this seduced me. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 13, Eliminate the company pests. Move into the East Lake Bay 1 villa. Kai Jianfeng kicked Zhang Shun down. Roll off. No eyesight thing. Chairman Wang is here. I count ah. Looks like it is not polite to Zhang Shun. In fact, this surnamed Kai is helping surnamed Zhang. Let him distinguish the size of the king. Only then did Zhang Shun realize that the one he should really kneel and lick is Wang Fan, so he just knelt down and crawled towards Wang Fan, truly just like a dog. My god, really didn't expect our new boss. So young and handsome. Wow. Sisters, we are blessed. It's really a self-inflicted sin. Zhang Mao didn't think that he would have such a day too, right? If you ask me, the most miserable one is probably MS. Wang. This time it's really going to be a basket case. For the colleagues whispering, Liua Gene didn't participate. She was really shocked. Never thought that the person her sister bumped into was their new boss of East Lake Bay. The thing that made her even more nervous was that after dealing with Zhang Shun, it was probably going to be her turn. Wang Dong, I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai, just spare me this time. I promise to work diligently for East Lake Bay from now on and die with all my heart. Wang Fan was really disgusted by the shameless strength of Zhang Shun, how arrogant he was before. Now he was doubly disgusted, so he kicked another foot out at him. Asterisk 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 off to the side. Don't ing disgust me. Then he turned to look at Kai Jianfeng, who was respectfully at the side, and said, Mr. Kai, call over the colleague in charge of legal affairs and finance. Kai Jianfeng frowned slightly, but Wang Fan was now angry again. He didn't dare to disobey Wang Fan's words. Okay Dong Wang, I will call them over. Zhang Shun also had a premonition that things seemed to be moving in a direction beyond his control, so he gave a look to Wang Xiaoman, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Receiving the signal, Wang Xiaoman took a deep breath and stood up, briefly organizing her grooming. Stepped on high heels, did a walk, 3 swing, collapsed to Wang Fan heel, stretched out the slender jade hand, was about to take up Wang Fan's arm, to pull toward her. Have tolerance. She believes that no man can refuse to drop her big. When Zhang Shun, the bald old babe, was not made submissive by this move of hers. Pa! A crisp slap rang out, shaking the hearts of those present. Wang Xiaoman covered her face in shock and looked at Wang Fan, and was about to say something. Wang Fan, on the other hand, snatched a step ahead and said, How do you see that I hit your concubine and you came to stand up for him? Let me tell you, I call this self-defense. If you dare to take another step forward, I will still whip your ass. Puffing, 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 puffing. One by one, those female sales couldn't help but laugh out loud once again. They too hadn't expected that this new boss was so interesting. Obviously, he was the one who slapped Wang Xiaoman without mercy, but then he backtracked and made Wang Xiaoman suffer a dumb loss. After the heads of finance and legal affairs came, Kai Jianfeng introduced Wang Fan's identity. Freeze all accounts for liquidation from now on, and if you find violations of law and discipline, directly call the police to deal with it. Wang Fan came up and directly set the tone, then pointed at Zhang Shun, Wang Xiaoman and Kai Jianfeng and said, especially these three people's account transactions. I suspect that there is something fishy in it. Give me a good check. Find out there is a 5% reward. If you can't find out, you're in league with them. Roll up and get out. Kai Jianfeng did not expect this Wang Fan new official three fires, but also put him on fire. Wang Dong, we are all mixed in this circle. You are like this to me to cross the river and tear down the bridge. It is too unethical. If this spreads out, I am afraid. I am afraid of what? I am afraid that you are going to go in and step on the sewing machine. From the time you see me seem to be helping me, but everywhere in the consideration for Zhang Shun. You too, if there is no interest in the transaction, you will watch Zhang Shun so reckless? That can only say that you this person is too no professional ethics. Like you this kind of garbage I want you what use. Wait for the accounts to check out the makeup the compensation. Consciously or else I will definitely send you all in. Kai Jianfeng coldly snorted and turned to go. Zhang Shun saw the situation also followed. Wang Xiaoman viciously stomped his foot also followed. Wang Fan looked at Liua Gene outside the crowd and said, come here. Liua Gene was now very uncomfortable. Her legs were swinging a bit. She really didn't expect that this young man she brought in was so decisive, removing the company's three major tumors in the blink of an eye. The fourth one shouldn't be her. Forcing back the tension in her heart, she walked to Wang Fan and asked in a low voice, Wang Dong, you called me? Seeing this, Wang Fan knew that this little nymph must have been frightened by herself, so he reached out his hand and prepared to pat her shoulder to appease her. Who knew that she exclaimed, don't hit my face. Wang Fan's head was filled with black lines, and his raised hand could only be put down resentfully. Liua Gene, take out your professionalism and your pinning aura. How can you pick a pillar if you are so unsteady? Facing Wang Fan's reproach, Liua Gene's eyes suddenly lit up, instantly feeling that her world was also illuminated. Wang Dong, I'm sorry. Knowing that she was not the fourth person to be laid off, Liua Gene quickly adjusted her mind and admitted her mistake on the spot. Wang Fan was still satisfied to see that she was able to adjust her mind so quickly. I'm announcing an appointment. From today onwards Liua Gene is the general manager of East Lake Bay, responsible for all the day-to-day affairs of the company and reporting directly to me. Well, from now on, I hope to see a vibrant East Lake Bay, not one that hides dirt like before. The company is counting on you next. I hope you won't let me down. Liua Gene did not expect that this heaven-breaking riches came in such a surge. Looking at Wang Fan's disappearing back, she secretly resolved to run East Lake Bay well. Wang Fan, led by the butler, came to the East Lake Bay Villa No. 1, which was the villa with the best location and the largest area and the highest price in the whole East Lake Bay. From the time it was built, there were many rich people who seemed to have been there, but when they learned about the payment method, they were discouraged. Need $1 billion cash and not installments. Forbes ranking on the top 10 families can certainly afford to buy, but no one will burn bags of cash to buy. After all, in this era where cash is king, with such a large amount of money in hand, it is not good to do something. Buying a place to live is purely a brain disease. However, when Wang Fan walked into this $1 billion detached villa, he was truly shocked. Anima everywhere reveals its luxury. Wang Dong, all the items here, even a small cotton swab, are all private customized models with hand-carved labels by non-genetic inheritors. The butler was incomparably proud to introduce to Wang Fan. In addition to that, the whole house adopts today's most advanced intelligence system, so if you have any command, a single word will help you solve it. Wang Fan was kind of an eye-opener today, not realizing that rich people's lives could be extravagant to this extent. Just after sitting on the sofa, a pleasant voice came out, detected that the owner is physically tired. Do you need massage service? Chapter 14 4S store to buy a luxury car. Encountered fell out of the milk cover female clerk. It is really a small knife-pulling ass. To Wang Fan whole open eyes. Rich people's world. Have evolved into this? This is also too intelligent. Yes, start massaging. Behind the sofa seems to grow hands. Began to rhythmically press to Wang Fan. Not to mention that this thing is completely not lose offline store artificial press. In fact, this point Wang Fan is a little blowing awesome, because he has not been to the offline store before. Pure love boy has that money are used to lick Fu Yinjia, taking advantage of the massage stall. idly opened the personal information interface of the Divine Tyrant Storm System. Host, Wang Fan. Strength, 94. Intelligence, 82. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. Ordinary human limit, 100. Divine magnificence value, 0. Previously, in order to subdue the thugs, he had used his divine magnificence value to exchange for 19 skill points, all of which were added to strength, and what was originally the weakest item became the strongest. In order to add all the other skills, 56 skill points are needed. Each skill point 100,000 God's magnificence value, which means 6 million God's magnificence value is needed. But now that the divine magnificence value had gone back to 0, it seemed like one would have to spend more money in order to accumulate more divine magnificence value. Now that he had 1,000 shopping malls, 1,000 school district houses, and the East Lake Bay Villa, one of the 3 mountains pressing down on the young man was considered to have moved off one. Children. For the time being, there is no girlfriend, let alone a wife. This can only be temporarily put aside. That leaves the car. Originally the system rewards a Bugatti Black Legend. Only drove once was Liua Gene's sister to crash. So his current task should be to buy a luxury car in order to gain more divine magnificence value, and then improve his physique, saving him from a little exercise. And when he returns home and sits on the sofa, he is prompted with detected that the owner is physically tired. Does he need massage service? Let the butler drive himself to the largest luxury car 4S store in Magic City. Just got off the car and saw the storefront of the people. Wang Fan felt extraordinary. The 2 rows of model-like welcome at the door, each is white and beautiful long legs, especially that body chongsam, slit open to the armpits. Wang Fan has seen this kind of battle before, although he is now the world's richest man, but this sudden wealth, led him from the state of mind has not completely changed over. That's why he will personally come to the car dealership to choose a car. In fact, with his current strength, whether it is for the villa's housekeeper, or the service personnel of the agricultural bank, as long as he orders, things will definitely give him a clear understanding. Wang Fan suddenly thought of a sentence. That is, once the sunglasses are worn no one will love. Turning his head, he said to the butler, Uncle Fu, go and buy a pair of sunglasses for me. Okay, young master. After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Fan adjusted his emotions and walked into the hall under the sweet welcome of the welcome guest. At a glance it was really grand and shocking. Those luxury cars seen in movies and TV dramas or magazines were so alive in front of his eyes. Wang Fan was still very excited inside. At this time a beautiful woman wearing a low-cut dress came over and asked with a smile on her face, Sir, I am Lina. I am glad to serve you. When she spoke, she also intentionally straightened her chest, looking more and more spectacular, with a sense of both eyesight that cried out to be seen. Wang Fan tactically coughed to ease his embarrassment. If she was around, Wang Fan wouldn't have the energy to focus on the luxury car, and it would definitely affect his choice of car. So he said, You're a bit early to be happy. I don't like people in revealing attire to serve me. That would dazzle me. If you can change your clothes, I will reluctantly let you continue to serve me. The girl called Lina didn't expect that the handsome man in the Givenchy suit in front of her was quite conservative, completely different from those who came to them earlier to buy sports cars. Those individuals couldn't wait for you to wear nothing to serve them, but they didn't expect that they would let themselves meet a pure-hearted little handsome man today. Okay, then you wait a moment. Saying that Didi twisted her waist and went to change her clothes. Wang Fan turned his gaze to a particularly flirty red Ferrari. Just at this time, another waiter came up with a smile on his face and asked with a characteristic clip sound, Sir, do you need me to introduce you to this car? Thank you. No need. Wang Fan politely returned. You already have someone serving me. Sir, you didn't even look at me before making your decision, the waitress said with some aggravation. You will regret it, yo. Wang Fan was too lazy to bother with this kind of self-righteous waitress and walked a little closer to see what model this Ferrari was. Where has the waitress eaten this kind of defeat? Even a man ignored her face value. Really damned. A foot-stomping heart a plan went up, hurriedly chased up, and then stumbled under the foot. Agoo. A crispy soft shriek. The whole body fell towards Wang Fan. Wang Fan just want to buy a car to set a little divine value. With his current value of what kind of women cannot find, there is no need to find a waiter who likes to flirt. So he dodged with a flash. The clip child did not expect Wang Fan to come to this trick. In order to not let himself really fall to the ground, can only rely on inertia forward a few more steps sharply, and then directly on the Ferrari's hood, which did not make a fool of himself. She viciously twisted her head to look at Wang Fan. This guy is really not a gentleman. Wang Fan was about to suffocate his internal injuries. He pointed to a silicone material on the car cover and said, You dropped your stuff? The woman looked at Wang Fan's serious and unsuspecting appearance, turned her head to see her milk cover suddenly appeared on the car cover, and hurriedly grabbed the milk cover in her hand. Not caring to continue to entangle with Wang Fan, his hands protected in front of his chest and walked towards the restroom. Wang Fan also did not expect there would be such an episode, and could no longer control the laughter. At this time, Lina came over and asked, "Sir, can you share what you are happy about?" Looking at the eyes of Lina changed into a professional suit. Inside said a white shirt. It is true that it does not leak but still ripples. Let him cannot help but think of the image of OL in certain movies. Then hurriedly shook his head to shake out some thoughts that should not have asked. This car is Ferrari. What model? The Ferrari Daytona SP3 is a limited edition supercar under the Ferrari brand, limited to only 599 units worldwide. This model not only represents Ferrari's outstanding achievements in the field of automobile manufacturing, but is also a perfect fusion of art and technology, showing the Italians' attitude of freedom, optimism and open-mindedness in life. You can sit inside and feel the design of the car, and if you are interested, I can apply for a test drive for you. Okay, then I'll feel it, Wang Fan said and was about to sit in the car. Just at this time a mocking voice came from the back. Do you know how much this car costs? Do you know how much this car costs? Look at you. You haven't graduated yet. Don't study hard. Even learn some bad habits. Not afraid of your family breaking your legs? Chapter 15, Hardcore Lie Chenuan. I want to be your emperor customer. Wang Fan stopped his car movement and twisted his head to look over. It turned out to be Milk Cap Woman sat on a guy a bit older than herself, cricketing herself behind her back. Not very old. You speak with a fatherly flavor. Is it the same when you talk to your father? Milk Cap Woman shook her headlights and pouted. Han Xiao. He took advantage of you and said he was your dad. Wang Fan had a question mark on his face. How did I get into this 4S store with this comprehension ability in Nima? On the side of Lina hurriedly said. Lu Ying, you don't that add oil and vinegar. This gentleman is not what you said. Han Xiao craned his neck to look at Lina. Is also a bright eye asked. Then you say what she means? Wang Fan hurriedly said. I don't want to be your father. I don't have such a stupid son to chase after to find scolding. After saying this, he was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of foolishness and turned around to get on the car again. Kid, do you know how much this car? Wearing a basic Da Vinci suit, you come out to pretend. You are not afraid of being struck by lightning. Now the last thing Wang Fan needs is money. Even if he buys this 4S store, it's just a matter of words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Fan cursed and lazily ignored this kind of self-righteous fool. The milk cover woman shook Han Xiao's arm and said, Han Xiao, he cursed you and got into the car without listening to you. Han Xiao's face was gloomy and said, I just heard it. Don't ing beep with me. After saying this, he stepped forward and grabbed Wang Fan's collar and said, Kid, you ing dare to curse me. See if I don't tear your stinking mouth. The other hand really greeted. Wang Fan used his hand to block. Directly Han Xiao's hand hit the doorframe of the car. Han Xiao immediately screamed. There was a kind of sense of sight of stealing a chicken and not being able to get away with it. Afterwards, Wang Fan opened the car door, hitting Han Xiao's stomach. Grabbing Wang Fan's collar hand also loosened. The body fell back several steps. Fortunately, by the milk cover support did not fall to the ground. Wang Fan got out of the car and followed a few steps. A kick in the stomach of Han Xiao. This time, the milk cover girl learned well. Let go of Han's arm and advance, or else they fell to the ground as the two of them. A series of moves hit Han Xiao without a little bit of strength to fight. When Wang Fan still want to kick Han Xiao again. Stop! A cold shout came from not far away. Immediately after that, there were three people in a horn's position to surround Wang Fan. Lying on the ground, Han Xiao was like seeing his own father and cried out with a wow. While crying, he also said, Li Xiao, you must do it for me. He is not giving you any face at all. He beat me up. Li Xiao's face became even more ugly. This Han Fei can't do anything else but cause trouble day after day. Every time he still has to wipe his ass. Thinking of this, Li Xiao's anger was not in one place. A foot was kicked on his crotch. The pain made Han Fei forget to cry and wailed. Shut the hell up, Li Xiao said with a gloomy face. Han Fei covered his mouth as soon as he could, fearing that he would be kicked again if he was late. I'm Lie Chenuan. I don't know what this friend calls himself? Seeing that Lie Chenuan did not come up aggressively, Wang Fan faintly returned. Wang Fan, then can you recognize Wang Tao? Lie Chenuan further asked. In fact, this is Lie Chenuan's brilliant place. First to determine the identity of Wang Fan, and then decide whether to make a move or not. After all, messing with people who should not be messed with. When the time comes, not only him, there is a possibility that even his family will be implicated. Wang Fan also came back to the flavor. This Lie Chenuan is in the set of his words, so he smiled disdainfully and said, I don't know Wang Tao, and I'm not a rich second generation. You don't need to set my words in that hypocritical way. Seeing that his small mind was revealed to his face, Lie Chenuan stopped pretending. Since it's not the Wang family of the four big families in Magic City, then I'm relieved. Give me a beating, as long as you don't kill them to death. You trash. If you have the ability to fight me one-on-one, Wang Fan hooked his hand at Lie Chenuan, then his whole body transformed into Bruce Lee, his feet crossed with a come-hither look. Oh ah. From time to time, his mouth even made some sounds that Bruce Lee made when he fought. I did not think you were still a comedian. Learn Bruce Lee is a model. I do not know the hands of Kung Fu is how. 3 to fight 1 still grumble what? Hurry to the old man on. Lie Chenuan's lapdog was bluffed by Wang Fan's action at the beginning. Now Li Shao urged also did not dare to be slow again, waving his fists and rushed over. Wang Fan took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness and took out his anti-wolf spray, aiming at a person and sprayed it out. A scream was heard. My eyes. Taking advantage of the other two people's days, he went up and bonked 2 more punches, drying out the other person's nose with blood. Lie Chenuan was directly confused, not expecting his 3 little followers to be so bad, letting the other party waste away in a single glance. Looking at Wang Fan viciously walked towards himself again, scared his legs are wobbling. This time the milk-covered girl Luing is very eye-catching to come forward to help him, so that he did not let him fall down because of fear. Snap. Lie Chenuan also do not know is to give himself courage, or the heart of the anger does not have a place to send. Directly hit in the face of Luing said, your forest store is so treat VIP customers. Do not hurry to call the security guards. Luing was beaten, tears are flowing out, but she knows in front of the Li Shao is not she can offend, can only put the tears into the stomach swallow. Security. Security. Luing turned her sadness into an angry growl. You guys hurry over? There's someone causing trouble here. The security guards who heard the cries for help rushed over with their weapons. When Lie Chenuan saw the security guards coming over, he once again got tough and pointed at Wang Fan. He's the one who caused trouble here, and injured all my people. I'm your VIP customer. You must give me an explanation today, or else I'll let all of you get out of here. The leading security guard knew that the young man in front of him was an existence he couldn't afford to mess with, but this guy's speech really owed a beating. I don't know what kind of explanation young Lee wants. Is that even necessary to say? Give him a beating and kick him out. This kind of trash will affect my mood to buy a Ferrari Daytona SP3. This car security guard is also heard of. Is one of their stores town car, the global limited edition of 599 units. Each unit is worth more than $10 million. In this way it is even more they cannot afford to offend. After all, not everyone can take $10 million to buy a car. Wang Fan looked to the side of Li Na and asked, does your store have a higher membership than VIP customers? Li Na whispered, Mr. Wang, why don't you apologize to Li Shao? It's better to settle the grievances than to tie them up. This Li Shao's background is not simple. He's a member of the Li family, one of the 4 big families in Magic City, and ordinary people can't afford to mess with him. Wang Fan did not expect that at this juncture. Li Na still think for herself, a rare good sale. You think I'm an average person? Cut the crap and answer my question. Our VIP customers here are those who have accumulated more than $50 million of consumption in the store. A higher level than VIP customers are imperial customers. Consumption needs to accumulate to more than $100 million. Oh, then go get the contract. I'll be your emperor customer today. Chapter 16, Betting with Lie Chenuan. Chu Nanshan's personal service. Ha 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 ha. Li Young, this pretender is starting to make a mistake again. He doesn't even know what kind of car is the Ferrari Daytona SP3 you are going to buy, and now he is going to become an imperial customer here. Kid pretending to be a pretender has to have a degree. At this moment, Han Fei forgot about the pain he felt when he was beaten just now, and now had an excited face as if he had caught Wang Fan's handle. Look at his whole body added up. Not as expensive as one of Li Shao's shoes, still pretending to be a big spender here, wanting to take $100 million to buy a car. This one is purely a comedian. That waitress is also a SB. Let her do what she does, but also really take the contract to go. If he can become the emperor customer of this store, I stand upside down and eat poop. Wang Fan has money now. He won't spoil these dude rich second generation. Am I blowing awesome or not? You guys will know later. I'm going to become the emperor customer here. He'll eat poop upside down. What about you guys? Look at your serious look. Old me almost believed it. If you can really become the emperor customer here, I will kneel down and call you grandpa. Good. Although I don't want to have sex with your tits, I don't mind reluctantly becoming your grandfather. Asterisk 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 you. I want. Well, just now is not enough shame. Can you beat him? Lie Chenuan Li Shao stood out to stop. If you can come up with $1 billion to buy a car, I recognize you as a big brother. This Lie Chenuan compared to Han Fei and the others, or a bit of brain, at least when it comes to things, there is a bit of thinking ability. Good. Wang Fan immediately answered. Later, you supervise them to fulfill our bet. Han Fei and the rest of them all showed bitter colors, suddenly having a feeling of being sold by their boss. Li Na walked over with a bunch of contracts, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a very business-like manner. Firstly, he warmly greeted him, and then greeted Wang Fan under Li Na's introduction. Mr. Wang, how are you? I don't know which cars you are interested in. To be honest, Wang Fan really didn't know how to answer such a question. In his cognition before the good car is limited to Tesla, BMW, Audi, dabbing and so on. For sports cars, he had only heard people talk about big bulls, small bulls, Panamera and so on. Just at this time, Fubo walked over and said with a respectful face, "Young master, the glasses you wanted have been bought back for you." The crowd was shocked again, only to see an old man in his 60s carrying more than 10 bags of first-tier brands in his hands. I didn't know which ones young master liked, so I bought a few more styles back. Brands like Ray-Ban and Oakley were among the top brands in the sunglasses industry. Unfortunately, Wang Fan didn't recognize them. In this crowd of brands he was cognizant of Dior, Prada, Gucci, Chanel, and other luxury brands that were often on Fu Yanjie's lips. Wang Fan casually took Dior's sunglasses and put them on, then said to Uncle Fu, "Hard work Uncle Fu. By the way, how many cars can be put in the underground garage at home?" Back to young master. "The number 1 villa where you live can put down 50 cars. Good, then you take this Ferrari as the standard." Wang Fan pointed at the Ferrari Daytona SP3 in front of him and said, "Buy 10 cars first. If they don't have so many here, a lower price point is fine. Make up 20 cars. In short, I want to be their imperial customer here." After saying that, he took out from his pocket his Agricultural Bank of China savings card with $90 billion and handed it over to Fu Bo. Originally the people present felt that Wang Fan's tone, too much like a tycoon, coupled with the fact that Fu Bo came over carrying a small $1 million of sunglasses, they all changed their opinion of him a bit, thinking that he could really spend $100 million to buy these luxury cars. But when they saw Wang Fan holding an ordinary farmer's bank card in his hand, the crowd was directly confused. It wasn't even a gold card. It was just an ordinary savings card. Could there be $100 million here? Han Fei once again made fun of him. "Kid, if you're looking for an actor to work with you in a play, you have to get a full set. What are you doing here? Take an ordinary farmer's bank card to brush 100 million out. Do you know the concept of 100 million? It weighs 115 tons, and one by one it's 100 meters high." As if he didn't hear Han Fei mocking, Fubo took Wang Fan's card and said, "Okay young master, you go to their reception room first and wait for a while." Han Fei and the others were curious, so they followed Uncle Fu to see what kind of car they wanted to buy. Wang Fan and on the other hand, followed the 4S owner Chunantian to the lounge where they served the emperor's customers. It made Lie Chenuan marvel a bit. The treatment of this VIP customer and the treatment of the emperor customer are really quite a few levels apart. Just look at this lounge can be seen, whether it is decorated or with furniture, at least are the beginning of the Qing dynasty antiques. Even the Dahongpo used to entertain customers is the tea collected from the mother plant in Wui Mountain. Inside or do not believe that Wang Fan can come up with a one-time 100 million, like their family also has nearly 10 billion family, which contains property, plant, equity and other assets. The real cash can be mobilized is estimated to be no more than 1 billion. If he dares to take out 100 million to buy a car, it is estimated that his old man can break his legs. From the first time he came to this 4S store to buy a car, to now has been 5 years has just accumulated to the amount of $50 million. Originally thought that here has been invincible. Whoever thought that today directly let him meet a forced king, to crush the momentum to become the emperor of the customers here, then his past 5 years is what? Chunantian honestly, looking at Wang Fan more or less also have some tension. Their store from the opening to now, only one emperor customer, that is the second son of the magic capital richest Qin family. 8 years later, there is still no second emperor customer appeared. Today it is not easy to appear say anything to serve well. After all, according to the information he had gotten before, Wang Fan's family garage was enough to park 50 units. If Wang Fan was really a rich second generation, it had to be their 4S store to fill all the remaining 30 parking spaces. Chunantian stood up and said towards Wang Fan, "Young Wang, I'll go out and help you to keep an eye on it. After all, Lina doesn't know as much as I do about the models in the store. That's thanks to Mr. Chu, and Lina this sales is very good." A simple sentence, in fact, is to tell Chunantian that he must have Lina's service. Well, Lina is the best in sales on our side. Strong professionalism, you can rest assured that it's her no one can snatch it away. Couldn't help but look at Wang Fan one more time, thinking that he was quite interesting, buying a car and not forgetting to hook up with the sales here. Wang Xiao, at the risk of asking, the hotel booked with that waitress called Lina? Wang Fan rolled his eyes and said, "Li Xiao, you know it's presumptuous to still ask. Or not, and that's being nasty yourself. Don't think of everyone else as nasty. You are just a better reincarnation. What is there to show off and be proud of?" Stop. I didn't realize that Wang Xiao still has the potential of a white lotus flower, teaching people one thing after another. It's really words. Wang Fan lazily ignored him, picked up his cell phone and prepared to brush the jittery een. Who knows that before he started brushing, he was interrupted by a phone call. Chapter 17, spending $180 million on 12 luxury cars. Imperial clients are treated really well. When Wang Fan saw that the caller was Qi Shangdong, the head of his dormitory, he couldn't help but frown a bit, but he still picked up. Wang Fan, you're weirdly awesome. Normally, Wang Fan and Qi Shangdong were only nodding acquaintances, and calling over to say such inexplicable words made him frown even more tightly. I heard Yang Wei say that you dug his corner. How was it cool? Wang Fan then suddenly realized. In all likelihood, Yang Wei returned to the dormitory to complain to Qi Shangdong and the others. After all, letting them pay back that 88 million is not a small amount. No matter, Wang Fan didn't want to recall that part of being little 2 plus 1. Wang Fan knew this is not interesting enough. People Yang Wei have personally admitted. Now the whole school knows. You are still here to cover up. We dormitory more than 3 years of friendship. Is not enough to listen to you a word of truth? Obviously Wang Fan is good at grasping the key, and his own judgment just now seems to have not a small discrepancy. Yang Wei did not just tell the dormitory roommates, but also to make the whole school known. What does he want to do? Does he want to use the power of public opinion to cover up the truth of their sordidness, so as to achieve the purpose of not paying back the money? How do you know that the whole school knows about it? Wang Fan didn't answer Qi Shangdong's question, but asked directly in return. Is it hard to believe that he came with a loudspeaker to complain in the playground? Wang Fan, don't just think of working to make money as a licking dog. Have time to come to school to learn more to learn. Who's still earthy with a loudspeaker in the playground to say things? People Yang Wei directly after the passage of a 10,000 word article. There is a picture of the truth. I have to say that the brother you are really able to lick Fu Yanjia really so good? Wang Fan heard Qi Shangdong said the content of the brain directly after the downtime. MD a lifetime reputation to be ruined. During the time of pursuing Fu Yanjia, Wang Fan did say some earthy love words that could not be put on the stage. Bow. I went to get an infusion. What kind of infusion is it? Thinking about you for 365 nights. A lot of things will get tired after looking at them for a long time. Only you. The more I look at you, the more I'm happy. I'll raise you. Stupid. It's annoying to be held emotionally by someone, but it can also be sweet. Since he already knew the ins and outs of the matter, there was no need to listen to Qi Shangdong's nonsense and decisively hung up on him. I didn't expect this guy to be quite resilient, and only after 2 more calls in a row were hung up on. Did he stop? Then Wang Fan heard Lie Chenuan say in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, what kind of heavenly fairy is it that can make Wang Xiao drop his identity to dig his feet? Can you let the brother have a good look? Wang Fan looked at Lie Chenuan next to him with murderous eyes and asked. Asterisk. You're so boring, even eavesdropping on my phone calls. Lie Chenuan rolled his eyes and said, who cares to listen to your phone like your broken cell phone with the same as the external? I do not want to listen to all difficult You will not have any hidden secrets? There is Chao Zhou's fetish. Right. Wang Fan lazily ignored Lie Chenuan, looking at the pitted shell of the phone, and the broken screen, really with their own no less suffering. Later on, I will say anything to buy one of the hottest chrysanthemum triple stacked flat cell phone. See that the ungrateful will still say that his cell phone leaks sound. When the time comes, the phone will be folded up and shoot the girl. Fu Bo held a handbag in his hand, which was full of contracts for the purchase of the car. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't meet your requirement of 20 cars. I bought a total of 12 top-class sports cars from this store, and spent a total of $180 million. Tough luck Uncle Fu. Let them drive and send them back to the villa later. Wang Fan casually arranged, then looked at Lie Chenuan and them with a smug smile. Betting with him on money. Wouldn't it be equivalent to a poor man calling the shots with the god of wealth? Asking for trouble. Li Young, just now bet you lost. Should honor the bet just now. Hurry to finish, I still have things to deal with. At this time, Lie Chenuan, a crowd of people are all like dead parents as ugly, especially the guy who said he wanted to eat upside down. Lie Chenuan really didn't expect Wang Fan, a seemingly ordinary young man, to be so bold, and out of the blue was nearly $200 million to buy 12 luxury cars. Inima, even if it is the top rich young man of the 4 big families in Magic City, it will not be so bold. This Wang Fan in the end is what kind of family out of the young master? Thinking of this he shuddered. Like this kind of big shot to wanna mess with their family. That can be destroyed in a minute. Rush to recognize his big brother while he can. It might be an opportunity for him. Figuring out the key, his dead face instantly turned into a sunflower face, smiling that brightly. Wang Fan could not help but see the chrysanthemums tighten. This goods will not change sex. He is a steel straight man. Big brother. Lie Chenuan directly kneeled in front of Wang Fan. A fawning face called out, from now on you have what command. I will go on the mountain of daggers under the sea of fire will do to make you satisfied. Han Fei saw his boss kneel down and admitted. He also did not dare to have the slightest negligence. followed by kneeling in front of Wang Fan said, "Grandpa, from now on what you command, I will do on the mountain of daggers under the sea of fire will do to make you satisfied." The guy who said that if Wang Fan could become the emperor's customer of this 4S store, he would eat poop upside down saw the situation, and his face was more ugly than his dead parents. Kneeling on the ground, he frantically smacked his own big mouth. "Grandpa Wang, spare my life. It's all my fault for being cheap. I have eyes that don't recognize Tai. So you just have mercy and let me go as a fart." Looking at his mouth that was swollen by his own smack, Wang Fan knew that this bastard really didn't want to eat poop. "Alright, all get up," Wang Fan said in a serious tone. "Today is counted as a lesson for you guys. In the future, be low profile. There is a way to be outside of people and outside of the sky." After pretending this, he turned around and left, rather like everyone. Just as soon as he went out, he met the milk cover woman. She said with an apologetic and careful face, "Wang Xiao, don't be dog-eyed in the future. You still need to be professional to win in sales. Thank you Wang Xiao for opening up. Thank you Wang Xiao for pointing out. I will definitely keep it in mind." For this kind of little karami, Wang Fan was no longer in his mind because he wanted to pinch her to death as simple as pinching an ant. Lina smiled like a flower and said, "Young Wang, as you are our imperial customer, our 4S store has given you some gifts, and they have all been put on the back seat of your Kelman King." Not realizing that imperial customers have such treatment, Wang Fan asked curiously, "Are there any trifolding cell phones that Chrysanthemum just released in these gifts?" "Back to young king there is. We will give customers like you, every quarter, the most popular and fashionable items of the season, all of which are clothing, food, housing and transportation related items." "Good, go fetch the trifold cell phone for me and rush over." Wang Fan finally felt the joy of rich people. It really is that as long as you have money, there will be a bunch of people surrounding you to serve you. As long as you command, things will be done properly. On the streets of Magic City, a line of 12 top-class luxury cars made the pedestrians open their eyes. Chapter 18, Redeeming Skill Points to Enhance Physical Fitness. School Forum Net stormed. East Lake Bay Villa No. 1 had an owner, and among the owners of the East Lake Bay Villa, it set off an uproar. After all, it was a house worth $1 billion, and the owner demanded a perverted payment method, which was a one-time payment. But where a little brain boss will not spend so much money to buy a villa to live on their own. There is so much money. Do some business to let money make money is not good? There are also well-informed people from the East Lake Bay Villa internal staff to get the news. East Lake Bay No. 1 owner is now their boss. These curious neighbors are trying to find a way to get to know the new owner of East Lake Bay. Just at this time, 12 multi-million level luxury cars drove into the East Lake Bay Villa in turn. "My goodness milk, my dream car limited edition Lamborghini Poison. No, how come there's a Ferrari Rafa? I go, who is so luxurious? Asterisk. Porsche 918, Pagani Wind God, Siebel Tuatara. I planted grass. This is to open luxury car show? I can't believe my eyes. This is not just cars. This is a moving vault, a torrent of wealth. I never thought that one day I would witness such a miracle. These 12 luxury cars are like pies falling from the sky. It's unbelievable. I have to hurry up and send a friend circle so that my friends can see this scene as well." Among these people, there was a girl who was about the same age as Wang Fan, as if she had made some sort of determination, walked to the front of the wine cabinet, looked for a bottle of 82 years of Lafite, and then tied a delicate bow on it, stepped back a few steps to look at her work, still quite satisfied, then went back to the dresser and briefly touched up her makeup, picked up the prepared Lafite, so walked straight to the East Lake Bay 1 Villa door, rang the doorbell. This is to let the East Lake Bay Villa people, one by one, are dumbfounded up. Is this also good? It really should be the old saying, bold people first enjoy the world. So they seem to be inspired. There are daughters, immediately contact their daughters. No daughters on their own beautiful goddaughter to call over. No matter what, they have to make a good relationship with the owner of East Lake Bay Villa No. 1, which is a super rich man worth at least $10 billion. If you hold on to each other's thighs, you will be able to take 20 years less of a detour. After Wang Fan arrived home, the first thing he did was to use his Divine Greatness value to purchase skill points from the Divine Greatness Mall, and did a comprehensive upgrade of his strength, intelligence, physical strength, and spirit. During this process, Wang Fan realized that every time he reached the limit of human beings before continuing to increase his skill points, the Divine Magnificence value consumed to purchase Divine Magnificence skill points would be doubled. It made Wang Fan truly feel the troubles of Wang Duoyu. This money is really not good to spend. In the end, Wang Fan looked at the relevant information about the individual in the system, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Host, Wang Fan. Strength, 500. Intelligence, 500. Physical strength, 500. Spirit, 500. Divine Magnificence value, 1,000,000. 000. System, I boosted to 5 times the limit of an ordinary person. Why is the divine magnificence value left at 1,000,000? Did you embezzle it? Host, you're overthinking it. When this system accounts for the cost, it's not a simple calculation of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. It involves linear algebra, weighted average, calculus, etc. In short, I'm not going to pick you. Wang Fan understood that the system is an explicit pit. Anyway, he does not know how to calculate. It is not what the system says, but on the basis of the system giving him so many assets, it will be reluctant to forgive it. It felt like there was a layer of sticky stuff on the surface of his body, and when he rubbed it with his hand it was all mud. Wang Fan immediately went to the restroom, put water in the bathtub, which added milk, roses plus some essential oils, ready to soak a beauty bath. Just at this time, the doorbell outside the gate of Wang Fan's villa rang. Uncle Fu walked up and asked, I am the housekeeper here. May I ask what this young lady wants? Zhu Shasha politely smiled back. Hello, I am Zhu Shasha. I live in villa number 5, and have come over to congratulate neighbor number 1 on his housewarming. Saying that, she also didn't forget to raise the 82-year-old Lafite in her hand to show that she was sincere. Hello Ms. Zhu, my young master is taking a bath. Why don't you go back first and I'll tell him you've come when he's done. Zhu Shasha thought that this was the butler's self-righteous words of excuses, and the energy in her heart that she would not stop until she reached her goal came up. That's okay, I can wait. Zhu Shasha once again politely returned. I also hope that old uncle can help inform your young master after he finishes his bath. Many thanks. Uncle Fu gave a meaningful smile and did not pay any attention to Zhu Shasha, but turned around and left to return to the villa. Wang Fan found that this bathtub is also intelligent. Turn on the massage mode. It seems as if there are a pair of slender jade hands to help him in the massage. This feeling is a thief pulling cool. Let him really feel. Rich really good flower that good feeling. Picked up the side of the chrysanthemum roué red triple folding screen phone. Looking at a sense of seniority. Open the folding screen really should be their advertisement. How to fold. All have face. Wang Fan logged on to the school's forum, and found that the top hot post is Yang Wei this dog thing sent. Dormitory more than 3 years did not expect to be their roommate as a brother digging foot. Crashed the adultery was also called by the roommate brutal beatings. There is the reason of heaven there is still the law of the king. This title is like an old lady's foot binding and stinky and long, but it is very eye-catching. Digging the foot of the wall. Adultery was crashed. Was beaten. Properly the image of a complete victim. Often popular events occur. The public's psychology regardless of the right or wrong of the matter. First sympathize with the weak wave. After clicking on it, I saw Yang Wei's confession. How he treated Wang Fan as a brother. How he took care of him. And how he introduced his girlfriend to Wang Fan to know him. Buy him like this to add oil and vinegar to say out. Wang Fan properly became a backstabbing. Dig brother corner of the unkind and unrighteous scum. Of course, when said Fu Yanjie, also just said that she was a moment by Wang Fan fake rich second generation persona to the blindfolded. In Wang Fan's sugar-coated bombs under the onslaught. Only did not grasp the heart agreed to become Wang Fan's girlfriend. But as his Yang Wei's girlfriend, Fu Yanjie just spiritually derailed Wang Fan. In fact, did not have any substantive in-depth exchanges with Wang Fan. In the process of telling, all have green bubble chat screenshots, and even chatting voice. The whole article read down. Wang Fan completely became a joke. See Fu Yanjie photos and hear her voice. Willing to pay for Fu Yanjie all the ultimate licking dog. Even in order to please Fu Yanjie he even heartlessly misappropriated the money for his mom's treatment to buy gifts for Fu Yanjie. Simply unfilial and treacherous. I go, really let me open my eyes. Our school actually have such a garbage. Really outrageous his mom to outrageous open the door outrageous to the home. Like this kind of scum should clean him out of our school. With him as an alumnus is really our shame at Magic City University Academic Affairs Office come and control this scum. Seen licking dog? Never seen such a licking dog. Even his mom's money for medical treatment is misappropriated. Really At Wang Fan are you really such a person? Come out and fight back. Looking forward to you turning the tide. Chapter 19, Fascinated Zhu Shasha, confused Wang Fan. Looking at a Netstorm comment against himself, it made Wang Fan feel the power of the crowd's mouth to accumulate and destroy the bones. If he hadn't gotten the system before, it was estimated that Wang Fan's mind would have collapsed like most people. Maybe on the roof of the building or on a bridge. There is one more college student who wants to commit suicide, but now Wang Fan is facing all these attacks and abuses, which are childish and ridiculous to him. It is only a group of innocent and stupid college students who do not have the ability to think independently and only join in the fun. After a little thought, Wang Fan commented under the post, "It's not good to meet someone into the trap of others. The cleaner themselves to say more than useless. The eye does not necessarily see for real. I advise everyone to eat melons rationally. Yang Wei 88,000,000 3 days later must be not a single point of difference back to me. Or be prepared to go in to step on the sewing machine it. After commenting, Wang Fan exited the school forum. And Wang Fan's comment once again attracted a high level of attention from the college students in Magic City. Wow. I knew things weren't that simple, and it really made me squat to the flip. At Yang Wei come out and talk about this 88,000 800,000. This Wang Fan is strangely powerful, picking himself off in 3 tries and then threatening Yang Wei. Who can tell me where his bottom line stems from? I do think what Wang Fan said is true. If it's really like what Yang Wei said, he should have reported Uncle Hat instead of posting such a vocal post in the school forum. When Wang Fan took a bath and wiped his body, he found that 8-pack abs actually appeared on his stomach, and the lines of his face were more angular. In short, he was handsome again for a few points. Hands in a gentle grip. Surprisingly, there is a sonic boom sound ringing. Wang Fan feels that now he can kill a bison with 1 punch. For the current self, Wang Fan is very satisfied, wearing pure handmade silk-made pajamas. Let him have a feeling that all the pajamas he wore before were all garbage. Seeing Wang Fan coming out of the bathroom, Uncle Fu hurriedly repeated what happened when his neighbor Zhu Shasha begged for an audience at the door. Wang Fan said to Uncle Fu, if she is still outside the door, it means that the sincerity of her visit is still strong, so let her come in. Okay, young master. Zhu Shasha looked at the $3 million Chanel fashion watch she wore on her hand, and inwardly she had already cursed the owner of Villa 1. Since she was a child, she had never waited for anyone. It was all about waiting for her. This time it was good. From the time she came to the door of Villa No. 1, it had been an hour and a half now, and the owner of this house was still bathing. Isn't this purely sick? A big man bathing is slower than a girl. Could it be that this guy is otherwise how could it be so slow? While Zhu Shasha was angrily cursing and furiously spraying Wang Fan in her heart, Fubo walked out from the villa with an apologetic face and said, sorry Miss Zhu, I'll let you wait for a long time. My young master invites you to go in. Thank you. Zhu Shasha forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart, tightly holding the 82-years-old Lafite and followed behind Uncle Fu, entering inside the villa. Their family wasn't bad before, so the villa was decorated with opulence. But walking inside Wang Fan's villa made Zhu Shasha realize that it was worthy of being the No. 1 villa, and their families was completely incomparable compared to this one. At this time, Uncle Fu respectfully introduced to Wang Fan, young master, this is Miss Zhu Shasha from Villa No. 5. She specially came over to celebrate your housewarming. Wang Fan looked at Zhu Shasha and couldn't help but see a bright spot in front of his eyes, worthy of being a rich lady nourished by money. She was indeed a watery goddess-level beauty. Suddenly it made him feel that his eyesight was indeed too narrow before, and he was really blind to take a woman like Fu Yinjie as a goddess. Hello Ms. Zhu, I'm Wang Fan. I'm really sorry, the bath just now made you wait for a long time. Originally, the bottleneck of the 82-year-old Lafite in his hand was ready to give Wang Fan a backhanded blow to the head, but the moment Zhu Shasha saw Wang Fan, she couldn't believe her eyes. This world actually had the word of a tearing manga man, properly a stunningly beautiful man with sharp edges that came out of a comic. Zhu Shasha fell in at a glance. There was also his magnetic, charismatic, bubbly voice. It was simply a feast for the ears. Her eyes were full of red hearts, and she forgot her original intention of coming over to find the owner of Villa 1. His body walked towards Wang Fan uncontrollably, and then he jumped into Wang Fan's arms at once. Seeing this, Uncle Fu shook his head helplessly, forcibly holding back the laughter in his heart, and exited the villa. Wang Fan's entire body was also in a state of confusion. This situation was completely out of his expectation, an encounter he had never had in the past 20 years. Although he knew that after the system's transformation of his body, every aspect of him had improved. His face value and height had changed to a certain extent, but it was not to the extent that the goddess would directly throw herself at him. In fact, this was a comprehension bias. Wang Fan felt that he was a little handsome, but in Zhu Shasha's eyes he was just super handsome. Feeling the faint fragrance of roses emanating from Wang Fan's body, Zhu Shasha was directly intoxicated, and began to boldly go up, letting her really know what it means to wear thin and take off meat. The key is that 8-pack abs, really whoever gets on it is confused. At this rate, Wang Fan felt that he was going to wipe the gun and hurriedly pushed Zhu Shasha away. Sitting back on the sofa, he rubbed his face with his hands and made himself calm down in a hurry. At this time, Zhu Shasha, on the other hand, came back from that state of eyes full of peach blossoms, and now she was so embarrassed that her feet could gouge out 3 rooms. The resentment towards Wang Fan for making her wait for more than an hour had long since dissipated. I'm sorry, just now I was horny not on purpose. Zhu Shasha apologized to Wang Fan with a serious face. Wang Fan was filled with black lines and wanted to say to Zhu Shasha, Miss Zhu, listen to what you are saying. Zhu Shasha's parents don't say that they are quite prescient. This is not Zhu Shasha. It's almost like Zhu dumb *******. this is my housewarming gift to you, 82 years of Lafite. Please accept. For the 82 years of Lafite, Wang Fan still has heard of, currently on the market is unattainable. A bottle of value is basically stable value in the 100,000 or so. The first time they met, they sent such a big gift. The other party must have something to ask for. Plus just now Zhu Shasha's reaction. It can't be that she just wants to use a bottle of 82 years Lafite, wanting to get his man. Then she can be too whimsical. Wang Fan is not a casual person. Wang Fan took the 82-year Lafite that Zhu Shasha handed over, and placed it on the table after looking at it a little. Say, what is it that you are looking for me for? Wang Fan looked at Zhu Shasha seriously and said, I don't like to beat around the bush. Zhu Shasha felt that this Wang Fan really didn't understand a bit of sentimentality. He had brought wine over. Shouldn't he open the wine and the two of them eat a candlelight dinner together and then talk about things? How come it's so direct? Without the slightest padding. It's going straight to the point. This will make her very uncomfortable. There should be foreplay to be good. Chapter 20 Investing in White Goku. Zhu Shasha's request. Zhu Shasha forced her heart to say, I grew up liking anime, and when I grew up, I liked 3A games, and my dad loved me more. So he opened a game company for me. In Zhu Shasha's narration, Wang Fan learned that this is a girl who grew up in coddling. There is a big tree at home to give her shelter, so that she has not encountered the society's poisonous beatings. Unlike Wang Fan, this kind of cowhorse in the company was robbed of a single, and did not dare to put even a fart. As we all know, 3A game means, a lot of money, a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of time. In the case of Zhu Shasha's dad's abundant funds, to complete such a thing is still possible. Unfortunately, Zhu Shasha's dad with the former boss of the East Lake Bay Villa, are engaged in coal type of business, as the country advocates the development of new energy, wind, solar, photovoltaic and other clean energy without pollution. The traditional resource industry downhill. The business of Zhu Shasha's family has suffered a major downturn, coupled with her father's transition to invest in entertainment projects, successive encounters with a number of force majeure reasons, resulting in no release at all. So in the end, the loss of pants are falling off. Simply cannot care about the investment of Zhu Shasha Game Company. If there is no more money in, for this game company is going to close down. That is, before the investment of $300 million of funds on the water. Today learned that the first villa sold out. It is very curious who was so rich directly to take $1 billion of cash to burn the bag to buy this villa. Then later saw the value of hundreds of millions of 12 luxury cars appeared in the villa area. And finally even into the parking lot of the first villa. That is to say in just 1 or 2 days, the owner of the first villa to buy a villa and buy a luxury car, spent more than $1 billion. This proper 10 billion cash flow big brother. Otherwise who dares to be so profligate? Zhu Shasha then saw the hope. Their own game there is no salvation. Depends on the owner of the no. One villa. I thought it was a big belly middle-aged greasy man. Did not think it was a sunny handsome is tearing manga man. The only drawback is not to understand the flavor. I speak of some dry mouth, but also do not say let drink a mouthful of water, as well as have come so long, but also do not say let yourself sit down. Wang Fan also probably knew the situation of Zhu Shasha. He felt that since he got the system, it seems that everything has become smooth. When he had a luxury car, villa, shopping mall, school district house and more money than he could ever spend in his life, he was worried about how to spend it to get more divine greatness value. Zhu Shasha appeared in front of him like an angel, wanting him to invest some money to help her tide over her difficulties and complete her epic 3A game masterpiece White Goku, in which she had invested hundreds of millions. Money not knowing how to spend it made Wang Fan feel immensely distressed. Having money to spend instead made Wang Fan feel immensely happy. How much money do you need to be able to finish this game? Zhu Shasha thought for a moment and said, at least 400 million is needed. Maybe there will be various problems in the later production, and the production cost will need to be added more. During the process of speaking, Zhu Shasha had been observing Wang Fan's expression, wanting to get Wang Fan's attitude from it, but she was disappointed. Wang Fan was just like the bosses in those movie and TV dramas with the domineering president, putting on an emotionless dead face, but still handsome enough to make people's hearts flutter. If the money is in place, how long will it take you guys to produce this game? Zhu Shasha said after some serious thinking. At least 4 years. Wang Fan didn't understand what 3A games were, and thought that this thing was just a low-intelligence game similar to the kind of elimination game, knocking some code to make some changes in the form of content and then it was done. So he shook his head and said, you may have misunderstood my meaning. What I mean by money in place is that you don't have to consider the cost issue. I have no upper limit on your investment. How long will it take to make it in this case? Zhu Shasha stared at Wang Fan with incredibly big eyes, her Zhu lips slightly open to say something, but didn't say anything. Wang Fan is not in a hurry, picked up the Evian mineral water on the table, was about to drink when he realized that he forgot to let Zhu Shasha sit down and did not give her water to drink. so he handed the unscrewed Evian to Zhu Shasha, and then said blandly, "Don't be so polite. Just sit down." After saying this, she no longer paid attention to Zhu Shasha but picked up another bottle of Evian and drank it. Zhu Shasha seemed to be under a spell and sat on her but on the sofa not far from Wang Fan. Detected that the guest's body is tired. "Do you need massage service?" This time Zhu Shasha made a big red face, and hurriedly stood up, looking at the sofa with an unbelievable face. "Don't be afraid. The whole house is installed with an intelligent system that can help you with conditioning according to your body's condition." Only after Zhu Shasha heard Wang Fan's explanation did she sit down again and turned on the massage service. Perhaps Zhu Shasha stood for too long just now, or perhaps the means of the sofa massage was more skillful. Without pressing a few times, she could be heard making some sounds that could easily make people's imagination come to mind. Frightened Zhu Shasha once again hurriedly stood up and said with an embarrassed face, "Your sofa is too immodest. I'd better stand." Wang Fan is also big speechless. "You don't want a massage, can directly order it to stop. On this brain can still open the game company?" Wang Fan couldn't help but put a big question mark in his mind. However, he does not care whether Zhu Shasha can open this game company in the end. What he wants is whether Zhu Shasha can spend money for him. In the shorter time to spend more money is what he wants. "As you wish," Wang Fan lightly said back. "You haven't answered my earlier question positively." Zhu Shasha stretched out 2 fingers and said, "With no budget cap, it will take at least more than 2 years. Whether or not a 3A game can explode is something that needs to rely on time to polish the details." "Good. I only have one request, and that is to finish the game as soon as possible." Wang Fan emphasized again. "Give me your bank card number for a moment. I'll transfer the money to you now." Zhu Shasha was directly confused. It felt like this was all a dream. Wang Fan only mentioned the time for the completion of the game production, and simply talked about some details of the cooperation such as equity, contract, his rights and interests, etc., and was about to directly make money. Is this just a stupid person with a lot of money? However, on second thought, a rich young master like this who treats money like dirt must have a behemoth behind him. If she dares to hack his money, she can be screwed herself in minutes. This thought quickly occupied Zhu Shasha's brain, scaring her. Hurriedly said, "This game I poured all my heart and soul into. It is also one of the reasons that dragged down my father's capital chain. I thought the dream was about to end. I didn't expect to meet Wang Xiaoyu in order to be able to get the pleasure to continue. So the part of the equity to see if it's okay to share it 1 by 1 and 9 by 9? Wang Fan can't help but frown. In front of this Zhu Shasha counting up to the account is really not stupid. He invested so much money only to give himself a share. She's sole possession of 9. Really take him as a wrongdoer. Zhu Shasha saw Wang Fan frown and immediately explained, "I want a copy. You account for 9. As if it is for me to leave some thoughts." Chapter 21 Investing 1 billion. Entering Bobo Talking Car live streaming room to eat melon. Wang Fan has plenty of money now. He doesn't care how much money White Wukong can make for him. Seeing that Zhu Shasha is so up for it, it's equivalent to giving him the whole company. So he said with great generosity, "On account of you still have a piece of filial piety. The shares will be divided in accordance with 37I7U3, the first investment of 1 billion, after spending and then look for me to ask for. I only have a request as soon as possible to make the game with quality and quantity." Zhu Shasha instantly tears. This is following her father outside. Another man so unreservedly give her love. Anyway, it is her so think. As for Wang Fan, admit it or not, that is Wang Fan's thing. No crying. Wang Fan couldn't stand the girl's tears the most because he didn't know how to deal with it. "First give me your bank card number. Transfer it to you first. As for the share transfer and investment contract, just turn around and get it to me." When Zhu Shasha saw the text message from her bank, she once again had the urge to cry. $1 billion just arrived. Her company was saved this time. When she wanted to say something, Wang Fan interrupted her once again. "Don't say thank you. Just run the company well and don't let my money go down the drain. It's not too early. It's just right to have a dinner with me." After saying that, Wang Fan tapped the armrest of the sofa. Surprisingly, it was a display screen. Clicked the call button. From inside came the voice of Uncle Fu. Wang Fan asked him to arrange for dinner. Not long after, under the leadership of Uncle Fu, the waiter pushed a food cart in, walked to the table and stopped looking at Wang Fan and asked, "Young Wang, do I need to give you the name of the dish?" Wang Fan nodded in agreement. Steamed eggplant with black truffle sauce. After steaming the eggplant, it is drizzled with a special black truffle sauce so that the eggplant fully absorbs the aroma of the truffle and has a rich and layered taste. Steamed jumbo lobster, keeping the original flavor of the lobster, simply seasoned and steamed. The meat is tender and delicate. Cod roe sushi. Cod roe is placed on top of sushi rice, with a gentle bite. The freshness of the roe and the sweet and sourness of the vinegared rice intertwine in your mouth. Pan-fried A5 Wagyu beef steak. A 5-grade Wagyu beef is used in pan-fried until the outside is charred and the inside is tender. The meat is delicate and juicy and melts in your mouth. Truffle onsen egg bibimbap. A base of onsen egg with black truffle sauce. tossed with rice and served with both the tenderness of the onsen egg and the aroma of the truffle. This bottle is ringing 30-year-old whiskey. This is Louis XIII brandy. Enjoy your meal. Zhu Shasha was once again dumbfounded. Is this the gap between rich and poor? This Wang Xiao was going to eat more than $100,000 in one meal. It made her, who grew up in fine clothes, suddenly develop a sense of inferiority. The saying that people should be thrown more than others is not true at all. Suddenly she thought again. This is good wine and good food. It is hard not this Wang Xiao is interested in her. Want to get her drunk. Then with her. When she thought of this, her cheeks heated up. There was a kind of scalding hot feeling. And then she stole a glance at Wang Fan, thinking that if it was really like that she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Who could turn down the killing power of a ripping manga guy? Unless she was a lesbian. In front of the food, the two young people put down their respective reserves, eating or very enjoyable. In the middle also drank some whiskey, but Wang Fan felt that the taste is general also shallow. This, on the contrary, let Zhu Shasha a little puzzled. Not should be fierce irrigation of her wine to come, and then eat while the charming atmosphere. She was half pushed under the two people to happen a little indescribable things, out of her expectation. Wang Fan ate enough, directly lying to the room on top of the rocking chair, took out his cell phone, began to brush the jittery een, as if he had forgotten her. The food in front of him became tasteless. Wang Xiao. Zhu Shasha let out a soft cry that Wang Fan did not hear, so he walked up and shook his recliner. Wang Fan then realized that there was someone else in the room, so he said, "How come you haven't left yet? Didn't you have enough to eat? Let Uncle Fu serve you some more if you don't have any." Directly Zhu Shasha made a big speechless. Really blind long a pair of good skin. Is this emotional quotient is worrying? To be honest, Zhu Shasha really wanted to jump onto Wang Fan, break his face and ask him, am I not as good as those demure ES in the short video who are scratching their heads? But on second thought, this was her gold master father, who had just gotten $1 billion investment. She couldn't afford to offend, so she could only say, well, give you a greeting and leave. Well, go slowly, and spend the money as soon as possible. Not enough people to find people. The equipment does not work to change the equipment. To make the game as soon as possible. Do not think about the money. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zhu Shasha gritted her teeth and finished her reply, turned around and left. What an insensitive guy. Wang Fan casually slid his hand and saw a familiar face on the screen. It was the anchor that he met while fetching the Bugatti Black Legend. Look at her screen name, Bobo said car, and then look at her body does stand up to this name of hers. Wang Fan clicked in and looked at her. She was recounting today's encounter during the day, saying that the Bugatti Black Legend owner was full of gratitude. Bobo, don't reminisce. Some people once you miss it is no longer. Bobo, listen to my brother, a word of advice. This kind of man you cannot grasp. I will be more good grasp. I'm really convinced that you LSPs, not only do you spend money online, but you also blot Bobo offline. It's really disgusting. This period was also interspersed with some love hearts, sunglasses and other small gifts flashing on the public screen. Just at this time, someone in Bobo's live broadcast room applied for connecting. In fact, Bobo didn't want to connect. After all, she was still immersed in the loss of not asking for Wang Fan's contact information. Maybe it was because her heart was not in the right place. When she refused to connect, she accidentally pressed the connect button. When she was about to hang up, the other person's face appeared on the screen, which instantly made the LSP in the live broadcast room get all excited. The person who was connected to the microphone was not someone else. It was the other partner of the girl who was cut during the day, and also the girl who had a conflict with Bobo when she took a picture with the Bugatti Black Legend. The other party came up and said, remember me. I did not expect you, this woman so vicious. My friend was cut seriously injured, is still in the hospital rescue, but you opened the live broadcast to make money, just to say how you should compensate me and my friend. In fact, when Bobo saw the other party's appearance, he wanted to hang up, but at this time the people in the live broadcast room had already exploded. All of them had the attitude of watching the show. If she cut off the other party's mic at this time, she would definitely be felt by the nearly 10,000 people in the live broadcast room that she, Bobo, had a weak heart. Originally Wang Fan was about to exit. After all, see a bunch of old men in this chatting quite boring. Did not think that the daytime encounter there is a follow-up, so he stopped the exit action. Want to see what the other side in the end want to do. Bobo seriously said, for your friend during the day encounter I also very sympathetic, but all the things I have said in the law enforcement team with Uncle Hat, your friend's business has nothing to do with me, or else Uncle Hat will not put back. As the saying goes, there is a grudge and a debt. You should go to that person who hurt your friend to ask for compensation, not me. Chapter 22 Demon Aggressive. Bobo looks at death to take PK. The opponent was obviously prepared, and in the face of Bobo's impeccable defense, he directly offered a killer. Legally you are not guilty, but emotionally you are just at fault. I want to ask you, is the killer a fan of yours? Is it because you rubbed your nose in it all day long that he got the wrong idea and ultimately caused my friend to get hurt? After Bobo heard this, his face didn't even look too good. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room was still increasing. It had already reached 30,000. It seemed that there were topics that would never lack traffic. The other side is right. The guy who cut the people is through the wave live room to the line to prepare for the real wave. Accidentally injure others is just incidental hand thing, is not his intention. In the face of aggressive gestures, Bobo knows that he can't be silent and can't go off the air. That will appear to be really justified and weak, and has been by the other side this way to take the rhythm away. I believe it will not be long before their own fans are estimated to run to the other side, to turn passive into active, so as to reverse the current situation. We are a society of the rule of law. I believe that the law will not let go of any bad person, nor will any good person be wronged. You also don't want to act as some kind of justice messenger role here. Tell me your real purpose today, or I'm going to hang up your connecting microphone. In fact, this matter also has to start from the other party before the backstabbing. The two went to Yida actually went to an MCN company to interview for the anchor, only for the other party to open the treatment of objections, did not talk about it. At the time of departure to see the underground garage, someone gathered in the Bugatti Black Legend there to take pictures, would also like to follow the luxury car to a few, whether it is sent to the circle of friends or shivering een, I believe that will attract a wave of traffic. After all, who can resist the temptation of beautiful cars? Did not want to conflict with the wave. In the course of the dispute was also chopped by the fans of the wave. This is the loss of a wife and soldiers, so that they also regret. They should not get together. Later, after the hat uncle came, should be sent to the hospital, should go to the law enforcement team to make a statement. I thought it was a very unlucky day. Who knows which MCN organization's operation director found her after stating the intention of cooperation. In fact, it is very simple, that is through this incident, to make them into a car class of beautiful female anchors, directly against the Bobo. So with the Bobo Lien Mai aggressively, her credibility down, and then PK mode, let Bobo apologize. After this series of operation, I believe that the Bobo fans will be attracted to her. After all, the party in the whirlpool of public opinion. Whoever wins will get more traffic. That's why there's the matter of connecting to play PK tonight. Even if Bobo doesn't connect this time, the other party will send Water Army to her live room to uproar for her to connect. MCN has plenty of nasty tricks to deal with to run, so don't sign MCN easily. Demon, begging for an apology version. My purpose is very simple, compensation to my friends and me, but also to send a video top to us to apologize. When I also know your anchor's routine, the main fight is not profitable. Bitter words to give you reasoning is useless, but by playing PK way to determine the winners and losers you are happy to accept. Then let's fight. If you lose you will follow what I say. If I lose I will no longer pursue your responsibility. How about it? Bobo quickly calculated the real purpose of the other party. At the same time, he was also looking at the reaction of these melon eaters in the live broadcast room. After all, the matter of playing PK was mainly dependent on these big injustice seeds in the live broadcast room. If they didn't support it, then PK would be meaningless. It would be a sure loss game. Of course the most important thing is to see the usual support of the List 1, List 2, List 3. Big Brother is not in, because they are the main force. Unfortunately, a glance over all the live broadcast, those white party in that blind uproar, let with each other to play PK. Their own big brothers of voice or not. To be honest, Bobo's heart has cooled most of the way, and his face inevitably showed sadness. How? You a million big netizen. Even a few tens of thousands of small anchors like me don't dare to fight. It's not like your fans are all zombie fans. Demon, begging for an apology version, once again mocked recklessly in the live broadcast room. Bobo, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. I'll take out my pension and help you defeat her. I just can't stand to see the other party's arrogant appearance. The other party is so arrogant. There must be capital behind them. They have already made a good game, just waiting for you to jump in. Bobo, we can't be a big wrong seed. Right, apologizing is apologizing. It won't be a piece of meat missing anyway. Who let us have trash in our midst? This is the cause that Bobo planted. She naturally has to bear this fruit. Mortal, fight her. I'll cover for you, the kind that won't lose. Mortal, you can't mislead Bobo here. You don't even have a fan light sign to add fans. You dare to speak out of turn. It's the opposite side who sends people to fan the flames. Right, Bobo, hurry up to pull this kind of people to black. Some people love to pretend. I went to see his homepage. He's just a flyer sender. Bobo, you can't believe him. He's an undercover agent. Mortal, this number is the number that Wang Fan registered before, which sent a few videos of himself when he was doing part-time work. The data is very poor. Almost no one pays attention to it. Now that it was being raked over the coals, Wang Fan simply set it up as a private account directly. which once again became the topic of discussion in the Bob livestream. Undercover agent, hurry to get out of the Wave live room. You are not welcome here. Have the guts to do not have the guts to admit, but also hide the previous video. The action can be really fast. Bobo in the most difficult time. You also jumped out to backstabbing. Advise you a word when a person, but don't go this kind of 10,000 people dislike the annoying spirit. Bobo watched the people in the live broadcast room to mortal net violence. She hurried out to stop. What are you doing? Don't you think my place is messy enough? Don't give the mortal a hard time. He probably means well. Demon, begging for an apology, spoke up again. Bobo, so many people support you to play PK, but you don't have the guts to take it. What are you afraid of? Are you weak-minded? Are you afraid to face the crime you committed? Facing the other party's humiliating questioning, Bobo gritted her teeth and decided to fight her. And if she really lost, she would just go off the air, then stop broadcasting for a month, and resume broadcasting after the heat cooled down. After making up her mind, Bobo took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled and said, although I know that this is a long-planned retaliation on your part, but like you said, after all, your friend's injury is indirectly related to me as well. I apologize for her injury, but this is not an excuse for you to find fault with me. Since you came prepared, let me see your strength. After saying that a PK with a hint of revenge has officially started, Demon, begging for an apology version, deserves to be prepared, coming up with a carnival full of flying. On the contrary, on Bobo's side, it was still uneventful, careful heart, roses, glasses, a few several appearances. The progress bar of both sides showed a one-sided trend. Chapter 23, Successful Tower Stealing. Dedication Son, why do you love someone else behind my back? Where's that old man who's going to take out his pension to support Bobo? Hurry up and get on Carnival and shaking no. One ah. And that mortal who spoke out of turn to help Bobo pocket. You can be really annoying. Cowhider blown by you. A PK to play the disappearing act. What the hell ah. Bobo is going to be finished. This is no way to fight. The other side of the people less big brother more. This carnival is like no money has been smashing. This a moment are big dozens of. Originally, after the PK started, Wang Fan was about to reward. This time came a phone call. It was a phone call from their guide, inquiring about the matter about him and Yang Wei, because this matter had been making a lot of noise. There were even some good students who moved the post from the school forum to their social media. A public opinion storm was also formed outside the school. If it was not handled well, their Magic City University would definitely be affected. So the school sent their guide to understand the real situation. Wang Fan then gave a brief account of what had happened. But this was definitely something to look at the evidence rather than listening to the students' side of the story. Finally, the counselor said, Wang Fan, you bring the evidence to the school tomorrow, and I'll call Yang Wei and we'll deal with it face to face. If you are innocent, the school will definitely clear your name. Like this kind of situation, the school must be to make peace with the way to deal with. In fact, to get not substantial solution, Wang Fan is not likely to get the desired compensation. So Wang Fan directly refused to say, Instructor this matter I have already handed over to the lawyer to deal with. Our school should not interfere. Leave it to me to solve it. Yang Wei, they set up a trap to pit me for money. This has already constituted a fraud. You can also use this matter to knock those students within the school who are not in the right mind. The guide didn't expect Wang Fan to do things so crisply and efficiently, all looking for lawyers to intervene in, thinking that his reply on the forum was just words. Since this is the case, the guide will no longer be forced to say, that's good. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact me. At the same time, I will also report your side of the situation to the school. Okay, thank you, counselor. After hanging up the phone, the cell phone interface returned to the Bobo live broadcast room. Seeing the progress bar of the bounties from both Bobo and Demon, as well as Bobo live broadcast room's overwhelming tirades against himself. Then he took a look at the time to the end of the PK. There are still 2 minutes. I hope it's not too late. In the face of the Demon live room that big dozens of carnival, the pressure of the Bobo live room all do not dare to breathe the atmosphere of the time. 10 consecutive carnival appeared. Like to give this dead air live room injected a shot of cardiac needle. Wow. Our Bobo's big brother finally awakened. A come up is 10 consecutive hair carnival. Awesome class. Oops I go. It's Mortal Big Man. This is properly running to steal the tower ah. Mortal Big Man powerful. Just now who in the back of the cricket big brother to come. Hurry to roll out to apologize. MD, upstairs you have to point B face. Just now you scolded the Mortal Big Brother scolded the most fierce. Mortal sends Carnival X20. Carnival for Mortals X50. Mortal sends Carnival X99. A new round of Carnival boost. The number of people in Bobo's live room rose from the previous 10,000 to 80,000, and Demon's live room dropped from the previous 100,000 plus to 50,000. 000. Under this contrast, Demon hissed loudly in the live broadcast room. Big brothers, hurry up on the carnival. The opposite side wants to steal the tower. To be honest, Wang Fan's appearance did catch Demon's MCN company off guard, because organizations like theirs are well researched for Darren and the people who give rewards to live broadcasts. Just like this PK fight with Bobo, according to the data they picked up about Bobo's live broadcast reward, the most one received only 50 carnivals. They had prepared their budget this time according to 3 times this value, 150 carnivals. According to their plan, it was actually very simple, which was to blindside the opponent's top 1, top 2, and top 3 big brothers as soon as they came up, making them feel scared and hopeless of victory. Only then would they not help Bobo play PK, so as soon as they came up, they attacked fiercely, directly rewarded 50 carnival, and saw that the opposite side did not make any movement. They relaxed their vigilance, began to 1 or 2 carnivals a minute. Whenever the opposite live room appeared a carnival, they added 2 more carnivals. This is the operation strategy, and the final result is as they expected. The bounty bar of the Demon's live room always presses Bobo with absolute advantage. Huayang MCN Operation Director Zhang Boyang saw the scene in the background. His face became extremely ugly. How did the other party's live room suddenly appear such an unconventional master, disrupting all of their rhythms? He said with a gloomy face, all in. So the carnival reward contest appeared again between the 2 sides' live streams, and then Zhang Boyang also dialed his boss's phone and talked about the situation over here. After hanging up the phone, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and by letting the operations under him give Demon a hint that no matter if he wins or loses this game, he will have to play another game with Bobo. Originally some frustrated mood of the Demon. At this time the face once again overflowed with a triumphant smile, followed by as in the live broadcast room began a hot dance. Demon is so great, the body does not lose Bobo, but also multi-talented. Love love love. This long legs, this softness. I've already thought of 108 moves. It's obvious that those 2 balls were moved with a knife. The rhythm of swinging is not right. Such a special thing, decisively pay attention to a wave. This big night is too appropriate. Don't stop. At this time the PK of the 2 people also entered the countdown. Under the 198 carnival of Wang Fan, the live room of Bobo said the car realized the Jedi reversal. Bobo happily jumped up in the live broadcast room. The 2 basketballs jumped in front of his body. Watching those LSPs in front of the cell phone screen one by one were all excited and bad. Immediately picked up the side of the toilet paper, ready at any time, afraid of nosebleed out. Bobo happily bowed to the screen and said, thank you for the support of the mortal man. Do you want to see any talent? Singing and dancing are fine. I go. Bobo, you still have this kind of skill. Why don't you take it out earlier? Maybe I'll brush you too wazzy on impulse. It looks like fake fans. Old fans all know that Bobo started out as a talent anchor, and then was coached by a bunch of LSPs to become the current spitter anchor. Just now our Bobo jumped those times. Immediately compared the opposite side of that Demon to the Demon. Real material is the king. Wang Fan thought about typing out the title of a song, Why Do You Love Others Behind My Back? Holy, that woman with no eyes. She doesn't even know how to cherish mortal darling. Mortal baby, come to my sister's arms. Here is a warm harbor for you from my sister. After Bobo found the accompaniment, she began her deep singing, interpreting the kind of pain, confusion and incomprehension when facing love betrayal that the song is trying to express. Chapter 24. Whoever insults me will be executed even though he is far away. Mortal man overlord, the most beloved lover has hurt me the most. Why do you love others behind my back? Listening to such straightforward lyrics, it still touches Wang Fan's heart. He loved Fu Yanjie with all his heart, but he didn't expect that in the end it would be that pair of dogs who were scheming against him. It's really the way of heaven. Since they are planted in their hands, they absolutely must be sent in, so that he can have peace of mind. This would give him peace of mind, and he would also be better able to start a new relationship. Then he thought of that classic phrase that was circulating on the internet, falling in love? The jail kind. Demon started a new round of debt collection. She crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at Bobo with the other. Stop, 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 stop. What's so good about this kind of sick zone? That game just now doesn't count. Your big brother doesn't talk about martial arts and virtue. It's a little trashy to engage in a sneak attack. Bobo didn't pay attention to her opponents shouting and directly muted her. She was still very patient as she finished singing Why Do You Love Someone Else Behind My Back? The song Wang Fan had ordered. Thanks again for the boost from Big Fan. Thanks. I'll private message you next broadcast and would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. At the same time return the reward you gave me. Bobo. In front of more than 100,000 people on the live stream, so bluntly expressed his otherworldly respect for Mortal Kombat. The LSPs in the live broadcast room were envious and sour with a mouthful of teeth. Hey, I didn't realize that Bobo is also such a material woman, captured by a few carnivals. Ha, woman. Sure enough, the The goddess of my heart is nothing more than a rich man's toy. I'm pierced by 10,000 arrows, brothers. What are you bunch of white whoring party screaming? If you have the ability, you also brush more than 100 carnivals for Bobo. Mortal big man, don't take care of them. I just want to ask if you still lack hangings on your body? I can hang as many as I want. Mortal, no need, just a show of hands. Seeing the words typed out by Wang Fan, Bobo's face stagnated. Then she smiled like a flower and said, then I'll send you my green bubble after I get off the air. You can add me down when you have time, and you can look for me anytime you're free. Their own goddess has become a rich man's licking dog. Let the shyness of my feelings Bobo, don't lick the mortal man. The demon is provoking again. Under demon's incitement, some of her fans also came to Bobo's live broadcast room in droves. Engaging in this tower stealing thing is so classless. Our family demon isn't like some people who can take and let go. If you lose, you recognize it, and if you get beaten, you stand upright. Demon is going to continue fighting with you. You wouldn't dare to fight anymore. In fact, Bobo didn't want to fight anymore at this time. After all, it was hard to wait for a real big brother. What she wanted was a long and thin stream of water. Instead of gripping the other party bald all at once, having a chicken that laid golden eggs was too much better than directly killing the chicken to get the eggs. At this time, Wang Fan was checking his divine greatness value through the system. He wanted to make sure that if he gave a reward to the host, could it be counted as his consumption? And could it be converted into divine greatness value? Host currently has a divine magnificence value of 10594,000, an increase of 594,000 or 198 carnivals from before, which means that rewarding the host is able to be converted into divine magnificence value. This discovery made Wang Fan incomparably excited. After all, money was just a string of numbers to him now, and he couldn't spend all of his daily interest. The divine greatness value was what was most useful to him. Currently his car, house, and career were all already top-notch, and there really wasn't much left for him to spend money on. Now rewarding female anchors can make his divine great value increase, so without doing anything, he directly charged 100 million into his Shakin account. This move also quickly attracted the attention of the official operators of the Sheikh Shady, and immediately notified the leaders above of this news. For this kind of God's hero who is not bad for money, the platform absolutely must carry out super VIP service. Soon the official operation director Zhang Xinbing called with Wang Fan. Mr. Wang, excuse me, I'm Zhang Xinbing, the director of operations of Shakin. From the day after tomorrow, I saw that you recharged 100 million, and I would like to confirm whether it is your voluntary recharge, and is there any problem when you are using our Shakin? We can all help you out. Wang Fan didn't think that he could attract the Shakin official by simply recharging. Hello Mr. Jang, it's me who voluntarily recharged. Help me solve the problem of your reward function. Can you adjust it so that you can fill in the number of rewards by yourself, and then reward them with one click? Instead of letting me click on the gifts one by one, I just rewarded 198 carnivals, and I almost poked and fractured my hand. Zhang Xinbing did not expect Wang Fan's requirements to be so plain and simple. The requirements of the god of wealth must be satisfied. Like this god can charge 100 million, the back is sure to charge 1 billion. Then his performance this year will be completed properly. So he said happily, Mr. Wang, your problem has been received. I will immediately arrange for the technicians to solve it. Okay, thanks. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fan saw Bobo talking about the car live room. Demon's fans and Bobo's fans were still at each other's throats. One said that the last bet had been completed and the whole PK had ended. The other one said that this is completely tricky. The win is not honorable. Want to prove themselves have to be square again. Don't get that kind of sneaky. Of course, there is also a vast array of insults to the mortals. Even if Bobo has once again stopped these demon live fans, anything can be rushed to her. Do not attack the mortals, but it does not matter at all. Bobo saw the situation has already had the heart to retreat. After all, the mortal is her benefactor, but now because of their own suffered an undeserved disaster, she is a little heartless. Although the traffic was still increasing all the time now, looking off the air in its current form was the best decision. Thank you all for coming to my live room today, and thank you to the mortal man for saving me from a crisis. Today's live broadcast, mortal, connect with her, see how she is screaming so much. I think the big brother behind is not simple. I want to see how much he has become. Wang Fan's words could be said to have stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, instantly igniting Bobo's live room. Mortal big man mighty. Mortal big man, your house lacks a janitor? I'm good to feed. A steamed bun can watch for a day. Mortal great man. Look over, I have 38D. I want to have a monkey with you, Bobo said with some embarrassment. Thank you mortal big man. I'm ready to go off the air. Just now you helped me win that game. I'm already very contented. I can't let you break the bank again. This time Wang Fan got anxious. His money hadn't been spent yet, And the god how value hadn't been earned yet. How could he let the other party go off the air? Don't talk nonsense, really want to thank me? Hurry up and play PK with the other party. Those who insult me will be executed even though they are far away. Those who insult me will be executed even though they are far away. The mortal man is overbearing. The one who insults me will be executed even though he is far away. The mortal big man is domineering. Whoever insults me will be executed, even though he is far away. Mortal big man domineering. Bobo took a deep breath, and once again a lovely smile bloomed on his face. Okay, I'll listen to your mortal big brother. Chapter 25 Reward 10,000 Carnival. Jedi strikes back shocking everyone. Bobo connected to Demon's connecting mic, and the two agreed on the criteria for a new round of punishment. Whoever loses dances a spicy dance according to the other party's designated repertoire. The two sides then closed the microphone, and then each in their own live room to encourage people to reward. Demon, in order to attract more fans in this wave of traffic, directly sacrificed the big killers. The steel pipe are raised up, to show a pole dance to the live broadcast home. Instantly the LSPs in Bobo's live room were attracted partly over. Bobo's side just acted more calmly. She had been asking the mortal big man's opinion to see what he wanted to see, and she performed what she wanted to see. To be honest, before there is no system, Wang Fan, in order to express his loyalty to Yin Shia, is not to watch this kind of hot body female anchor. Most of the time is to listen to songs or novels. Even if you are watching the live broadcast is only to see some treasure identification class. Of course, is pure white whoring kind, but will lament how people's homes have some silver or copper money, while his family ancestry is nothing left for him. For the cocooning class song Empty is still quite suitable for the once stupid self. Wang Fan then ordered such a song. When the prelude sounded, the first line of the lyrics especially grabbed Wang Fan's heart. I love too stupid too naive. Will be your loneliness as the soul of the match, but also my own self-inflicted surprisingly so serious. Believe that you more frivolous kisses. The sad thing is that he and Fu Yinjie did not kiss at all. And now imagine Wang Fan cannot wait to draw himself a few big mouths. Really should be the old saying, licking dogs do not have a good end. Thinking of this, Wang Fan raised his hand and smoked himself a big mouth. Now the card has spent endless money. All day light focus on their own cool. Have not given money to the family, really a great sin. So find mom's bank card, directly transferred 500,000 over. Really soon mom called, Fan, you are alright? How to suddenly give mom to transfer so much money over? You will not be doing anything illegal. Wang Fan hurriedly explained, Mom, what are you thinking about? Your son is so bad in your eyes. No matter what, he won't do anything illegal. This money is part of the dividend I gave you before for doing business with friends. You take it and use it with dad. My family Fan has made good progress, and has really become a success. Then your father and I will follow you to enjoy the blessings in the future. However, we don't have much money to spend, so we'll save this money for you and use it when you get married. Mom, the money is for you and dad to spend. There's no need to save up for me. Now that your son is rich, rest assured that he will be able to marry you back a few fairy-like daughters-in-law. Brat, don't mess around. The weak water is 3,000. You only take a dipper to drink is enough. Don't let me and your dad worry about you. Okay mom, I know. Surely won't mess around. You and dad take care of yourself at home, which don't need to save money for me to save money. I can earn money now. When Wang Fan was talking to his mom on the phone, the Bobo live broadcast room once again exploded. Said Car's live room how to sing a song. Even a big brother is not still playing PK with others. This is not looking for death. Just now who is in the dog barking those who insult me? Although far must be killed. Now people? And sneakily hiding ready to do the hook of stealing the tower. You black people understand what? Mortal big man is not like you these brainless goods. He is a strategy, wait for it. Then have you cry time. Mortal big man hurry out to extinguish each other's flame. Don't play the Jedi counterattack that set. The other side is now on fire. Huazi constantly obviously is not a person in the bounty. Later you can't point over will still lose at mortal. Bobo's song are finished. Just at the beginning of the time Wang Fan gave him a reward of 3 carnival. And then there is no then. Once again, there was no trace of him. And Bobo looked at the PK progress bar. He was crushed beyond recognition. Coupled with the demon's contemptuous eyes, she was somewhat regretting agreeing to a second PK, and could only ask tentatively, Mortal big man, what other songs do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you. There is no answer. Looking at the screen of the live room people, a singing sound. Bobo, also helpless, can only ask the live room people want to listen to what? She to sing as a way to pass this long PK time. After all, now for her a little bit of seconds like years of feeling. Zhang Xinbing, the director of operation of Shakin, is also keeping an eye on the live broadcast of Bobo and Demon, because he knows that Wang Fan is involved, the man who broke their record with a one-time recharge. After his colleagues in the technical department completed the request for Wang Fan to be able to enter the number of reward demands on his own, Zhang Xinbing immediately went to Wang Fan on the phone, only the tone was in the middle of a call. Wang Fan looked at the call prompt before thinking that there was still a PK in progress, so he said to his mom that a friend was looking for him and hurriedly hung up the phone, calling Zhang Xinbing back. Mr. Wang, the requirements you mentioned have already let the colleagues in the technical department to revise and complete. There is also a reminder that there is still a minute and a half left in the PK that you are participating in by you. Okay, as long as it doesn't delay me from stealing the tower. Thanks. Waiting for Wang Fan to return to Bobo Live, he looked at the comments section and saw a wailing chorus, and of course the mockery of demon fans towards himself. The only thing that made Wang Fan feel surprised was that Bobo acted very frankly this time, and was not as anxious as he was during the last PK, which was also considered an improvement. Mortal, I'm sorry, just had a delay. I never keep my word. This PK still kills the opposite side. Blowing awesome doesn't even make a draft. Demon's side has already rewarded more than 500 carnivals. Even if you're rich, it's impossible to order more than 500 carnivals in just 1 minute, so you're doomed to lose. Pretender. Still mortal. I see you as a diaphragm. Just a small piece of trash without a bit of self-awareness. So what to fight with others MCN? What a fool's errand. Just as demon fans were lopsidedly making fun of Wang Fan, a golden dragon special effect flashed across the Bob livestream. Asterisk 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 what's the situation? How did the official Shivering Een people enter the Bobo live room? Official, mortal big man is also the existence that you and other small caramels can underestimate. If he says he can win, he can definitely win. Don't doubt the big man's strength. Damn. Officially recognized big brother. Really worthy of being my mortal big brother. Love love love. Only to see a grand carnival appear on the screen, spreading the entire phone screen with incomparable splendor, and then transformed into a dragon circling the screen again. After that the dragon transformed into a text, Carnival X 10,000. It was seen that the PK reward progress bar, which was originally pressed by Bobo without the slightest bit of color, instantly crushed through with a devastating momentum. Whether it was Bobo or the people in Demon's live room, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, this kind of operation is really sick. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I said that the mortal big man is too bobo-y, had to kneel. The one who insulted me, though far will be executed. Mortal big man by little brother a worship. I Nima, too horrible I can dry out 30 million. Mama Bobo seconds into 10 million rich woman. Chapter 26, Shakian's God of Wealth Mortal Man. Airborne schoolgirl Lin Shia live streaming room. A PK rewarding $30 million at a time. Properly setting a record for Shivering Nether's reward. Shake was just too shocking. Even the official support of the mortal big man, then how horrible of a background should he have? Mortal great man, I have private message you. People are really 38D. Rich are fat T. Born monkey gaga fierce. Remember to add me. Mortal god ho. I can attack or defend or bend or straight, as long as you need to let me do anything. The upstairs. So disgusting. Hurry up and get out. Friends, what just happened? Which one is the big brother? Tell me about it to my little brother. Compared to the joyful scene in Bobo's live room, Demon's live room was much more muted. Huayang MCN Operations Director Zhang Boyang's face was incomparably ugly. He didn't expect Bobo's big brother to be so fierce this time, rewarding 10,000 carnivals in one go, which amounted to $30 million. It was completely an existence they couldn't resist. Before the second PK started, he had already applied for a budget of $3 million from his boss. No matter what, he was going to beat the other side down. According to Zhang Boyang's plan, the second PK they only needed to spend $1.5 million to almost take it down. Then they started the third live broadcast and spent the rest of the money, so that they beat Bobo by a big score of 2-1. Their side attracted a large number of fans, and at the same time suppressed Bobo's rising momentum, so that the operation was repeated for a week, so that Bobo's commercial value fell into the trough. They Huayang can carry out the second round of negotiation for Bobo. Then they can use the bottom price to sign her into the company, and then build a beautiful car matrix around Bobo, attracting a large number of automobile brands to cooperate with them. As for how to redeem the reputation of the previous Bobo after signing the contract, in fact, it is very simple. That is to pull out the demon to sacrifice the flag, so that Bobo stepped on the demon again on the throne. In fact, this planning can be said to be seamless. I did not expect to kill a Chang Bite Gene in the middle of the road. Really damned. In the face of such an unorthodox divine hero, let them have a deep sense of powerlessness. This time not only did not suppress Bobo, but also become Bobo's stepping stone. Such a battle record can definitely make her increase over 1 million fans overnight. Who is not curious about the mortal big man behind her? The key is that this mortal is still an officially certified big man. This Nima is unresolved. Zhang Boyang once again put the phone to the boss and explained the situation over here. Bobo, at the request of the LSP in the live broadcast room, made the demon on the opposite side dance a network god song Big Pixie, and the range of movements was quite large, completely able to see the demon's entire body waves. A song ended off the mic. Bobo again expressed sincere thanks to Wang Fan, but also emphasized that let the mortal man must see her private letter to add her. This night is destined to become a lot of LSP's sleepless night. Their heart of the goddess is so watery in front of their face, turned into a mortal big man's licking dog. Bobo, this move also really hit Wang Fan a surprise. He also think to charge 100 million to spend. Now it is good only spent less than a third. People are gone. It's also quite annoying to have money that you can't spend. So Wang Fan began to continue to brush, hoping to brush to an eye-catching anchor, when the time comes to send her a surprise, to become her list a big brother. While Wang Fan was looking for the next target to help the poor, the entire Shakin was quickly ascending to the #1 position on the hot list because he had angrily swiped $30 million in order to get a smile from a beautiful woman. Every anchor was now looking forward to the mysterious mortal big man coming to their live room, and it was under this fierce publicity campaign that Wang Fan's private shivering in-account fans were all rising wildly. Brush to the previous often watch a treasure anchor. Wang Fan smoothly brush 100 carnival, again detonated the jittery een. A lot of anchors of the live room began to discuss the mortal big man, are waiting for his arrival. After all, like this walking living god of wealth who do not like Lin Shia live as usual, but today is a bit abnormal. That is, the live room of this 100 or so people are discussing the mortal big man. No one tease her, so he asked curiously in his own live room, what is the mortal big man you are talking about? Is it very powerful? When I heard the mortal big man in the wave live room feat, 2PK all is the absolute counterattack, but also is to crush the trend of the other side to beat not the slightest power to fight back. Bobo is also destined to become the most dazzling anchor tonight. Can get the favor of such a great man of God? Directly let their serfs turn over to sing. From a million level of little-known anchor, into a goddess of fortune by the goddess of fortune mortal man favored lucky goddess. A live price into tens of millions. Properly from the ugly duckling into a white swan. A lot of people are saying that the next time you see Bobo live absolutely can't see her wearing tights or yoga pants. Definitely will be for the mortal big man to cover the body. From this point of view, many white whoring party hated rich people like Wang Fan. Obviously they can utilize a lot of resources, but they still want to snatch rations from the mouths of the poor people like them. It's really a big bad conscience. After understanding the situation, Lin Shia also began to pray in her heart, praying that that mortal man could patronize her live room. Her mom was still in the hospital room waiting for money to see a doctor. She also took advantage of her mom's rest and came to the hospital stairwell. Live streaming would earn some money for their mother and daughter's meal tomorrow. Of course because of this thing, but also in her live room caused a lot of controversy. Think Lin Shia was borrowing her mom's sick to online hype circle money. Lin Shia cannot help but to the doctor to open the confirmatory list and other evidence, in the form of coding sent to their own accounts. Even so there are people who doubt, really let her very speechless. Of course there are some rich people, see Lin Shia long good, on the private letter she can help her, money to her mother to see the doctor, but there are conditions that is accompanied by him for a year. Like this kind of people are still quite a lot, properly is to take advantage of the fire. Lin Shia feel that this is an insult to her. Every time she faces this kind of people she directly pull black. A song Invisible Wings for everyone. I also hope that those who can afford it, send some small gifts to help me through my despair. With the accompaniment paired with Lin Xiao's gentle yet powerful voice, and of course the reverb of the building, the song was expressed to the fullest. Every time, strong and wandering alone. Every time, even if it hurts, I don't flash tears. I know, I've always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me to fly through despair. Wang Fan also did not expect that in the brush shaking surprisingly can meet. Their school's one of the three big school flower Lin Xiao. The most critical is with the reality to see. The key thing was that it felt completely different from the Lin Xiao that he saw in reality. In school, Lin Xiao always gives people a feeling of being unapproachable, but in the live broadcast time is like a neighbor's good girl. That kind of cold indifference is swept away, but more of a sense of affinity. Of course, Wang Fan unexpected. The original Lin Xiao singing so good. So Wang Fan went out and clicked on Carnival directly into the 100. Instantly Lin Xiao live room frying pan. The god of fortune mortal man big man came to visit. Chapter 27, Lin Xiao's live streaming reason. Mortal dogs are too hot. Looking at the ever-blooming carnival on the screen of the live broadcast room, like fireworks in the dark night, it illuminated Lin Xiao's live broadcast room. She instantly burst into tears, but she was still very professional. Even though this sudden happiness smashed her a little dizzy, she still controlled her emotions and sang steadily. She had folded her hands though, expressing her respect for the mortal bigot. I go, worthy of being a mortal big man. Every time you arrive at a live room you first come to 100 carnivals. Awesome. Goods then goods should be thrown. People than people damned. Mortal big man, a shot is 3 years of wages. How the gap between people is so big. I want to be rich. Mortal great man. Begging to embrace the thigh. What kind do you like? I can be male or female or a siren. Whatever you like. Mortal big man. I'm a college student. Can you give me some money so that I can pretend to be a pussy in school? At the end of the song, Lin Shia hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Mortal Dog. Thank you Mortal Dog for the reward. My mom is finally saved. Woohoo. Whoa. Sorry, I lost my temper. I'll adjust my emotions. Wang Fan also didn't expect that he was just trying to get some godly value. But he didn't expect to make big schoolgirl Lin cry and save her mom's life. This was really saving someone's life. Giving Wang Fan a full sense of accomplishment. Then isn't it possible to be like this? To go to some people who really need help in the live broadcast and help them through their difficulties. In this way the wealth in one's hand is also considered to benefit the suffering people. Wang Fan felt that this was a very good way to engage in the value of God's honor. But then he thought about listening to some stories of suffering every night. He invariably became a human garbage can. Don't turn around and pile up too much negativity. And his own spirit went out of whack. Then it would be a lost cause. Before the money was spent, the person went crazy. That would really be too sad. Lin Shia quickly adjusted her emotions. With a smile on her face again expressed her apologies to Wang Fan. Seriously said in front of the screen. Thank you Fan Darren. I don't know how to repay you. Wait for the next broadcast, I'll give you my contact information. I hope that you will add me at that time. I go. My goddess went down the altar so quickly? How can you let me live? It really should be that sentence. The goddess in your eyes is just a licking dog in other people's eyes. Hey, where do all these rich people get their money from? I also want to become rich. Who can teach me? Mortal, no need. Just a show of hands. Do you play PK? To be honest, Lin Shia usually rarely connected to the microphone, because she knew she didn't have much of a big brother. And most of these people who came to her live room came because of her face value. Often are playing the mouth. Really give her a reward for very little. A live broadcast for 2 hours. Received a reward of more than 100. Barely enough for her and her mother's food expenses for a day. Lin Shia said with some embarrassment. I'm a small anchor. Even to some of the big anchors people are not willing to play. Small anchors basically have no big brother. Playing PK is also meaningless. So rarely play. I go. Is Goddess Lin so real? Mortal majors clearly want to take you flying. You say this. It really fulfills the saying that people, can't earn money outside of perception. Hey, the goddess of wealth has arrived at home. Goddess Lin is trying to push the goddess of wealth outwards. What are you pretending at this time? Think about your mom's illness. Looking at one comment, Lin Shia wanted to cry again. She wasn't pretending, but she didn't want to deceive the mortals who helped her. Mortal, what kind of disease does your mom have? Does it require a lot of money? Speaking here, Lin Shia again a bit unable to control her emotions. Hiding from the camera again, deep breaths to adjust after. Only then narrated. Her mother had a heart attack. Now need to do bypass surgery. Because their family from the mountainous rural areas of Guizhou, the family's main income rely on the father to work outside. The mother at home farming. She is considered more competitive, admitted to the Magic City University. Originally thought that after their family's good days are coming, but the mother due to long-term labor, coupled with a person at home diet irregularities, a variety of reasons under the role of heart problems. The hospital recommended a heart bypass surgery, but the procedure cost more than 300,000 yuan, which is simply not affordable for a family like hers. But lives are at stake. Her father and she borrowed with the surrounding people all over the place. And now there is still a difference of more than 100,000. A moment and do not know where to get. Lin Shia thought to publish her own encounter to the internet, to see if you can get the help of kind-hearted people. Every day as her mother rested, she came to the hospital stairwell for live broadcast. Anyway, can earn a little is a little, at least can reduce some of the burden of the father. As for her, after her mother was hospitalized, she took leave from school to take care of her mother. Listen to the story of Lin Shia. In fact, Wang Fan is still quite touching. His mother last overworked into the hospital, while he took his father to his mother's treatment of the money to pay Yenjie to buy a bag, but lied with a friend to do business with the urgent need to turnover. Really damned. Later, I heard that my father went around begging people to get enough money to give my mom medical treatment, and now I think about myself at that time. I was really haunted. Mortal, for the sake of your filial piety, sing me some of your best songs. Actually, this sentence was a bit of a donkey's head, but now that Wang Fan had money in his hand, even if he went crazy in Lin Xiao's live broadcast, other people wouldn't say that he was bad, but rather they would think that he had a personality. Listening to Lin Xiao's melodious song, thinking about the scene in the school where he once met Lin Xiao by chance, as well as the pure dream about Lin Xiao that he had when he was dreaming at midnight, Wang Fan's carnival rain bloomed again in Lin Xiao's live stream. and the official took a look at the Mortal Kombat man parachuting into a vegetarian livestream, and then took a look at a big beauty. Hurry to push the stream. So many people followed the mortal big man's steps to Lin Shia's live room, instantly attracted by Lin Shia's pure appearance. Casually is a concern. Mortal Lord's strict selection is really extraordinary. Each is a goddess-level big beauty. Envy Mortal Lords daily. The rich man's span is big, from the Bobo Imperial sister to the dashing pure neighborhood little sister. It's never so plain and simple. Mortal great man, my god of wealth, please fulfill my wish and make me rich overnight. I suspect that mortals have problems, whose money is not blown by the wind, which has him like this crazy smash money. I hope that the relevant departments intervene to investigate him, whether it is suspected of X money. Looking at the screen full of carnival and the crazy influx of people in the live broadcast room, Lin Shia was a bit flustered, taking advantage of the singing gap to hurry and say, "Mortal big man, enough, don't reward anymore, donate the money to people in need. Sorry everyone, my cell phone is a little old." An influx of so many people. Some lag hope to forgive. Then later directly on the black screen downcast, people are too hot directly Lin Shia's live room burst. Chapter 28, System Rewards Personalized Female Secretary. Wang Fan's New Troubles. Wang Fan is a little speechless. How is it so hard to spend some money? Originally thought of brushing more for Lin Shia to help her through the current difficulties. Only just brushed 30 million. She was stuck offline. There is no one else. Tonight Wang Fan's plan was to spend this one small goal, but he didn't expect to come out on top twice. So he started a new round of finding targets for brushing carnivals, and anyone Wang Fan had an eye for would brush at least 100 carnivals, a move that instantly triggered the shaking een. Everyone scrambled to open the live broadcast, all silently praying for the mortal big man to come to their own live room. According to the minimum of 100 carnivals, the platform deducted half, and in the end, there were still $150,000 in the hands of the mortals. Among them, there is an ordinary girl, in her own small rental house, all by herself to celebrate her birthday. She opened the live broadcast as to let the netizens to accompany them. There are only 20 or so people in the live broadcast room, or in and out of the kind. She just closed her eyes and made a wish. Wang Fan brushed to her live broadcast room. Seeing such a scene, it is still quite pitiful. A girl drifting outside, without any friends, and I don't know if I have gotten the blessing of my family. So Wang Fan directly rewarded 100 carnival, followed by another sentence, "Happy birthday to you." When the girl opened her eyes after making the wish, she realized that the number of people in the live broadcast room was over 10,000, and everyone was wishing her a happy birthday. Seeing the scene, she was directly dumbfounded. Could wishing be so spiritual? Just now she wished for a stable job and a big fortune. Seeing so many people, she thought that it was the official who saw the unknown merits in her and was ready to vigorously promote her to become a big anchor. Blogger, you're really lucky to be able to be favored by Mortal Big Brother, directly giving a reward of 100 carnivals. Mortal Big Man even personally typed to wish you a happy birthday. I also want to go to my birthday. Mom, why didn't you give birth to me 20 years ago today? Borrowing the blogger's good luck. I hope that mortal dog will come to my live room and make me a little windfall. Looking at everyone's comments, the girl also realized why there was a sudden influx of so many people in her live room, and then looked at her live income, instantly flaxed and dumbfounded. Then wowed, she really was that good luck girl. 150,000 full 150,000, which gave her a lot of confidence, thinking that she would definitely be surrounded by the god of luck from now on. So she whimsically thought that she would be blessed by the mortal great man would become a big anchor, and then she would have an income of $150,000 every day. It wouldn't take long for her to become a human being and get rid of the family of origin that made it difficult for her to talk about. If Wang Fan had known that she would think like this, he definitely wouldn't have gone out of his way to help her celebrate her birthday, and wouldn't have let an originally hardworking girl turn into a whimsical and guarded girl. One after another, Wang Fan scattered 10 million, and finally stopped at the live broadcasting room of a rescue station for stray cats and dogs, looking at all kinds of cats and dogs of all shapes and sizes inside. Seeing the live broadcast of the big sister should not be very old, already full of white hair. She is sitting there to tell the origin of every little animal around. There was a little teddy without 2 front legs, using the remaining 2 little short legs, jumping around and asking the big sister for food. There was also a cat lying on the ground unable to straighten up. It can be said that these stray animals, before coming here, do not know how much suffered what inhumane persecution. But in the big sister's careful care, they have a renewed sense of trust in people. How does the saying go? These wandering hurt little animals, in the nourishment of love will be crazy growth of flesh and blood. Without saying anything, Wang Fan directly put the remaining $30 million in his account and rewarded them in the form of a carnival. And the big sister of the rescue station swept away the sadness and fatigue on her face, and expressed her gratitude to Wang Fan on the screen. At this time Wang Fan's mind once again sounded the system's voice. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Rewarding the anchor with 100 million dragon coins. Rewarding a personal secretary. Is it effective immediately? Wang Fan had wanted to look at his watch and realized that his wrist was empty and immediately had the idea to buy a watch. Picked up the phone and found that it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and muttered in his heart that it was all at this point, and the effective will appear? Host, don't doubt the ability of this system. If you don't believe me, try making your bird 10 centimeters smaller? System greatly. Spare me, please don't. That would make my life worse than death. I believe in you still can't do it. In that case then it will take effect immediately. When he heard the knocking sound from outside the door, Wang Fan said please come into the door through the intelligence system in the house. Fubo then led a long black hair bundled into a low ponytail. A few strands of broken hair flicked in front of her forehead, dressed in a fitted suit with a simple white shirt inside, with a silver necklace, showing elegance and fashion. High-heeled shoes are steady and confident, and the briefcase is held tightly in the hand, exuding the professional woman's competence and elegance. If paired with a pair of black glasses, it would make Wang Fan think of the heroine in certain small movies. It was truly a product of the system. Hello boss, I'm your personal secretary Dongming Jiao. You can tell me anything you need in the future, whether it's work or life. I can help you out. Dongming Jiao said to the end of the obvious eyes more deeper meaning, looking at such a seductive secretary, so that Wang Fan remembered a sentence, there is a secretary to do, nothing to do secretary, or the system is deeply in his heart. Very good. The second floor study has a few boxes of proof of property rights. From tomorrow you understand to familiarize yourself with. In the future, the industry under my name will be given to you to take care of, and your salary will be tentatively set at $10 million per year. Project commission and bonuses are calculated separately. I can only say that it will only be higher than your salary, will not be lower than your salary. Dong Mengjiao's face showed joy and said, thank you boss, I will work hard. By the way, which room will I sleep in at night? Wang Fan also did not expect that this was a personal secretary or a live-in nanny. You can pick any room on the second floor. I'll stay on the third floor. Okay boss, then I will go and get busy first. After saying that and ignoring Wang Fan, she stepped on her high heels and clattered up the stairs. Of course there was an elevator inside, only Dong Mengjiao didn't take it, and as she was going up the stairs, from Wang Fan's perspective, the curve of her body could be said to be the golden ratio as well. When you don't have money, you always have a goddess, and when you have money, the goddess is still around. But although he has the urge to have a body, he wants to have a pure love more than anything else, the kind of love that is highly compatible with both the soul and the body. However, looking back, think now want to get such a relationship, I think it will be more difficult. After all, who knows the other side is not figure his money, or figure his face value. Alas, sometimes a person is too good, is also a kind of burden. Chapter 29, Dong Mengjiao cancels social account. Wang Fan comes out to buy a watch. The night was silent, and the following morning, Wang Fan, who woke up from sleep, looked at the furnishings of the house and had an unreal feeling. Previously, in order to save money, out of the internship are not far from long-distance trekking, back to the school to eat the cafeteria to live in the dormitory. Now he is living in a luxurious villa, lying in a fully intelligent big bed, can according to the sleeping habits, constantly adjust the sleeping posture suitable for himself, let the quality of sleep improve to a new height, habitually pick up the cell phone, early also not before that screen has cracks, cannot even spare to change the old smartphone, but triple-folded chrysanthemum machine, not to mention this thing brush video, is really addictive. Open the shaking all over the sky there is information about the mortal great man, clear color are envy and praise, let Wang Fan's vanity increased greatly, so he randomly took a picture of the room, directly sent it to his account, also with a paragraph of ode copy another day of simplicity. It is reasonable to say that this kind of casual shot, and not with music, or a photo, the equivalent of a circle of friends, in the jittery een is no traffic, but who let Wang Fan is not an ordinary person, is the attention of all the mortal big man, instantly let those melon-eating masses running around. Mortal big man has a new dynamic, so the majority of netizens turned into detectives and began to take up their respective microscopes to analyze the color of Wang Fan's bedroom photos. My goodness, what am I seeing? You're telling me this is a bedroom? This is simply the paradise I've been dreaming of. There's even a display screen on the bed. I'll go. This room can't be fully intelligent, right? It's really poverty that limits my imagination. That gorgeous crystal chandelier, and that pure wool carpet, and that painting hanging on the wall is actually the night banquet. I'll go, this is worth half a small goal. Can someone tell me where the mortal big shots live? I love those blowjob babes too. Seeing a bedroom like this, I instantly feel like my rental house doesn't smell good anymore. Work hard to move bricks, and strive to realize bedroom freedom as soon as possible. Every corner of this bedroom is telling me, it's good to be rich. Wang Fan took another look at his fans, which had reached a staggering 10 million and were still increasing. Luckily, he was using a chrysanthemum trifold cell phone. If it was an old cell phone from before, he probably wouldn't have been able to log on to Shaking at all. Brushing down further, he saw Dong Mingjiao live broadcasting herself practicing yoga, and the pink yoga pants outlined her perfect figure even more proudly. The height of 175 can still have such flexibility. Let Wang Fan cannot help but follow all want to be in the wrong. Then look at the comment area or some licking dog-like speech. To be honest, this moment Wang Fan some jealousy, like their own things have not been used. It was given to the judgment. So Wang Fan directly dialed Dong Mingjiao's phone. Originally in Dong Mingjiao's live room of tens of thousands of people in front of their eyes a black live room from their eyes disappeared. I go, don't bring this. Make me not up and down how to be good. This early morning's good mood instantly lost. Jiao goddess 2 not enough. Damn. Can only brush the goddess of Jiao before the short video? Life as a song. What to solve the problem? Only the goddess of Jiao. Dong Mingjiao received a phone call from Wang Fan and said back sweetly, "Boss, good morning. What is it that you command? Yubo register an investment company today. Let's call it Mortal Investment. Let's set a small goal first, to be among the top 10 investment groups in the world. Later you send me your bank card number. I'll make you some money. Okay boss, anything else?" Wang Fan thought about it and asked, "Are you very short of money, Dong Mingjiao? If you are lacking you can tell me. As the actual trader of the top 10 investment company in the world, you have to maintain a certain sense of mystery. Don't show your face on the internet for bad influence." Dong Mingjiao laughed from the bottom of her heart. "Boss, how is my figure?" Wang Fan was like a peeping Tom caught in the act and hurriedly hung up the phone in embarrassment. Dong Mingjiao laughed even more smugly, picking up her cell phone and directly uninstalling Shaking after a flurry of operations. I go, "What's the situation? Who the hell has the disease to report the Jiao goddess? I can't even see the content. Still missing the last point, what to do? Jiao goddess has withdrawn from the net. What's the situation? That bastard did it. I think there must be a conspiracy here. No, I have to report Uncle Hat." When everyone was discussing the mortal goddess, a small number of people began to frantically search for Jiao yoga all over the net, but they found that her accounts on various platforms had all been cancelled, so disappeared without saying goodbye. Let a lot of geeks are crying wet their pillowcase. If these geeks knew that their goddess had been taken off the grid by a word from Wang Fan, they would probably bring a 40-meter machete to block him. After having a sumptuous breakfast with Dong Mingjiao was about to go register her company, and Wang Fan took out the keys of a row of luxury cars and said, "Pick one as your substitute car." Dong Mingjiao didn't expect her boss to be so bossy. Looking at the keys of the 12 luxury cars, she asked rhetorically, "Boss, you're so nice to me. Are you trying to pick me up?" Wang Fan can't stand Dong Mingjiao's foreign liuzi, really throwing away all the pleasantries left by his ancestors. Speaking straight to the point, hearing Wang Fan's scalp numb, really a bit uncomfortable. Wang Fan picked up the car keys of King Kalman and said to Dong Mingjiao, "Work well, don't always think about those things. Your boss is not a man you can get if you want to." Seeing this shape is somewhat like a stealth fighter and full of future technology. Known as the world's most expensive SUV, Wang Fan is very satisfied. To say that the only shortcomings can be spit on the point is the maximum speed of only 140 kilometers per hour. However, the body weight of 5,500 kilograms, which is properly walking armored car, in the road encountered some small scrape, small touch, absolutely not afraid of any sedan. Drove to the Yida Plaza. Today Wang Fan came over to buy a watch. According to the instructions to the watch specializing in the place, looking at a wide range of brands, Patek Philippe, Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Omega, can be said to have everything. So many brands in Wang Fan recognize Rolex. After all, before the brush short video, always see some scum with a fake green water ghost rent a luxury car to cheat some scum women. So took the lead and walked into the Rolex. The waiter saw Wang Fan not only handsome, but also wearing Givenchy suit. It seems to be a powerful second generation. Very enthusiastic to Wang Fan to lead to the store. Asked him what his favorite style did not. Wang Fan thought about it and said, "Do you have a green water ghost?" "Yes sir, please wait a moment." With that, he put on his white gloves and went to ask for the key with the manager. Just at this time, a voice came from behind Wang Fan and said, "Yo, isn't this Wang Fan? Dressing like a man and coming to buy labor. Is he evening that big sister?" Chapter 30, Unhappy Past, Gaga and his big sister. Wang Fan followed the sound and saw a woman with 3 folds on her belly, holding a little fresh meat about the same age as himself, looking like a mother and child. The bad experiences he had once had came back to him like a movie. Wang Fan's company is an advertising company. 3 folds of the woman is the brand side, hands in charge of a $5 million of publicity projects. At that time, Wang Fan is responsible for following up this project. If this project can be successful, you can get a small 100,000 commission. For the then Wang Fan, this is a not small income. At that time, he could buy gifts for Fu Yanjia to make her happy again. So Wang Fan did it very seriously, and finally presented the program. Also can feel the three folding their company like, only before the official opening of the bid, no one knows who to spend. In a dark and windy night, three folding woman gave Wang Fan called, said for the program still have some questions, let him come over to talk about it. If she can make her satisfied, then the project will be given to them to do. Wang Fan didn't think much about it and went to the appointment. The triple-folded woman chose a noisy bar and couldn't talk about things in this kind of environment. Just a strong irrigation Wang Fan drink. What beer? Red, foreign, white, all let Wang Fan drink a whole. In fact, in the process of drinking, Wang Fan felt something wrong. Three-folding woman began to move his hands, which makes him very stomach. So drink will have to go to the bathroom to vomit, or body and spirit under the double blow he really cannot stand. The number of times more than three-folded woman said meaningfully, 1. The original you like is this tone. Sister age, really cannot keep up with your young people's footsteps. Who says that Sister Lee is old? I'll rush with him. Wang Fan directly transformed into a licking dog for the sake of the commission. Sister Lee will always be 18. When these words came out, Sister Lee smiled like a flower, and the meat on her body was like waves stacking and tumbling layer by layer. Looking at Wang Fan, he retched again, then said apologetically, Sister Lee, I can't, I still have to go to the restroom. Sorry. Sister Lee pulled him down with a smile that had some deep meaning and said, just in time, I'm also going, let's go together. Wang Fan had no choice but to follow her, and thus was assisted by Sister Lee as they walked through the crowd of dancers to the relatively quiet restroom. Wang Fan had just finished vomiting into the trash can, when he felt that he was hit by a mass of meat behind him. Looking back, it was none other than Sister Lee who had a crazy look on her face. Little Wang, Sister Lee has been in love with you since the first time she saw you. As long as you let Sis rear you, all the company's projects in the future will be given to you, said directly to Monkey picking peaches. At this time Wang Fan instantly woke up most of the wine. A Breakley sister's hand said, Sister Lee, I am a person with a girlfriend. You cannot be like this. Fool, haven't you heard the saying, young people don't know that answer good, wrongly treating young girls as treasures. Sister Me is your big treasure now. Wang Fan used his whole body strength to push down Sister Lee, then turned around and ran. Screw the young woman good. He can only be Fu Yanjia's treasure. Of course in the end this project Wang Fan did not take down, but was robbed by that dog leader of Wang Fan. It is said that the dog leader found a little fresh meat for Sister Lee, so that this project can continue. Wang Fan hurriedly shook the once bad experience out of his mind. For such a person he is lazy to take care of. There are two stinking money do not know their own surname. Then turned his head. At this time the waiter also opened the open labeled cabinet, from which took out the third generation of the green water ghost. Sister Lee is very unhappy. Of course, unhappy in her next to the fresh meat. It is not easy to get a rich woman. I did not expect to come out to buy a watch, but also met the rich woman's white moonlight. More upset him, and Wang Fan is too handsome. He is now very afraid of the side of the Lee sister abandoned him into the arms of Wang Fan. Then his green water ghost today will be in vain. So when he saw the waiter took out the green water ghost, grabbed the first step from the counter, picked up, and then fawning came to the side of Lee's sister, said, Baby, I'm talking about this, and now the old popular online. I wear it out, but also can give you a long face. Sister Lee said in a big way, Xiao Bao is good, as long as you obey, sister, to buy for you. As for those disobedient little king bar, only envy the part. The waitress said, Hello sir, sorry, this watch is what this gentleman is looking at first. You bring the watch over first. I'm a member of your store. Sister Lee looked at the waitress and said, Don't be ignorant and pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. I thought that the green water ghost, which was very hot on the internet, was such a high-grade watch, but I didn't expect it to be a Gaga model. Instantly Wang Fan has no interest in understanding, but also fortunately met this male Gaga, or else he wore it out. It is really embarrassing. Forget it, bring me the most expensive watch in your store. I'll buy it if it's suitable. Sir, our store has a town store limited edition Rolex, Unicorn Daytona No. 6265 is our boss's collection, worth $50 million. Wang Fan was interested when he heard it. It is really poor play car, rich play table, little cute, spell cell phone, second rate spell computer. Then come over and I'll take a look. If it fits your eyes, just swipe your card. Said also did not forget to put in the pocket of the ordinary agricultural bank savings card to show a little. The waiter returned. Sir, you wait a moment, I need to communicate with the boss. Just at this time, Sister Lee, who had been watching the fun, smiled and said, Little Wang, right, this ordinary savings card of yours, it couldn't have been given to you by your fruit-growing mom. That's $50 million, not $5,000. Do you really think that raw is those rotten fruits that your family grows? Seeing this, the little gaga next to him also followed the arrogance and grabbed the bank card that Wang Fan took out on the counter like he was robbing a green water ghost. This can't be a second-class bank card with a daily limit of $10,000. On this you still want to come and buy Rao. There has to be a limit to pretending to be a brother. Wang Fan felt for this kind of gaga with him to say a word is an insult to his personality, backhandedly grabbed the other side ate pain and said, ouch, you quickly let go of me. The people got hurt. By the way, Wang Fan snatched the bank card back. Backhand is a slap. The male gaga to the ground. Sisterly, he hit your baby, you have to do it for me. Wang Fan kind of wanted to vomit, thinking that this sisterly is also strange enough to find a gaga or one that looks like castrated goods. Wang Fan, grow up how dare you hit someone in front of me? Believe it or not, I can make you lose your job with one phone call. Wang Fan laughed coldly. Sir, namely, you play such a flower outside. Does your husband know about it? Let's threaten me with the job matter. I have already resigned. What other means do you have? Just make it out. After saying this sentence, Wang Fan regretted it, because he saw that pile of 5 flesh meat lunged towards him. Chapter 31 Confusing Relationships. Flip-flop and reverse again. Instantly Wang Fan was jolted. The pasty moo-moo reappeared again, and physiologically he reflexively wanted to vomit. That kind of meaty feeling like the waves of the sea, so that his stomach flipped up. Looking at the garbage can next to the cabinet, stooped down and began to vomit. It was also this action that Sisterly, who was going to monkey pick Wang Fan, directly pouted her to the ground. Male gaga see the situation hurried to assist. Sisterly also on fire. A slap on the face of the gaga. Damn, you this waste, the old lady are bullied. You do not know to rush up to me to do. Male gaga also wanted to charge also wanted to be fierce but just now by Wang Fan slap off 3 teeth. Now half of the face is swollen. He was really not Wang Fan's opponent. He was really scared, but the Gold Master had such a request. There was no way not to go into action. After all, the green water ghost hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't take the slap for nothing, so he rushed up with a stiff upper lip. He also learns from Sisterly wants to hug and wrestle Wang Fan from behind. Thinking of Wang Fan's figure, male gaga inexplicably has a kind of excitement, although Wang Fan is now vomiting a little bit of faintness. But after all, he has been transformed by the system to the body. Now all 6 senses are very sensitive. Feel the danger behind him, so do not even look at it. A foot kicked out. The male gaga was kicked to the ground before he got close, slid more than a meter to be blocked by the cabinet before stopping, and then a mouthful of blood spit out, his neck crooked and fainted. Other customers in the store saw the situation and screamed in fear, murder. Wang Fan was speechless, not knowing what the situation is, just screaming something, and at this time he also finished vomiting, turning his head towards the messy shouting melon eaters. The murderous eyes instantly let those who still want to shout tightly shut their mouths. Sisterly didn't expect her gaga to be so useless, but instead, it set off Wang Fan's bravery, and her heart became even more joyful. Little Wang, you've got a big problem. As long as you obey my sister, I'll help you settle this matter. At this time, a middle-aged bald old man rushed out from the crowd. Before he was held by the arm of a young college student-like girl. The balding old man angrily walked to Sisterly and raised his hand to slap her. Damn, dare to plant grassland on my head. Do you still have a ing face? After saying that is not yet relieved, walked to the already fainted gaga in front of him. Another beating and kicking, the pain of the body, so that the male gaga from the state of fainting to wake up. Seeing another strange man beating him, he looked at Sisterly and said, honey, your baby is being bullied. Do you care? Woo-woo. When the bald man heard this, he was furious and dragged the male gaga by his hair towards Li's sister. Sisterly was also a little flustered at this time, not expecting to be caught by her own husband in a place like this, but just now heard the male gaga call himself lovey-dovey. The brain is running at a rapid speed. Eyes turn a circle, then have an idea. Quickly stood up from the ground, then adjusted herself. She was going to start fighting back. The bald man flung the male gaga at Li's feet with a handful of extra hair in his hand, then threw it to the ground in disgust. He was ready to raise his hand to whip his wife again, but was blocked by Sisterly. Han Da Peng, you dare to hit my mother. Dying, backhandedly gave Han Da Peng a slap and scolded. You're outside attracting bees and butterflies. Old lady did not look for you to settle the score. You now find my head. Han Da Peng honestly was hit a little confused, and even fell into self-doubt. Is it that he looked at the wrongly accused his wife? Otherwise this situation is not quite right now. He is a. Sisterly kicked the male gaga with her foot and said, my best friend, you do not accompany me shopping. I cannot find a male best friend. You are only allowed to set fire to the state officials, not allowed to allow the common people like me to light the lamp. Where is this reasoning? To be honest, Han Da Peng is also a little weak. He is to follow their own little lover over to buy things, but also inadvertently see this side of the people more. The little lover is curious to come over to see. Did not expect to eat melon to eat to their own head. Sister Li's aura of a strong woman in the workplace was fully opened, and then pointed at Wang Fan and said, I'm a person who dares to do something. I do have a favorite man, and that's him. Wang Fan is really a little speechless. Sister Li this woe to attract this trick to play the thief slip. This is not heard that he likes the watch, only to come here to see, ready to send him a gift. Not to say that Li this trick is really work. Han Dapeng really angry toward Wang Fan. You are still college students, right? That's school? That's what your school teaches you, so you can get something for nothing. Wang Fan is really convinced that this old not bald should have a bright brain. How to him here into a paste. Wang Fan didn't pay attention to him, but walked towards the crowd and grabbed the girl who was holding Han Dapeng's arm before, and then pushed her in front of Sister Li. I suspect that she spent your husband's money and still has an illicit relationship with him. You can ask her to return all the money your husband spent for her according to the civil code, since it's your joint marital property. The melon eaters at the scene got excited one by one. I go, today this melon is overdone. It's like a melon within a melon. It's so cool. These two couples are invincible. Both are unclean. Why don't we just not say anything about anyone? How good is it to play with each other? Men are this kind of cheap species. He can play with other people's wives. Other people play with his anxious, unbalanced mentality. Sister Li is a veteran of the workplace. What kind of people have not seen? When Wang Fan pulled out his husband's lover, saw her husband's expression and this girl's expression, instantly understood everything. Just now by their own husband's slap. Face is still hot and painful. Now do not report more, wait for time. Grabbed the other party's hair, raised his hand to fan when the male Gaga tugged on Li's leg and said, honey, do not he is my sister. I Nima. This time let the people present once again dumbfounded. There can still be such an operation. Sister Li's anger exploded. One hand continued to grip her husband's lover's hair. The other foot stepped on the male Gaga and asked, asterisk. He is your what sister? Love sister? Honey, she is my own sister. Not any love sister. Hurry up and let go. Damn, you siblings ate us too, right? Playing this trick on me. This matter in fact, Li's sister also has responsibility. After she took male Gaga back to a trip home, show their strength. Male Gaga has a plan. Think their family still have potential to dig. So they sneakily Sister Li her husband's number to write down, and then gave his sister. The two people purpose is very simple, that is to engage in their couple's money. Whoever thought that today will be here to a big party? Han Dapeng this time also came to his senses. Originally thought to meet the true love. Did not expect from the very beginning, fell into the trap of others. Chapter 32 bought more than $500 million of watches. Sensationalized the whole luxury watch circle. Han Dapeng walked over and gripped his lover's head and said, I love you so much. Why did you lie to me? Do you just figure my money? Then I figure you what? Figure you old. Figure you don't take a bath. Figure you have old man smell. Or should I figure you sexual impotence? The blow up was pretty much a blow up, which also sidestepped why Sister Li was out cheating on her. So the four people quickly reunited their battle lines. Sister Li's two families began to unite as one, while Gaga Man and Kiki Woman became allies. Both sides began to wrestle. The Rolex waiter to stop the voice is even more useless at all. This side of the commotion caused the store outside the channel congestion. The shopping mall security also heard the news, rushed to rapidly get the four of them out. This time the boss of the Rolex store also rushed over. A look is the kind of rich second generation from childhood, dressed in a very business. In the waiter's introduction, a smile on the face of a very educated, and Wang Fan shook hands and introduced himself. Sir, hello, I am the owner of this store, Lie Chenuan. I heard that you want to buy a unicorn Daytona No. 6265. Come to me to take you to see. Made a pleased gesture. Wang Fan followed and walked to a parlor. There is a safe inside. Lie Chenuan walked over a meal operation. From inside took out it in square glass cover. Inside is that unicorn. Lie Chenuan is still very cautious, with fingerprints to open the glass cover, and then put on white gloves. The unicorn to take out and then introduced, Unicorn Daytona No. 6265. The reason why it is called the unicorn, because it is the only one in the series of Rolex Daytona with 18-karat white gold material models, which makes it extremely unique and rare in the market. With just one glance Wang Fan fell in love with this watch. He directly went up and took it over and asked, name a price. How much? I'll take it. Lie Chenuan didn't expect this handsome young man in front of him to be so brash. His mind was quickly recalling who this man was, in the end the son of the family, and there was no answer even after recalling a circle. This watch is my collection from a watch collection enthusiast. At that time spent $5.9 million US dollars, was going to sell 50 million dragon coins. See, you are so brash. Very right to my temper. Make a friend, you give me 45 million. Well, Wang Fan felt that this Lie Chenuan was also quite to his liking, unlike some of the rich people he knew, who always gave him a lofty feeling. However, giving himself a discount of 5 million at once, this friend is a bit expensive to make. Wang Fan now has plenty of money and does not want to owe others favors. Smiling, he said, how much should be how much? I'm not bad at these 3 melons and 2 dates. In addition to this watch, are there any other expensive watches? Recommend me a few more. Lie Chenuan was only able to see Wang Fan's wealth at this time, and then took 2 rare Rolexes from the other 2 safes, all of which were high-end customized models, and because the diamonds and gemstones set on them were all of high quality, the prices were 18 million and 26 million respectively. Not even a small goal was spent, making Wang Fan a little depressed. Spending some money can be really not easy. That one is 50 million plus these 2 is a total of 94 million. Still 6 million short of a small goal. How about this, you go to another store and buy me a $6 million watch to make up for a small goal? Hearing this, Lie Chenuan's entire body was dumbfounded. Who buys a watch according to a small goal? My God's milk. I've seen the bossy ones but never seen such a bossy master. I see that there are quite a few luxury brands on this floor. I believe that you are more familiar with their bosses. Go and collect all the watches above $10 million in their stores for me. I want them all. Lie Chenuan's eyes widened. This is really a bit appalling. His tongue was a bit curled. Young Wang, are you telling the truth? You want to collect tens of millions of watches from all the luxury brands on the 3rd floor? Well, what's the problem? Wang Fan said unimpressed. Well, also come out to buy once. So sex or bought, save but also back and forth to buy. Too much trouble. Listen to what this is saying. In order to avoid trouble, directly spend a few $100 million to buy a watch. Inema, there is still God's reason? Seeing Lie Chenuan still standing here, Wang Fan thought that he was thinking that he was talking big, so he said, give me one of your bank card number. I will transfer the money of these 3 watches to you first. Lie Chenuan really wanted to give Wang Fan an E. Since he was a child, he had never seen such a generous person. Today also let him open his eyes. At this time his whole person is in a kind of unreal state. Do not believe that someone can be hoen to this kind of force. So the ghost of God, in accordance with the requirements of Wang Fan, reported his bank card number. Wang Fan also does not hesitate. Directly on the cell phone a flurry of operations. When Lie Chenuan heard the sound of cell phone text messages, open a look at the hand trembling did not hold steady. The phone smashed into the toes. The pain of the drill let him instantly awake. Cannot care about the pain of picking up the phone to carefully check the 0 behind the 1. There are 8. The cell phone fell again, smashed into the original toes. Once again the pain of his teeth grimace. Wang Fan looked at him with a look of not having seen the world. His heart was secretly happy. This is the simple and unadorned joy of the rich. Are you alright? Wang Fan asked with concern. Lie Chenuan hurriedly shook his head. Then please help me go buy some other brands of watches. Okay, you wait a moment. Lie Chenuan limped out. What happened next made the entire 3rd floor merchants selling luxury watches boil. There was a mysterious big brother who bought hundreds of millions of top-quality watches from the Rolex store, to continue to acquire other brands of luxury watches over $10 million. Every family started to get busy, even if they didn't have watches worth tens of millions of dollars. Stores with big millions of dollars took them over to try their luck. In the end, Wang Fan spent 5 small goals and bought 30 watches, averaging more than $10 million apiece. This side of the commotion, naturally, also attracted the attention of the Yida shopping mall. Through the surveillance found that it was their boss arrived, so Wang Fucai rushed with a group of executives. Wang Fan, who originally wanted to keep a low profile, was powerless to spit. No one paid attention when he wanted to be famous, and now he didn't want to be famous, but his strength didn't allow it. Since he came and Wang Fan bought so many watches, it is not good to let the executives under his command return empty-handed, and said to Lie Chenuan, 10 more pieces of Rao, a piece of 2 million, 9 pieces of 1 million. It is considered to be a benefit for Mr. Wang and them. Lie Chenuan farted and went to prepare the table. Wang Fucai and they were dumbfounded one by one. Their boss is also too luxurious. Wang Vice-Kai quickly said, Wang Dong cannot be allowed. That can let you break the cost. Wang Fan was very pretentious and waved his hand and said, what you all represent in the future is the image of the mortal group. Take it as welfare. As long as you work hard, you will definitely not be treated poorly. Chapter 33, Principal Wang's downfall. Mortals cause another controversy. Wang Fan gets hit by someone again. I go, what kind of godly boss is this? All the gifts are so powerful. Do I still have a chance to enter Yida now? Mortal group? How have I never heard of it? Mortal. Oops. Yesterday's online explosion of the mortal big man would not be in front of this, right? Ah, catch a living god of wealth. Mortal big man, can I give you a photo? Wang Fan also did not think that he was so famous online. As the saying goes, wealth and riches do not return to one's hometown, like a brocade garment traveling at night. After living for more than 20 years, he had never been treated like this before, and Wang Fan came to take pictures with everyone. With a short video, a graphic, was sent to the internet. Wang Fan is a mortal big man. This matter once again caused hot discussion, only this time, it was mixed with some skeptical comments, completely not believing that this handsome man was a mortal big man. In their stereotypical impression, to be able to overnight reward hundreds of millions of big gold master, how must also be a big belly bald old baby? How can a person and handsome and rich, then God in the end to impose the door? Obviously this photo is a fake. These bloggers who have no lower limit for the sake of traffic are really letting people down their heads. Who doesn't know that Yida in Magic City is owned by Principal Wang's family? Obviously this person is not Principal Wang, much less old Wang. Who cares if he's a mortal bigot? Just this face value alone hangs a bunch of top-stream love beans. I'm going to powder him and forbid you guys to say bad things about him. Don't you guys think he looks like a person? The owner of that Bugatti Black Legend that drives a $100 million luxury car? Whether he is a mortal big man or not. Anyway, in my mind he is the god of wealth. Who is a good man to buy a watch can spend 5 small goals. For a time, the discussion on the network about the mortal big man was once again hot, and the mortal shaking in account also started a new round of sucking in powder with this wave of discussion. Soon the number of fans reached a staggering 10 million, and the number of fans is still growing. Then President Wang parachuted a post about the mortal big man and commented, "My Wang family doesn't have this number of people. It's obvious that this is a public relations event, by creating a god-ho persona." Crazy powder sucking and then started to live cut leaks. We have to be careful. A time on the network again stirred up 1,000 waves, for mortal speculation again rose to a new height. For these Wang Fan knows nothing? After buying a watch, put that Rolex unicorn on the hand. Feel still quite good, driving the Kalman King on the road. Many car owners are automatically avoided. Although many people don't know what brand of car this is, but just by looking at the appearance, they know that this thing is definitely not cheap. In case there is a cut with this kind of car or something, that is a disaster for them. So there is such a strange scene, that is, more than 300 meters behind the King of Kalman have no car. Passers-by to this car also began to be curious. Domestic cars are so powerful now, they can make such a car with a sense of future technology. I'm sure this thing is the owner's own remodeling. The market have not seen this brand. Estimated that is the appearance of goods. On the appearance of bluffing, in fact, is a broken goods. A little bit of a collision is estimated to fall apart. I wipe, buddy your mouth is open. Said that the collision on the collision, but you just said that it is a broken goods that you are very wrong. You see that the Range Rover front end have been hit by the face of the hole. Wang Fan was driving leisurely when he suddenly felt a push of some strength and realized through the rearview mirror that he had been hit. This is to stop the car. Walked to the rear of the car, found that the bumper is somewhat deformed. Even the paint is not touched off. And then look at the Range Rover hit, their own front face has been sunken inside. And even the passenger side of the airbags are popped open. I think this collision with the force is not small. From the car down with a young man of similar age to Wang Fan. Angrily pointing at Wang Fan scolded, "Your moms will not drive? The driveway is your backyard garden." Driving with the old man music the same speed. I just mentioned the car more than 5 million. You look at the compensation. Wang Fan convinced this kind of unreasonable rich second generation, obviously is his fault. Come up first with the momentum to press people. Let the victim himself into the abuser. If he encountered such a situation before there was no system, then Wang Fan, regardless of whether it was his own problem or not, faced with such a situation that must have directly knelt. Now he not only has countless money, there is after the system transformed into beyond the ordinary human 5 times the limit of the body. Of course, there is that mysterious system evening. If he faced such a dude, he would still be scared and at a loss for words, and apologize to the other party with his head in his hands. The most critical thing is that this good's mouth exudes a strong smell of alcohol, but also really bold. The top of the wind in broad daylight drunk driving. Luckily, it has hit their own car. If it hit the general small car, it can definitely knock people out of the frame. I don't want to tangle with you drunkard. Report Uncle Hat and let them handle it. Upon hearing this, the young man who was leading the group was furious. Wasn't this just to send him in? The reason why he bumped into Wang Fan's car was because he brought up a luxury car today. He should have enjoyed the envy of everyone on the street. While driving on the road, all the vehicles around him had to give way to him. He didn't expect to be blocked behind, and after overtaking a few cars one after another, he realized that the kind of treatment he wanted had been stolen by a big guy in front of him with a strange appearance. After a long press of the horn, directly overtook the car that was more than 300 meters away from Wang Fan, and then it was a foot of gas pedal to 100 meters of acceleration. Hard to hit Wang Fan's Kalman King, out of his expectation. Wang Fan's car is not a look-alike, but solid steel, the Range Rover to make a face. Hat uncle called so close, is it your father? Offended Qin Xiao. Looking for anyone is not good. That is, it is clear that you block the road in front of you, do not go, but also intentionally don't our car. You must be fully responsible. Hurry to pay for the money. Car damage plus mental damage and so on. You'll give $20 million. Otherwise, Magic City will have no place for you. This gang of second generation were definitely the kind that were spoiled by their family. That's why they were so lawless. Wang Fan was not going to spoil them and directly took out his own cell phone, about to call and report the law enforcement team. Lin Shia barked out an order. Snatch his cell phone, then let him know what happens when he offends me. After the others got the order, they surrounded towards Wang Fan, thinking to win by numbers. Wang Fan snorted coldly and showed complete disdain, which stimulated the gang of second generation who drank some dog urine. One by one, they were like the bull demon king who was angry and red-eyed, grabbing towards Wang Fan's cell phone. Since the other party had made a move, all of Wang Fan's counterattacks were self-defense. Only a series of miserable screams could be heard. Those rich second generation who surrounded Wang Fan were all smashed to the ground by him. Chapter 34, even Lin Shia can't. The injustice of the law enforcement team. Seeing this scene, Lin Shia's drunkenness woke up most of the time. How different this was from the past. Previously, it was all about reporting his name as the young master of the Gene family, and the other party would directly turn into a limp shrimp. Then with a wave of his hand, his own little followers would rush up and beat the other party violently, and in the end, he would condescend, get the other party's compensation, and make up for it with a couple of kicks, and the matter would be done. Now it's the complete opposite. His own identity can't suppress the other party at all. And then there's this handsome guy who has excellent kung fu in his hands. His own gang of useless juniors were really useless. Looking at Wang Fan is walking towards him, scared Lin Shia straight backward. Just at this time, a female companion beside Lin Shia stood out and said, "Don't be impulsive. Lin Shia is not an existence that you can mess with. He is the young master of the Gene family among the 4 big families in Magic City. If you hit him, it's equivalent to hitting the Gene family, and the consequences are something that you can't afford to bear." Wang Fan looked at the opposite side of the childish though timid face of the girl who still stood up for herself. Always felt a bit of déjà vu, only that he couldn't recall where he had seen a similar face for a while. The young master of the Gene family among the 4 great families in Magic City? Wang Fan asked rhetorically, full of questions. Is that the Gene family that is the Shanghai Emperor Gene burning the Gene family that the internet is speculating so much? Yes, 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 yes. The girl hurriedly nodded her head in agreement, fearing that Wang Fan would disregard the Gene family's feelings and beat up young Gene. It's that Gene family. The Shanghai Emperor is young Gene's brother. Gene Feng saw Wang Fan still have some understanding of their Gene family. The bottom of the air and enough. Feel that they again line, condescendingly stood out and said, "Kid, since you know that I'm the brother of the Emperor of Shanghai, sensible to take out $100 million. This matter I will not be pursued, or else the consequences of offending me. You only have a dead end." Wang Fan disdainfully asked back, $100 million? I'm afraid you have a life to take, but no life to spend. Is this how you extort money from the Gene family? Believing in opening your mouth is faster than robbing a bank. Kid, you're dead. How dare you slander the Gene family? Today even if Buddha himself comes, he can't protect you. Wang Fan looked at Gene Feng and said, whether Buddha can bless me or not, I don't know, but I know that Buddha definitely can't bless you. Said no longer ink. 3 steps and 2 steps towards Gene Feng. See Wang Fan this situation. No, take out the identity of the cousin Hushang Emperor does not matter. He once again second goat, hid behind the girl who voiced for him, because according to Qin Feng's experience, the better face of the man basically will not hit the girl. This is a shield for him. Wang Fan faced the girl with a cold face and said, get out of the way, or I'll even hit you together. Saying that, he raised his palm. Li Qianling ran away with a shriek. She didn't want to be like those people just now. She was hit by Wang Fan with a slap that made her teeth fall out 3 times and her face swollen like a steamed bun. On you this wimpy, if something happens, you push the woman out as a shield. Or is it a man? The Qin family's face has been disgraced by you. Since the Qin family didn't fulfill their obligation to educate, I'll educate you for them. Ah, how dare you hit me? I am. Ouch. I beg you not to hit. Some people are like this, relying on the fact that their family has a little power. They are outside for the tiger, not putting ordinary people in their eyes. After not being able to see the situation and being beaten, only then begged for mercy, but it was already too late. Your kid is only good at reincarnation techniques, other is not. In the future, if you dare to be rich and unkind again, I will see you once and beat you once. Good, I will never dare again. Don't hit, it hurts me to death. Now you know it hurts. Where's that fierce fighting spirit you had just now? Don't say you. Even if your brother comes, if he dares to call out to me like this, I'll still beat him. At this time, Wang Fan's cell phone rang, picked up a look at the display as the Agricultural Bank customer service phone. Hello, how are you? I am Wang Fan. Hello Mr. 1. I am Bai Jia, the president of the Magic City branch of the Agricultural Bank. I should have contacted you yesterday. Due to the huge amount of deposits you have made in our bank, after reporting it to the head office, I have decided to upgrade you with a Supreme Dragon card from one of the 4 major banks. Let's see, when do you have time? I will send it to you. Wang Fan thought about it and felt that he was going to pull some more time with this so-called Qianxiao anyway. So he said, I've got something going on over here on Fuxing Middle Road right now, so I guess I need to stay here for a little while longer. So you can come over if you're free. Mr. Wang, are you alright? Bai Jia hurriedly asked with concern. I'll be right over. It's fine. Wang Fan hung up the phone directly after saying that, and then telephoned the police again. Afterwards, he beckoned to the girl not far away, and Lie Chenuan came over warily and reluctantly. What's your name? Lie Chenuan. Wang Fan instantly had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder he felt that she looked a little familiar. It turned out to be a little similar to the little brother he received yesterday. Lie Chenuan. You are Lie Chenuan's sister? Ah, you know my brother? As if Lie Chenuan thought of something, she hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't know what Lie Chenuan you're talking about. But it was too late. Qin Feng, who was still lying on the ground, looked like he heard the great news. He viciously said to Lie Chenuan, Linger, your brother is really good. He even knows this kind of person. Quickly give him the phone number. I want him to give me an explanation. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Lie Chenuan's face directly collapsed. Really, woe is me. What kind of people does his unreliable brother know? This is good. He directly offended Qin Xiao. Wang Fan did not expect this. Qin Feng is really a dog. Really cannot change the problem of eating. He, the rightful owner, has not yet left, forgetting the pain in his body just now. Good. You want to give an explanation, right? I'll give you an explanation. Wang Fan once again walked to Qin Feng's side. Why are you so? You've just been beaten and your skin is itching again. Then there was another miserable wail. Hearing Lie Chenuan's scalp numb. Ow 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 ow. After the people of the law enforcement team came, Qin Feng felt that he had a backing again, and immediately screamed, Uncle Hat, I am Qin Feng of the Qin family. This person not only deliberately dumped my car, causing tailgating, when we went up to theorize with him, he also beat us up. This Qin Feng is quite good at turning black and white, and in a few words he put all the blame on Wang Fan. Of course the most powerful move was to be the first to show his identity, so that Uncle Hat could look at him differently. As expected, one of the Hat's Uncle Busy Concern asked, Qin Xiao, need to go to the hospital first to do a full body checkup? You can rest assured that we will never let go of a bad man, nor will we wrongly accuse a good man, said the righteousness. In fact, the scales have been tilted toward. Do you know it's wrong to hit someone? And it's still on the street. Do you know how serious consequences this will bring? Wang Fan frowned for a moment then said, This Uncle Hat, shouldn't you verify the specifics before teaching? Are you teaching me to do something? Chapter 35 The 4 Banks United Supreme Dragon Card. Wang Fan's request. Seeing such a scene, Qin Feng once again dejected. How dare you defy Uncle Hat? This is provoking trouble, understand? I said, why are you so arrogant? It turns out to be a law blind. Sometimes it is like this, even if you are rich, no background. When you meet some law enforcement officers, there will be a kind of showman meets soldier has the feeling of reason. Surname Qin, you itchy again, is not it? You a DUI with a car crash. What qualifications in this shouting to turn black and white? Who is right and who is wrong to check the monitoring on the good? That has been standing. Qin Feng's hat uncle said again, the car has been crashed into this. The car monitoring estimate has also been crashed. And you this car, why modified into this? Have to the relevant departments to do the report? Relevant information to take a look at. Wang Fan is also moved the real fire. Pull the bias frame pull is also too obvious it. Obviously he is the victim, but now there is a feeling that the fault is all his. The reason why this Uncle Hat of the law enforcement team would favor Qin Feng was actually very simple. He had risen to the top by relying on the Qin family's support, and the Qin family's people were naturally his own people. I can show you whether my car is modified or not, but it's obvious that he's drunk driving. Don't you guys care? Who said we do not care? You do not indiscriminately put a hat on us. We do things naturally, have our process. It is not your turn to dictate here. Zheng Huntaio, I remember you. For your law enforcement process, I doubt your impartiality. I will complain to your superiors about you. Good boy, how dare you threaten me? Do you know that this already constitutes a crime? Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a black business Dalmatian parked nearby. From the car came down a lady in a blue suit with a wow figure. Behind her were two middle-aged men in businessmen's clothing. The oncoming aura was very powerful. She walked straight to Wang Fan's face and said with a smile, Hello Mr. Wang. I'm Bai Jia, the president of Magic City Agricultural Bank. This is the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by our 4 major banks. Wang Fan opened the gift box. Inside there was a card that was golden in color with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon on the front, as if it could fly out of the card at any time, making the card look incredibly high-end and upscale. Qin Feng's face had become incredibly ugly since he had seen Bai Jie. He had thought that Wang Fan was just a soft persimmon to be rubbed at will, but he didn't think that he even knew Governor Bai. As a son of the Qin family, he had still seen Bai Jie, the governor, on some important occasions. She is the only female governor of the 4 major banks in the Magic City. I heard that the wrist is not generally powerful. I did not expect today to personally come to the guy who offended himself to send a bank card. Surprisingly, the 4 major banks of industry, agriculture, China and construction jointly launched the Supreme Dragon card. This kind of card can be said to be the top bank card in the Dragon country. It is said that without trillions of dollars in value is not qualified to have. Their Qin family had such a Supreme Dragon card, but it was something that only the head of the family was qualified to have, and he had only seen it from afar. How did Governor Bai send him the Supreme Dragon card? What was this? Did he mean that this guy had trillions of dollars in bank deposits? This completely subverted Qin Feng's cognition. Obviously about the same age as him. Why is the gap between the doers so big? He didn't believe that all this was true, so he walked up and asked tentatively, Governor Bai, I'm Qin Feng of the Qin family. I want to ask if the card you just took is the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the 4 major banks? Oh, so it's the young master of the Qin family. Governor Bai returned with a smile on his face. That's right, it's exactly the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the 4 major banks. Qin Feng looked at Wang Fan incredulously, then asked the stupid question that his mom was going to slap him twice when she heard it. On what basis did you give him this Supreme Dragon card? Governor Bai Jie looked at him like an idiot, turned around and didn't bother to take care of this kind of stupid stuff. On what basis? Of course, on the basis of people's strength. Mr. Wang, on the phone I heard that you encountered some trouble. I specially called over Barrister Wang Hasong Wang, who serves our line, and any problems you have can be handed over to him to deal with. Wang Fan really didn't expect this Bai Jie to have such a delicate mind, and to be able to be so thorough through the mere words of the previous call. It was really worthy of being a person who could become the president of the Magic City Agricultural Bank at a young age. This 7-knuckle mind was indeed powerful. Then I won't be polite with Governor Bai, Wang Fan said to Bai Jie. Thank you. After that, Wang Fan told Wan Lu about what happened. This kind of thing was a simple case for Wang Hasong, but for Wang Fan's identity, he had already learned a little bit about it from Governor Bai on the way, so he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of slackness, because he knew that if he could get in touch with Wang Fan through this matter, then his career would surely take a qualitative leap once again. Young Wang, leave this matter to me. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer, Wang Hasong said confidently to Wang Fan. I don't know if young Wang has any special requests. You can raise them all together and I will do my best to fulfill them. Wang Fan pointed at Qin Feng and said, he was drunk driving and even hit my car. Send him in. Then he pointed at the hatchet man who favored Qin Feng and said, as a law enforcer, he indiscriminately puts a hat on me without asking questions. There is no justice in the heart of a person like this. Skin him off. Wang Hasong glanced at Wang Fan and said, Wang Xiao, this car of yours if I'm not wrong should be the king of Kalman. The trip recorder on it is able to take a panoramic view of the car's surroundings. Can you give me a copy of the video before and after the traffic accident? For the request made by Wang Fan, Wang Hasong did not directly agree, but asked for the relevant evidence of the incident, showing that lawyer Wang is still quite pragmatic and is not the kind of person who makes up his mind. Wang Fan threw the key to Wang Hasong and said, Lawyer Wang, you go and copy it yourself. At this time both Qin Feng and Zhang Huntao's faces were very ugly. They did not expect that this time they had kicked the iron plate directly. Qin Xiao hurried to call home for help. Seeing this, Zhang Huntao hurriedly gave Qin Feng a tip. If you really let them file a lawsuit, then you will definitely have to go in. It had to be said that Zhang Huntao was worthy of being in the system, and saw the problem right on the spot, and using people wouldn't say it outright, but rather beat around the bush to achieve his own goals. Qin Feng does not want to live in. He directly took out the phone directly to his father. Went to the phone. Dad, I'm on the road and other people's cars collided. The other party does not comply. To send me in, quickly save me. Whose child? Who knows? Qin Feng's dad asked on the other end of the phone. All this time, you still don't tell the truth. By the time you go in, the emperor's son can't save you. Qin Feng saw that his old man was really angry, and he already knew that Wang Fan was not simple, so he walked aside and told the story one by one. Don't say anything else until I go to the phone for you. Wait for my news. Chapter 36, planning to cooperate with Bai Jie, cousin Fong Lian Yu's request. Zhang Huntao saw that Qin Feng had finished his call and hurriedly went up to ask about the situation. Qin Feng shook his head and looked at Wang Fan with an increasingly ugly face. This time the situation was completely different from before. At this time, Bai Jie's phone rang abruptly. She glanced at the caller and directly picked it up in front of Wang Fan, revealing what she could say in the past, and directly rejecting what she couldn't say. She quickly finished the call and then directly said to Wang Fan, "Young Wang, it's the Chen family calling to inquire about your situation. The Chen family is quite fast." Wang Fan said playfully, "It doesn't matter. If the Chen family doesn't know what's good for them, I don't mind pulling the Chen family down from the top 4 families in Magic City." But if any other young man had spoken to Bai Jia like this, she would have thought that the other party was an egomaniac. However, thinking about the deposits in Wang Fan's bank card, she felt that if the Chen family was really ungrateful, it would only be a matter of time before he wanted to destroy the Chen family. Subsequently, Bai Jia also on behalf of the 4 major banks, to Wang Fan said the Supreme Dragon card attached to the relevant services. Listening to Wang Fan is also a burst of emotion. It is true that the more money to get the more services beyond the imagination of people. When everyone is for the deposit of the annualized interest rate one can break to distress. As the holder of the Supreme Dragon card, the bank is able to guarantee that through their financial management methods, 100% can guarantee an annualized interest rate of not less than 30%. So the richer a person gets, the richer they become. That's how it works. After the system had transformed his body, Wang Fan had not only become better physically, but his brain had also become even better. So many times, without Bai Jia saying it, he was able to deduce the other party's intentions. This Governor Bai Jia did his job, and Wang Fan was still quite proud of it. So he said to Governor Bai, "Governor Bai, I am preparing for an investment banking company. When the company is established, then our 2 families can cooperate. You can first take out 100 billion to try the effect. If it is good, you can cooperate further in." Bai Jia really didn't expect that this time, sending upgraded Supreme Dragon card to Wang Fan would also have such a blessing. If she could really get this 100 billion investment from Wang Fan, it would be possible for her to go further in this banking system. Thinking of this, she was a bit excited and bowed to Wang Fan to say thank you. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your trust in our bank. Don't worry, you will definitely not fail your expectations." "You're welcome, it's just a mutual benefit." At this time, lawyer Wang Hasong has already copied the content of the car recorder to his USB flash drive, walked over and handed the car keys to Wang Fan and said, "Wang Xiao, don't worry, just now I probably looked at it, and I am 100% capable of accomplishing what you asked for." "Okay, thanks Wang Lu, I'll treat you to dinner some other day," Wang Fan said casually. "If there is nothing else, then I will leave first." "Okay young Wang, you take care." Wang Fan greeted Bai Jia again, then got into the car and left with a kick of the gas. At this time, Qin Feng and Sun Huntao had no good way to do so. They could only watch Wang Fan drive away. In the car, Wang Fan through the rearview mirror saw Qin Feng that like a dead father like black face, the heart inexplicably very good. Just at this time the phone rang again. Wang Fan pressed the answer button with the Bluetooth headset, and from the microphone came a string of silvery bell-like voice complaining, "Brother, you're focusing on your love affair. You've forgotten me as a younger sister." Oh. Hearing his cousin's phone call to himself, to be honest, his heart is still warm. The reason why he enrolled in Magic City University. In fact, a large part of the reason is that his cousin's family is in Magic City. He clearly remembers his own mom said, "Your sister-in-law in the Magic City. If you go to school there, then your sister-in-law can also take care of you." Ultimately, it is impossible to argue with their own mom, can only give up to enroll in the Imperial City School, to come to the Magic City side of the school. At the beginning of the weekend also went to the sister-in-law's home, but later found that the sister-in-law husband's family, and does not like him as an outsider, so very few over. Save out of the weekend time. Wang Fan will also do some part-time work to earn a little extra money. Wang Fan listened to his cousin's performance, and then said, "Okay, don't pretend to say the main thing, if not I'm going to hang up the phone. Our school is going to have a parent-teacher conference this afternoon. Can you help me come and have it?" "Where's sister-in-law? Why don't you ask your sister-in-law to run it? My mom and my dad can't get away from work. My grandpa and my milk don't have easy legs. The only relative I can think of is you, my brother." This is said so that Wang Fan doesn't know how to refuse. If a girl has a sweet mouth, she is definitely able to fish all the opposite sex around her into a warped mouth. "That's fine. It's almost noon. Why don't we have a meal together?" "Okay, I know brother is the best. Can I bring my 2 roommates who are close to me?" "Yes, I'll pick you up in front of your school." "Okay, see you later brother." For this little cousin of his, in fact, the relationship between the 2 of them is still quite good. Every time he goes to her house, he will give him delicious food, and will also take out his game console for Wang Fan to play. Aunt and little cousin to Wang Fan no say, but the aunt husband and little cousin's grandparents. Wang Fan is not much good feeling, always feel that they are Magic City people, as if they are superior to others, but now they're so-called superior. If you know Wang Fan's current value, estimated to their kind of climbing high tread on the ground character, is certainly to turn their heads to lick him on their knees. Wang Fan parked his car in the parking lot opposite to his cousin's high school. Usually there is no parking space in front of the school. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. There are still 10 minutes before school ends. So he leaned against a tree and leaned on it, taking out his cell phone and reading a novel. This scene let some passing pedestrians see. Some took out their cell phones and began to take pictures or short videos, and even a bold woman took the initiative to go forward to say hello, wanting to take a picture with Wang Fan. Wang Fan suddenly understood the troubles of being a star, and was not at peace wherever he went. In his heart, he secretly resolved to wear a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap when he went out in the future, so that these people wouldn't be able to see his blooming face, and there wouldn't be so many troublesome things. As soon as the bell rang, Fan Lianyu took her 2 roommates and together they walked towards the school gates. Fan Lianyu student, what a coincidence. Are you guys going to eat outside too? Coincidentally I'll be along too. Lian Chenuan asked himself with a smile. Fan Lianyu said with a straight face, I'm sorry fellow student Con. It's really not a coincidence. I have an appointment today. Please make yourself at home. After saying this, without waiting for Lian Chenuan to reply, she pulled up the hands of her 2 roommates and quickly walked towards the school entrance. Lian Chenuan said viciously at the back, let's go and see. It's that ungrateful one who dares to steal Fan Lianyu from me. Let him suffer today. When Fan Lianyu and the girls walked out of the school gate, they looked around and did not see Wang Fan's shadow, so they picked up the phone and dialed it. At this time Wang Fan was saying to the people he was shooting at, everyone, sorry, my sister is here, I have to go. Chapter 37, Taking Cousin to People's Square for Fried Chicken. Lian Chenuan's threats. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see 3 youthful and energetic high school students looking around. So handsome guy likes this one, but this is undeveloped. I don't want you to go in and pick up soap if you are so handsome. Young people do not know that young women are good, wrongly treating young girls as treasures. Handsome boy, you do not go more curved. I will be heartbroken. It so happens that sis is also hungry. Call your little sister. Let's eat a meal together. Turn around, my this big Ben is yours. Wang Fan really didn't expect that he was kind enough to take pictures with these women, and they were all craving for his body. He couldn't help but think of that saying, if a woman wants to be astringent, there's really nothing for a man to do. Have you guys made enough noise? Wang Fan said coldly, don't take my kindness as cowardice. Be careful of me turning the other cheek. Feeling the appalling aura emanating from within Wang Fan's body, the people surrounding him unconsciously took a few steps back. Taking advantage of this opening, Wang Fan squeezed out of the crowd and waved his arm. Cousin, this way. Only then did Fan Lianyu see Wang Fan and happily was about to run over to him, but she didn't expect to be dragged by her 2 roommates. Lianyu, you're not interesting enough. You don't introduce such a handsome cousin to us earlier. You keep it for yourself. Li Shuang, you're going to die. That's my cousin. Don't talk nonsense. And why do I think he's gotten handsome again? You can really have your? Just now also said cousin. Now a flower girl said he is handsome again. You too, that will not be the kind of what to come. German orthopedics it. Fan Shuqin, see, I don't kill you. I'm going to be pissed off by you guys. The 3 girls came to Wang Fan's side. Li Shuang and Fan Shuqin looked at each other, and then one left and one right directly sat on Wang Fan's arm, making Wang Fan's pupils become much larger. He looked helplessly at his cousin Fan Lianyu. Cousin, I can't save you. Fan Lianyu helplessly spread her hands and said, these 2 are my roommates. The one on your left is called Li Shuang and the one on your right is called Fan Shuqin. Both of them are obsessed when they see handsome men. Wang Fan left to look at the right to see. Really, his cousin said they are 2 just as demented general. Staring at their own handsome face together shouted, cousin. Wang Fan really did not expect. Just now avoided those big sisters and mothers. Did not expect to be pestered by the 2 little sisters. Where do you guys want to eat? Wang Fan casually asked. I drove and took you guys there. Fan Lianyu asked again in disbelief. Cousin, did you win the lottery? Or have you been adopted by a rich woman? Not only have you become handsome, but you also have money. When will you give me some relief? Your cousin is about to drink the northwest wind. Seeing his cousin is still so poor, but let Wang Fan feel warm, reached out and knocked her brain. What is in the little head all day long? Do not study properly, just no blind play. Stop. Cousin, how are you like your sister-in-law? Fan Lianyu said indignantly. And I'm not a kid anymore. Don't touch my head. This scene was rushed over by Lian Chenuan to see. The anger in his heart went straight to the sky. If not for the classmates around him to stop him, he would have rushed over to fight with Wang Fan for 300 rounds. Luckily, his classmates said to him, Boss, this is the school entrance. There is a parent-teacher conference in the afternoon. We can't be caught as atypical. When the time comes, the family will surely want to pick us a layer of skin. We will follow them. and wait until the dinner place to deal with him is not too late. Looking at Wang Fan with Fong Lianyue, they walked across the flyover to the opposite side of the road, drove on the Cowman King to the People's Square. Calm Lianchuan, they hurriedly made a car to follow. Master, follow that domestic beggar car in front. One look at that unorganized look. It is a look-alike. The driver squinted at the sight of the angry teenager secretly. Hair are not long enough, boy. No, the ass. That is the top of the SUV, a car to more than 10 million. Not what looks like goods. What do not understand the small dare to speak out blind forced. Obviously the driver is aware of this age group of students that are in puberty. No lightweight age. He does not want to talk to this group of cuties. Unnecessary friction occurred. Fong Lianyu and her two roommates are like 300,000 reasons. One question after another was thrown at Wang Fan, making it a bit difficult for him to cope. In order to plug their mouths, Wang Fan suggested that they sing a song for themselves, so along the way they listened to a divine song. I'm eating fried chicken in People's Square. The brainwashing melody made Wang Fan's brain buzz. Maybe this is the vigor of youth. After getting off the bus, Fong Lianyue and the girls had to eat fried chicken. Thinking that this is the only way to match, Wang Fan is now a bit skeptical. Right, I'm in the People's Square eating fried chicken, this author. The family must be in the vicinity of the fried chicken restaurant. Wang Fan couldn't resist them, so he ordered some fried chicken and milk tea for them, which girls love very much. In fact, originally Wang Fan was thinking of inviting them to eat a big meal. Did not think that these three little girls also save their own money, so he promised them that after dinner, if he had enough time, he would take them to the mall to shop and buy them whatever they like. Kong Lianchuan heard Wang Fan said this directly after the cavity. Driving a modified is not the domestic car. Take people to eat cheap fried chicken, said the big words. You, this kind of garbage I have seen a lot. Pick up girls rely on the mouth of the gun? Wang Fan saw that Kong Lianchuan was wearing the same school uniform as his cousin. Plus it hadn't been long since they came here to order and the other party had already come in. This place was more than 10 minutes drive from their school, so it was obviously aimed at them. Li Shuangshuang stood up and said, Kong Lianchuan, why are you like a dog's skin? Lian Yu has rejected you. You still follow me up. You need to have some face. Li Shuangshuang, you seek death. Kong Lianchuan didn't expect that the female companion beside Fong Lianyue sided with Wang Fan so quickly, and his anger became fiercer. Raising his hand to whip someone, Li Shuangshuang screamed and hid behind Wang Fan. Wang Fan pinched Kong Lianchuan's hand and gently pinched the other party, let out a pig-killing howl. Ah, it hurts me. Let go of me, or my brother won't let you go. Wang Fan shook his head helplessly. Small children are small children after all. When they suffer a bit of aggression outside, they know to look for their parents. Good, I'll give you a chance. Call your brother over. I'll see what he can do to me. Said a push. Kong Lianchuan directly fell to the ground, while grimacing to see the situation on the hand while still not forgetting to threaten Wang Fan. Kid, you wait. My brother came. Let you kneel on the ground to beg for forgiveness and apologize. After letting out the vicious words, he ran out of the fried chicken store with his two little brothers. Fong Lianyue was a little worried. Brother, we'd better go. Kong Lianchuan is a famous asshole in our school, relying on his family's money to act recklessly. What if his brother comes and hurts you? Don't worry, I'm here to make sure you're safe. You guys can eat fried chicken here without worrying. Chapter 38, Kong Liantong arrives, kneels for a second at the sight of Wang Fan. Brother, I realized how I changed so much when I saw you this time. Not only have you become more handsome, but you have also become more confident. Could it be that you've really been adopted by a rich woman? Wang Fan was really full of black lines. This cousin of his is really able to think. With her current worth, that rich woman could afford to bag herself. Didn't I tell you? Your brother, I changed my job and found a powerful big boss. We mainly do the health industry, so it's normal for me to become more handsome after body management, right? Fong Lianyue was scared and fell back, covered her mouth and stared at Wang Fan with disbelief. Fan Shuqin stared with big eyes like a curious baby and asked, Big cousin, are you 0 or 1? This meal can't let you please say anything. We brought money. How can we spend your hard-earned money? Nima. Wang Fan is going crazy by these three girls in front of him. In 3 words he has become a again. What are high school students thinking in their heads all day nowadays? It's really big speechless. Kong Lianchuan out of the fried chicken store to call his brother. Directly play a movie star level performance. Voice and line and interpretation of the process of his humiliation. At this time is following the 5 little brother ready to go to the People's Square. Looking for a place to eat. Kong Liantang heard this. That fired directly on the fire. And then patted his chest and said, Give me your address. This is to rush over. I look at who dared to move my Kong family people. To be honest, this Kong Liantong's words are a bit funny, as if their Kong family is a powerful family. In fact, it is the marketplace punks, through the relationship to recognize some of the rich second generation, when the other people's fighters, usually with the rich second generation with the front pretend grandchildren, and then find some little brother. in front of the little brother to talk about some of the rich second generation with the encounter to pretend a be what? From People's Park to People's Square, it's only about 10 minutes. Kong Lianchuan see their big brother. There are aggrieved Baba pretending to shed tears. Kong Liantong kicked over and said, *******, chirping cry what? Our Kong family men bleed not tears. Who dares to move you? We will let him pay for his blood. Kong Lianchuan immediately put away his emotions to cry. Righteous indignation said, big brother is right. Now we let that boy blood to pay. So the front lead the way into the fried chicken store. The store others see, are hiding far away, afraid of what will happen later, when splashed with their own blood, with big brother as a backer. Kong Lianchuan now bottom is very full, walked to the side of Wang Fan them said, boy, I give you another chance, please we all eat a meal. By the way, let your sister as my girlfriend. I will spare your life, otherwise today I want to break one of your hands. At this time, Wang Fan already knew that there were a few people coming behind the other party by listening to his voice. He smiled and said to his cousin and the girls, don't worry, you guys should eat and drink, just leave this garbage to me to deal with. Big cousin cheers. Li Shuangshuan looked at her with two eyes. A man with commitment is the most attractive. Fan Shuqin also cheered for Wang Fan on the sidelines. Fang Lianyue's face did not look good, because she was facing the people who came, Kong Lianchuan, plus the people who called them over. There were 9 of them. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't resist 4 hands. She was really a bit scared, afraid that her cousin would be beaten up, so she pulled Wang Fan's hand and said, brother, let's forget about it. There are 9 people on the other side. You can't be a match for others even if you are able to fight. Otherwise, I'd better promise Kong Lianchuan to be his girlfriend first, to solve the immediate problem before making plans. Kong Lianchuan laughed even more openly once he heard this. Kid, your cousin is right. When my girlfriend, I won't let her suffer. Brother, what do you think of the sister-in-law I chose for you? Your kid is still quite discerning. This is the school flower of your school. Right, but it's really good. How about this? First let me give it to your brother, and then give it to you when my brother has had enough fun. The boss is awesome. When our sister-in-law I see okay. Kong Lianchuan was as hard as if he had eaten. I Nima, when did the world become so epileptic? Brother, she is your sister-in-law. How can you covet my daughter-in-law? Some other day I will introduce you to a prettier female classmate. How about it? Wang Fan is really angry. This Nima is simply 2 brothers. The brain must be all pits. Otherwise how would there be such a big brain hole? So turned over his hand a slap on the past. Kong Lianchuan screamed miserably and fell to the ground, and then looked at the blood in his hands and the 2 teeth on the ground. He said angrily, brother, he hit me in the face. Originally, he thought that his brother would give a greeting and follow his brother's 5 men to swarm up and Wang Fan to the ground. However, when Kong Lianchuan turned his head to look at his brother, Kong Lianton, he only saw him kneeling in front of Wang Fan. His body was shivering along with him. Kong Lianchuan couldn't even care about the fiery pain on his face. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. His own brother just now had to snatch his girlfriend from him, and now he was facing the rightful brother, and he was wimping out in seconds. Brother, what's wrong with you? It can't be that you are possessed by Ah Pao. Boss, if you've been kidnapped, wink me. I'll shut the up. Hurry up and kneel down. This is the mysterious Wang Shao I told you about. The 5 little brothers brought by Kong Liantong. As soon as they heard the arrival of the legendary big shot, each one of them had their eyes warmed up, and this warmth was mixed with a lot of admiration. Spending nearly $200 million to buy 12 luxury cars at once. This is simply the god Hao Ben Hao. Really is the dragon and phoenix among the people handsome and compelling. Now think about just now backhanded slap each other's action. Are so silky smooth, worthy of being a great god. In the face of such a divine hero kneeling that is a pilgrimage one by one are very pious kneeling down. This scene is very bizarre. Obviously invited helpers, turned into the other side of the licking dog. I Nima this world in the end how. Before also said this Kong Liantong is some rich second generation of small followers. Before Wang Fan in the purchase of the car, is one of the many small followers around Li Xiao. He had witnessed how Wang Fan, at the car dealership, had overpowered Li Xiao and the other rich young masters, and finally bought 12 luxury cars for $180 million. Now there are still posts on the internet about the mysterious tycoon buying 12 top-class sports cars at once, and what impresses him most is that after losing the bet with Wang Fan, those second generation of rich families have honored their promises one by one, especially that big young man who ate poop upside down. After accepting the punishment, Li Xiao and the others never played with him again. It can be said that they really lost a wife and a soldier. In the face of such a godly hero, he Kong Lian Tang fart is not even a fart. What qualifications are there to want to avenge his brother? A guy like this kind of ungrateful guy, who even offended Wang Xiao, should be cut off from his brotherly relationship. Brother, what's wrong with you? Your brother was beaten. Quickly avenge me. What do you mean by kneeling in front of my enemy? Don't let me look down on you. Kong Shuntang angrily commanded. Give me a beating. This ungrateful thing, how dare he mess with Wang Xiao? Beat him to death and forget about it. Chapter 39, the package to invite everyone to dinner. Shopping encounter cousin oddball roommate. Kong Lin Shia faced their own brother and his brothers punching and kicking. Aggrieved directly shouting, Mom said, I want to tell our mother. You bring people to beat me. You are still not my brother. You this elbow to the outside. Snap. Another slap. Kong Liantong slapped his brother after slapping. Grabbed his collar angrily said, Lousy is saving you. Do you know who you messed with? This is Li Xiao's newly recognized big brother. People can pinch you to death with one finger. Lousy was killed by you. Said another slap in the past. Kong Lin Shia are confused. He just want to pick up the schoolgirl. How to provoke the Li Xiao's big brother. Brother, the Li Xiao you are talking about is the one you always mention to me. That Li Xiao who was related to the Li family. The 4 big families in Magic City? Kong Lin Shia asked in disbelief. That's not right. His surname is Wang. Li Xiao's surname is Li. How could he be Li Xiao's big brother? MD, how can I have a stupid brother like you? He is the big brother recognized by Li Xiao. Hurry up and admit your mistake to Wang Xiao. If you can't get Wang Xiao's forgiveness, I'll get you killed today. Kong Lin Shia then realized how outrageously wrong he was, that he had unintentionally offended such a great god. He hurriedly knelt down in front of Wang Fan and begged for forgiveness, but was kicked to the ground by Wang Fan. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to my sister, and you are not allowed to harass my sister in the future, or else don't blame me for not being polite. Yes, I won't dare again. Kong Lin Shia now behaved like a lost dog, then looked at Fong Lianyue pitifully and said, Fong classmate, it was all a misunderstanding before. I didn't know that your brother is Wang Xiao, or else lend me 800 guts. I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts towards you. We are classmates for a time. Please let me off the hook. I won't dare again. After all, Fong Lianyue is a high school student. See, his classmate's face is full of blood. Think of the afternoon there is a parent-teacher conference, when the teacher to see the clues, and then add some trouble is not good. So said, I hope you keep your words, don't come back to me in the future, otherwise my brother won't let you off. Thank you classmate Fong, I won't dare to do it again. After Kong Lin Shia obtained Fong Lianyue's forgiveness, he looked at Wang Fan and said, Young Wang, I promise that I won't harass your sister anymore in the future, as well as if she encounters any trouble at school, I can help solve it. At this time the people in the store were all watching them. Since his sister had already forgiven Kong Lin Shia, he said coldly, all get up. Then he said to everyone in the store, sorry to trouble you all, I'll buy the lunch today, so feel free to eat as much as you want. Hearing Wang Fan say this, everyone in the store followed and cheered. Fong Lianyue and the girls looked at Wang Fan with eyes full of admiration. Especially Fong Lianyue felt that she didn't recognize her big cousin. When did he become such an intimidating young master Wang? She knew the situation of her great-aunt's family, not a wealthy family, planted an orchard in her hometown, which was considered an ordinary family with more than enough. With what young master is not even touch, and his cousin so generous, to invite all the people in the store to eat. This time is the peak season, which has to spend a lot of money at. Where did he get so much money? Can't it be that he has lost his love and has no more attachment to this world, and is going to die after spending the money? Thinking of this, Fong Lianyue said with red eyes, brother, if you are short of money, give me a word. I still have some private money. I can't, I'll ask my mom for some more. Difficulties can always be passed. Living is better than anything else. Wang Fan once again had black lines all over his head. This cousin of his was really ruined by the dog blood drama. He found the waiter and asked how much sales they had at noon. When he got a reply of about 80,000, Wang Fan pulled out that ordinary farmer's bank card and directly asked the other party to swipe it. The reason why he didn't take out the Supreme Dragon card was that he was afraid of trouble. Originally his cousin loved to think nonsense, and then he should definitely get to the bottom of it again to make it even more troublesome. Go. Wang Fan put away the bank card and said, take you guys to go shopping. Fong Lianyue pulled Wang Fan's hand and said, brother, do you not want to live? Ooh and all the money, and then jumped the Huangpu River. Wang Fan touched her head and asked, you don't have a fever? How even say nonsense? Your brother now good days just started. Who die I cannot go to death. Do not guess. I am good. Li Shuang said on the sidelines, first cousin so handsome, and more gold, is my dream brother? Lianyue if you do not want to give me good. Fan Shuqin took over and said, that's right, I also want a brother who spoils me like this. Seeing her 2 roommates wanting to take up her cousin's arm again, Fong Lianyue hurriedly snatched one over and said, he's my brother, he's not going to give it to you. The group of Kong family brothers looked at Wang Fan and busily said, young Wang, have a good trip. Wang Fan stumbled, these guys almost sent him away, so he said viciously, The fried chicken can't plug your mouths. Eat yours. Thank you, Mr. Wang. When they arrived at the mall, the three female high school students didn't act like those fishing girls and went directly into the luxury store to buy bags and jewelry and so on, but came directly to the BA Ornament Bureau to look at the rubber bands, small cards, hair bands and so on inside. Wang Fan was a bit helpless. If he let people know that he brought his cousin to this kind of store, he would probably be laughed to death. However, Wang Fan also knew the reasoning that wealth should not be exposed. Since they liked it, then it might as well buy some for them. Lie Chenuan suddenly came over to reconfirm. Big cousin, are you really going to buy it for us? I, however, don't have any extra pocket money besides my living expenses. Wang Fan smiled and said, since you've called me big cousin, how can I show it? Don't worry and buy boldly. Yo 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 yo, Lie Chenuan you can where did you find such a handsome man to be your first cousin? And this handsome man in this kind of place? Pretend what big money? Come here to buy things once at the death also spend a couple $100. Just listen to you that tone. Can be here to buy down like. To be honest, Wang Fan was a bit annoyed. How can he meet these fault finders everywhere? Can't he let himself be quiet for a while? So he looked at Lie Chenuan with a puzzled face, as if asking her, is this your friend? Lie Chenuan also didn't expect to actually meet Zhang Meng, the godly master of their dormitory. In this place, Zhang Meng, haven't seen you for a while, how come your mouth has become even more? Lie Chenuan disliked back without any mercy. Big cousin is handsome and good-hearted. He buys me gifts. You envy it. Envy is useless. Big cousin won't take care of you. You want to find your godfather to go. Wang Fan really didn't expect the seemingly weak Lie Chenuan to dislike people. The firepower is so fierce. And then look at Zhang Meng's face became more and more ugly. Lie Chenuan, you, see if I don't tear your mouth apart, said open teeth and claws toward Lie Chenuan pounced. Lie Chenuan hurriedly hid behind Wang Fan. Zhang Meng also do not know whether it is intentional or willful. Ouch fell toward Wang Fan's arms. Chapter 40, Wang Fan's rage against the bald man. Power games in and out of the mall. Wang Fan never thought that Lie Chenuan, his roommate, was a hidden actor at such a young age. When Zhang Meng aggressively pounced on her, on the surface of a tearing battle, in fact, she carefully designed a show. She didn't really want to make a move, but used the opportunity to get closer to Wang Fan, trying to create some intimate contact. Fortunately, Wang Fan's body had been remodeled by the system, and his reaction was exceptionally agile. At the moment when Zhang Meng almost pounced on him, he made a deft turn and quickly avoided, leaving her empty-handed. Zhang Meng obviously did not expect Wang Fan's reaction to be so quick, and with her unsteady center of gravity, she instantly fell on all fours. Fortunately, she used her hands to support the ground at the moment of her fall, avoiding the embarrassment of landing on her face. If she had really fallen on her face, the scene would have been too embarrassing. Godfather. Zhang Meng instantly changed into a delicate appearance, her voice soft and sticky, as if she had suffered a great deal of aggression. I've been bullied like this, don't you care? This godfather called Wang Fan's heart for a while, couldn't help but secretly spit. Nowadays, young people are really getting more and more bold. Even this kind of teasing tricks are played so skillfully. Soon a man who arrived at the sound caught Wang Fan's attention. He was indeed qualified to be Zhang Meng's godfather. His head was bald and shiny. His stomach was rounded as if he was 6 months pregnant, and he was carrying a small purse under his armpit. The only thing that doesn't fit the image of godfather is that he didn't hang a gold chain around his neck, less imposing as a contractor. Ouch, my little baby. The man squatted down like an awkward fat pig and patted Zhang Meng's shoulder with difficulty, mumbling, who put you down? The ground is cool. Get up. Zhang Meng saw that his godfather was struggling so much, so he didn't pretend anymore and stood up, pointing at Wang Fan and said indignantly, Godfather, he's the one who bullied me. I just said that he was pretending to be a big spender. How can he compare with a real big spender like you? He was so angry that he directly pushed me down. Zhang Meng's acting skills were top-notch, and her colorful description could almost make the onlookers believe it. Godfather, you have to do it for me. Prove that you're a real big spendthrift. Take me to buy some designer jewelry, and hit him hard in the face. Her eyes twinkled full of greed when she said this, completely ignoring the mess she was in just now. Wang Fan couldn't help but secretly sigh. This little green tea really has a deep heart. For the sake of luxury goods, she even went so far as to treat him as a stepping stone, stepping on him to climb up the ladder. The godfather also noticed Wang Fan's good looks, while Lie Chenuan, Fan Shuqin and Fang Lianyue beside him were even more beautiful. Especially Fang Lianyue was much better looking than Zhang Meng. The man's heart was stirring, as if he was already fantasizing that if he could get Fang Lianyue, it would be worth it even if he spent more money for Zhang Meng today. Kid, I see that you're dressed like that. I'll give you a chance to either kneel down and apologize to my goddaughter, or compete with me to see who is more willing to spend money for a woman. Dare you? The bald man looked at Wang Fan provocatively, his tone full of contempt. Wang Fan looked at his lewd eyes, his heart burned with anger, itching to kick his head off. However, he knew that words alone could not solve the problem, but would instead put him in a passive position, so he calmly spoke. What if the bet is more than spending money and you lose? The bald man laughed with disinterest. If I lose, I'll give you Zhang Meng, how about it? These words made Wang Fan's anger increase, although he had long been accustomed to seeing shameless people. Acts like this one of treating people as trading objects still made him feel a wave of nausea. I don't want it. Wang Fan refused without hesitation. If you lose, just take out your ID card, record an apology video, and send it to me. The bald man's face changed slightly, but Zhang Meng interjected unwillingly. Li Xuanxuang's cousin. What do you mean? I'm so beautiful that I can't even look at you? If you lose, I will definitely scratch your face. These words made Wang Fan completely speechless, and he couldn't help but spit out in his heart. What's in her head? To actually open her mouth and threaten others while she stood by and watched the show without even reacting. The bald man unwillingly pointed at Fong Lianyu and provoked. If I win, let me have her as my goddaughter. These words completely ignited Wang Fan's anger. He no longer hesitated and stomped his foot, kicking directly at the bald man's stomach. The man flew out like a bowling ball that was catapulted out, flying out for more than a meter and knocking down 2 rows of cabinets before stopping. This kick Wang Fan did not use his full strength. If it was a little more ruthless, the bald man was afraid that he would directly hang. Seeing this, the mall clerk immediately called the police and notified the security guards, and at the same time contacted the law enforcement team. Wang Fan took out his car keys and handed them to Fong Lianyu. Lianyu, take them to my car and wait for me. Fong Lianyu wanted to stay and accompany Wang Fan, but his tone was firm. Shu Qin, you take them to go first. You guys still have to have a parent-teacher conference in the afternoon. Don't get involved because of this, then the homeroom teacher will criticize you again. Fan Shuqin and Li Xuanxuang nodded their heads and pulled Fong Lianyu out of the mall. Wang Fan, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and dialed the general manager of the mall. Not long after, the general manager of the People's Mall, Fan Debiao, hurriedly arrived. Seeing Wang Fan, he respectfully bowed his head. Wang Dong, I didn't know you personally came over. I am really slow, please forgive me. Wang Fan swept a glance at him and felt that he was even more spirited than in the photo, so he briefly explained the situation. Tune out the surveillance. There might be a law enforcement team coming over afterward. Leave it all to you to deal with. Don't worry, Wang Dong, I will definitely get it done. Fan Debiao patted his chest and assured. Wang Fan nodded and continued. Right, check out the relationship between the bald man and Zhang Meng. If it's fake, then it's suspected to be a criminal offense and there's more room to deal with it. I understand, Director Wang. Get this done, and I will consider raising the company's employee treatment. Wang Fan's tone was calm and steady, and he didn't forget to give some sweeteners, so it could be said that he had played the boss's way to perfection. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Fan Debiao was thrilled, his gratitude overflowing. Wang Fan patted Fan Debiao's shoulder and left the mall in style. Without Wang Fan present, General Manager Fan Debiao's aura rose steeply and his face became incredibly stern. He then passed the bald man's picture to the Public Relations Department and asked them to check personal information about him. It didn't take long for the bald man's information to appear on his cell phone. Wang Fan thought back to the way Fan Debiao had groveled before him just now and suddenly realized why so many people wanted to climb up the ladder. Because if you stand high enough, there will be a lot of people to serve you. You don't have to do everything yourself, and a lot of problems will be solved for you. Chapter 41, Coming to Cousin's High School causes a sensation. Wang Fan decides to make a donation. Wang Fan carried 3 shopping bags in his hand, which were filled with Swarovski earrings, bracelets and necklaces. The reason why he bought 3, Wang Fan is considered to see. His family, this cousin is too beautiful, will inevitably be some bad students or social figures coveted. Fan Shuqin and Li Xuanxuang, the 2 roommates are not bad, quite Wang Fan's appetite. Coupled with their cousin with a dormitory, they are equivalent to more than 2 pairs of eyes and ears. By the time the cousin in the school what happened, to be able to notify him the first time, in order to avoid the emergence of some irreparable tragedy. So bribing these 2 cuties first will definitely have the effect of spending a small amount of money to do a big job. When the 3 girls saw the gift that Wang Fan gave them, each one of them was as happy as a flower. But after they had looked at it, they all felt that this gift was too expensive. 3 things came down to tens of thousands of dollars, and once they bought it, they bought 3 sets of it, that is $30,000. First cousin, this gift is too expensive, we can't have it. Li Xuanxuang took the lead and said. Fan Shuqin was also not willing to lag behind. We're still students now, and we don't have anything to return to you. If you have to give it, Li Xuanxuang and I can only give our bodies in return. Fong Lianyu looked at Fan Shuqin incredulously from the side. Shuqin, you're crazy, he's our first cousin, how can you have such thoughts? Lianyu, you are wrong. Li Xuanxuang helped from the side. Big cousin is just your big cousin. He can be the love brother of Shuqin and I. Wang Fan's head wasn't normally big as he listened to these three girls talk, and he scurried out with 1 foot of the gas. The strong feeling of pushing back made the three people exclaim in shock, instantly forgetting what they had just discussed. Started to turn their heads have accused Wang Fan's driving skills. Wang Fan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, felt that the current high school students are really simple, a little cute. After Lin Shia explained the situation, the gatekeeper opened the school gate and Wang Fan drove into the school in a dignified manner, instantly causing the students on campus to stop and watch. Ni-T, what kind of car is this? Full of future technology. So cool, did I see it? The person driving the car is so handsome. We don't even have such a handsome person in our school. I wipe. Lin Shia even in the passenger side. It will not be her boyfriend. Is this the legendary male talent and female beauty? Who cares? Follow the past to see. Through the rearview mirror saw a lot of classmates, all chased and ran over. Lin Shia had a big headache. She was already famous enough in school, recognized as the school flower. Now sitting in her handsome trenchless cousin's car, she would definitely cause a lot of trouble later. Brother, later on, you get out of the car first to attract firepower. Then we'll take the opportunity to run back to the dormitory. Lin Shia seriously arranged things for Wang Fan. Please, 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 otherwise your sister will have to be talked about within the school again. Can you bear it? What else could Wang Fan say? He could only sigh. Who let her be his own sister? And nodded helplessly. Lin Shia then crossed from the front row to the back row, rearranging. Let's put our school uniforms over our heads and leave a slit to see the road. Anyway, the three of us are of similar stature. They definitely won't be able to tell who's who. After we get off the bus, we'll run in 3 different directions, and finally gather at the dormitory. Li Shuang and Fan Shuqin agreed with approval. Lin Shia finally arranged, brother, later you can just go directly to our class, senior class 5. If you don't know where it is, just ask the students surrounding you. Wang Fan let out another sigh. There are really 3 white-eyed wolves, abandoning their own safety when in danger. Sure enough, after Wang Fan got off the bus, the students in the school, one by one, all flocked to the school, especially the girls. One by one became a nymphomaniac, really tearing the power of the male manga extraordinary, requesting a photo of the request to add the green bubble. Of course, there is a request to be Wang Fan's girlfriend. The male students were all envious, and some of them started to complain about their parents, why they didn't give him a handsome face. It was at this time, Lin Shia and the girls got off from the back door of the car with their school uniforms covering their heads, and according to Lin Shia's plan, the 3 of them split up and ran away, and they had thought to see if it was Lin Shia or not, this time directly confused, do not know to chase that, and so reacted to split into 3 groups of people respectively to chase. The 3 head covered with school uniforms of the students have already run away. Wang Fan saw that Lin Shia and the girls had gotten out of the trap, so there was no need to be here with these female classmates. Glancing at his watch, there was still almost an hour before the parent-teacher conference, so it seemed a bit silly to go to the class and wait now. So Wang Fan smiled at the female students beside him and asked, which one of you can take me to the principal's office? I'm looking for your principal to talk about something. Many female students raised their hands to indicate that she could take them there. And just like that, Wang Fan came to the principal's office surrounded by a bunch of girls. The female classmates who sent him over instantly dispersed. Wang Fan knocked on the door, and a voice as sweet as the orchid in the valley came from inside. Please come in. This is really out of Wang Fan's expectation. In his stereotypical impression, can be in such a high school as the principal must be with the People's Mall encountered that bald man almost the same image. What he didn't expect to see was a middle-aged woman in a professional suit. A very capable strong woman, probably in her 30s or less than 40. It was the age of exuding mature female charms. When she looked up to Wang Fan, she was also brightened up. She really didn't think that there was still such a handsome-looking scion. This gentleman, may I ask what you are looking for me for? Wang Fan sat down opposite the Principal Tang Xinshan with a big grin before he said with a smile, Principal Tang, I see that some parts of our school are being renovated, and I was thinking of donating some money to us. Tang Xinshan looked at Wang Fan with interest and asked, then please introduce yourself first, and how much do you intend to donate? Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, I'm a current student in my senior year at Mordor University. My name is Wang Fan. I'm the cousin of Lin Shia in the 5th class of our school's senior year. Tang Xinshan didn't expect the person in front of her to be a student, so his so-called donations were insignificant here in Tang Xuanxuan's case. After all, how much money could a college student have? When she heard Lin Shia's name, she had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder the young man in front of her looked so handsome. The reason why Lin Shia had an impression was mainly because this little girl was not only good at studying but also pretty, and was the recognized school flower of the school. Naturally, she became the subject of discussion among substitute teachers and classmates. Of course, Fang Lianyu's family situation also has a simple understanding. Did not hear that she has any special background relatives and so on. As for how much I want to donate, I would like to ask Principal Tang for some advice. If we renovate our school's library, stadium, dormitory building, and so on, as well as introducing the latest AI teaching system, replacing hardware equipment like computers, and so on, roughly how much of a budget will be needed? Chapter 42, Lighting Up the Watch to Dispel Tang Xuanxuan's doubts. Donating 100 million to hold the beauty. Tang Xianxian didn't expect Wang Fan to really come, a face of sincerity to speak out, invariably have a kind of credibility. However, she quickly dispelled this idea. After all, Wang Fan, this person in front of him, is too young. If in front of a bald man with a big belly, she may have 7 or 8 points to believe. And this man in front of her, apart from a tens of thousands of dollars Givenchy suit, she couldn't tell from other aspects that he was rich and powerful. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your concern for our school. Tang Xianxian smiled and responded. Our school has already applied to the higher authority for the corresponding budgetary expenses. Although it's not much, it can help the students improve their accommodation first. As for the rest, we will also rely on the higher competent units to help, as well as fundraising from some outstanding alumni as well as members of the community. So we don't need Mr. Wang to bother. You'd better study well to finish your studies as well as internship. Wang Fan heard out that the Tang Xianxian in front of him didn't believe that he had money in his pocket and was able to help their school to improve their hardware and software facilities. People being famous seems to be a double-edged sword. Sometimes it can bring you some convenience. If it is Principal Wang standing in front of Principal Tang, it is estimated that she has long been in a state of bliss. She would believe that Principal Wang was capable of helping their school improve the learning environment. The inconvenience is that life will be infinitely enlarged, and personal privacy will be raked over the coals from head to toe. Now Wang Fan, every day if you do not spend a small goal, you feel uncomfortable. Go to the trip to the People's Mall, only spent more than 100,000 yuan. Can only buy a skill point in the Godhome Mall, completely so that Wang Fan cannot raise interest. There was no way but to show this Principal Tang his true strength. Wang Fan stood up. Tang Xianxian thought that he was going to leave. Who knew that he walked straight towards his desk? Inexplicably, Tang Xianxian had a feeling of her heart beating faster. Inexplicably, she got nervous. It seems that no matter what age group, people have no resistance to handsome men. Mr. Wang, what are you going to do? Tang Xianxian asked somewhat nervously. Wang Fan smiled evilly and said, I just want to show Principal Tang my strength. Saying that, he rolled up his sleeves. Tang Xianxian thought that he was going to make a move on herself, and sat in her chair straight back in fear. I don't know if Principal Tang recognizes this watch I'm wearing? Wang Fan asked back. Do you know how much it costs? Tang Xianxian fixed her eyes on it and only recognized the Rolex label. She wasn't really sure about which model it was. It's a Rolex, but I don't know exactly which model it is. I'll tell you, it's the Unicorn Daytona No. 6265. You can check how much it's worth, and you'll know whether I have the ability to help our school improve the hardware and software facilities. Being stared at by Wang Fan in such a condescending and aggressive manner, Tang Xianxian was a bit uncomfortable, like she was being seen through by the man in front of her. Alright, I know, can you sit back down? Wang Fan looked at her distracted appearance and pulled out his own chrysanthemum triple fold and said, Principal Tang, add a green bubble. I'll send you the relevant information. Tang Xianxian had never been so passive before, not expecting to be led by the nose by a man so much younger than herself. She could only take out her cell phone and scan the other party's QR code. Surprisingly to her, Wang Fan took off his watch and put it directly on her desk. When she saw the information about the Unicorn Daytona No. 6265 sent over by Wang Fan, her eyes were wide open. Just such a piece of watch actually wants more than 40 million. Then she carefully picked up the watch, according to the tips of the official website, to enter a string of codes on the watch, and got the tip is true. She then looked at Wang Fan, who was sitting on the sofa, and completely lost the stereotype she had before, thinking that it was really possible for him to help the school improve its environment. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry for my distrust of you just now. You'd better take back this watch. Wang Fan did not move, but asked, Principal Tang, can you tell me now how much budget is needed to improve the school's facilities? Tang Xianxian thought about it and replied, according to our previous projections, the entire school will need about $50 million to complete the improvement. And if you improve the hardware and software comprehensively as you just said, it is estimated that it will be another $20 to $30 million more than that. Wang Fan didn't even think about it and said directly, then I'll donate $100 million to our school first. If the subsequent budget is not enough, you can still find me to ask for it. Tang Xianxian really didn't expect that the good thing of a person sitting in the office and a small target smashing over would be her turn. All this made her feel unreal. I wonder if Mr. Wang donates 100 million to our school, What are the additional conditions? In fact, at this time, in Tang Xuanxuan's heart has begun to struggle. If this flowery and beautiful man in front of her puts forward excessive requirements, will she agree? As if Wang Fan had read Tang Xuanxuan's mind, he sighed helplessly and said, Principal Tang, is there not even a basic trust between people? What can I ask for? It's just that my cousin goes to school in our school, and I hope you'll take care of her in the future. Tang Xianxian didn't expect Wang Fan to donate $100 million to make such a small request, and she didn't know why she seemed to have an empty peace in her heart. Mr. Wang, your cousin is a student of our school. We naturally have to take care of it. This you can rest assured. Obviously Wang Fan was quite dissatisfied with such an official reply from Tang Xianxian. Principal Tang, I don't want you to treat them equally. I need you to favor my cousin and ensure that she is not harassed by her classmates at school. Could it be that Ms. Fang is being bullied by other classmates? Tang Xianxian asked in disbelief. If this really happened, we will definitely deal with it seriously. But there is no need for you to donate 100 million out for your cousin. No one's money doesn't come from the gust of wind. I think Mr. Wang you should think twice before you act. Although Wang Fan proved that he could come up with the 100 million with a watch worth more than $40 million, it didn't mean that the money was his. It could be his family's. I can be the master of my money, Wang Fan said in a very domineering manner. Principal Tang just needs to give me the number of our school's public bank card, and I will transfer it to you. Seeing that Wang Fan was so resolute, Tang Xianxian picked up her cell phone and went to the finance office and asked the relevant teacher to send the school's public account number over. Everything went smoothly next. Wang Fan got the account number and transferred it. After getting the teacher from the finance to confirm that the 100 million had arrived, Wang Fan got up and excused himself to prepare for his cousin's class meeting. Mr. Wang, wait a moment. Tang Xianxian hurriedly called out to Wang Fan. Your watch. Not knowing that Tang Xianxian was walking too fast, her feet were unsteady and she screamed as she was about to fall down. She has thought, well, even if the chest fall bad cannot let the watch accident. This is more than 40 million watches she cannot afford to lose. Wang Fan saw the situation. The horsepower is fully open. The speed to the extreme. In Tang Xianxian to fall at the time, a hand to hold her in the arms. Chapter 43, A Woman's Heart of Revenge. The red envelope wore in the class group. Tang Xianxian looked at Wang Fan's handsome side face. She felt very unbelievable. How did he do it? Obviously have walked to the door. How did he flash in front of his desk and hold himself? The scene of him holding his waist and spinning around just now really seemed like an idol drama. It was a pity that she was too big. If she was the same age as Wang Fan, she would have definitely launched a courtship on him. However, on second thought, although her age is a few years older than Wang Fan's, but as the old saying goes, a woman is too old to hold a golden brick. She can let him hold 12 golden bricks, so it's cheap for this kid. Wang Fan also did not expect. Tang Principal looked thin, did not expect the touch is not cackling, especially just now for fear of her fall. Just started the hand mistakenly on her buttocks is very cute pop, but now Principal Tang closed her eyes. A look of letting the king pick, really some tantalizing. If he retreated at this time, would it make Principal Tang mistakenly think that she was not attractive? And then he would have an inferiority complex and not be able to manage the school properly. Then he would be guilty of a great sin. So Wang Fan lowered his head and was about to kiss when he heard a knock on the door outside. Frightened Wang Fan hurriedly stopped the action on his mouth, then held Tang Xianxian well. From her eyes flashed a trace of anger, but still did not escape Wang Fan's fiery eyes. After adjusting her emotions, Tang Xianxian said coldly, please come in. Wang Fan, on the other hand, casually took the watch from Tang Xianxian and put it back on his hand. The one who came in was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, and his head was starting to go bald, giving people the feeling that he was not a good person. There was a kind of madness in his eyes when he looked at Tang Xianxian, but when he saw Wang Fan, he was instantly hostile. Principal Wang, what's the matter? Principal, who is this handsome guy? A new colleague? I haven't seen him before. Tang Xuanxuan's good deed had been disturbed. She was already in a bad mood, so where was she free to take care of him? There's something to talk about. Principal Tang, who had always been gentle and elegant, suddenly had a drastic change in temperament, making Director Wang think for granted that it was all because of Wang Fan's ghosts. At this time, he didn't dare to continue to touch the principal's mold, and honestly said, there will be a mobilization meeting for the senior students to move dormitories in the afternoon, and I would like to ask if you will attend? I still have things to do, so I won't attend. Tang Xianxian finished her reply and looked at Director Wang and continued, you still have things to do? Oh no, no more, no more. Then I'm going out. After saying that, she closed the door and left. Director Wang was dying of anger, and in his heart, he cursed all of Wang Fan's ancestors. Without Director Wang, the atmosphere of the office instantly became a little subtle. Wang Fan felt a little embarrassed and said, Principal Tang, I have to go too. See you later. after saying that he was going to open the door and leave. Just at the moment when Wang Fan walked out, Tang Xianxian ghostly grabbed a hand towards Wang Fan's butt. Then she quickly closed the door. She leaned on the door and panted sharply, her heart thumping. Wang Fan is also really speechless. Really did not expect the woman's heart of revenge so strong. Really do not eat any loss. So he knocked on the door and said, "Principal Tang, a gentleman's revenge is only a matter of time. You are really good." After saying that, he walked towards the 5th class of senior high school. Of course, in the middle, he also asked some students to find it. After arriving, seeing that some parents had already arrived, Wang Fan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the female parents. After all, in such an occasion, it is a great honor to meet such a handsome man. So a lot of female parents gathered around. So some male parents cannot stand some. Why are students parents? Treatment difference is so big. Also follow the hilarious. Took out his cell phone to open the green bubble, said, "This parent, before in the class group have not seen you. Do not mind adding a friend. Pull you into the group it?" This reminder let a lot of female parents light up, busy followed and echoed, "Yes, into the group." The teacher will release information about the students every day. Especially the senior 3, need to pay more attention to the child's dynamics, otherwise it affects the college entrance exams. That will delay the child for life. Wang Fan actually didn't want to join. After all, he was just attending a parent-teacher conference for his cousin, and the task was done. He didn't want to continue doing the aftermath. However, he couldn't help the enthusiasm of so many parents, so he took out his QR code and let everyone scan it, and in the process, pulled him into the class group. Soon Wang Fan entered the class group of senior class 5, and Zhang Xiaowei's father directly at Wang Fan saying, "Welcome handsome parents into the group. Send a red packet to celebrate." Then there were various parents of male students, who were up in arms below, asking Wang Fan to send out red packets. At once, Wang Fan was set up. If he didn't send it, it looked like Wang Fan was very petty, so that such a man would not be liked by the female parents even if he was handsome. This trick is a young plot. Just like the online segment said, test the relationship between two people, iron or not. You borrow money from him to know. In fact, it is a reason. Although Wang Fan was rich now, he didn't want to be a wrongdoer. So directly at Zhang Xiaowei's dad said, "Like me alone to send. That how meaningless. How about this way you send any red envelope? I will exceed you double. How about it? Do you dare to send it?" These words instantly made the whole parent group boil. Dad Xiaowei is going to be majestic. A man can't say he can't at Zhang Xiaowei. Dad Mr. Zhang, hurry up and send it. At Wang Fan, you've kicked the steel plate this time. Mr. Zhang is worth tens of millions of dollars. It's not something you can compare with a little handsome guy. Looking at the messages touting his own in the group, Zhang Xiaowei's dad instantly went to his head. He hurriedly asked at Wang Fan in the group, "Can you keep your words?" Wang Fan replied in the group with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, "You'll know if you try." So Zhang Xiaowei's father directly entered a random red packet of $200. I have to say that everyone's enthusiasm is still very high. Just 5 seconds to be snatched away. Wang Fan also did not dawdle in the group, directly sent 400 random red packets. Plot needs. Please do not bring into reality VX limit. Zhang Xiaowei's father squinted at Wang Fan. Think this kid is a little interesting. Then he looked at a beautiful mom not far away, his eyes full of hot. Originally, he was all famous brands today. Everyone is after him. Especially when he saw that there is a beautiful mom who dresses fashionably. That blowing up his own career is even more unbridled. Just like a peacock with an open screen. Who knows that the good times do not last long. Wang Fan came, a focus on his eyes, all attracted to the past. He made this strategy. Want to make Wang Fan lose face. I did not expect Wang Fan also with their own bar. So once again entered the 1000 random red packets. The group of these parents once again boiled. Wang Fan did not even look at the random to keep up with the 2000 red envelopes. This matter has caused the attention of the senior class 5 teacher. Would like to say a few words, but see the best of the best 888 red envelopes. He was directly silent, vaguely have more expectations. Chapter 44 Zhang Xiaowei's dad is pitched. Class teacher retaliates against Wang Fan. Zhang Xiaowei's dad really didn't expect Wang Fan, the little white boy, to really be twice as high as him every time. However, he laughed coldly in his heart. Looking at Wang Fan's age, 9 times out of 10 is still a college student. How much pocket money can he have? This time, he is also the brother of a certain classmate, who came to attend this class meeting for his parents. Still want to pretend with him in front of this multi-million-dollar boss. Not his face swollen, he is not called Yang Wei, so no longer tentative 1,800 cent. Directly sent a 10,000 red envelope to the group. Instantly, it ignited the entire class group, and everyone started licking him like crazy. Thank you for Mr. Zhang's red packet. Mr. Zhang is so handsome. To be in the same class as Mr. Zhang's child. How fortunate I am as a parent. Oi. I'm the best, surprisingly grabbed 999. Thank you, boss Zhang. Zhang Xiaowei's father looked at Wang Fan provocatively, then naturally looked at the parent of the fashionably dressed student. Looking at the way she was focused on grabbing the red packet, his heart itched even more. Wang Fan simply ignored him and directly sent 20,000 red envelopes in the group, becoming even more frantic. The previous praises about Zhang Xiaowei's father were instantly drowned out by words of praise for Wang Fan. All of them were praising Wang Fan for not only being handsome, but also for turning out to be a rich man, especially that fashionable mom. After grabbing 1888, her eyes towards Wang Fan became incomparably hot. Rich and handsome, this is not the faithful person chosen by heaven. This scene deeply stimulated Zhang Xiaowei father. He was furious. Directly in the group sent 100,000 red envelopes. Senior class 5 directly boiled. All kinds of screams seemed to be able to lift the roof of the class. The fashionable student's mother, after grabbing the red packet to see 6888, happy as if back to 18 years old, looking at Zhang Xiaowei father's eyes had become tender and watery. Others at least also grabbed more than 1,000. A happy face like blooming chrysanthemums. Originally, before coming to scold the school, what cannot be notified in the group, had to be on a weekday to let the parent-teacher conference, so then had to take a vacation, but also deducted half a day's salary. The mood of a very unhappy, did not expect the parents group. There are two fools, do not know what the reason, began to fight to send red envelopes. The previous grievances were instantly washed away by the group's big red packets, and everyone looked at Wang Fan with great anticipation. Wang Fan also didn't have the slightest ink, and directly sent out 200,000 red packets in the green bubble to the senior class 5 class group. Thanks to the two god of fortune. My god, this is the biggest red packet I've ever grabbed in my life. I benefit from the god of wealth fighting. Two masters, you fight harder. Mr. Jang, don't be a wimp. Charge and then send how to start with 1,000,000. Can't be a white boy to be underestimated. Said this kind of words is definitely the male coaxing. The only purpose is to arch the fire, so that the two do not know the death of the stupid lack of fight. You die for each other. They were all good at fishing in the group. Just at this time, the fashionably dressed student mom looked at Zhang Xiaowei's dad and said sweetly, Xiaowei dad, I just grabbed that red envelope so small. It's less than 10,000 yuan. Listen to what this is a human being saying. Can you let me also get addicted? Grab a big one, and then send it to my friends to show off. That kind of please 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 little expression made Zhang Xiaowei's dad instantly go to his head, and he glared viciously at Wang Fan, then said, okay, then I'll send 1,000,000. Let everyone have fun. In the group directly sent 1,000,000 red packets. Wang Fan's face showed an imperceptible evil smile, hurriedly clicked the red packet. After opening it, found that actually grabbed 25,888 best of all. In other words, the red packet sent before. In the moment of opening this red packet directly back to the capital, then he saw Wang Fan directly put away his cell phone and put it in his pocket. The people who were all going to brag about Zhang Xiaofeng's dad in the crowd, instantly felt that the mood was not so beautiful. Originally still thinking of grabbing Wang Fan's 2,000,000 red packets, how did he so dryly put away his cell phone? Wang Fan, but Mr. Zhang sent 1,000,000 red packets in the group. Shouldn't you double the 2,000,000 red packets? That's right, hurry up and send it. Be honest and keep your words. Wang Fan faced the aggressiveness of the crowd. He said with an innocent face, do you know what are the 4 big words written on your brains right now? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't see any words at all and thought that it was Wang Fan who was teasing them. What words? How come we didn't see it? Insatiable, you guys can't get out of your points. You still dislike this and that. What qualifications do you have to yell in front of me? Said a bunch of big men, face green for a while, red for a while. At this time Zhang Xiaowei father also reacted. He was attracted to Wang Fan's way. This time it is really a big loss. Hot-headed and fell into the pit. Wang Fan, you say the big guys have no qualifications to say you, then this party should have it. Just now is not you said in the group. How much red packets I send? You are double to send it? How come I'm out of $1,000,000? You dare not follow up. Are you still not a man? Wang Fan Jiju is like looking at a little cutie. Said, you go to see the chat records. I cannot finally promised you to double to follow up. Is your brain has a pit, you still blame me? After Wang Fan such a reminder, see the chat records of the two before. Found that Wang Fan finally said let Zhang Xiaowei father do not believe in words can try, and did not say for sure will be doubled with. Obviously Wang Fan dug a hole for the other party. Zhang Xiaowei's father said with a black face unwillingly, I don't care if other people rob my red envelopes. The more than $200,000 that you robbed must be returned to me. Wang Fan disdainfully returned 2 words, don't think about it. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive, as if it could explode at any time. The class teacher, Li Guangbei, walked in with a pile of information. Good afternoon everyone. Today we invited all the parents to come over. There is only one topic and that is the school is going to improve the students' accommodation and remodel it. since we are in our senior year, it's tight for us to get it first, which brings up the question of what to do about the students' accommodation. Wang Fan listened to the class teacher Li Guangbei on the podium. Originally could finish the matter in one sentence, had to put the cause and effect of the matter, and how it is not easy for the school to do this. What is the deeper meaning and so on, long-windedly said a pass. In fact, it is hard for their school to apply for the budget, to be implemented as soon as possible to improve. The current problem is the student accommodation. The school asked to stay in the apartment they had negotiated, but need to pay a part of the fee. Parents close to home are naturally reluctant, so there was a dispute. As soon as Wang Fan heard that there must be something fishy in it, he didn't bother to listen to it, and shook his head and finally fell asleep. Li Guangbei's dissatisfaction with the parents was already upset, and now he saw that someone was even sleeping, and it was still that guy who was even more handsome than himself. Of course the most let him angry is, the other actually tricked not in the group to send 2 million red envelopes, let him directly lose several million, so picked up the chalk, broke a section, toward the head of Wang Fan, threw over. Chapter 45, Wang Fan's counterattack, threatened by Li Guangbei. Now Wang Fan's indicators were already 5 times the limit of an ordinary human body. Even when he was sleeping, his body could instinctively feel the approaching crisis. When the head of the chalk was about to hit his head, he grabbed the chalk with his hand as if it was a reflex. Then he flicked his fingers and shot the chalk towards Li Guangbei, which made the parents in the room gasp in surprise, like discovering a new continent. Wang Fan is not only handsome, a little money, actually will also be martial arts. This is a little all-round. If you can fall in love with such a handsome man, then even if you want that girlfriend's 10 years of life to exchange is also willing. Li Guangbei really didn't expect that Wang Fan would give him such a hand. The heart of the sudden fear. Feel that if not to avoid this blow, it is estimated that there can be a life-threatening panic in the head on the podium table. Just so a big blister on the head. I was going to curse angrily, but I heard a bang sound. The blackboard, as if it had been hit by a bullet, was penetrated by the chalk, shattered a piece, and the chalk head intact nailed to the wall. This scene made the parents present feel even more incredible. Wang Fan couldn't be the son of some immortal cultivation family. Right, this hand is quite powerful. Hurry up and report J. This is murder for money. If Ms. Li didn't dodge in time just now. Oops, can't dare to imagine that kind of picture. Handsome Wang, do you have a girlfriend? I have a twin sister I want to introduce to you. The noisy voices in the classroom woke Wang Fan up. He looked around him in confusion with a sense of unreality. Shouldn't they be having a class meeting? How did they start discussing him? Beating him to death? There was no way he would send out red envelopes in the group. When Li Guangbei saw that Wang Fan had woken up, he slammed the table and said, Wang Fan, this is how you came to the parent-teacher conference for your sister. Attacking the teacher and smashing the blackboard of the classroom. You want to go to heaven. Zhang Xiaowei's father jumped out again at this time and said, if you are dissatisfied with Mr. Li, you can say it openly and honestly. To engage in sneak attack is a villainous act. Wang Fan is a little confused about the situation. Puzzled asked, Teacher, I admit that just sleeping is not right, but said I hit you and the blackboard to break. I certainly do not mean. And who provided me with the tools of the crime chalk? Zhang Xiaowei's father was afraid that the words would fall on the ground and hurriedly picked up. It was the homeroom teacher who saw you sleeping and wanted to use the chalk to wake you up. I didn't think that you would fight back. It's really bold. You're plotting to kill people. Wang Fan's eyes glared as he pointed at Zhang Xiaowei's father and said, Shut up, or else don't blame me for not being polite. Then Wang Fan looked at Li Guangbei and asked, if it's the teacher you hit me with the chalk first, then my counterattack belongs to self-defense and is not liable for any problems, but I smashed the glass, I admit. Anyway, I just grabbed the red packet and also grabbed more than 200,000. The money for our class to change a new blackboard is still there. Killing and executing a string of 2. Zhang Xiaowei's father's face became very ugly. MD was just pitched, and now he is disliked. This Wang Fan is his nemesis. Li Guangbei's face is also not good to not see where to go. Fang Lianyue, her cousin. You do not think that it is not Fang Lianyue's immediate family. You want to do whatever you want here. You go on fooling around. It will affect Fang Lianyue's. You can have to think clearly. In fact, the teacher's biggest reliance was that he could hold your child. Most parents faced with such a situation would definitely just compromise. But who was Wang Fan that he would be afraid of a small class teacher like him? That would be a big joke. Teacher Li, are you threatening me with my cousin in front of all the parents? Wang Fan said disdainfully. Is this your moral character as a teacher? The eyes of the parents present changed when they looked at Wang Fan. How dare he? It was also the first time that Li Guangbei had encountered such an explosive parent, who had made him lose his temper in front of so many parents. The happiest person was none other than Zhang Xiaowei's father. In his heart, he felt that Wang Fan was just a fool, going against the class teacher. Then he was absolutely dead. Fang Lianyue's cousin, is this how you define me as the class teacher? I'll call Fong Lianyu's parents right now to see if they also don't care if their child has school or not. Wang Fan also didn't expect this homeroom teacher to be so bottomless. The threats were all about to escalate. Whether Fong Lianyu is school or not is not up to you. A small class teacher. Wang Fan is also angry. This kind of no teacher morality guys how become the motherland flowers of the gardeners. Should be cleaned out this tumor out of the teacher's team. Wang Fan, I don't know who gave you the bottom. Don't think that with a little cleverness pit Zhang Xiaowei's father more than 1 million this thing is over. Do you know that this has already constituted the crime of extortion and blackmail? I advise you to immediately return the money to Zhang Xiaowei's father. And your cousin cannot go on here. This small class teacher cannot decide. You just wait and see. Said directly took out his cell phone, dialed out a call and said, Director Wang, there is a parent in our class who is causing trouble, does not listen to the school's arrangements, and has already caused trouble to our class. Let him take the student home. After hanging up the phone, Li Guangbei looked like a general returning from a victorious battle, defying all the parents in the class and said, any of you who don't want to obey the school's arrangements, take your own children home just like him. Our school doesn't need to be corrupted by immodest parents. A good move to make an example of him. All the parents of senior class 5 were silenced, and some parents of students who were close to the school and asked to live at home before didn't dare to say anything. Wang Fan asked with a cold snort, Sir, namely you are very arrogant. I see you can still fool around for a few hours. I suspect that you collude with the apartments outside the school, forcing the students to stay there, and you eat kickbacks from it. As far as you are also considered a person? Li Guangbei didn't think that Wang Fan this guy is so powerful, from his false words, but also find the key to the problem in the cocoon. Indeed, about all the people in the class to go to their designated apartment accommodation. In fact, is his uncle Wang director's idea? Because the property manager there and Wang director is a classmate. At the table on the wine this matter to set down. Director Wang also promised to give his nephew a commission of 10 points after this was accomplished, which was also a very substantial amount of extra income. Wang Fan, you get the hell out of here. Li Guangbei used anger to cover up the truth. People like you are not welcome in our senior class 5. Anger can't cover up the fact that you are ashamed to be a teacher. Wang Fan said disdainfully, you just sneakily grabbed a lot of red envelopes. Do you really think everyone's eyes are blind? Not saying you is to give you some face. You don't want to be shameless, then don't blame me for not being polite. Just at this time the back door of the class was pushed open from outside. I see who is so bold to scold our teacher. This kind of unqualified parents. I think the children at home are no better. Take your children away. Chapter 46, Li Guangbei's backstage. Tang Xianxian stands up for Wang Fan, requesting 5-star positive feedback. Thank you. The person who came was no one else. It was Director Wang who went to Principal Tang's office. Also Li Guangbei's uncle. In fact, he had already heard Wang Fan's voice outside the door, and that fire was flaring outward. He has always been secretly in love with Tang Xianxian. Every time is to find all kinds of reasons to go to find the Tang principal talk, but every time Tang Xianxian is a look of official business, completely inspired his desire to conquer. This senior class mobilization meeting, originally he didn't want Tang Xianxian to participate. After all, he and his nephew have an ulterior motive, so he deliberately went to Tang Xianxian's office to report. According to his past experience, once he said so, then Tang Xianxian certainly will not participate, so this matter on his own say. Who knows in Tang Xuanchuan's office, met Wang Fan, not only Tang Xianxian protect him, and Wang Fan this kid is too handsome, with him than their own what is not, and in the heart of Director Wang, looking at Wang Fan and Tang Xianxian came up with a word, Lang talented woman. This is a little difficult for him to accept, plus when Director Wang asked Principal Tang who Wang Fan was, he was directly ignored. Let Director Wang feel his dignity was trampled on. Has always wanted to take this bad breath out. He didn't expect his nephew to call and say that he had encountered a prick, and he also thought that he might as well make an example of him. Who knows after seeing that prick, let him incomparable excitement, because not others is exactly in Tang Xuanchuan's office that handsome bastard. He wanted to use the power in his hands to trample Wang Fan under his feet, make Wang Fan kneel down and submit to him, and then step on Wang Fan's dignity to make him get lost. Wang Fan twisted his head to look. Also he did not expect that the so-called Director Wang from Principal Tang's office appeared. Come up without asking questions, and Li Guangbei's tone is the same. So he looked at Director Wang and asked rhetorically, who are you? Don't know we are having a parent-teacher conference. Just barge in. Do you know how to be polite? Director Wang also did not expect Wang Fan to dare to be so bold and directly fire at himself in front of so many people. He also deliberately pretended not to recognize himself. This was simply not putting him as the master in his eyes. It was really outrageous. I am Wang Defa, the director of the school. How dare you be so rude to me and try to hit me backwards? You don't deserve to be in our school. Now immediately bring your family's children to leave. Wang Fan really convinced these two scum for teachers. Don't understand anything, just directly drive people away. What kind of thing is this? A class teacher? A school director? I would like to ask. Wang Fan pointed at Li Guangbei and Director Wang and said, who gave you the right to deprive a child of his right to education? Don't think that with so little power in your hands, you don't know who you are. People like you who have no morals and no principles. If you were in the war era, you would definitely be traitors. In the face of a traitor, I will resolutely not bow my head. Unless your principal Tang comes over. If she also thinks I am at fault and tells me to leave, I will turn around and leave. Wang Fan's words made Director Wang certain that this guy had come to the school to poach himself. I didn't expect that the woman he had his eyes on, he kid also dared to rob, really looking for death. Of course Director Wang would not let Wang Fan have his wish, he said with a cold smile. Kid, if you want to use Principal Tang to pressure me, don't be delusional. In this school, my decision can't change the result even if Principal Tang comes, so don't be delusional and struggle. Bring your family's child and hurry up and get out. Just at this time, the door at the back opened again. Director Wang, what a big official authority. We as school administrators are here to provide a good learning environment for the students. We are here to cooperate with the parents to cultivate their children into a pillar of excellence. Not for you to shake your official authority here. The person who came was no other than the principal, Tang Xian. Sweat instantly broke out on Director Wang's forehead. He really didn't expect there to be a yellow bird behind him. Wang Fan saw Principal Tang come over and smiled at her and said, "Good day, Principal Tang. On behalf of the students' parents, I would like to ask our school, is it true that regardless of how far away from the school they are, they all need to live in the apartments we have designated for the students to move into? Is this one-size-fits-all approach against the rules?" Tang Xian frowned. This was completely different from the plan they had finished talking about when they had the school management meeting earlier. The plan made at that time was for the school to take out a portion of the costs, and the students' parents to take out a portion of the costs as well, to find a relatively good apartment near the school to help the students get through this difficult time. For students near the school, it was perfectly fine for them to go home and live there, but for the sake of the students' safety, a parent had to come over to the school to pick up the student after the evening study hall. Director Wang, this is the content of the meeting you conveyed to the class teachers of each class? Tang Xian was very angry. She hated people who were masculine and disobedient, and also people who put the reputation of the school at risk. Director Wang's CPU was drying up and smoking at this time, thinking of a countermeasure, when he suddenly saw his nephew on the podium, and in the spirit of the principle of dying a friend of the road, not a poor man, he snapped, "Mr. Li, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you strictly follow the spirit of the meeting I conveyed, but privately change the content of the meeting?" Li Guangbei really wanted to strangle his uncle at this moment. This pot dumping really caught him off guard. Now he is in the critical period of love with his girlfriend. The other party is very important to him as a teacher of this profession. Think stable, and there are 2 longer vacations in a year. When there is a child can also create a better educational environment for children. If he was dismissed because of the matter of kickbacks, then the current girlfriend will probably be yellow. So he couldn't afford to lose this job. So he started his own counterattack. Director Wang, how did I convey the spirit of the meeting? It wasn't passed on according to your ideas. How come the principal asked the pot to become mine alone? Director Wang, a mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out. How did he have such a pig teammate? He was really pitched to death. In front of this kind of great right and wrong, directly by his own nephew to backstabbing. He really wanted to strangle each other. Really a proper white-eyed wolf. He can be the class teacher to be able to enter the school as a teacher. Not all his operation. When it comes to things, not a bit of pot to carry. Once he fell, then he, this half-assed teacher, can still stay in this school? This bit of eyesight is not there. Really regret the matter of cooperating with him. Watching Director Wang's face go green for a while, Tang Xian further pressed, "Director Wang, what else do you have to say? For the sake of the students' safety, I examined apartments with relatively good conditions and let the students move in. Is there anything wrong with that?" Wang Fan picked up. "Director Wang, your initial intention may be good, but do you dare to call the person in charge of the apartment you talked to over here and confront them drum to drum? Drum to drum, drum to drum. Did you or did you not talk to them about taking kickbacks?" When Director Wang heard this from Wang Fan, he directly came to the spirit and said, "I am a man of good behavior. What is there to be afraid of? I will call the person in charge over." Chapter 47, Zhang Xiaowei's father sanctioned. Arrival of Manager Gao at Xiangyang apartment. The people present, including Tang Xian, were all puzzled by this confusing operation of Wang Fan. Wang Fan is indeed handsome, but paired with a dog's brain, if it's really like what he speculated. People's Director Wang colluded with the people over there. Confronting them face to face can be confronted with a fart. I see this Wang Fan is an egomaniac, feeling that everything is under control, but in fact, is not. It's obvious that Principal Tang is on Handsome's side. So what else can Director Wang do? I think Principal is a perfect match for Handsome. Wang Fan ignored the windy words of the people around him, once again lying on the table. Just now he was sleeping soundly, being woken up by the people around him. In fact, it had already made him feel very upset. Wang Fan, are you already swinging for the fences? Don't grab your backer yet. You'll be dead when Director Wang brings people over later. Zhang Xiaowei's dad was starting to holler again. And this kind of clown-like character Wang Fan was really lazy to take care of. But he was like a mosquito that kept buzzing while you were sleeping. It was actually quite annoying. So Wang Fan raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaowei's father and said, "Had enough of the good life? Want to go back to being penniless? If you don't want to, shut up." Zhang Xiaowei's father didn't expect Wang Fan to be so tough, taunting him in front of so many parents and the principal. If he conceded and didn't say anything, that would be admitting that he was afraid. Then where would he put the face of Mr. Zhang? Wang Fan, what kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to me here? And let me live in penniless days. Are you a big tease? Saying such big words. You're not afraid of flashing your tongue. On your kind of bet not recognize the goon. Black my more than 200,000 villain. Is it only to show your tongue? I would like to see what you have the ability to let me have a penniless life. Wang Fan coldly snorted, like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Zhang Xiaowei's father. Everyone is listening. Give me a testimony. This is his own death. Later even if you kneel down and beg me is useless. Pretend. You just continue to pretend. Blow powerful who will not. Later blow up. See how you end. Wang Fan pointed at Zhang Xiaowei's dad and dialed out the phone. After the other side picked up. Help me check someone. His son is a student in the 5th class of senior year in Pingcheng High School. See what kind of industry his family is doing? I don't care what method you use. As soon as possible, get his industry yellowed for me. And get him from middle class to unproductive. If you can't manage it alone, you can call up Yida's Wang Fucai to join you. By the way, checking a person's assets, the bank is the most expert in this. You can also contact Governor Bai Jia. Well, I only have one request and that is fast. After saying that, Wang Fan hung up the phone and continued to lie on the table ready to sleep. Zhang Xiaowei's father laughed out loud. Wang Fan, your kid is quite capable of pretending. Is Yida's Mr. Wang and Mordor Agricultural Bank's governor by a character that a little white boy like you can get in touch with? You are really open-mouthed. Aren't you afraid that nothing will happen to your ass later, and you'll get your face slapped? Zhang Xiaowei's dad's words had just fallen when his phone rang, and at a glance, it was a call from China Merchants Bank. Manager Gene. Hello, why are you calling me at this time? Did not chat a few sentences on the phone, hung up. Then Zhang Xiaowei father's face became ugly. Immediately after a few more phone calls, Zhang Xiaowei's dad's face became pale. The way he looked at Wang Fan changed. No longer arrogant and domineering, but became very fearful, like a mouse seeing a cat. Just now his assets in the major banks had problems. Either he was told to hurry up and pay back the loan, or there was an error in walking the accounts that he couldn't pay. Instantly the word burnt out materialized in his mind, and the reason for this series of problems was caused by his constant provocation of Wang Fan. He remembered the phone call that Wang Fan dialed out just now, to make him go from middle class to unproductive. His heart was scared to the extreme. At this time he couldn't care less about his face. He directly knelt down in front of Wang Fan and said, Wang Xiao, I'm wrong, I beg you to let go. I still have a family to feed. It's all because of my mouth. I shouldn't have messed with you. I beg you, said regardless of the beginning of his own big mouth. This scene once again refreshed the people present on Wang Fan's cognition. A phone call can make a multi-millionaire, so disregard the face of the kneeling apology. How much energy should this be to be able to do this? The key was that he didn't even know Zhang Xiaowei's father's name. Yet he was able to make Zhang Xiaowei's father kneel down and beg for forgiveness in such a quick time. Scary as hell. Wang Fan lazily glanced at him. This kind of trash thing. He had warned him, but he didn't listen to his advice and kept on being a. Just at this time, Director Wang came in with Gao Su, the manager of Sunward Apartments. Seeing this scene, Director Wang looked like he had discovered a new continent. Pointing at Wang Fan, he said, What are you doing? Why did you let this parent kneel in front of you? Do you know how much of a negative impact this will bring to our school? Wang Fan twisted his head to look at Director Wang and said, What are you barking at? Haven't you heard the saying? No investigation means no right to speak. You don't even know the cause and effect of the matter, so you're just jumping to conclusions there. It's only bad for the school to have assholes like you, right, kid? No matter who your dependence is, I won't allow you and your family to be stirrers in our Pingcheng High School. Wang Fan stood up and looked at Director Wang and said, The same words, I give them to you. He raised his foot and was about to go over to confront Director Wang and Gao Su. Just at this time, Zhang Xiaowei's father tugged on Wang Fan's leg and said, Wang Xiao, please let me go. I can't become penniless. My child still needs money to go to school. Wang Fan kicked him down and said coldly, It's none of my business. Then he walked up and stared at Gao Su and asked, Are you the one who talked to Director Wang about apartment cooperation? Then do you two have any catfights or not? If they hadn't seen Wang Fan change Zhang Xiaowei's dad from Mr. Zhang to Mr. Jang with a single phone call, everyone would definitely think that Wang Fan was a fool. To ask such words in such a grand manner, it was something that no normal person could do, right? Gauss's face instantly turned red warm and said angrily, "Who are you? Escaped from that mental hospital. You're defamation. I can sue you." Incompetent people will be furious. Only those who have been caught in the act will have their face instantly red and warm. In fact, Wang Fan already has a number in his heart. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the unseemly collusion between you and Director Wang. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Just at this time, Director Wang's face was also very ugly. He pointed at Wang Fan and said, "Surname Wang, you may not be rude to Manager Gao at Shenyang apartment. He is not your prisoner. What kind of attitude is this? For people like you who can't get to the top, what attitude should I use on Director Wang?" Wang Fan said coldly, "And you enjoy your last days as Director Wang." Saying this, Wang Fan once again took out his phone and asked the system to pull up the phone number of Fan Changqing, the person in charge of the Sunward apartments, and dialed it. Chapter 48, Fan Changqing dismantled the collusion between the school and the apartment. Director Wang rumor smearing Principal Tang, playing God. Director Wang said disdainfully, "I'll see what kind of people you can call." I said no matter who you call, you won't be able to bail you out today. The other parents in the class felt so familiar when they saw this scene. Zhang Xiaowei's dad was so arrogantly screaming at Wang Fan before, and now he was kneeling on the ground like a lost dog begging for mercy. Li Guangbei, who had been standing on the podium, couldn't stand it anymore. He had witnessed how Wang Fan had made Zhang Xiaowei's dad lose his family's money with a single phone call. His uncle was obviously not clear about Wang Fan's real identity, and if he continued to provoke like this, he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. So Li Guangbei came over to his uncle and said, "Director Wang, this person is not simple. Don't be fooled by him pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger." At this time, Director Wang was angry. Just now it was this white-eyed wolf nephew who elbowed his way out and directly betrayed him. Now he came to destroy his own prestige and boost Wang Fan's morale. Is really damned. Raising his hand, he slapped his hand over. "Eat the inside out. What qualifications do you have to teach me to do things? Get the hell out of my way." Li Guangbei also did not think of this uncle of his. Do not know how to do good or bad. He is obviously to help him. He does not appreciate even if, but also in front of so many people's face to slap him. Really let him have no face at all. Good. You dare to hit me. See if I turn around and not tell my mom. Let her clean you up. These words also made many parents shatter their filters on this homeroom teacher of their children. Properly a mom's baby boy. All this old and still looking for his mom when something happens. Fan Changqing quickly rushed over. After all, this was the first time his new boss had summoned him. If he didn't behave positively, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to keep this position. When he saw Fan Changqing, Gao Se had a bad premonition, and was busy going forward to greet him, but Fan Changqing didn't pay any attention to him at all, but walked straight to Wang Fan and said respectfully, "Boss is good. I don't know that you are in the school, and I am sorry to have missed you." Boss good, 3 words, the Gao So to the thunder of dizziness. Kill did not think. Their new boss is actually in front of this young man. This is all too unreal. Now because of his old classmate offended his boss, it gave him a feeling of stealing a chicken and not being able to get away with it. Wang Fan waved his hand and said, "I'll ask you to answer. I hope to hear the truth." "Don't worry boss, I will know everything. Is this Manager Gao in charge of our apartment's cooperation with Pengcheng High School?" "Yes, because Manager Gao is an old classmate of the school's Director Wang, and with this relationship, he was allowed to follow up." "Then I'll ask you again. For this project, does there exist kickbacks and other catty things?" Fan Changqing heard this question. His face changed, and then as if he made some kind of determination and said, "Yes, High Manager gave me said, try to let the students stay in our apartment, but need to give the school 40% of the rebate. After financial accounting, we still have profit to make." So I agreed. Gao Su was obviously flustered at this time, and walked up to Wang Fan and said, "Boss, I am also thinking about the company, so I agreed to give the rebate, on the basis that I don't have the credit but also have the hard work. You can spare me this time?" Wang Fan asked with interest. "Then this 40% rebate, you can get a rebate." Gao Su's face was like constipation as he stammered, "Director Wang promised to give me half of it by then." When the words came to this, Wang Fan turned his head and smiled and said, "That Director Wang who is full of benevolence and morality. That Director Wang who puts labels on things without investigating them clearly. What do you have to say now?" Director Wang now had the feeling of having eaten a dead fly. He really didn't think that Wang Fan was the boss of Xianyang apartment, and even more so, he didn't think that his old classmate was such a wimp that he directly admitted everything. Really, money has not yet earned, but caused a mess. However, now it is already difficult to ride the tiger. Can only say with a hard head, the cooperation between the two sides is originally a commercial behavior, Is it wrong for me to fight for more benefits for the school? You don't think that just because you are the owner of Sunshine Apartments, you can do whatever you want to turn black and white upside down? Director Wang, how come I don't know about the benefits you fought for the school? Tang Xuanxuan's face felt like it was about to be disgraced by Director Wang angrily said, in front of so many parents and the people from Sunny Apartments. You're still here believing in a mouthful of lies. You go to the personnel. You are no longer suitable for the director. As for the follow-up, I will report to the higher authorities for this matter, so that they can make the final treatment of you. Director Wang once heard this face became incomparably hideous. Tang Xianxian, you are not kind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You and surnamed Wang in your office to do that kind of unseemly thing. How do you not say, now grab me a little handle to the death of me. You can afford to pay me to you? These words were undoubtedly a deep water bomb, making the parents present look at Wang Fan for a while, and then look at Principal Tang for a while. It was really out of their expectation. They didn't expect this Wang Fan to be so ruthless, and even hooked up with Principal Tang. Teacher Wang, please don't believe what you say. We can sue you for rumor mongering and defamation if you ruin my and Mr. Wan's reputation like this. I spread rumors and slander. You men and women are sharing a room and the door is still closed. I knocked on the door to report my work to you, but you let me in after a while. The first time I entered the door I saw that you were not fully clothed. How do you explain that? Snap. Wang Fan really couldn't listen anymore. This one was completely full of, damn, you dare to hit me. See if I don't get you killed today. Boom. Wang Fan kicked out a foot, letting Director Wang slide out more than a meter, hitting the wall before stopping, and then ouch. Tang Xianxian said to the assistant beside her, go and call finance sister and over. And by the way, bring over the transfer records of the money transfer Mr. Wang. Okay, Principal. Wang Fan's seemingly reckless behavior when he dealt with Director Wang and Gao Su earlier. He had actually won a long time ago. After the success of catching Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie at the private theater in Yida Mall, the Blitz system rewarded Wang Fan with 1,000 school district houses, including the residential buildings and apartments near Pengcheng High School. If Director Wang wants to work with the apartments in this area, he definitely can't bypass Wang Fan's industry. So no matter who Director Wang calls, no matter if he admits to having a private deal with Director Wang, Wang Fan had a way to pin down the other party and make him tell the truth. What I didn't expect was that Director Wang would take him to share a room with Tang Xianxian to create a rumor. Fortunately he spent 100 million. Otherwise it would be really hard to block this old guy's mouth. After Mr. N from the finance department came over, he told about Wang Fan's donation of 100 million to the school and showed the record of the transfer. Director Wang, who was lying on the ground, fainted in anger at once after hearing this news. Wang Fan next announced another thing, which was that his apartment could be free for the students of Pengcheng High School to move in. Ding! The system's voice sounded again in Wang Fan's mind. Chapter 49, the system rewards again. Wang Fan gets blinded by a blind date. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Donating 100 million dragon coins to Pengcheng High School and letting the students stay in the Sunward apartments for free. Special reward, perfect singing skill. After using it you will have master level singing skills and abilities. Flawless car skills. After using it, you will have master level car skills and be able to drive any type of vehicle in the world. 3. A reward of 100 billion dragon coins for encouragement. Looking at these 3 rewards, Wang Fan was in a great mood, as if he felt that the system was going to transform him towards the role of a perfect male god. By the time he was perfect, how many young girls and young women would he charm? He couldn't help but think that the corners of his mouth rose to reveal a sweet smile. As the saying goes, there is a beautiful woman in the north. A smile dumps a man's city, and then a smile dumps a man's country. The women in the classroom, one by one, their eyes looked straight, instantly giving Wang Fan a feeling of a wolf in a tiger's mouth. He lightly coughed to Tang Xianxian said, Tang Principal, since it is for the students, for the future of the motherland, whether it is hardware or software, naturally, are going to use the best, so I decided to donate another 900 million, to make up a whole hope that our school can Pengchengli to cultivate more excellent talents. Said took out his cell phone, and began to operate on it. For Wang Fan to take out his cell phone this action. Director Wang made fun of this action of Wang Fan pulling out his cell phone. 900 million? You think it's Vietnamese dong? That's dragon currency. Do you take all of us as fools? You don't even make a draft even if you blow your power. Wang Fan, I admit that you have a little bit of ability, but aren't you being too self-indulgent to pretend like this in front of Principal Tang? Wang Fan gave him a look at him, not even bothering to bet with people like him. However, the parents present, one by one, felt that Wang Fan was definitely not making empty accusations. After all, they were too familiar with this current scene. After pulling out his cell phone for the first time, Zhang Xiaowei's father directly knelt. After pulling out his cell phone for the second time, Director Wang's tumor was exposed. and after pulling out his cell phone for the third time, he directly wanted to transfer 900 million. My goodness milk, what kind of godly handsome man is this? Simply trenchant. Soon Mr. and received a call and said with a surprised face, Principal, it's here, the 900 million donated by Mr. Wang has arrived. Even Tang Xinshin, who has seen the big world, can't help but get excited. A hold of Wang Fan's hand excitedly said, Mr. Wang, thank you for your support to our Pengcheng High School. I guarantee that every sum of money will be used for the school's remodeling. It will be publicized regularly, and I hope that all the parents will join together to supervise it. With your injection of this money, it's like giving wings to our Pengcheng High School. My students and I will surely live up to your expectations, so that Pengcheng will be able to rock up to 90,000 miles with the rock spreading its wings. Wang Fan looked at Tang Xinshin, who was a bit excited, thinking that if he told her that he had earned $100 billion through Pengcheng High School and had only taken out a little bit of it, he didn't know how she would feel. I believe that Pengcheng High School will get better and better under Principal Tang's leadership, but in this process we must get rid of the tumors within the school. Otherwise it will affect the blossoming of the flowers. Regarding the apartments, I will ask Manager Fan to buttress the person you appointed. Thank you, Mr. Wang. After Wang Fan walked out of Pengcheng High School, he stretched his back, feeling that this was even more tiring than his usual work, and after arriving at the car, he sent a text message to his cousin. After briefly talking about the situation, he transferred another $50,000 for her to use as pocket money, and also instructed her to keep it a secret for herself. Maybe it was because the physique had been upgraded, causing Wang Fan's food intake to increase as well. Always feeling hungry. This is not driving the car. Stomach is rumbling again, as I don't care how much money the other party has, are not as much as their own god. If it spreads out all day hungry, surely will be laughed to death. So Wang Fan searched the internet for a nearby 10-star hotel and navigated directly to it. Looking at the hotel that was like a White House with eagle sauce, Wang Fan felt that the store was just grand. When he arrived at the door of the hotel, Wang Fan gave the car key to the porter, and they would help park the car. To be honest, this is the first time Wang Fan came to such a high-grade hotel to eat. More or less there is still some nervousness inside. When he walked into the service hall, the waiter greeted him and asked if he wanted to stay or eat. After Wang Fan indicated that he wanted to eat, he directly brought Wang Fan to the restaurant, revealing the elegant atmosphere of the place everywhere. There were special players playing soothing piano music. Entering here was like entering the ocean of flowers, and there were also the strings of glorious chandeliers, which were estimated to be in the millions. Worthy of being a 10-star hotel, it really lives up to its name. After Wang Fan was seated, the waiter specializing in ordering food came over with 2 menus and asked Wang Fan with a smile, Sir, are you eating French or Chinese food? Chinese food. The waiter then handed over the Chinese food menu. Wang Fan looked at it and felt that the dishes on the pictures were not bad, so he said to the waiter, have one of each. The waiter looked at Wang Fan with disbelief and asked, Sir, how many people are you? The portion of the dishes on our side is not big, but you definitely can't finish it if you order so many. It's fine, just order as I said and ask the chef to hurry up and do it. Okay, sir, you wait a moment. During the process of waiting for the meal, Wang Fan pulled out his cell phone to look at a novel to pass the time. Who knows that just after pulling out his cell phone, he felt that there was a person coming from the opposite side. He looked up, then looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The reason why Wang Fan was shocked was that the other person felt familiar, like a star, but for a moment he couldn't remember who it was. Long Piao Piao was shocked because she didn't think that the blind date that her aunt introduced to her this time would be so handsome, much more handsome than those popular fried chickens. Let's not ink. Straight to the point. I first briefly introduce myself to my situation. My name is Long Piao Piao, is a singer. The current career is in the ascendant, but due to some changes in the family, so had to come out on a blind date, and also flash marriage. Long Piao Piao's name instantly let Wang Fan remember who the other party is. No wonder he always feel familiar. Before the work is particularly tired. Well, listen to Long Piao Piao's song, because her song is very positive energy, always invisible to bring strength to themselves. From her self-introduction, it is still relatively frank. Indeed, it is also the rising period of her career. After all, now she relies on her own efforts. In the Dragon Country, music industry is also considered a small success, by the fans called the music industry small diva. Of course, this flash marriage is just for my family. Before we get married we can sign an agreement. I can pay you 50,000 dragon coins per month. When our agreement ends after 1 year, at that time I will send you a villa worth $10 million. I've finished my requirements. See what other requirements you have. You can put them all forward. As long as they're not too outrageous I can fulfill them all. Wang Fan's heart that hate, if before there is no system, encounter such a good thing, surely do not even bring consideration. Directly agreed. Divine tyranny strike system, then I'll go. Chapter 50, Long Pao Pao's reason for flash marriage. Didn't expect to make a big oolong. Hearing the voice of the divine magnificent blitz system in his head scared Wang Fan out of a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained and apologized to the system, and it took a whole head of sweat to set things right. Now Wang Fan suspected that this system was a woman. Otherwise how could it be so angry? Looking at Wang Fan has not said anything and his forehead is sweating. Long Pao Pei asked in confusion. You have weak kidneys? That's really great. Wang Fan felt that this Long Pao Pao in front of him was like two people with what he saw on TV. On TV, he was like an I person, giving people a feeling of rejecting others. The current Long Pipio was more like an E person, who could say anything. Is this the legendary persona? In front of her fans, she was a cold beauty, but in reality, she was actually a comedian. Wang Fan wanted to say, you're the one with weak kidneys. Your whole family has weak kidneys. Drawing out a tissue and wiping his forehead, he said, whether my kidney is weak or not, it's not for you to say, you have to try before you know. Long Pao Pao looked at Wang Fan with interest and said, you are so handsome, you won't suffer if you sleep. Originally, I also wanted to add in the agreement that during the cooperation period, the matter of not being able to cross the border. Now it seems that this one can be removed. Wang Fan asked with his head full of black lines, is your entertainment industry so open? Mainly I am a face control. I think you are much more handsome than those fresh meat in the circle. It's kind of a reward for you. Long Pao Pao made Wang Fan speechless, directly losing on this issue, so she changed the topic and asked, can I understand what is your so-called family change? It can make you a popular music industry young songstress to find someone to fake marriage at the risk of destroying her future. Long Pao Pao wagged her finger and said, it's not a fake marriage, it's the real kind of license. Otherwise why would I give you a fee of $50,000 a month, and would also give you a villa worth $10 million at the end of the agreement? These are even compensation for you. The reason why I'm in such a hurry to get married is because I'm going to my family's inheritance. Then Long Pao Pao told Wang Fan the real reason while eating. Wang Fan didn't expect the things in Long Pao Pao's family to be so dogmatic. Her grandfather gave an ultimatum. As long as Long Pipio found someone to get married, he could inherit the family's estate. If he couldn't do it, then the family's estate could only let Long Pipio's her father take care of it. Originally, Long Pipio has been in the singing industry, has been mixed with the wind and water. This does not care about the family's industry, and later realized that half of her achievements is his grandfather used the family relationship to get up. If her father was in charge, he might not be so supportive of her, and her career might fall into disarray. The main reason why his grandfather didn't like Long Pipio's dad was because he felt that the Long family owed Long Pipio's mom a debt of gratitude. Long Pao Pao's dad had a broken shoe outside and made Long Pao Pao's mom angry, and now Long Pao Pao's stepmother was moving into the Long family with her pair of children. If Long Pipio doesn't come forward, then their Long family business, once it falls into the hands of Long Pipio's dad, then all of them will definitely be obtained by outsiders. This is not what Long Pao Pao grandfather wants to see, nor is it what Long Pao Pao mom wants to see. Holding Long Pao Pao mom's hand on the occasion of her countercurrent and said, Pao Pao, the Long family will be yours in the future. It can't be cheaper than that family. That's why there is her great aunt. This arrangement of the matchmaking bureau. Never thought actually let her Long Pao Pao meet such a handsome man. All of a sudden from the matchmaking is into the feeling of hell, to now a little like to heaven. Thank God treat her not thin. Watching some novels or movies and TV dramas, Wang Fan always felt that there are some mansion plots written more blood, but after listening to Long Pao Pao's story, he felt that the author and the screenwriter wrote too conservative. How is it? Do you have any more questions? You can sign this agreement if there are no problems, Long Pao Pao said as she pulled out a bunch of A4 paper from her bag with densely printed text on it. Wang Fan didn't expect Long Pao Pao to be so decisive as a person. Just at this time, Long Pao Pao's phone rang. She picked up the phone. Auntie, what's wrong? Then she heard the roaring questioning her on the other end of the phone. Long Pao Pao turned the phone away from her ear a bit, but she still heard it clearly. It was the blind date with her. She had already waited for an hour. How come she hadn't seen her yet? Was she letting someone else off the hook again? Long Pao glanced at Wang Fan hurriedly said, Auntie, you are not mistaken. I said that time in accordance with you also arrived early. We have talked for more than an hour. Very happy. You're a big head of hell. You must have found the wrong person. Just now Zhang Xiao called to rush all. Long Pao Pei looked at Wang Fan with disbelief and asked, what's your name? Wang Fan faintly said, Wang Fan. Long Pao instantly blushed and said, then why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask either? Long Pao was very embarrassed and said to her great aunt, you tell that Zhang Xiao to wait for me a little while. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Long Pao Pao had a feeling that the sky was falling. She had gone through all the trouble of talking about so many things, but the other party was not her match at all. So she pointed at Wang Fan and said, the cooperation agreement looks good on you. I'm going to deal with my blind date first. I'll be back later. I'm more satisfied with you. Let's continue. Wang Fan didn't expect this Long Piao Piao to come to the wrong play with him. You didn't ask me. How do you know I will agree to your request? I am the future helmsman of Long Pipio family, the little diva of the music industry. The people chasing me are from here to Paris, France, and it is God's favor for me to see you. What else are you not happy about? Before I come, you are not allowed to go there. Said also ignored Wang Fan, picked up his own bag, stepped on high heels did left the hall, toward a private room to go. Wang Fan thought that this Long Piao Piao was quite interesting. If she could show this side on the screen, it would definitely be more absorbing than the current icy beauty persona. However, he couldn't care less. Just now when Long Piao Piao was around, Wang Fan maintained his image and didn't let go of his food. Now that he was left alone, he didn't have any worries anymore and started to feast. I have to say that the chef of the 10-star hotel still has 2 brushes. Each dish can fully stimulate the flavor of the ingredients themselves, coupled with a variety of spices collocation, after eating into the mouth so that the taste buds get fully satisfied. After eating all, Wang Fan only felt half full, so he called the waiter. Just ate, especially to his appetite again. The waiter is also the first time to see So can eat the customer, but also afraid of the other party cannot afford to pay after eating, so reported the price just now. There are already more than 300,000. Wang Fan naturally know the waiter's heart concerns. Busy said, you have pre-charge service? If you do, charge me $10 million first. He said that he took out the card and handed it to the waiter. For the waiter, the happiness came too suddenly. He said, sir, you can pre-charge. You wait a moment. Chapter 51, Jang sets up a trap. Long Piao Piao is in trouble. The life of the rich is so simple and unadorned. In order to satisfy their own appetite, casually a recharge is 10 million. Wang Fan is now really a little bit in love with this kind of time. Do not have to think about money, want to buy what to buy. Do not have to think about spending this money the next day, how to live things. At this time, Long Piao Piao ran out from the box she just entered. Her clothes even became a little messy, obviously encountered something not so good inside. In fact, Long Pipio entered the box, found that things are a little bit wrong, which has a blind date with so many people, and as soon as she entered the room, she felt that the men were staring at her like wolves. This made her very uncomfortable, so she was ready to leave, but Zhang Jiakong, who was sitting on the main seat, directly passed by with a look, and someone blocked the door. Long Piao Piao, you made me wait for you here for an hour, and you came and wanted to leave without even drinking a glass of wine. Aren't you putting me, Zhang Jiakong, too much in your eyes? Then how can you make me leave? It's simple, drink those 3 glasses of wine on the table and I'll let you leave. Long Piao Piao already had a bad feeling that there must be something in the wine. Otherwise Zhang Jiakong wouldn't be so nice. But now she was already a fish on the chopping board and had no choice. You also know that I'm a singer. Usually I don't drink to stimulate my voice. I'll drink 1 cup at most. Okay, 1 cup is 1 cup. A gentleman's word is a promise. You'll let me go after I drink. Good. Long Piao Piao got Zhang Jiakang's promise, and no longer dawdling picked up the tall glass, and drank the wine in the glass in one go. Then she turned her head and was about to leave, but the door was still blocked. She couldn't get out at all. Zhang Jiakong, what do you mean by this? Do you want to talk without keeping your word? Long Piao Piao, I also want to let you go, but you've already been sold to me by your great aunt. You're my person. You still want to go there? You can't go anywhere today. Be a good boy and save yourself the pain of skin and flesh. Hearing Zhang Jiakong's words, Long Piao Piao was struck by lightning, not expecting that her great aunt, who has always been under the banner of thinking about herself and setting up the persona of thinking about herself, would do such a thing behind her back. How much did my great aunt charge you? I'll double it back and hope you let me go. Zhang Jiakong snorted coldly and said, fine, I gave your great aunt $100 million, now you give me $200 million, I'll let you go. Long Piao Piao was once again confused, even she didn't know she was so valuable. How did her great aunt dare to ask for it? Impossible, how could I be so valuable? You must have lied to me. Zhang Jiakong clapped his hands as if he had prepared for this, and a junior handed Long Piao Piao a stack of documents. Even if you still have your first time, of course it's not worth $100 million, but your agency contract and the rights to the singles you put out and so on, as well as your future commercial value. Overall it adds up to more than $100 million, I believe. Your great aunt is considered to be more discerning, and sold it all as a package to me. She cashed out early and left the market. Long Piao Piao really didn't think that her own great aunt would do such a heartless thing. In vain she had always looked at the other party as a relative. She has now felt that her body is not right. There is a kind of dryness emanating from the inside out. She has to think of a way to leave in a hurry, or else today will be a bad day. Without my own signature, none of this counts. I will not agree to this contract of yours. Long Piao Piao made a strong effort to tear off the contract, and then a hand raised. It was also while this panic, grabbed a bottle of wine directly smashed on the head of the person blocking the door. When rushing out, the person coming from behind to tear the outside clothes, but still have a scare to escape from the private room. She instinctively first looked to the previous with Wang Fan blind date place, found Wang Fan is still there, so she desperately shouted out, "Wang Fan, save me." After all, in this 10-star hotel, the only person she knew was Wang Fan, who had been on a blind date with her for more than an hour. Wang Fan burped and looked at the wretched Long Piao Piao, and Zhang Jiakong and the others who were chasing after him. Suddenly, he felt that this 10-star hotel was just SOSO. It couldn't even protect the personal safety of the guests who came here to dine. It was really a waste. Wang Fan wiped his mouth, picked up the toothpick on the table, got up and walked towards Long Piao Piao, seemingly slow in fact. Wang Fan's speed is super fast. After a few dodges, he came to the side of Long Piao Piao, and stopped her in his arms. In the process, he shot out all the toothpicks in his hand, only heard a sound of screams. The ground has been lying a large area. At this time the hotel security also rushed over, immediately surrounded the crowd. When the security captain saw Zhang Jiakong, he went up and greeted him. "So Zhang is also here, are you alright?" Zhang Jiakong's face was very unsightly. After all, if a cooked duck flew away like this, anyone would be angry, but he also didn't dare to offend the security captain here. Zhang Mingsheng, after all, when you beat a dog, you still have to look at the master. This was the Bai family's property. "Captain Zhang, this person injured my friend and robbed my woman. I hope that you will step in and help me take him down. I will definitely have heavy thanks." Zhang Mingsheng naturally knew that Zhang Jiakong and their young master were friends, so he didn't dare to slack off. Plus Zhang Xiao said that there would be heavy thanks if this was accomplished. He was then directly moved. These young masters were usually very generous, so he thought that his own young master wouldn't blame him if he knew about it. "This gentleman, you dare to hurt someone in our hotel. If you are not punished severely, it will cause catastrophic damage to our hotel's reputation. I hope that you will tie your hands. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Wang Fan was too lazy to listen to his blind grin. Now he had felt that Long Piao Piao in his arms was not right. Her body was rolling hot and still kept twisting. Having read so many godly hero novels, he naturally knew that something must have gone wrong. "You dog is very good. Indiscriminately to buckle me. I see who can protect you today." The words fell and the slap arrived. A slap sent Zhang Mingsheng to the ground, directly losing 3 teeth. Wang Fan also stopped dragging his feet, holding Long Piao Piao. He headed to the front desk of the hotel. He was going to have someone call an ambulance. "I'm not going to make it." Long Piao Piao attached to Wang Fan's ear and exhaled hot air and said, "Quickly go and open a room. My identity is too sensitive to go to the hospital. I beg you." Wang Fan also really convinced this niece. "What time is it?" The fire is still thinking about his public figure identity. At a corner, Wang Fan met the waiter who went to get the POS machine and was hugging the goddess who had dined with him before. "Quick, take me to your most luxurious presidential suite. I'll make up the formalities later." "Okay, sir, you come with me." Wang Fan freed a hand to pick up the waiter and quickly went to the elevator and pressed to go directly to the top floor 308 presidential suite on the 38th floor. The waiter was dumbfounded throughout the process. It felt too unreal. How could a person's strength be so great? Butler opened the door. The waiter said to the butler of the presidential suite, "This gentleman wants to stay." Chapter 52, by Jie's outing. Wang Fan redeeming antidotes. Entering into the bedroom, Wang Fan immediately called Dong Mingjiu and asked her to contact a private doctor with higher confidentiality and bring some antidotes to White Cloud Hotel. If there were no resources in this area, let her call Bai Jie. Afterwards, Wang Fan wrapped Long Piao Piao in a bedsheet and closed the door to the room. He then left. After all, there were still many things waiting for him to handle outside. Zhang Jiakong followed Zhang Mingsheng and the others directly to the presidential suite where Wang Fan had checked in. After knocking the housekeeper and the waiter who brought Wang Fan to the ground, they then barged in. Zhang Mingsheng viciously pointed at Wang Fan and said, "Dare to spread wildness in Baiyun. You are the first and will be the last. Give it to me." Taking electric batons as well as shields and other security, he rushed towards Wang Fan. Wang Fan, on the other hand, was like a bee picking flowers, utilizing his unparalleled speed and strength, like a gust of wind, rushing through their attacks. The security guards of the White Cloud Hotel were like kites with broken strings, falling to the ground with miserable screams, this time attacking Wang Fan with a little bit of anger. So these security were destined to have lost the ability to attack again. If they were allowed to attack in rounds, he was afraid that Long Piao Piao would be alone in the house and have an accident. He could only settle the security people quickly within a reasonable force. Right at this moment, Zhang Mingsheng, through his accompanying microphone, was already preparing to request for support from the other team's security. Wang Fan naturally wouldn't let him succeed, went up and slapped him again and knocked out 3 more teeth, followed by a complimentary kick up. Zhang Mingsheng directly fainted from the pain. Zhang Jiakong had never seen such a ferocious and savage person. In his eyes Wang Fan was an ancient ferocious beast. No one was good enough to come over. He only needed to make a slight move. Don't come over. I am the young master of the Zhang family. If you hit me the Zhang family won't let you go. Wang Fan was most annoyed by this kind of bullying rich family's son. Facing those weaker than himself he would step on them at will. Facing those stronger than him he would move out of his family to oppress the other side. But who was Wang Fan? He himself was a rich family. He wouldn't be afraid of a second-generation rich man. He went up and slapped him. Zhang Jiakong's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which carried 3 teeth. I'm warning you, stay away from Long Pao Pao in the future. She's not someone you can get your hands on, or I'll destroy your Zhang family. Facing Wang Fan's warning, it was a joke in Zhang Jiakong's ears. Their Zhang family was about to be among the first-class families in Magic City. It was a big family with assets reaching the scale of trillions of dollars. Just with him, a little white boy who was about the same age as himself. How dare he mouth such wild words, then wait for their Zhang family's anger. Not convinced? Then let your horse come over. Wang Fan didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore, and with a kick Zhang Jiakong passed out. Wang Fan said to the butler and also the waiter, you guys carry these people out for me, it's too chaotic now. After the order, Wang Fan returned to the room where Long Pao Pao was. The scene in front of him directly made him dumbfounded. Long Pao Pao didn't know if she had awakened the flood power in her body, and tore the bed sheet that Wang Fan had given her to wrap her body with. Seeing Wang Fan coming, she directly jumped over, completely treating Wang Fan as a pole in pole dancing. As a hot-blooded young man, how could he stand a goddess-level beauty moving around on his body? Long Pao Pao, you calm down. Wang Fan said, I've already called the doctor. He'll be here soon, so hold on a little longer. I'm so hot. Long Ppo said, you save me. While saying so, she also tore Wang Fan's clothes. Wang Fan had no choice but to directly carry her to the bathroom. Pick up the shower toward the Long Pao Pao body poured in the cool water under the stimulation. Long Pao Pao awake a little bit said, Wang Fan, want me? I'm not going to be able to. Honestly now Wang Fan a little regret. Before to the secretary called. Otherwise now he can body into the game, to help Long Pao pay antidote. But now, Meng Jiao, have you found a doctor? Found it. It's on its way to the White Cloud Hotel. Be quick. After saying that Wang Fan hung up the phone, this time Bai Jie's call came in. Young Wang, you are at the White Cloud Hotel? Yes. Are you familiar with this hotel? I need a private doctor with higher confidentiality. A friend has been poisoned. Young Wang, don't be in a hurry. That's my family's property. I'll arrange it for you. With Bai Jie's assurance, Wang Fan is slightly more at ease. Damn, this Zhang Jiakong is really an animal. The DOS is so big, he is trying to play people to death. After washing his face, Wang Fan also calmed down. Before has been disturbed by those little karami, have lost the ability to think. He himself is a hangman with a system. How did he forget about it at the critical moment? System, is there an antidote in the Divine Magnificence Value Mall? There is, but since it's not for the host to use, the amount of Divine Magnificence value that needs to be consumed is more. Good, hurry up and redeem the antidote. Otherwise I suspect that even if she is cured, there is a chance that her brain will burn out. Ding, a bottle of universal value has been successfully redeemed. Ding, a bottle of universal antidote liquid has been successfully exchanged. It can cure all poisons and is worth 1 billion Divine Magnificence values. It has been put into your pocket. Wang Fan's heart was dripping blood as he looked at the extra small bottle like cough syrup in his hand. He had easily donated 1 billion to Pengcheng Middle School, and he got 1 billion God's magnificence value and lost it all at once. System, your heart is greatly black. The system no longer take care of Wang Fan, and at this time, Long Pao Pao began to Wang Fan as a steel pipe again. Wang Fan is also convinced, hurriedly opened the antidote, pinched Long Pao Pao's mouth directly to her into, then he closed her mouth again with his hand until she swallowed before letting go. At this time, Long Pao Pao had already grabbed Wang Fan's what, when she came to her senses, screamed in shock, and then saw that her whole body was soaked to the skin, and nearly no clothes state, screamed again, hurriedly let go of Wang Fan, and then preemptively said, you dermang, hurry to roll. Wang Fan really some speechless. Obviously he is the victim, and he is Long Pao Pao's life-saving benefactor. Hey, this here good people hard to be. After seeing Wang Fan leave, Long Pao Pao's heart was pounding. Just now that grip was really amazing. Her face was red with shame. Wang Fan asked through the restroom door, what size is your underwear? I'll have someone send you some clothes. Hurry up, the doctor will be here later. Let them check your body again. Don't leave any after effects. Long Pao Pao stabilized her mind and said, 175, 96, 36D. Wang Fan hurriedly asked his housekeeper to follow the size and go buy the corresponding clothes. It had to be said that Bai Jia's coordination was still very strong, and within 10 minutes the doctor had arrived. Wang Fan could only let them wait in the parlor for a while, and the housekeeper sent the clothes for Long Pao Pao to change into before lying down again in the bedroom before letting the doctor come over. Chapter 53, Long Pao Pao's Decision. Magic City rained all night long. Do not say that the White Family Cooperation doctor, or very professional. First take the pulse and then listen with a stethoscope, followed by blood collection, which is the end of the examination. In addition to the body is a little weak, the other no problem, recommended more rest. As for the matter of poisoning, through the doctor's initial judgment has been well. Deeper to see need to wait for the blood test results to come out to draw conclusions. The blood test results will come out in half an hour. By then, if there is any problem, they will still come over. If not, they will send a message to inform. Since Long Pao Pao is a public figure who is not convenient to receive messages, Wang Fan left his contact information to the other party. Afterwards, Wang Fan gave Dong Mingjiao a phone call, saying that this side has finished checking nothing serious. Let them go back just fine. The consultation fee as usual to pay people can. Through this incident also let Wang Fan realize that if there is a medical team is actually a very good thing, and then encountered such a tricky problem, can also be the first time to deal with the solution. So he gave Dong Mingjiao a new task, which was to invest in or acquire a top-notch medical organization that would be able to provide them with services. By the way, Dong Mingjiao was asked to check the Zhang family where Zhang Jiakong was located. After arranging all this, Wang Fan walked over to Long Pao Pao's bed with a cup of cool white water. Drink some water. Aha. To be honest now it was not as relaxing as the atmosphere before when they were on a blind date. After all that scene just now was real. Thank you. You're welcome. Long Pao Pao said as if she had put down a lot of courage. You don't want to know what happened to me in the box? If you want to say that I don't ask you will also say. Wang Fan remembered the novel he read before. As an understanding man often hangs on his lips, you don't want to say, even if I ask you won't say. Why should I make a fool of myself? The bloody novel did not read less. Long Pao Pao rolled his eyes to Wang Fan said, you do not ask how to know I want to say. Under Wang Fan's inquiry, Long Pipio put in the box to Wang Fan said once again, her sister-in-law how betrayal with 100 million sold to the Zhang family, how the father of the family to him regardless. Long Pipio said more and more sad, even cried. If this were to let people outside know that the little diva of the music industry had such a little-known family ethics story, it would probably be on the front page in an instant. Wang Fan was one of Fu Yanjia's lickspittles before, and it was still the kind of lickspittles that he had never met, so when he was really faced with a girl crying, he was kind of at a loss for words, only to comfort at the side, don't cry, and then hand over some tissues. After racking his brain, he asked, then what are you going to do in the future? Long Pao Pei looked at Wang Fan with pearly blossoms and said, I don't know. If you don't want me, it's the same as my grandpa is going to abandon me, and then I'll be left alone in this world. At this time, Wang Fan remembered that Long Pao Pao had said earlier that her grandfather had told her to get married as soon as possible, or else their Long family's fortune would be inherited by his dad. Once his father inherited, then there is no Long Pao Pao anything. After all, now their family is Long Pao Pao's stepmother said. Her stepmother also has a son and a daughter. Then Long Pao Pao certainly be kicked out of the dragon family. Anyway, Wang Fan's feeling is quite inexplicable, as if all the happiness of Long Pia Pupo next are in his mind. If he does not agree to marry Long Pao Pao, then he is seeing death, is to push Long Pao Pao into the fire pit. This feeling made Wang Fan very upset. Are you morally kidnapping me? I'm not morally kidnapping you. I'm just stating the facts to you. Am I not beautiful? Said Long Pao Pao, pulling her t-shirt downward, revealing a half-drawn fragrant shoulder. Wang Fan truly realized that you can't reason with a woman, because you just can't make sense of it, and you don't know what ridiculous move she will make next. Just like now. Woman, are you playing with fire? Mr. Wang Fan possessed generally stared at Long Pao Pao's eyes, trying to see the answer from it. Saying that, he also didn't forget to reach out and cover the head of her exposed shoulder. Long Pao Pao on the other hand pressed Wang Fan's hand, then said word by word, I want you to fulfill the marriage agreement. You can rest assured that the agreement is over. I won't pester you. Wang Fan was a bit helpless and said, in order to inherit the family property, you are able to put yourself on the line. You are really a ruthless person. I would like to ask how much of the family property of your Long family can you inherit? I don't know exactly how much. There's a few billion at any rate. If you think I'm giving you less, as long as you help me get the family property, the remuneration you can mention whatever you want. Still, if this was before there was a system, if Wang Fan encountered such a good thing, and it was a goddess-level big star, and there was so much compensation, he would definitely agree without even thinking about it, because this was something that many men could only dream of. But now that he had the system in his hand, money was just numbers to him. Even if he spent $100 million a day, he wouldn't be able to spend it all in his lifetime. Wang Fan pulled out the Supreme Dragon card jointly launched by the 5 major banks from his pocket. Do you recognize this card? No, Long Pao Pao answered dryly. Wang Fan, don't avoid my question. To be honest, I'm still very satisfied with you. At least when I was in danger, you didn't choose to run away. This makes me feel safe. For a girl, sense of security is very important. At least for me, it's more important than money, face value and so on. I'm a person who does what I want to do. Since I chose you, you can't escape. Saying that, he pulled Wang Fan to him with a strong pull and then kissed him. Obviously for the 2 raw eggs, each other's first kiss was not too skillful. The 2 people teeth touching teeth, more or less awkward. Even so, also let the 2 first taste of forbidden fruit good to chew for a while. Taking advantage of gasping for breath, Long Pao Pao attached to Wang Fan's ear and said, I want to. This is equivalent to blowing the horn of war. If you wimp out at this time, you will definitely be looked down upon by the godly men in front of the screen. All of this is like a dream. Wang Fan can't believe that getting the system just 2 days ago, his world has already changed forever. From online chatting as a licking dog and being cheated, to now chatting about life with today's music industry diva Long Pao Pao. This wonderful feeling. Really want to borrow another 500 years from the sky. God seems to feel Long Pao Pao's aggravation. The sky rained. This rain is a little evil. Suddenly big and small, slow and fast, completely no law can be said. The rain is a little bit evil. Suddenly big, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. There is no regularity at all, resulting in a long line of traffic outside. From time to time the sound of car horns, as if to give someone cheering. This night for Wang Fan and Long Pao Pao is particularly wonderful. The next morning, after a night of rain, the air outside was very fresh. Looking at Long Pao Pao sleeping beside him, Wang Fan couldn't help but kiss her face. Long Pao Pao habitually rolled over. A red color appeared on top of the white bed sheet. Chapter 54, topping up the White Cloud Hotel with $100 million and coming to the school in a high-profile manner. That red color is still quite touching to Wang Fan. He leaned over again, hugged Long Pao Pao, and his hand skillfully climbed on the 2 large coconuts. Long Pao Pao slapped his hand, like a slippery hand loach, and turned around. In touching me with your salty pig hand, I'll report J. Wang Fan's brain went down for a while. Did this niece want to deny it? Isn't this something that men do? The ones who lift their pants and leave after a night of madness. Fine, then you go and report it. I'll collect some interest first. Wang Fan, however, acted like a scoundrel and started a new round of attack. After fooling around for a while, Long Pao Pao said, Stop it now. Don't you even know how to feel sorry for people? I'm not feeling well. Wang Fan hurriedly picked up the phone next to him and said, Then I'll let the doctor come over and check you again. Long Pao Pao rolled her eyes and asked, You wouldn't be the first time too, right? Wang Fan was a bit embarrassed in the face of this question, but still nodded. Long Pao Pao was very happy and took the initiative to kiss Wang Fan before saying, No need to call the doctor. I'll just rest and rest again. Well, it's good to be fine. Wang Fan kissed back, then said, Hungry? I'll have someone send breakfast over. Went to the housekeeper and by the way asked him to call the waiter from yesterday over to pay for the room here. In fact, the one who was most apprehensive yesterday was the waiter who served Wang Fan yesterday and brought him to the most expensive presidential suite, which was 600,000 dragon coins a night, without receiving any payment. He just listened to Wang Fan's words about precharging, and that's what he did. And this person also beat up their hotel security, and it was said that all of these security guards were dismissed. He didn't sleep much the whole night, and had been waiting for his result with anxiety. Who knew that the housekeeper called him early in the morning and told him to go to Wang Fan, and that the other party wanted to make a payment? His hanging heart finally landed. Wang Fan originally intended to precharge 10 million, but know that this hotel is the agricultural bank president by Jia family property. In order to show her gratitude, directly charged 100 million. The presidential suite was wrapped up, and after having breakfast with Long Pao Pao, Wang Fan asked her what she planned to do today. Long Pao Pao thought about it and said, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to sleep. I still have some things to take care of, so you can rest here and call me or find the housekeeper here if you need anything. Good. The two exchanged phone numbers and added green bubbles. Wang Fan drove King Kalman back to his villa. Shin Mingjia was already waiting for him in the villa, directly handing over a bunch of information, all about the Jang family. Wang Fan glanced at the summary and already knew roughly the industries that the Jang family was involved in, mainly centered around the entertainment industry. Industries like this are actually considered high-risk industries. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of fame and fortune, and many artists are not clear with the big brother behind them. No matter how much money is smashed, abolish the Zhang family and then collect the industries under them as a test for you. Can you possibly do it? Boss, after you asked me to check on the Zhang family yesterday, I've already started laying out a plan to take the team of the first paparazzi who has already been included in our mortal group. and at the same time as soon as the market opens today, I'll also snipe at them on the stock market. Well, you've done a good job. I'll transfer you another 100 billion, as long as it's favorable to our group's future development. You can invest in it. You can make your own decisions on the investments below 10 billion. Okay boss. Shinming Jiao looked at Wang Fan with an adoring face. I will definitely work hard and make Mortal Group become one of the top 500 in the world as soon as possible. At this time Wang Fan's cell phone rang, and he saw that it was Yida's Wang Futsai calling. Boss, your classmate Yang Wei, and that Fu Yanjie, have already decided that they won't pay back the money, and today we are going to prosecute them for fraud, slander, etc. What other instructions do you see? After the prosecution, send me a copy of the electronic version of the indictment, and there is only one request I have, and that is to send them to me to step on the sewing machine. I want them to know the consequences of offending me. Okay boss, I will definitely hire the most professional team of lawyers to fight this lawsuit, and I will definitely send them in. Wang Fan chose a green Givenchy suit from the many clothes available. Yes, today is the day to be high profile and show those mongrels in the school. Wang Fan is not what he used to be, and if he dares to push the envelope online to him, he doesn't mind adding a touch of black to his resume. After arriving at the basement, he chose a Pagani wind god with a green film that matched his clothes, and once again became the prettiest boy on the way to school. This is definitely the most beautiful green I've ever seen, bar none. Who's second generation, traveling so high profile, his old man is almost finished. Other people's random seed is a height that I can't reach in my life. Money, come to my pocket. The only thing that makes Wang Fan feel lucky is that this time he didn't meet any ungrateful people on the road to hit his car. It was very smooth to arrive at the school, and this scene instantly exploded at the entrance of Magic City University. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which family's son is this? My goddess is going to become someone's licking dog again tonight. Who can tell me, what kind of car is this? Just look at this shape. Not two god car Woling Hongwan can buy. My goodness milk, it's even a Pagani wind god. This is too cool. So envious of the girls who can sit on the passenger side. My Nima, he is even from our school. How come I don't know? Our school has such a luxurious male son. Wang Fan looked at his classmates outside the window, making him feel the superiority of those school herbs out on the street. Not to mention that he now not only has the face value of a school herbs, but also absolute strength. Obviously the enthusiasm of these classmates had long exceeded their fear of limousines, all causing congestion on campus. Wang Fan was also a bit speechless, so he lowered the car window and said to the students outside, "Trouble everyone to make way. Wait for me to get to the parking lot, then you guys can take pictures, okay?" Rich magnetic bass, occasionally mixed with a little bubbly sound. Let the girls who heard it instantly cranial G-tied, one by one. They all love it, they all want to get such a high-quality male favor. The only thing they regretted was that the other party was wearing a mask and sunglasses, so they couldn't see what the other party looked like at all. But looks were no longer important at this time. They were happy to sit in the passenger seat of the other party, even if the other party was a piece of. So there are some people with strong organizational skills, temporarily as the scene of the order maintenance work. Soon the road is open. Wang Fan a foot throttle. Pagani wind god unique sound waves ringing. Once again shocked the hearts and minds of the girls present, and also made the boys on the scene envious one by one. The crowd was then seen gathering into a torrent again, chasing towards the direction of the parking lot in the Pagani wind god area. Chapter 55, 5 school girls come together. Gao Meihan is bold. From the time Wang Fan appeared at the entrance of Mordor University, there were good students who took photos and directly edited the caption. Shocked, the Pagani wind god appeared at the east gate of our university. Guess which schoolgirl can sit on the passenger side? The photos of the Pagani wind god from various angles were attached as an attachment, and once they were posted above, they instantly made it to the hot list. I go, my dream car. I didn't expect it to be so close to me this time. Love car waiting for me. Just look at the shape of this car, at least to tens of millions of dollars. My that old pro milk. My whole life is estimated to earn not such a car. To the alma mater shame. That's definitely our art department's school flower. Gao Meihan can only sit on such a passenger car. Otherwise who else can there be? This car everyone feel very familiar. Before the net rumor of East Lake Bay Villa one owner, a breath of 12 luxury cars. One of them is this color. Everyone help me look. Also really attached a picture. So everyone began to frantically find fault. For all-round comparison, I wipe. Even really the same car. That is to say he not only has 12 luxury cars, there are large villas. The key is still our classmates. Take him less struggle for 10 lifetimes. Sisters charge This news out. The Magic City University campus forum once again boiled. This post also instantly ranked in the top 3. Subsequently, more and more posts about Pagani wind god appeared on the school forum, with a tendency to dominate the top 10. It's really a bad world. You rich people's lickspittles. You really forget things easily. Doesn't anyone remember 3 days ago? Lickspittle's Wang Fan said grandiose words. He's going to send his classmates in. Today can be the third day. The ones upstairs are really salty. A vulgar love triangle can't be compared to capturing a godly hero alive. Lively online, even more lively offline. Wang Fan had just stopped the car, and the enthusiastic students instantly greeted him. However, they were still a little bit sensible, and kept a body distance from the car. After all, this thing had already had a knowledgeable classmate say its offer, at least worth more than $20 million, so even a scratch, as students they cannot afford to lose. Wealthy people don't return to their hometowns. It's like traveling in brocade clothes at night. Wang Fan returned to the school in a high profile this time, just to hit Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie in the face, and at the same time let those jet-setting students know that he, Wang Fan, was not one to be messed with, and put away that ugly face for him. Inside the car took off the mask. Wang Fan then opened the door and walked down from the car. Once again, the scene exploded. This is not a piece of. This is a flower boy. Some boys on the scene cursed in a low voice. God is really unfair. In the end, to this kid closed that door. Wow, classmate, you are so handsome. Can you take off your sunglasses? It's not fun to watch. Wang Fan also responded to the request and directly took off his glasses. Holy, dog-licking Wang Fan, how is this possible? Is that Fu Yanjie blind? Letting go of such a high-quality male god and going to find that lecherous man Yang Wei. Damn, how dare you say my male god is a licking dog? Classmates, give me a beatdown on the girl. Wang Fan, what kind of medical beauty program did you do? How did you become so handsome? These strange questions came one after another, catching Wang Fan off guard. He really didn't expect his classmates to be so enthusiastic. Just at this time, there was another commotion in the crowd. The 5 school flowers came together. The art department's flower Gao Meihan was wearing a white dress, and those who didn't know thought she was getting married today. The broadcasting department's flower, Chu Ning, was wearing a black evening gown that showed half of her balls, making people linger. Dance department's flower Qin Bingbing was in a tight yoga outfit, casually tying a jacket around her waist, but her good figure was glimpsed while she was there. Han Bai Ling, the flower of the music department, was dressed in a red high dress, which set off her whole person with elegance. The last one was Liua Gene, the flower of the finance department, wearing a Dior suit, making her look very capable. My, that heavenly milk. The school's top 10 school flowers. A down 5. Wang Fan male god is really extraordinary charm. Goddess to lick dog is just a gap of a luxury car. Where is my luxury car? Wang Fan really didn't think that he just simply high profile once. I didn't expect to attract half of the school's school flowers, which in the past simply didn't dare to think. The brave ones enjoy the world first. This moment embodied the most. Gao Meihan very confidently walked over and stretched out her hand to Wang Fan and said, I'm very happy to know you, Wang Fan student. I'm Gao Meihan from the art department. Look at me in this outfit, I know that I'm prepared. That's right, I'm running to enjoy my life with you. We can get on the bus first and then make up for the ticket. The feelings are slowly cultivated. When these words came out, the girls who came here early in the morning were remorseful. In their hearts, they cursed themselves. Why they didn't make a move earlier, and now they were so passive. Qin Bingbing from the dance department said disdainfully, Gao Meihan, do you want to be shameless? Aren't you afraid that your boyfriend, Zhang Xiao, will find out and have you publicly executed? Qin Bingbing, don't force me to slap you at the happiest time. Wang Fan asked with interest. Zhang Xiao, is it the Zhang family that is in the entertainment industry? Qin Bingbing nodded her head and said back, it's that Zhang family. Her boyfriend is Zhang Jian, the youngest son of the Zhang family. Oh, Wang Fan made a meaningful oh sound, then looked at Gao Meihan and shook her hand and said, I'm glad to know you, Meihan. We can add a green bubble first to slowly cultivate our feelings. Gao Meihan didn't expect Wang Fan to shake her hand and ask her for a green bubble after hearing her experience, so she tilted her neck like a proud white swan so that her neck appeared even more slender. Can I take a picture with you? Gao Meihan asked Wang Fan again after adding the green bubbles. Sure. Wang Fan was very gentlemanly, holding Gao Meihan's shoulder. Gao Meihan's head leaned on Wang Fan's shoulder like a bird, and the background was Wang Fan's Pagani wind god, which was so green that people were panicked. Qin Bingbing's face was unhappy, but she still picked up her cell phone and took a picture of Gao Meihan and Wang Fan's intimate photo, then turned around and left. Liua Gene, the department flower of the finance department, came over with a folder, took out a resume from it and handed it to Wang Fan. Hello Wang, I'm Liua Gene from the finance department. This is my resume. I hope to have a chance to get a job in your family's industry as an investment banker. The talk is generous. The goal is very clear. This kind of girl will not depend on any man. They are their own biggest dependents. Wang Fan took the resume then said, Hello Luo students, we added the green bubble. Turn around and I will introduce you to the personnel. The specifics you can then chat in detail. Thank you Mr. Luo Qingchuan's wave of operation once again let the surrounding students dumbfounded. Did not expect to find a job in this way, but also really let them eye-opening up insight. Luo Qingchuan is really sober on earth. It's true that heaven favors the most prepared people. Chapter 56, Jing Jian finds the door. Wang Fan collects interest from Gao Meihan. The Magic City University School Forum turned into a live broadcast of Wang Fan's visit to the school under the enthusiastic output of many alumni. Shocking. The 5 school flowers jointly decided to surround Wang Fan. The distance between the king of dog licking and the male god is only one Pagani wind god away. Truly the shocking body could maximize the eyeballs every time. This post lived up to its expectations. Instantly airborne school forum heat first. The appearance of Gao Meihan, the flower of the art department. Let me know that Wang Fan's green body and the green of the body are all about cuckolding people. Rich people are really good at playing. At Zhang Jian, Zhang Xiao, at Wang Fan. This dog pussy dares to dig you out. Hurry up and head to the scene of the incident or else you'll have grassland growing on your head. Women are really shallow. Even the top 5 schoolgirls are not exempt. How should beggars like me live with ourselves? 5 girls my favorite. No longer believe in what love. Goddesses are turned into money-licking dog. I must become the master of money. Zhang Jian, who was originally playing games with a group of fox friends in his dorm room, had pop-ups constantly appearing in his cell phone, making him so stuck that he wanted to drop his phone. I don't care who you are. Damn it, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll get you killed. Zhang Jian exited the game to look at the messages that popped up after being shot in the head. Seeing that there was Qin Bing Bing's message, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The Qin family's big miss was the target he had been pursuing, only that he hadn't been able to catch up, and had taken down the art department's flower, Gao Meihan. During this gap, thought that the Qin family missy returned to her heart, did not expect to click on the message of the moment, feel the sky has collapsed, MD, Gao Meihan this dare to give him a cuckold. All ing don't fight. With the old man out will dig my corner of the people. All give me to bring the guy. Damn, let him no hit my woman's idea have to pay the price. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is so bold? Even the boss's woman dared to go on. Today must break his 3 legs. Having a ready-made melon to eat was certainly more fun than playing games, so a group of 7 people rushed out. Han Bailing, the flower of the music department, gave Wang Fan an invitation, hoping that he would be free to come to their department's concert hall in the afternoon to see her performance. Wang Fan took the invitation and said he would be there when he had time, and after both sides exchanged contact information, Han Bailing left. Department of Broadcasting Department of the Flower. Wang Chuning dress is considered to be the 5 people, the most bold one. She is also out of the king of bombing. Walked over to directly hold Wang Fan's arm and said, Wang Fan brother, I am the Department of Broadcasting Wang Chuning, 38D, blowing, playing and singing all kinds of proficiency. I want to be your girlfriend. Dry and direct without dragging the mud. Directly put their own demands in front of so many people set out. Wang Fan was really not expecting Wang Chuning to be so direct, making him want to ask if your blowing, pulling, playing and singing is serious. However, from the elasticity felt at his arm, it was certain that it was purely natural. Wang Chuning, do you want some face? Wang Fan is mine. You dare to rob with me. Not afraid that I will block you. Gao Meihan, should I ask if you want some face? You obviously have not broken with Zhang Xiao yet. See Wang Fan driving a luxury car and then come over on the pole again. You don't have Zhang Xiao, what do you use to block me? It's really ridiculous. Seeing 2 people to Wang Fan across the staging of all martial arts, Wang Fan impatiently said, well, don't quarrel. You don't say with my life. You don't say when my girlfriend. Feelings to slowly cultivate in order to out of the true love. See your performance in the future. I will then decide with whom to keep their lives. At this time, Wang Fan is still the king of licking dogs. He has evolved into a sea king. Seemingly ordinary words, all are points of knowledge. Simply the 4 principles of scum: no initiative, no refusal, no commitment, no rejection. With a soft wind and rain words to the interpretation of the best. Good you Wang Fan, Zhang Jian said sinisterly. Good you Gao Meihan, a pair of J husband and Y wife. Here to give me eye candy. Today I'll let you know the price of cuckolding me. Brothers give me on, as long as you don't kill, I'll cover for anything that happens. Gao Meihan took such initiative to approach Wang Fan. Originally she wanted to be angry with Zhang Jian. She didn't expect that he would be so angry that he brought a gang of doglegs and just surrounded her. To be honest, she was really scared. For Zhang Jian in strength, she knew it all. Offending him basically you will have a hard time mixing in the entertainment industry. Unless you find a big brother than Zhang Jian as a backer. Otherwise you will be unemployed without graduating. Under Zhang Jian's voice, the people who had originally surrounded Wang Fan instantly scattered. Gao Meihan also wanted to take advantage of the chaos to run away. But Wang Fan held her in his arms and said in a cold voice in her ear, Take me as a ring in your play with Zhang Xiao, then you have to know the consequences of offending me. Saying that, he kissed on her face, then his hand was not honest and also touched a hand. It is indeed very soft and cute bouncing, but this bouncing of hers is not natural. It is a little bit worse than Wang Chuning's. Soon Wang Fan came to the conclusion that Gao Meihan's was not purely natural. This scene almost made Zhang Jian angry. Damn, in front of his face, these two shameless ones even flirted. Those who don't want to die hurry up and get lost, otherwise the stick has no eyes. Zhang Jian shouted again. Wang Fan saw Wang Chuning didn't move, but also rubbed herself against him one by one, also really opened his eyes, really in order to get to the top. Life don't want the Lord, but this also let Wang Fan treat her differently. At least this kind of woman she will not give you to play the een. What are on the surface? Anyway, what she wants Wang Fan has. It doesn't matter. You hide aside first. Be careful of being injured by mistake later. Wang Fan's attitude towards Wang Chuning was obviously different from Gao Meihan's, which made Gao Meihan very unconvinced and kept trying to break away from Wang Fan. But she just couldn't. I want to work with you, Wang Chuning said with deep affection and looking at death as a homecoming. I'm determined to be with you. You won't be able to get rid of me. This is quite familiar. Long Piao Piao just said something similar yesterday. Are all women so bossy now? You're affecting my play like this. When I get beaten up later, the consequences if I get angry can be very serious too. Wang Chuning sensed that Wang Fan didn't look like she was talking about playing. Her thoughts had already been conveyed to him, so she kissed him on the cheek and said, "You have to be careful. Don't get hurt, I'll be heartbroken." Wang Chuning had just left when a mop stick smashed over. Wang Fan raised his hand to block it, and the mop stick instantly broke into two. Wang Fan was just like nothing. He reached out and dragged the remaining half of the stick, and violently pulled the other party's body to be brought over. And then he kicked again, and the other party flew out like a kite with broken strings. This scene put this Wang Fan side of Gao Meihan was scared while cry. Wang Fan reached out and patted her SG said, "Roll aside." After untying the restraints, Wang Fan was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, holding the half-broken wooden stick in his hand, and began to kill the four directions. Chapter 57, Bidding for Live Material. Director Han pulls the string. Zhang Jian was really caught off guard when he saw Wang Fan being so fierce. Taking advantage of the fact that his dog's legs were being abused by Wang Fan, he did not do anything, picked up the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it towards Wang Fan's green Pagani wind god body. Every time he smashed it, he was very happy, like he smashed on Wang Fan's body, like he avenged Wang Fan's hugging Gao Meihan. Wang Fan was really convinced, as if all these people can't get along with the new car they bought. At this rate, he should consider whether to open an automobile repair company. Wang Fan's fighting power is so fierce. Our school's taekwondo club is probably not his enemy. Heartache that Pagani wind god. This surname Zhang is really a loser. For a woman tens of millions of dollars just like this said smash. Rich people's world you don't understand. This is called generation faction, this is called face. I can't beat you. Put your beloved thing to get waste. You will be the same heartache. MD. Analyzing the head. You don't think you are the rich man. Wang Fan knocked all of Zhang Jian's lapdogs to the ground, and pulled over Gao Meihan with one hand, and mooched 2 handfuls of oil on her, and didn't go up to stop Zhang Jian, and just watched him smash like that. However, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, picked up his cell phone and dialed out. "Old Wang, call the lawyer you found. Come to Magic City University. My car was smashed. I want to send him in. Roger boss, heading over here." After hanging up the phone, Wang Fan said to the onlookers, "I came to the school today, and everyone is so enthusiastic to greet me. It makes me very touched, so I decided to give everyone a big gift." From Zhang Jian came to the parking lot, to his smashing my car. "Whether you captured the video, or photos can be sold to me. Pack a cell phone 10,000 yuan. If you shoot a particularly clear character, smashing process is more full. A cell phone 100,000. Wang Fan's words just finished. Instantly here students one by one are boiling up. $10,000 to start. This is absolutely poverty alleviation. Equivalent to the scene no one to send a fruit machine, or the top of the kind. Liua Gene. This is the rich man's boldness? Nearly hundreds of students, this time on the millions out. Really money in the eyes of the rich is just a string of numbers only. I decided to be Wang Fan's station sister. In the future there will be me where he appears. This time to eat melon eat can be really cool, but also made a small fortune. If I can encounter this every day. I did not graduate is a millionaire. Zhang Jian kicked the iron plate this time. Wang Fan is not afraid to spend millions to send him in. This melon really keeps sweet. Zhang Jian was still smashing the car with great vigor. When he suddenly heard the comments of the people around him, he instantly became nonchalant. After figuring out the situation, he waved the baseball bat in his hand and said, "Whoever dares to sell the photos and videos in his hand to Wang Fan, that's my Zhang Jian's enemy." no matter who you are, I will block you. Sometimes whether a person was powerful or not, the main thing to look at was the reference. Compared to Wang Fan's atmosphere, Zhang Jian's threatening small-mindedness was particularly low. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. It's not like we're from the art department, dance department, or music department, and we're not going to enter the entertainment industry after graduation. So you, Zhang Jian, can still control it. This awesome let him blow, as if the whole magic city, the whole dragon country is their Zhang family. Really convinced this old six. The same as rich second generation. Wang Fan to be 10,000 times better than this surname Zhang. I also make a statement. As long as Wang Fan receives my cell phone things as his. Zhang Jian did not expect these usually see him. Our well-behaved little Karami, now one by one are hardened up. Put his anger almost a mouthful of old blood did not spit out. At this time, the Zhang family was also in a state of anxiety. Originally wanted to find Wang Fan out of this bad temper today no matter what. Who knows that at 9:30 when the stock market opens, their family's stock will plummet. Regarding the artists under their family, one by one, they also exploded negatively on the internet. Instantly they felt the seriousness of the problem. Wang Fan could slowly clean up, but the stock must not fall any further. After the Magic City School's security team came over, they directly took Wang Fan and Zhang Jian and all the others to a conference room, where the school's director Han was already waiting for them. In the process of understanding the situation, Wang Fan felt that this so-called director surnamed Han has always been pulling the strings. About Zhang Jian they do things, holding the big things, small things to deal with the mentality. About Wang Fan this piece directly is the cause of the matter. Take the lead in digging Zhang Jian's corner. This time Gao Mei Han also came forward to testify. Wang Fan to her plotting misbehavior. In front of so many people face her molestation. Once this charge is established, it is also very heavy. At least a fine and also be imprisoned for a few days. The most crucial thing was that Gao Mei Han said that she had evidence of Wang Fan molesting her in her cell phone. And through the video it was true that Wang Fan had touched places he shouldn't have touched, and also kissed Gao Mei Han's face. In front of such important evidence, Director Han became a peacemaker. That means as long as Wang Fan doesn't pursue Zhang Jian for smashing the car, then Gao Mei Han won't pursue Wang Fan's responsibility. All of you are classmates, and when you step into society in the future, this is all a rare piece of friendship. Director Han is still lobbying. Fighting is a normal thing. Both of you are at fault. We are all more generous. Shaking hands are still good classmates. Wang Fan has long looked at this surname Han is not good. Then that Pengcheng High School's Wang director is still shameless. Boom. Wang Fan heavily slapped the table, dabbed and stood up, pointing at Director Han and said, "Surname Han, shut up. From now on I don't want to listen to you pushing here. I don't know what benefits you have received from the Zhang family, but if you threaten me again, when my team of lawyers comes, be careful I will sue you for defamation." Saying this, Wang Fan shook his cell phone and said, "I have recorded all the words that you have been babbling about just now, and these can be used as evidence, so I advise you to be careful with your words. Be careful that your position as a director is not guaranteed." Director Han heard Wang Fan's words. His face changed again and again. He did have a close relationship with the Zhang family. At that time when he was still the director of the school's employment office, he had a cooperation with the Zhang family. Nothing to send students to the Zhang family's entertainment company. Of course, in the process, there is no less to do some unseemly things. Due to the employment rate during his tenure is relatively high, the school let him rise a level, became the school director in charge. When he heard that Zhang Jian had fought with someone at school, he immediately stepped forward to quell the matter, not expecting to encounter Wang Fan, the prick, which also gave him an incomparable headache. Knock knock, the door of the conference room was knocked, and before Director Han could speak, the other party had already entered. The person who came was none other than Yida's general manager, Wang Fucai, who came with a team of 3 lawyers and walked up to Wang Fan and said respectfully, "Boss, this is Li LV and her team." Chapter 58, Li Law's team takes over the case. Wang Fan decides to set up a scholarship fund. "Hello Li Law, I only have one request. Send in whatever they should send in, and give me a public apology if they can't." Wang Fan said like an emotionless machine, "Do you have a mobile USB flash drive? I'll make you a copy of the recording of the meeting over here just now." When Wang Fan said this, even the school's director Han's face became very ugly. Whoever's student moved to invite a lawyer over, thinking about the words he just said, his old face felt hot, so smiled and said, "Wang students, we are all a part of the Magic City University. Should have been as close as a family. Why make such a stalemate? When the time comes to create a certain impact in the community, the school's reputation has been smeared. We cannot account to the principal. Lawyer Li, this is our school's director Han. I suspect that he has a transfer of benefits with the Zhang family that Zhang Jian is a member of. I don't know if I can investigate the situation of his extra income through your lawyers. This kind of unorthodox style of people don't deserve to be a teacher. Mr. Wang, after prosecuting him, we have the right to access his income situation. You can rest assured that we will definitely investigate him to the bottom and give you a satisfactory answer. Director Han's face became extremely ugly. He hadn't thought that he had stepped up but was pulled into this vortex, subconsciously looking towards Zhang Jian. In fact, this was also the first time Zhang Jian faced such a difficult opponent. Before he relied on his identity as a direct descendant of the Zhang family, no one dared to mess with him in the school, and whoever he hit was the kind of person who recognized his own bad luck. Who knows Wang Fan so prickly? Thought he also smashed the other side of the $10 million worth of luxury cars. If pursued, due to the value of too much, it is likely to go into eat jail. Even Gao Meihan was tugging on his arm, looking at him with a scared face, hoping that Zhang Jian would give her the lead. But at this moment, seeing Gao Meihan, he was very angry. All of this was because of her. Now it's good. Even Director Han had to be hitched in. He threw his hand and slapped his hand over. Gao Meihan looked at Zhang Jian with disbelief. Now she regrets that she did not stand firmly on the side of Wang Fan. Zhang Jian, this dog is really not a person. Zhang Jian looked at Wang Fan sinisterly and said, Wang Fan, you think having a lawyer is marvelous. My Zhang family has plenty of lawyers. Saying that, he picked up the phone and called home because he was also afraid that he would be sent in by the other side's lawyers. Dad, something happened on my side. The other side wants to send me in. Sent in. Then you step on the sewing machine. Told you to have no business all day. Just know to make trouble for me. It's good to go in for a while. Zhang Jian really have a kind of want to curse father's impulse. This is still his old man? His own son was bullied into this ghost behavior. He does not help even if it is, but also fell into the well. Like this old thing, when he is old how to raise him. So he picked up the phone and was about to walk out to call his mom, but was warned by lawyerly, Mr. Zhang, you are suspected of intentionally destroying other people's property, and the amount is huge. If you just walk away, I will also add one more charge against you for being afraid of absconding, and then it will be a crime that is added to the crime. Zhang Jian was so infuriated that he now wanted to punch Attorney Li in the face and make her call her bluff. I'm just going out to make a phone call, Zhang Jian said viciously. There's no need for you to tell me what to do in front of me. Li Lu had already finished copying the recordings from Wang Fan's cell phone. Wang Fan picked up his cell phone and said to Wang Fucai, I'll leave it to you and Li Lu here. I have to go beforehand. Okay boss, don't worry. I promise to finish it beautifully. By the way, regarding my promise to my classmates to purchase the evidence in their cell phones, did you find someone to butt in? I met Miss Wang Chunning over at the parking lot before I came. She conveyed your meaning, and Li Lu has already sent someone there to collect and count it. Good. Turn around and ask Secretary Dong to report the expenses. Wang Fan then looked at his watch. It was already past 10 o'clock, so he boarded his account on the school forum, took the return receipt he got from Wang Fucai for suing Yang Wei, found the place where he replied to Yang Wei's post before, and then at Yang Wei, enjoying every minute of the moment. He wasn't so free when he went in. The parachuting of the rightful owner made this post, which was already ranked 10th in terms of hotness, enter the top 3 of the hot list once again. Wang Fan is a real man. Does what he says, a realistic version of falling in love? The kind that sends you in. I heard that Wang Fan today in the parking lot. All the photos or videos taken about Zhang Xiao smashing his car. He spends money on recycling. One time to spend millions. Talk about a love affair spent 88 million or counting. Can be really stingy. Now talk about a relationship can be a high-risk thing. This later who still dare to fall in love. For the flurry of disturbances in the school forum, Wang Fan didn't have time to pay attention. He had already arrived at the principal's office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Accompanied by a neutral voice, Wang Fan pushed the door in. Good day Principal Tang. I'm Wang Fan, a senior student of journalism and communication. I'm going to graduate soon, and I want to make some contribution to my alma mater. And thinking about it, I don't have anything to show for it. So I thought of donating some money to set up a bursary fund to give some help to some students in difficulty, and to provide some help to some scientific research projects of the school as much as I can. Student Wang Fan, please sit down. You're very hot in school now. Today you even dominated the school's forum with 10 hot searches. It's worthy of being a journalism student who knows how to hype it. Principal Tang, I'm really sorry, because I occupied the school's public resources for a little personal matter. Stop. Don't take out that programmed apology template of the entertainment industry. Let's talk about the matter of the scholarship fund. I don't know how much money you intend to donate to do this. Currently the highest donation in the country is Lei Bus donated 1.3 billion to his alma mater. I'm just a little higher than him. We also stand a first. The first donation of 10 billion. The follow-up is not enough if I then discretionary donation. Snapped. Principal Tang just raised the glass cup ready to drink a mouthful of tea. Heard Wang Fan say this donation amount directly was given down. I go. This is what immortal students Senior did not graduate directly to the alma mater to donate 10 billion. He sat up directly in excitement, looked at Wang Fan with an unbelievable face and asked, Wang student, what you said is true, to donate $10 billion? Wang Fan liked to see that people who seemed to be high and mighty looked like they hadn't seen the world after hearing the price he quoted. Adding more fire at this time is what a pushy king should look like. Principal Tang, let the finance take the school's public account number over. I'll transfer it here. Asterisk. Principal Tang accidentally burst into foul language. This Nima is really God's luxury. Into the teacher in charge of finance to go to the phone. Tang Principal's hands are trembling. With this money he believes that absolutely can make the overall strength of the Magic City University to a higher level. Of course it was also a very important piece of political achievement for him. Maybe it would even go further. Wang Fan student, the alma mater is proud of you. This donation ceremony must be organized in a big way, so that the whole school teachers and students take you as an example. Let's join hands to build a better Magic City University. Chapter 59 Digging for Doggy Talent. Encountering roadblock dogs, Wang Fan rejected Principal Tang's proposal, and came to high profile today to make Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie, a pair of trash, spend their lives in regret. The main theme of life is still to keep a low profile, and if you are too high profile, you will inevitably bring trouble for yourself. However, Wang Fan also gained a lot of benefits for himself, such as not needing to take exams and attend classes like ordinary students. Out of the principal's office, Wang Fan went to the cafeteria to have a feast, with his bottomless pit of food. Once again attracted the attention of the good people. The matter of Wang Fan eating 50 times in one meal was captured in a video, and then after some editing, it was uploaded to the personal Sheikh Yin's self-media account. And of course, there was also the Mordor University's on-campus forum, a meal to eat the amount of 50 people. In front of the student of Magic City University, all food bloggers are weak, do not accept any refutation. Hashtag food challenge, hashtag gastronomy. Only accelerated uncut content with such copy instantly detonated the self-media, directly airborne to the 20th place on the national hot list. However, with everyone's enthusiastic interactions, the ranking of the hot list continued to rise. At this time, Wang Fan was wobbling towards the music department's studio hall. After all, he had promised the music department's department flower, Han Bailing, that he would go to watch her performance. On the way there are quite a few female students. One by one, they all came over to take a picture with him. Wang Fan naturally came to refuse. The image of the pro people to do that is enough. Only walking Wang Fan feel not quite right, always feel a pair of eyes in the back staring at themselves, which makes him very upset. After a few observations, he finally determined who had been following him. It was the girl who vowed to be his station sister. Not bad looking, except that her sneaky appearance gave Wang Fan a feeling of stalker. Wang Fan waved his hand towards her, and the girl uncertainly pointed her finger towards herself, meaning she was looking for me? Seeing Wang Fan nodding, she then boldly walked over. If you want to shoot me, you can shoot me in a big way. There is no need to be like a thief. Also, I bought photos and videos about Zhang before because I want to send him in and then collect evidence. Usually I won't spend money to buy these things, you shoot me. So you don't have to be in the mindset of waiting for a rabbit to come and thinking of earning this money. The girl opened her big innocent eyes and looked at Wang Fan and said seriously, from your face, you are a troublemaker as well as a hot body. As long as I shoot it, there will be a market. If you don't buy it, other people will buy it too. Wang Fan is also convinced. Looking quite cute, a girl. How the emotional intelligence is so low. So into the workplace, that will not be colleagues to squeeze to death. Then can you let me see what you took? The girl generously handed over the cell phone. Wang Fan took a look at the light before his eyes. Not to mention that the level of filming has reached a professional level, which is very much the potential of being a paparazzo. Shooting is good. Whether it is the composition or the control of light and shadow, has reached the professional level. Are you studying photography or news dissemination? News communication. The girl mentioned her specialty and looked a bit bereft. A rotten street specialty. Now everyone is the era of self-media. Learning this is of no use. Can only be to shoot some hot people or things? Eat some traffic to feed themselves. Wang Fan thought of Dong Mengjiao's acquisition of the #1 paparazzi team in China. The girl in front of him was so talented at this. And a rare talent. Do you want to become a paparazzo? Go to the airport to shoot some stars later if you find your own direction of interest, and then freely choose to develop. What do you think? The girl brightened up and asked. Your money should not be when the paparazzi secretly shooting star gossip, and then extortion from it? Wang Fan's head was full of black lines. This girl seems to have not eaten a lot of showbiz melons in her life, or else how could she be clear about it? That's a crime. Brother is so rich, how could he do something that violates the bottom line of the law? If you want, I'll give you a chance to try it out. How much can you offer a month? Base salary of 10,000. Taxi, lodging and meals are reimbursed. A glint flashed in the girl's eyes. but it was quickly hidden from her. It's not much, but whoever made me like it, I want to try. Wang Fan pushed Dong Mengzhao's green bubble to Zhui Yiting, and it was Wang Fan's unintentional move this time that accomplished the future #1 paparazzi queen. Iron needs to be hard. As long as you are talented and grasp the right opportunity when it comes along, you can soar into the sky. Please show your invitation. As Wang Fan was about to enter the studio hall, he was stopped by someone. Pulling out Han Bai Ling from his pocket, he handed it over, and the other person took a look at it before tearing the invitation in front of Wang Fan. Sorry, you can't enter because your invitation is fake. Wang Fan pointed to the Han Bailing's painting posted at the entrance. Your music department's department flower Han Bailing gave me the invitation. Could it be fake? Are you not being funny? Each of our invitations has the name of the invitee written on it, while yours is blank, so I say yours is fake. Get lost, don't delay the others from entering. Wang Fan knew it. This bastard was just having a hard time with himself. No matter how much he said, it was useless. So in the face of this kind of unreasonable person, sometimes ignoring is the greatest contempt for him. Hands behind his back, Wang Fan does not care if he is a watchdog, directly to break in. Seeing this, the other party was not willing to give up, and directly started to push Wang Fan. You are great if you have money. Without an invitation, even if the God of Heaven comes today, you can't get in. Wang Fan didn't know where the other party's jealousy rose from, and he wouldn't be polite to anyone who was hostile to him. Just briefly looking back and realizing that there was indeed Zhu Yiting's figure in the crowd, he directly knocked the other party to the ground with an iron mountain lean. The other hand copied a broom placed in the entrance and smashed it towards Wang Fan's leg. Wang Fan dodged it with a light jump and then kicked the other hand with a smooth kick more than a meter, hitting a tree before stopping. Wang Fan, I'm going to sue you for provoking trouble and assaulting people in public. I'm going to make you go in and step on a sewing machine. Wang Fan didn't think that the trick he used on Zhang, the other party was so familiar with it, and thought that he hadn't kept himself in check. Taking 3 steps and 2 steps over, he yanked the other party's collar. Who are you? I don't remember recognizing you. Why are you targeting me at every turn? And what I play badly? Don't learn at will. You will never learn. Just like now. Cracking. Wang Fan didn't even give the other party a chance to answer the question, and slapped him in the face a few times, making the other party dizzy and dumbfounded. He hadn't even introduced himself yet. He was hit by Wang Fan this split face. It was really outrageous. This is not called provoking trouble. This is called you provoke hands in the first. I justified self-defense. The least we two are also mutual assault. Fool. Nothing more. Look at the civil code. Chapter 60, Li Haorun's provocation. Wang Fan accepts it gladly. In the backstage of the studio, Han Bailing was doing the final makeup preparation for her appearance on stage, but her mind was full of Wang Fan's figure at this time. From the unheard of king of dog lickers, how did he turn into a rich second generation? And still the kind of super rich, because there are good students. Already in the school forum post, analyze the value of a line of Wang Fan geometry. Givenchy green suit official website price of 58,800. Givenchy leather shoes 26,800. Rolex unicorn Daytona No. 6265 auction price of 5.9 million US dollars, equivalent to at least 15 million dragon currency. Together with the green Pagani Wind God official guide price of 29 million dragon coins, the new car counted down to at least 30 million. This is still only can see the outside wear. Inside the underwear and so on have not seen. The value has reached a staggering $80 million. I'll be damned. This is a proper god of the rich. If she could become his girlfriend, then she wouldn't have to agonize over where to go after she graduated. Like her, this kind of study pop music, unless the talent attainment is particularly high, plus some good luck, can sing fire 1 or 2 songs, become their own masterpiece, in the music world can have their own place. Otherwise, at this time, her dormitory roommate took a cup of milk tea over and handed it over with a smile, saying, Bai Ling will be on stage. To perform well, you are prone to hypoglycemia. I purposely bought a cup of milk tea for you to make up for it. You are the best. Han Bai Ling's thoughts were interrupted, smiled and took Ma Dongmei's milk tea and said, Thank you Dongmei, you're the best. Saying this, she inserted a straw and took a sip and said, delicious, thank you Dongmei. At this time, Wang Fan had also entered the studio, and had just taken out his cell phone and was ready to contact Han Bai Ling when he saw a group of people walking over from the side. Yo, isn't this the famous lickspittle Wang Fan from Magic City University? I didn't expect you to actually dare to come to our music department. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang. Snap. MD. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Wang Fan didn't think that there would be so much going on between the students before. He had just made a little bit of a push, and all kinds of bulls and snakes popped up, wanting to show off their muscles with him. Now he kind of regretted that he didn't agree to Principal Tang's suggestion to make a big deal out of his donation to the school. He thought that these small fishes would not dare to clamor in front of him. Wang Fan was too lazy to care about these arrogant and domineering second generation. He glanced at the other party and then pushed his way through the crowd towards the direction of the stage. Young Li, he even ignored you. Damn it. Snap. Shut up to the old man. Li Haoren said to Wang Fan's back. Wang Fan, stop right there. Do you know that Han Bai Ling is my woman? Do you like to cut corners on others so much? First Zhang Jian and now me? What the hell do you want? Wang Fan turned around and pointed at Li Haoren's brain then said, go to the hospital if your brain is sick. Don't go around circling the turf like a mad dog here. Also your woman. If it's really your woman, you can't even control your own woman. What kind of man are you? A pinch of blood kills and kills. Wang Fan's sentence directly exasperated Li Haoren. However, Li Haoren took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and looked at Wang Fan. Wang Fan is now a civilized society. I won't beat a Zhang Jian that little cutie. Same as leading people to fight. That's just a choice of reckless fools. Since you've come to our music department, it just so happens that today is also the singer competition we're organizing. Let's compare who gets the higher ranking. If I'm higher than you, you can't pester Han Bai Ling anymore. How about it? Wang Fan snorted coldly. You're such a careful and glassy-eyed guy with no self-confidence at all. I don't know where you got the self-confidence to compete with me in singing. Also Han Bai Ling and I met for the first time today. Or she took the initiative to invite me. So there is no such thing as entanglement or not entanglement between me and her. If you want to find fault with me you should be honorable like a man. Don't move and blame everything on a woman. Han Bai Ling is not an object or whoever you are. If you want to compete with me, use yourself as a bet or get out of the way. Li Haoren and his fox friend looked at each other and then laughed. Wang Fan, an amateur from other majors, was actually comparing with their group of professional students who were studying vocal music. This wasn't just the old man drinking arsenic and thinking that his life was too long. Okay, I promise you, Li Haoren readily accepted. I'll do whatever you want if I lose. How about it? Wang Fan sneered. I'm a serious steel straight man. I'm not interested in men. If you lose, kneel down on the stage and apologize to me, slapping yourself while saying that you shouldn't have been mouthy. Hearing this, Li Haoren almost stormed off on the spot, but luckily the people around him stopped him. Young Li, you're the talented singer of our term. He's not even an amateur. The reason why he's deliberately angry with you is because he doesn't want to bet with you. Don't fall into his trap. Right, Young Li, your strength is obvious to all of us. He is as bad as a mole in front of you. Don't fall for his tricks. Li Haoren once again took a deep breath and said, okay, I promise you. So what if you lose? Wang Fan thought about it and said, if I lose, I will do as you wish. Stay away from Han Bai Ling even if she stalks me. I will ignore her. Is that okay? Li Haoren immediately exploded. Wang Fan, you are shameless. Just now also said that Han Bai Ling is not an object, cannot be used for betting. How do you this can again? Wang Fan gave him a blank look and said, do you know what a seller's market is? It's you who are begging me. Naturally you have to follow my rules. Okay, if you lose, you also have to reject Han Bai Ling face to face on stage. That's fine, but go get me an entry spot. Otherwise I won't play with you. After saying that, Wang Fan also no longer cared about him, but continued to take out his cell phone. He wanted to contact Han Bai Ling to find out the rules of this singing competition. He couldn't trust Li Haoren's gang. Just at this time, Ma Dongmei appeared at Li Haoren's side, and then a hold his arm rode, tiptoe attached to his ear beside the whispered, you gave me the task to complete. Promise to buy me the new LV bag to remember to buy. Li Haoren kissed Ma Dongmei on her face and said, baby, don't worry, I will definitely buy it for you. When Wang Fan appeared in front of Han Bai Ling, she had a big smile on her face. Thank you for coming. Wang Fan also told about meeting Li Haoren and betting with him. Han Bai Ling frowned. Li Haoren is really shameless. He's a music student who wants to compete with you, a non-professional, and he's not afraid of being shamed by the crowd for being a music genius. Instead, Wang Fan felt unbelievable and said, is there no one in your music department? Just that dude Li Haoren can be called a genius? Chapter 61 Han Bai Ling gets backstabbed. Singing competition officially begins. Li Haoren is also considered to be from a musical family. His grandfather is a singer, and his mother is a professor in the music department of Magic City University, and he has inherited the family genes well, and has had an absolute sense of music since he was a child. Along the way in the field of music, was crowned with prodigy, genius and other titles. Perhaps it is due to these names added, leading him to feel that he is a gifted player. After entering the university, his parents educated him from strict control to free range, and all of a sudden, he let himself go, topped with the name of musical talent. Not a few in the school Huahua girls, until he met Han Bai Ling. His means of picking up girls are all out of order. How to chase cannot catch up, which also provoked Li Haoren's winning heart. Vowed to chase Han Bai Ling cannot be. Han Bai Ling is also like Li Haoren, is a rare music good seedling. from her parents to her name can be a glimpse of two. Only Han Bailing didn't let herself go like Li Haoran did after arriving at the university. She has always strictly required herself to work hard, thinking of graduating in the future and relying on her own ability to break into the world. But met the art department of Zhang Jian, saw their music department of Li Haoran, heard around the classmates of all kinds of rumors, as well as all kinds of subterfuge in the entertainment industry, before they are all as a joke to listen to. Later she also participated in a very famous talent show, completely scripted. There are some unknown insiders, then took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. At that time also caused a not small controversy on the network. To be honest, her heart has begun to be unstable because of these messy things. The road of her life does not seem to be so smooth sailing as she thought. It was at this time that she noticed the post in the school forum about Yang Wei's posting. While everyone else was laughing at Wang Fan, she felt that it was a very rare and deep love. Then later she secretly paid attention to Wang Fan, including his overbearing dislike of Yang Wei's words, and then really showed up at school on the third day. What she didn't expect was that Wang Fan, who was jokingly called the king of dog licking by his classmates, had a different identity to meet everyone, the whole body nameplate not to mention. Even the seat is tens of millions of luxury car, completely as a kind of he does not pretend. I don't know if that Fu Yanjia would cry in the toilet after seeing this. This is more in line with her mind, rather than cheaper than those greasy middle-aged old men. Why not find to their own eyes and deep love of the person? Coincidentally, he also has money, is simply the perfect object of their own. So Han Bailing dressed up carefully and went to the parking lot. I did not expect that there are other departments of the school flower, but she still boldly took out their department's singing competition invitation letter to him. I didn't expect him to really come, but also because she made a bet with Li Haoran, making Han Bailing feel guilty. After listening to Han Bailing's story, Wang Fan lamented like a person who had been there before. Don't forget your original intention. Today, I will have mercy and knock on that Li Haoran, letting him know what it is that there are people outside of people, and that the so-called geniuses are just getting the admission ticket to see me. Put. Han Bailing didn't control her laughter. Student Wang, you are not afraid of talking big and flashing your tongue. Li Haoran is still quite powerful. I hope you don't take it lightly. Wang Fan asked back in disbelief. Then why don't the two of us make a bet? If I win him, you can use your tongue to see if my tongue has flashed or not. How? Han Bailing was now a bit skeptical. Was this still the same affectionate man he had been outed as? It's clearly a big pig's hoof. Okay, what if you're going to lose? Han Bailing asked back with a red face. What's the punishment? Wang Fan pointed to her cheeks and said, then I'll be punished for kissing you. You're still a big bad guy. When a girl was not in a particularly angry situation and said that you were a bad guy or a big bad guy, it meant that you had entered the ambiguous period, and this was the time to try some physical contact. Since this singing competition was organized with an open attitude, there were also some non-music department students who sang well, like the top 10 singers on campus and such, who also participated. This competition was actually an assessment competition for the music department, divided into individual and mixed doubles, and as long as you could get the top 3 in these two events, you could get a guaranteed place in the school for graduate school. It can be said that the competition is still quite fierce, especially the mixed doubles competition. Take the top 10 in the individual competition, and then free pairing, which is not only to test the singing skills, but also to test their own choice of partner's vision. Before this, Han Bailing has agreed to Li Haoran's invitation, the two of them hand in hand to participate in the mixed doubles competition. By then we'll be able to get the top 3 rankings, equivalent to the school's guaranteed places. Ma Dongmei held Li Haoran's arm and appeared in front of Wang Fan and Han Bailing. Han Bailing had a head full of questions. Dongmei, why are you with him? Haoran is my partner for tonight's mixed doubles. It's natural for us to be together. Han Bailing frowned slightly before looking at Li Haoran, who in turn said with a smug smile, Bailing, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, our previous agreement will stand. Otherwise you won't be able to get a guaranteed place in graduate school. Han Bailing didn't even think about it and directly refused. Li Haoran, don't be delusional. I won't be your girlfriend, even if I can't get a place in graduate school this time. What's wrong with that? I'll rely on myself to take the exam as well. Li Haoran sneered. Han Bailing, we'll see. There will be the day you kneel and beg me. Wang Fan grabbed Han Bailing's hand and said, don't worry, with me, you won't be able to run away from your guaranteed place in graduate school. A warm man could not only provide emotional value, but also a sense of security. Han Bailing knew that Wang Fan was only saying this to comfort her. As a professional student studying music, she could know that singing a song well was not something that could be learned overnight. However, Wang Fan's ability to say these words at this time still made her heart still warm. Li Haoran turned back to Wang Fan and said, an amateur's words can be a laughingstock. Wang Fan later on the stage. I'll let you see what is the difference between a professional and an amateur. With the host warming up the stage, a new session of the singing competition kicked off. living up to its name. The music department's singing competition was more professional than the campus top 10 singers Grand Prix that they had previously held across the university. Often, they all knew, as soon as they opened their mouths, what was professionally trained and what was an amateur contestant. I felt pretty good listening to the campus top 10 singers singing before, but now it's just too amateurish when compared to these music students. Comparing a hobby to someone else's profession is just looking for death. No wonder every campus singer competition has restrictions on music students, otherwise it wouldn't have taken all the top 10 singers. Wow, finally we're going to see the real seed players. Lie Chenuan is definitely the king of this competition. That's a must. He's from a musical family and has been labeled a musical prodigy since he was a child. Chapter 62, the music department senior who showed off Wang Fan's song Cultivating Love. Lie Chenuan was as proud as an open-screen peacock, tilting his neck in a lofty and unbeatable manner, as if he was the center of the world and all eyes should be focused on him. I bring you a song from Rain God's Skin today. Before I sing this song, I would like to say a few words. I believe that Wang Fan, who I believe you all know, has also participated in this singing competition of ours today. A person who was insincere from the beginning and said that he was cheated of $88,800,000 in a relationship. I think it just deserved it. Now he changed his vest and drove a luxury car around the school and cheated his way to our music department. As the recognized genius of the music department, I will definitely guard the door of the music department today and protect our school flower Han Bai Ling. Don't be fooled by this hypocrite Wang Fan. He is nothing more than a clown in everyone's eyes. Lie Chenuan's words finished, the stage was in an uproar. I didn't expect Wang Fan to be so brave that he also came to participate in the music department's singing competition. The previous campus top 10 singers competition hadn't seen him participate in it. How come once he participated in it, he was playing this kind of high-end game? People are afraid of famous pigs or afraid of strong. Wang Fan, this just changed his identity. Even the genius of the music department also hate on. Do people also have to be low-key? I go. Wang Fan is really asking for humiliation. I remembered during military training, he sang a song, not a single sentence in tune. How did he dare to come to participate in the music department's singing competition? The rich man's world is not in the same dimension as ours. Haven't you seen Papa Ma and Brother Ma's performance at the annual meeting on the internet? The following aren't all clapping and applauding. Later I'm going to give Wang Fan a strong applause. I heard that he even gave out 10,000 yuan to one person in the parking lot. Maybe he's going to give out money again as soon as he's happy. People being stupid and having a lot of money is my favorite. Wang Fan didn't expect Lie Chenuan's heart to be so small, coming up to give him a burst, but this is good. After he goes on stage later, he will use the perfect singing technique given by the system to let Lie Chenuan, the so-called genius, know how much of a gap he still has with the masters. As the accompaniment sounded, Lie Chenuan was worthy of being a genius in the music department, and instantly entered into the emotional state that the song needed to express. Whether it was the conversion of true and false tones, or the ups and downs of emotions conveyed by the mood of the song, the conveyance was still quite precise. I'm burning. I start to burn. Extinguish the fat. The span of 19 ranges he also interpreted very much in place. If you have to say what are the shortcomings of this song sung by Lie Chenuan, that is, the degree of exuberance in the high notes is not quite enough. According to Wang Fan's speculation, it must be that this goods usually find girls to find more. Coupled with a long time without exercise, the body's physical fitness cannot keep up, resulting in the need for frequent high-pitched in the high notes. A slight lack of breath. Even so, Lie Chenuan also with absolute advantage, temporarily ranked first. After all, not particularly professional people simply cannot hear the flaws. When Lie Chenuan stepped down from the stage, he also gave a king's contempt in the direction where Wang Fan was. Wang Fan was naturally not polite, and directly raised his two middle fingers to return the favor. However, Wang Fan could also see that these music department singers of theirs like to take some high-pitched show-off songs to compete, as if this was the only way to reflect the full range of his singing skills. The organizers, perhaps to avoid aesthetic fatigue, the male and female groups were interspersed, and the girls sang and sometimes danced, making the stage more ornamental. Ma Dongmei with a song of Adele's Hello also got a low score. Into the top 10 is certainly no problem. As the flower of the music department and the title of female genius, Han Bai Ling chose to sing a difficult song Jiu Air. The difficulty of this song is that the range from A3 to #G5, spanning more than 2 octaves, which has high requirements for the singer's voice conditions and vocal skills. It must be said that Han Bai Ling's voice is a perfect match for her name, singing steadily in the beginning, only to end up with sorghum ripening red all over the sky, Joe or I'll send you to a faraway place, which should have been topped off with a higher pitch after the previous emotions had been superimposed. Obviously when Han Bai Ling sang the first high word, her expression appeared stunned and mixed with a little panic, but fortunately, she quickly adjusted her singing style. After singing the sorghum ripe, she skillfully replaced the real voice with a falsetto. which ended the song's rendition in an embarrassing manner. Due to the flaws at the end, the score wasn't very high, but there shouldn't be any problem entering the individual top 10. Walked off the stage of Han Bai Ling face gloomy. Wang Fan did not say anything, just gently patted the back of her hand. Han Bai Ling thought about attaching to Wang Fan whispered, the last treble did not go up. I suspect that with Ma Dongmei gave me milk tea related. Then I felt a little too sweet, but at that time she was at the side, but also too embarrassed to let her down a piece of goodwill. I drank a couple of mouthfuls, caused me to have pharyngeal reflux in the last part of the high notes and didn't sing up. Hey! Wang Fan unscrewed the mineral water issued on the table and let Han Bai Ling drink some to clear her throat. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll definitely break Li Haoren and Ma Dongmei's Dao heart and make them fall out of the top 3. After a few more rounds, it was finally time for Wang Fan to take the stage, and he brought a song called Cultivating Love by JJ. After the host introduced the song he was going to sing, there was another outcry below. Li Haoren, this idiot, choosing such a bland mouthful of a song in the competition, really looking for death. Ma Dongmei, he's just an amateur. Dare he pick a difficult song? That's looking for death. This kind of KTV song, brought to the arena, will be reduced to dregs by these professional singers. People are supposed to have the money to come over and play. Do they really think they have to compete for singing ability? People only need to have the ability to pay money. After using the skill of perfect singing technique rewarded by the system, Wang Fan was as if a fish had water after hearing the sound. So to speak, he was free. The accompaniment of Cultivating Love rang out, and Wang Fan instantly had a different understanding of the song. And this was the first time he had used the perfect singing skill after getting it. So as soon as he opened his mouth, he pulled everyone's in the scene into the mood of the song, as if everyone accompanied his song and started their own love cultivation. Why be disappointed? Hiding tears in my heart. The past doesn't lie. Don't give it a hard time. As if all of a sudden pulled people into the beautiful time of the beginning of love. That time may not understand love. Maybe just ignorant of love. And it is precisely this that misses that simple beauty. Who says the sun will find the moon? The love that others have, we can't possibly imitate. Cultivate the sorrows and joys of love. These efforts of ours are not simple. Chapter 63, Li Haoren apologizes privately. Who will compete once Under the Sea is released? In the world of love, where can there be no regrets? The entire studio fell into their memories with Wang Fan's song. No one had expected a sentimental love song that could be said to have nothing for the singer to show off. However, it was such a seemingly plain song, but Wang Fan sang it into everyone's heart, as if everyone was practicing the regretful love they once had in this song. Fantasies a few years ago, forgiveness a few years later, to nurse a wound for a face. Don't talk about missing me, I can't stand it. As the last note fell, the room went silent, some even wiping the tears from the corners of their eyes. I don't know who was the first to applaud, then everyone followed. Even the judges who were professors stood up and led the applause. It was a bit ironic that the two geniuses of the music department, Li Haoren and Han Bai Ling, didn't get this kind of treatment, letting an outsider from the Department of Journalism and Communication get such a great honor. Li Haoren was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. Originally he wanted to make Wang Fan lose face. Who would have thought that this bastard would hide his clumsiness and sing a song of sadness so well? Definitely a master level. Han Bai Ling looked at Wang Fan on the stage. She had tears in her eyes. Really, she was not wrong. He is still the beautiful man with deep feelings. Otherwise he would not have interpreted the song so vividly. Only have suffered the pain of love. Can the essence of the song to sing out? Wang Fan did. That damn Fu Yanjie is not the heart will not hurt? How could she bear to hurt him who was so deeply in love? Right at this time Wang Fan didn't go off the stage directly, but took the microphone and launched a difficult at Li Haoren under the stage. Li Haoren, the genius of the music department. Now the scores have come out. My scores are higher than yours. You have already lost. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Li Haoren's face was instantly gloomy. This Wang Fan really deserved to die, embarrassing him in front of so many people. At this time, as a professor of the music department, Li Haoren's mom, Dong Yuehua, looked at her son and asked, Haoren, what kind of bet did you make with others? Since you lost you have to be willing to accept the bet. Li Haoren's face became even more ugly. If his mother knew that he needed to go on stage to give to Wang Fan to kneel down and apologize while slapping him, how could their mother and son still get a foothold in the school? Wang Fan, you are also too anxious. The match is only halfway through. There is still the mixed doubles match that has not been compared. How do you know I will lose? Wang Fan said disdainfully. I didn't expect the so-called genius of the music department to be nothing more than that. Not as skilled as others but still reneging on the debt. It's really laughable. But is it meaningful for you to do this kind of pointless struggle? If I can win you once, I can win you a second time. I'll see how you can still cheat when you lose later. The host then rushed onto the stage to take over Wang Fan's microphone and the match continued. Wang Fan knew that after he made such a fuss, then the next thing would be difficult to do. After all, Li Haoren's mom was one of the judges, and the other judges were all professors in the music department, and each other were colleagues. It is very likely to look at the face of favor. Directly let Li Haoren in the mixed doubles competition, so it is considered a tie, but also exempt from punishment. However, Wang Fan could not swallow this breath and took out his cell phone to find out a green bubble group. Inside directly at Lie Chenuan, Li Haoren from the music department of Magic City University. Do you recognize him? Han Fei, boss finally appeared. I heard that yesterday you bought a Rolex Unicorn Daytona No. 6265. Cannot let the little brothers over the eye addiction. See the value of more than 50 million table what kind? Chang Hao, Han less. You lessen this pussy lie. Delayed the big event of the boss. Careful boss get you. Lie Chenuan, recognize. If not the same name, he is my distant cousin. Wang Fan, Li Haoren's mom is said to be a professor in the Department of Music. Lie Chenuan, that's my distant cousin. What's wrong boss? He messed with you. Wang Fan, bet with me. Singing lost to play tricks. Since you are relatives, then I give you a greeting. If really play tricks with me, then don't blame me for letting his family go bankrupt. Lie Chenuan, boss. Wait for my message. I'll contact him about the situation. Wang Fan closed his cell phone in a good mood. I don't know if Lie Chenuan's cousin has any deterrent effect. If not, he doesn't mind really letting Li Haoren change from a rich young master to an ordinary person. Wang Fan then went backstage with Han Bailing to make the final touches on the chorus of Under the Sea. The reason why he chose this version of Linghua and Zhang Yi is that it expresses a lot of emotions. Also, Han Bailing's voice can't sing two high-pitched songs, so the girl's part in this version is less than the boys, so that Han Bailing can play better. Through the rehearsal, the song was fine-tuned in details, and Han Bailing didn't expect that Wang Fan, a non-musician, would have such a deep insight into music. This was even more rare for her. After all, in a sea of people to find a favorite, and this person not only has a high value in money, but more importantly, he has a high level of attainment of your preferences. Like this kind of extremely good. Once you misbelieve to find another one, it is more difficult than human beings on Mars. While she was thinking about how to express her feelings to Wang Fan, Li Haoren hurriedly rushed over and saw that there was no more of that so-called untamed and superior look in Wang Fan's eyes. Instead, he became humble, and after hearing his own cousin speak about Wang Fan's horrible wealth, all this pride was swept away. Even in front of his favorite person, he still managed to put down his pride and directly kneeled in front of Wang Fan. While slapping himself, he said, Wang Xiao, I'm sorry, it's my mouth that's cheap. I shouldn't have messed with you and Han Bailing. Don't worry, I'll stay far away from Han Bailing from now on. I just beg you to forgive me. Don't be generalized with me, and don't make a move on my family's property. Wang Fan did not expect this Li Haoren to be so decisive. It seems that it is not the kind of rash that is particularly stupid, since he is the cousin of his own little brother, and is still more obedient to persuasion. It is not good for him to make things too difficult, so he said coldly with a posture of an elder, get up, don't think that a little bit of talent, just forget it. The so-called people outside the sky, I hope that after this lesson, you can find your own beginnings. Only if you don't forget your beginnings, you can get what you always want. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for teaching me. I will definitely bear this in mind. The next ground mixed doubles match was much simpler. After resolving the conflict with Li Haoren, without any surprises, Wang Fan and Han Bailing won the first place with the song Under the Sea. The two of them interpreted the song more emotionally. Han Bailing interpreted the struggle and despair in the song well through her cool voice, while the addition of Wang Fan's Brahmi rap injected warmth and hope into the song. His voice was like a lighthouse guiding people out of their current predicament. Chapter 64, Wang Fan leaves early, meets Fu Yanjie again. Han Bailing had originally thought of inviting Wang Fan for dinner when the singing competition was over. Unexpectedly Wang Fan, this guy in the name of going to the toilet, directly slipped away. Angry, her teeth itchy, but thought of their own guaranteed graduate school places have been obtained. She clenched her fists and said, Wang Fan, you can't escape from my five-finger mountain. When he walked out of the music department's studio, Lie Chenuan and a group of their little brothers surrounded him, which really made Wang Fan not think. How did they guys come here? The chubby Han Fei said, Boss, we learned about you being in school in the group, so we came over to take a look. Your sisters shouldn't be angry. Ha ha ha. Han Fei's green tea flavor instantly caused everyone to laugh. Don't even say this fat guy is really a bit of a talent for comedy. Are you all doing nothing? So idle. Boss, we belong to the ones with better reincarnation skills. Anyway, besides playing there are no specialties. Eating and waiting for death is our destiny in this life. Wang Fan rolled his eyes. If this was spread out, someone would surely come after them with a 40-meter machete. It's infuriating. Seeing that you guys are doing well today, I'll give you a chance. In the future, if you encounter a favorite cause and lack of money, you can look for my investment company. As long as it's not too outrageous project, I can be your angel investor. Wang Fan's words instantly ignited Lie Chenuan their fighting spirit. After all, in the incompetent guys, all want to be recognized by their families, thus proving that they are not eat, drink and wait for death, only spend money on waste. Only their parents know them too well. To give money to spend is already the greatest gift, but also want to start a business. Do not let them think. After all, these ideas of theirs, through their own practice, prove to be wrong. Boss, you started an investment company? We don't know how to manage it anyway. How about letting us take a stake in your investment company? Wang Fan knocked Lie Chenuan's head. The bastard was thinking quite beautifully, wanting to ride on the fast track here with him. Good, give you guys a chance. Each person take out $10 billion. When you fives entry money, when the time comes to share 10% of your shares, how about it? Lie Chenuan, they shook their heads repeatedly. I'm too scary. Who good people open investment company, directly take out hundreds of billions to play? In fact, if they know the future growth of the mortal investment, that will absolutely regret why did not take 10% of the shares of the mortal investment. Otherwise they will be the most successful rich second generation. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. And of course it is impossible for them to get so much money from their family to invest in Wang Fan's investment company. A group of people were talking about things. At this time, from not far behind a poplar tree, came out a girl with delicate makeup. She came to Wang Fan's side and grabbed Wang Fan's arm. Wang Fan, it was all my fault before. Can you forgive me? In the future I will be wholeheartedly and single-mindedly to you. After these few days of calm thinking, I realized that the love is still you. My hair. Wang Fan almost burst out foul mouth. He did not think that Fu Yanjie even came to their school to block him. It really disgusted him. He hurriedly drew out his hand. Fu Yanjie, don't flatter yourself. Those eyes of yours see that I still love you. Don't be delusional here. No, Wang Fan, you can't do this to me. When you love me you call me sweetie. When you don't you call someone Mrs. Yo, my heart will break. Lie Chenuan, they listened on the sidelines, really can't hold it. Directly laugh out loud. I didn't expect this woman in front of me to be so able to whole live. Wang Fan also did not expect Fu Yanjie to be so brazen. Don't put gold on your face again. Get off to the side. Wang Fan, wasn't the cultivating love you sang just now sung to me? Just now your rendition was clearly all permeated with your lingering love and reluctance for me. As well as under the sea, I heard your longing for our future. Don't worry, this time I will never let you down again. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'm proficient in blowing, pulling, playing, and singing. Han Fei really can't help but laugh. Wang Fan kicked over and scolded. Get lost. Wang Fan turned his head to deal with Yen Jia and said, have time to give me these words here. Why don't you think of a way to raise money? I believe that Yang Wei has told you about my prosecution of you. The lawyers I hired are the best lawyers in the country to fight this lawsuit. Your win rate is almost zero. If you don't want to go in, take the money to settle with me and apologize, or else you will be waiting to go in. To be honest, when Fu Yanjie saw Yang Wei shared with her the news that Wang Fan drove a luxury car and came to Mordor University, she really regretted that her intestines were green. If her relationship with Yang Wei was not discovered by Wang Fan, then that green Pagani wind god was hers. Fu Yanjie really cannot figure out that in the green bubble with her online love-licking dog, why suddenly like a changed person? No longer for her submissive. He has not always wanted to meet? Didn't he say that he would hold her in his arms and spin her around in circles when he met her? Why is it now ice cold as if he has a father-killing grudge? Wang Fan, you can't do this to me. You said that no matter what mistakes I made, you will forgive me and give me a chance. Are you not going to keep your words? Wang Fan also had a big headache when he heard such words. He didn't know how he was bewitched during those days when he was a licking dog. He actually said such bottomless words. The licking dog shall not die, and the person who fails to be sincere swallows 1,000,000 silver needles. When I said this, it was based on when you were in a relationship with me and I was the only one for you. Not when you conspired with Yang Wei to cheat me out of my money. You don't leave Yang Wei in 3 sentences. I know you have me in your heart and are still jealous of Yang Wei. Don't worry, from now on I won't contact him. If you think I'm not complete enough, it's okay, I can go for a restorative surgery and give you my new first time. This was quite explosive. Lie Chenuan and the others just couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Fan didn't hit women unless she didn't take herself as a person anymore. Pa! A slap on Fu Yanjie's face. Wang Fan stared at her and said viciously, doing the wrong thing should bear the consequences. Eat my should be spit out a penny, not less. Or else you can only go in to step on the sewing machine a road. Fu Yanjie covered her hot face and looked at Wang Fan with disbelief. Wang Fan, how dare you hit me? I'll fight for you. Saying that, she pounced on Wang Fan. Wang Fan looked at Lie Chenuan and them and said, the boss is in danger. You guys don't help. Are you itching? Han Fei opened his hands and blocked in front of Wang Fan. Sweetie, what's coming at me? Let my boss go. Goo. Han Fei was thinking of being a hero to save his boss, and mooch some oil from his boss's ex-girlfriend. But he didn't expect that this crazy didn't talk about martial arts. and directly sent a knee towards the top of his lower third road. If this is topped, then the Han family must break the back of the inevitable. Chapter 65, The Naughty Pei Yanji, BFFs turned enemies. Pa! Wang Fan slapped Fu Yanjia's face again. This time the force was a little bit bigger, directly to the other party to whip down to the ground. At this time Fu Yanjia's face are a little swollen, clothes are also dirty, looks very woeful. I didn't expect Wang Fan not only became rich but also became bad. Even women are beaten. What kind of man? Maybe it's not that he became bad when he got rich, he was already bad, only that he was well disguised before. People are crazy and have their own heavenly acceptance. Wang Fan's kind of rich second generation who doesn't know how to keep a low profile will only bring about his family's demise. You guys really eat carrots and don't worry. Haven't you heard that a 100-footed insect dies but never falls down? No matter what. It's not a height that you and I can reach. Shoot some material and sell it to Wang Fan later to earn a few tens of thousands of incense, right? Fu Yanjie heard someone nearby to speak for her. She felt that her move is quite useful. After all, the people's mouth to build up the destruction of the bones. By the time Wang Fan, forced by the pressure of public opinion, 9 times out of 10, will not let her pay back the money. After all, compared to their own reputation, more than 800,000 for the current Wang Fan is a hair of 9 cows. Wang Fan, I like you and ask you to get back together. Am I wrong? You slapped me without asking. Since childhood my parents have not bothered to hit me. What right do you have to find a bunch of people to bully me? Fu Yanjia's words seem to be very ordinary. In fact, the amount of information is extremely large. Instantly aroused the curiosity of the surrounding melon eaters. I plant grass. I thought the rich second generation's aesthetic is very high, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. Not as pretty as my girlfriend. For the rich and unkind finally has a figurative. Beat a woman but also call a gang of people to beat. Is it possible to ignore the law just because you are rich? Listening to the woman talk and her pose, it's a big green tea. She wouldn't be Yang Wei's girlfriend, the one who cheated Wang Fan's money. Fu Yanjie, right? I go. It's really possible. They don't pay back the money. Wang Fan sued them today and pestered Wang Fan attached. It's not to not pay back the money, or set some evidence to fight the lawsuit. Ha, woman. Wang Fan looked at Fu Yanjie like a little cutie. The same. Sneer, Fu Yanjie, you now do all this is futile. My request is very simple. You do is, if you stubbornly continue to force with me here lie, I don't mind you and Yang Wei those sordid things in the public. You are good for it. After saying that she turned around and was about to leave, Fu Yanjie didn't want to go in and step on the sewing machine. Her only chance was to ask Wang Fan to let her go, no matter what price she paid. She couldn't care less about her image. She hurriedly climbed over and hugged Wang Fan's leg, then tilted her head and looked at Wang Fan pitifully and said, Wang Fan, give me another chance. Let me be a cow for you. You don't want to abandon me. Don't prosecute me, okay? Wang Fan looked down at her. The fox's tail is finally showing. Not pretending anymore, is it? From the time you stopped me today, you've been acting with me here and treating me like the little cutie you used to be. Don't you just want to be afraid of the video of me hitting you so that you can use it to threaten me and get me to drop the charges against you? Fu Yanjie didn't realize that everything she had planned had long been exposed under Wang Fan's eyes, and her expression couldn't help but stagnate. With a slight exertion of Wang Fan's strength, she fell to the ground again with an ouch and a miserable cry. Are you satisfied now? If you are not satisfied, stand up and let me slap you a few more times until you are satisfied. Looking at Wang Fan's indifferent face, Fu Yanjie also completely died. Since this was the case, she could not continue to be humiliated by Wang Fan. Wang Fan, don't feel how wronged you are. From the beginning of your online relationship with me, you have been hiding your birth. Your lack of honesty is what started our wrong relationship. You paid for your mistake. What happened to spending some money? Now you have the face to ask for it back. Are you worse off? Now pushing me to death. Are you still a human being? The oath you swore to me on green bubbles to be good to me for the rest of your life is all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if you have money, it doesn't change your attribute of beggar scum. At this time, Fu Yanjie was like a shrew. Wang Fan knew that continuing to wrestle with her would only make the people around him look at the joke. He hooked his hand to Lie Chenuan several people, and commanded in their ears. A few people excitedly took out their cell phones. At this time Wang Fan looked at Fu Yanjie scornfully said, I'll let you see. Your so-called plotting and scheming in front of me is really unbearable, said Wang Fan, pointed to a girl who came with Fu Yanjie, hooked his hand to her and said, there are not many life-changing opportunities. There is one right now in front of you. As long as you give me what you have captured on film, I will give you $500,000, and give you 1 minute to think about it. Wang Fan is using his money ability again. This time it's even better, $500,000 right out of the gate. My goodness milk, $500,000, how many wimps do you have to suffer to get this? Young Wang, I also have some of the videos taken just now here. Do you still recycle them? If you want to recycle it, I'll give you a cheaper price. Just follow the price you charged in the parking lot. I also have them here. I won't bargain. Just give them as you see fit. I'm willing to give as much as you want, because I know that Xiao Wang won't treat his brothers poorly. Fu Yanjie was confused. She didn't expect Wang Fan to play this hand of currying favor with her, and then she looked at her good girlfriend Zhang Min who she had brought with her. Her eyes had changed. After all, those who are near Zhu are red and those who are near ink are black, and those who can play with Fu Yanjie must be fishing girls as well. Coming over by herself just to help out. Suddenly the footage shot was worth so much money, honestly making her heart flutter. She was also from an average family, so if she could get this $500,000, it would be a great improvement to her personal life. Only a little bit sorry for her bestie. Zhang Min, you don't listen to his nonsense somewhere. A man's mouth deceives a ghost. If what Wang Fan said counted, I wouldn't have been reduced to this state. You know all these Yan Jia, but he's different now. He's rich, no longer your former licking dog Wang Fan, but a rich second-generation Wang Xiao. Zhang Min, we are girlfriends for more than 10 years. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought you over to help me. Are you going to let down our feelings for more than 10 years for the sake of money? Fu Yanjie, don't kidnap me with moral feelings. How much money can you give me if I help you take pictures? If you or me you want money or our feelings? Lie Chenuan gave a thumbs up to Wang Fan. This is a great move. Girlfriends become enemies. Only $500,000 money away. Wang Xiao, it seems that he will not buy our material. This move is really great. Directly from the root of the buyout, a leftover big hundreds of thousands. After all, he bought material in the parking lot, spent but more than $1 million. Wang Fan looked along with the voice. He really wanted to directly give him a big smart award. It is simply a divine helper. Time's up. Wang Fan looked at Zhang Min. Time to make your choice. I can sell you the footage I shot. Zhang Min looked at Wang Fan and smiled coldly. For you I have offended my girlfriends. $500,000. This price is too little. You give me at least $1.5 million. Chapter 66, Zhang Min falls into a trap. Bar crazy opens. Wang Fan was happy in his heart, but with a grim face. He said, greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. You're not afraid of propping yourself up. You have tens of millions of dollars for one car. $1.5 million is a drop in the bucket for you. Zhang Min looked at Wang Fan and said, using this insignificant bit of money to buy a stain in your life, or rather to buy your win rate in your appeal, I think it's very cost effective. I think, don't you think? Wang Fan was very domineering at this moment when the boss came on. What if I don't give it to you? Zhang Min heard this and laughed. You harmed my best friend is gone, and do not give me money, then I will use the hands of the video to destroy you. Your evil deeds sent to the internet, so that everyone recognizes your true face, and then let this matter on the internet fermentation. Pick up your family, along this line may also be able to find out your family to do illegal hooks. At this moment Zhang Min's brain hole was very big, so big that she could be a fiction writer. Humph. The woman shaking her ear didn't brush it less. Wang Fan remained disdainful. Are you threatening me? Looking at Wang Fan's lofty appearance. In fact, it has already made Zhang Min mad. Why Wang Fan and other people's place millions to buy material? To her this is stingy. Is looking down on her? What's wrong with me threatening you? You have a handle on me now. Zhang Min intentionally straightened her chest to look very confident. $1.5 million cannot be less than a penny. You do not give me, let's try. Wang Fan saw that Zhang Min was really serious. He was suddenly like a different person. He sighed a long breath like a deflated ball. Hey, that's fine. I hope you're true to your word, and you can't keep any backups of the material you sold me. Good, I promise you. Then give me your bank card number. I'll transfer it to you. This seemed to be honest. The masses who were eating melon around were directly confused. So this Wang Fan was a paper tiger. Being threatened a little bit, he obediently gave in. The others also followed up in time. Wang Xiao, we also have it on hand. If you don't buy it, we can also put you on the internet and let the majority of netizens denounce you. Wang Fan said after transferring money to Zhang Min. It's none of my business if you love to put it or not. Zhang Min received Wang Fan's transfer. Happy jumped up in place. This time Fu Yanjie came over. A tug on her said, Zhang Min, we are good girlfriends. You also know that Wang Fan because of the 88,800,000 to me sued. And now you got a fortune. Cannot first lend me to use. First let me return to the Wang Fan, and then slowly pay you back. Zhang Min's face was not good and said, Fu Yanjie, get lost. What are you going to pay back? Rely on your beggar boyfriend? If I were to say that you are a person with really poor eyesight, letting such a good rich young master go, now you owe a buttload of debt. That's what you deserve. The two people started to wrestle while Wang Fan and the others left directly. What is this? Why did Wang Fan spend $1.5 million and leave without even wanting the material? Damn rich people are capricious. It's not simple. It's just to see the drama of girlfriends turning against each other. Look at the two of them fight with much vigor, and then make a little more effort to tear the clothes to pieces to make it better. Do not underestimate the intelligence of every rich person. After all, the education that people receive from childhood is not comparable to our ordinary people. The reason why Wang Fan came to such a hand, certainly in the next bigger chess, Lie Chenuan was a bit curious and asked, "Boss, just by virtue of the video we took in our hands, we can fix that chick who charged you money." "That must be," said Wang Fan confidently. "She belongs to extortion in huge amount. 3 years or more than 10 years imprisonment. Nothing, you all go to buy a civil code. Learn some legal knowledge. Do not move to take money to pressure people or fight. Directly send her in." How good. Wang Fan's words let Lie Chenuan they all a burst of fear. All secretly resolved not to provoke this kind of rich and brain also bent on sending people in. The guy, too scary. "Boss, there's a bar opening over in Pudong today. Do you want to go over and have some fun together?" Before getting the divine magnificent blitz system, Wang Fan had never been to a place like a bar, subconsciously thinking that such places were bad. They were places for some ghosts to find friends. Besides, he didn't have much money at that time, so he saved up some money and thought about paying tuition fees to reduce some burden for his family. Now that you have money, you naturally want to go and experience life. Just at this time, Wang Fan's phone rang. A look as Long Pao Pei called. "Where are you, dear?" "I'm still at school, getting ready to go to a newly opened bar, Crazy's Bar. Do you want to come over?" "Sure, you send me the address later. I'll have the hotel's special car send me there later." Han Fei asked with a beat-up look on his face. "Boss, this is a big transformation for you, from a man in deep love directly to a sea king. Which sister-in-law is this again?" Wang Fan's face changed, staring at Han Fei and asked, "You investigated me?" Lie Chenuan was busy coming out to round off the conversation. "After meeting the boss in the 4S store, I was more curious about the boss, so I used some of my connections to investigate the boss. After all, this society is the world of rich and powerful people. There are always some privileges beyond your cognition for them to enjoy." In fact, this also gave Wang Fan a wake-up call. With his commercial layout, he will definitely move some people's cake, and will definitely invite some trouble at that time. He is not afraid of himself, but what about the people around him and his family? Thinking of this, Wang Fan felt the need to set up a security company, not only to protect the safety of family and friends, but also as a business to develop. If you can really make it to the tip of the pyramid of this industry, then there will also be a great deal of income. After all, the richer and more established a person was, the more they would love their little lives. This matter should also be gotten up urgently. Suddenly Wang Fan felt that he still didn't have enough manpower around him. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many slip-ups. Without waiting for Wang Fan's answer, Lie Chenuan and the others looked at each other in dismay, fearing that he would really get angry, and when the time came to bring disaster to their family, then their sin would be great. "Boss, we're wrong. We'll never investigate you again. We'll pay for today's consumption, as an atonement to the boss. Never again." As a luxury car drove out of Magic City University, once again attracting the envy of many students, how they wished that the person sitting in the luxury car had themselves. Today's bar crazy could be said to be hard to find a seat, because after all the marketing operations before opening, plus a lot of celebrities were invited to assist in today's opening. Whether it was the security or the fans of the celebrities who came to the venue, the phenomenon of all kinds of luxury cars parked outside before it was dark created a rainbow effect. Those modeling peripherals and net stars also came in droves. Anyway, they just gathered here with all kinds of purposes known only to themselves, so it could be said that it was quite lively. Chapter 67, Gathering in Bar Crazy. Crisis. Long Piao Piao had a good catch-up sleep after Wang Fan left and her body had recovered well. Looking at the red color on the bed, thinking of the crazy time yesterday made her cheeks blush. Then she got up and got out of bed, picked up a pair of scissors, and cut off the redness and put it away in her bag. After simply cleaning up, she asked the housekeeper to send some food to her, and saw the wide array of food on the table. Long Piao Piao was a bit confused and asked, "How come it's so sumptuous?" "Hello miss, this is our side of the Supreme VIP said meal. Please eat at ease." "Are you guys mistaken? I didn't do the Supreme VIP here in your place. It's Mr. Wang who did it on our side. You can ask for whatever you need." Long Piao Piao thought back to her encounter with Wang Fan and realized that she really knew nothing about him. She just took him as a tool for her to get the family fortune. Unexpectedly, the speed of development with him was completely beyond imagination. "What are the requirements to become our Supreme VIP? Accumulated consumption reaches 100 million. "What?" Long Piao Piao's chopsticks in her hand fell on the table when she heard this number. It was too much of a surprise and shock to her. "Wang Fan's consumption in your place reached 100 million? "No, it's just that Wang Xiao directly pre-deposited $100 million in our hotel." Long Piao Piao almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Wang Fan's this flirty operation completely subverted her cognition. Who is a good person who would pre-charge 100 million in the hotel? No wonder when she told Wang Fan about their family's total assets of billions of dollars, he acted very plainly. Now she thought that she should not put it in her eyes at all. Long Piao Piao had already made up her mind. After seeing Wang Fan, she would ask him properly, who is he in the end? Thinking of this question, Long Piao Piao could not help but blush once again. She had never done anything so outrageous since she was a child. Let the housekeeper resent a few sets of clothes suitable for their own, and finally choose a black halter dress. Outside the black small fragrance. Want to flirt with the fragrance removed? Want a dignified wear can be. You can say that a dress two uses. Makeup before are mainly pure and lovely. After having a relationship with Wang Fan, you want to go Imperial Sister Wind. Well, definitely let Wang Fan experience a different style. Sometimes a woman is so simple. After there is a person in her world, she is no longer a complete self. Do anything will think of each other how it will be? Fortunately, Long Piao Piao didn't forget her identity as a singing diva, and put on a white baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask before leaving the house. After she was fully armed, she asked her housekeeper to arrange a special car to go directly to the location given by Wang Fan. When she arrived at the place, she realized that the car couldn't drive there at all, so she walked there in advance. Along the way, there were quite a few people who accosted her, but she waved her hand and refused, more or less regretting coming to this kind of place. In case she was discovered and photographed and posted on the internet, then her career would be hit. However, once she thought of Wang Fan, she became fully motivated again. It can be said that Long Piao Piao is now a proper love brain. Looked at the outside of the congestion of the car. 10 minutes cannot walk a meter, and Long PPO has entered the bar. Although it is to the Lie Chenuan their pre-booked location, but Wang Fan has a relatively large stereotype of that place. He always felt that it was not a serious place. So he said, I don't know how long the traffic will be blocked. You guys wait slowly first, I'll go there on foot. Boss, you're making me more curious about my sister-in-law. What kind of fairy look does this have to look like that can mesmerize you? Fatty Han, you lessen this dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The car will be given to you to drive. We go first with the boss. Ah, don't bring this. How can you guys leave me behind and go first? People are afraid of the big night. Roll. Dead sissy. Zhang Jiakong sitting in bar crazy third floor office. A face of iron green drinking mulled wine. These 2 days can be said to be unlucky to the extreme. Yesterday did not eat the dragon drift instead of being given a brutal beating. When he woke up has been in the hospital bed lying, said to have done a full body check, in addition to a slight concussion. There is no major obstacle. The doctor let stay in the hospital to observe a few days of rest. His original plan is all disrupted. Originally thought of bar crazy opening day, he took the singing world little diva Long Piao Piao together to attend. By the way, let her sing a few classic songs. This is also a gimmick that bar crazy has been publicizing all along, and now it gives him an embarrassment of stealing a chicken and not getting it back. Today, he went to call home, hoping to borrow some powerful bodyguards from his dad, but he did not expect to be scolded by his head, and only then did he realize that the listed companies held by his family had been cleanly shorted. Even the internet also began to appear their company's artists, even including him and his old man's private life of some news, including those they organized a private party that cannot see the light. In the end, it was that opponent who had struck out and made their Zhang family a mess. Plus today's opening, Zhang Jiakong, as the boss behind Bar Crazy, said that he had to be present for a bit. Looking at his cheeks, which were still a little swollen, his hatred for Wang Fan reached unprecedented heights, and he swore that he must make Wang Fan worse than death in order to solve his hatred. In the later he also received his own brother Zhang Jiahan's phone, to tell him that in the school was bullied. Zhang Jiakong was dad scolded by the upset and angry, useless thing. Who bullied you? You think of a way to return out of the matter of old brother to give you stared at. Brother, that guy seems to have learned martial arts. I can't beat it, but also need you to go out. Who's the other guy? Wang Fan. Holy, he's really our brother's nemesis. Stay out of it and see if I don't kill him. As soon as Zhang Jian heard this, he knew that this Wang Fan didn't know how to die and even offended his big brother. So he sent the information he had organized that had Wang Fan to his big brother. When Zhang Jiakong saw the information about Wang Fan, his anger burned even brighter, not realizing that he had been beaten by such a licking dog. If this bad breath is not taken out, or directly take a block of tofu and crash to death. He then went to the boss of the entertainment company in charge of public relations and sent over Fu Yinjia's photo, asking him to find a way to find this person and send him to Bar Crazy. Only after doing all this did Zhang Jiakong's face reveal some smiles, and at this time some of the rich second-generation people in Magic City all came to the door one after another. Zhang boss, today's bar opening. You have become a bride who does not go out of the door. You can't have fun with a few brothers like this. Hey, don't talk about it. Bad year. Was bitten by a mad dog. The mood is not too good, but to see a few brothers to support me. Today, young models, stars let brothers play enough. MD, that ungrateful dare to provoke Zhang Xiao. Wait for Li Xiao and Bai Xiao to come. Let's get together and discuss a countermeasure. See if we can sink that life-threatening guy to the Huangpu River, which is also considered as a congratulatory gift to the opening of the Zhang boss. Chapter 68, Many Rules, Entering Bar Crazy. Looking at the men and women walking down the street who were dressed stylishly like they were attending some big party, Bar Crazy can be really hard to get a ticket. I heard that not only will there be some traffic stars today, there will also be a large number of rich kids coming over. This is our chance. I even went for a restorative surgery for today. I must get on the shore, in order to be seen by a rich sister. I've been practicing abs and deep squats for half a year. Now I'm an electric pony. You guys really do whatever it takes to get ashore. Unlike me who only exudes personal charm just to find the one in my heart. MD. Instant Alexander. No matter what today, lousy is the 100 changes man. Can be male or female, can attack or defend. Lousy is so invincible. Wang Fan listened to these explosive words, and then looked at them one by one. They were all well dressed. Suddenly, he felt that each one of them was a livestock in human skin. Very crazy. He couldn't help but ask curiously, do you guys know who runs this bar crazy? Why do so many people flock to it? Lie Chenuan said like a lapdog. Big brother, this store is opened by Zhang Jiakong, the eldest son of the Zhang family. Their Jang family's industry is based on entertainment companies, with a lot of face anchors and stars under their umbrella. Coupled with the fact that the Zhang family has risen very quickly in the rich circle of the Magic City in the past few years, and vaguely has a tendency to rank among the first-class families, so a lot of the rich second generation have made friends with Zhang Jiakong. This bar crazy reveres the natural return to madness, in the many beautiful handsome star rich second generation and so on under the auspices. A lot of people are rushing, so when not opened before in some rich second generation circle fire out of the circle. Have to say Zhang family hype or have a hand. Wang Fan also didn't think that this bar that Lie Chenuan brought them to was actually opened by his own enemy, and a meaningful smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Big brother, this leathery smile of yours is really scary. Are you preparing for a big kill inside tonight? Wang Fan snapped his fingers and said, you really guessed right. Once you let Zhang Jiakong know that I've come to his bar, at that time, he will definitely block all the exits and me hard. When it's time, it's bound to be a big battle. Asterisk. Boss, when did you get into a relationship with Zhang Jiakong? Wang Fan then briefly told about the feud with the two brothers, Zhang Jiakong and Zhang Zhan. Listening to Lie Chenuan, they have a head of too big, not worthy of being their own boss. I hit people two brothers. This is not over, but also the entire Zhang family to the whole. This is a matter but where a person to speak. Lie Chenuan, they will feel that the other side is certainly not awake and daydreaming. That is in the entertainment industry pivotal Zhang family. From a university on the mouth so watery set out. If he did not spend nearly 200 million to buy 12 luxury cars, spent more than 500 million to buy the name table, and he said that the investment company, according to their inference, is hundreds of billions of gigantic existence, a piece of facts in front of them, have to let them believe that Wang Fan behind the power of the heavens, otherwise who would let their own family has not yet graduated from the university of the child, and will dispose of so much money. Think about it, let a person feel horrible. How about it? Are you guys still following me to bar crazy today? Wang Fan's seemingly plain question was actually a side test to see if this group of rich kids who verbally recognized themselves as their bosses were sincere. A lot of times is like this, do more promises, send more poisonous oaths are not as good as in the encounter when the performance of the matter. Lie Chenuan first took a stand and said, boss, I told you to come, how can I go first? Since you have already formed a bond with the Zhang family, I am naturally on your side. If Zhang Jiakong doesn't know what's good for him and dares to make a move on you, then first step over from me. Lie Chenuan. The others saw that Lie Chenuan had taken a stance. Originally they were all hanging out with Lie Chenuan. When they saw this, they expressed their willingness to follow along and go to Bar Crazy together. There are a lot of people gathered in front of Bar Crazy did not go in, because now the inside has been overcrowded. In order to personal safety, need to wait until the next time. On the first day of opening, Bar Crazy also innovated the use of segmented business strategy. That is, to go in the ordinary people, you can only stay in the inside for a maximum of 1 hour. You have to come out to give up your place. But there is a situation except, that is you become a member of Bar Crazy, and the qualification of this membership is to precharge 5 million. For ordinary people, who could come up with $5 million to spend all at once. Although they were very dissatisfied with this policy, they didn't dare to be reckless. They could only hope that they would be seen by the bigwigs inside who had membership cards, in which case they would be able to remain inside. Moreover, tonight in the hall, other than Zhang Jiakong's face anchors who were allowed to run live broadcasts inside, no one else could do anything related to it, and if they were found out, regardless of whether you were a member of the store or not, you would all be cleared out. In short, if you come to Bar Crazy, you have to abide by the rules here, and within the scope of the rules, you can splurge and play recklessly. When Wang Fan arrived at Lie Chenuan's previous reservation, Long Piao Piao had already surrounded a bunch of people, asking her for contact information. She was in a bit of a mess. Wang Fan walked over and stopped Long Piao Piao in his arms, then pointed at a crowd of people and said, "She already has a boyfriend. All of them get lost." Not to mention Wang Fan's tough attitude, coupled with the fact that their reserved position was closer to the main stage. There was also Lie Chenuan and the others defending it from the sidelines. At once bluffed a lot of people. A lot of people in the heart is very upset, but also afraid of really messing with what they cannot afford to mess with the big man. Can only be resentful to leave. Kid, you're quite crazy. Do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid that I will uproot your family in a fit of anger? A pleasant young man looked at Wang Fan with disdain and said the most ruthless words in a flat tone. Wang Fan had money in his hands, and there was also the divine magnificent blitz system on his side. If he was to live in the same harbor as before, then he would like to find a block of tofu and crash his head into the ground. Brothers, all sit down. Let's drink. Wang Fan picked up the wine on the table, and with a flick of his hand, the bottle cap flew up directly towards the eyebrow of the person who threatened him. If this was smashed, he would at least have a concussion. However, that middle-aged man was quite smart and dodged it with a sideways movement. He was already angry at Wang Fan's disregard, but now this bastard dared to attack him, which made him furious. You're looking for death? Then don't blame me for not being polite. The commotion over here soon caught the attention of the security in the bar. After a group of security arrived, they quickly pulled the two sides apart, and under the security's warning, if they made any more trouble, they would have to kick the people out. Only then did they calm down the conflict, and before that person left, he pointed at Wang Fan and said, "Kid, I don't care who you are, I will make you look good today." Wang Fan was no different and said, "I'm right here. What means do you have?" Chapter 69, Imperial Capital Qin family comes. Wang Fan's new counterattack on Zhang Jiakon. Zhang Jiakon was in the conference room, accompanied by three young men with a pleasing face, namely Li Ba Dao, Bai Jing Qi, and Qin Hao. What surprised Zhang Jiakon the most was this Qin Hao, who was not from one of the four great families of the Magic City like Li Ba Dao and Bai Jing Qi, but from the Qin family of the Imperial Capital. The Devil's Capital's Qin family is only a branch of the Imperial Capital's Qin family, and it can be imagined how terrifying the Imperial Capital's Qin family really is if it can make it to the top of the Devil's Capital's four great families. If their Zhang family could be close to the Jiedu Qin family, it would definitely be able to rank among the first-class families in the Magic City, and the predicament that their family was facing now could be solved. Knock knock knock. Just at this time, the office door was knocked. Zhang Jiakon's eyes were filled with anger when he turned to look. He had already instructed before that no one would be allowed to disturb them. He didn't expect that there would really be a head of iron. Later on, he would directly open this ungrateful one. The people outside did not have the intention to stop. Zhang Jiakong signaled the main seat of the Qin Shao, get his promise before opening the door of the conference room. The person who came was not someone from their store, but someone who had followed Qin Hao here, and Zhang Jiakong let him in with a big smile. Without even glancing at Zhang Jiakong, he walked straight to Qin Hao and said, "Young master, I saw an excellent chick down there and wanted to bring it over for you." But he was stopped by an ungrateful guy who also clamored that even if young master you were to arrive in person he'd still tell you to get lost all the same. Zhang Jiakong was originally a little angry at this person beside Qin Shao. No matter how to say that this is his territory, you as Qin Shao's lapdog, at least you have to treat him with respect, but not at all. But when he heard that in his bar, someone actually didn't give face to Qin Shao and even insulted him. It was killing him personally. "Young Qin, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will go over and escort the other party over to apologize to you." Qin Hao's face was very calm and said, "I think the other party won't leave for a while. Don't affect our mood to talk about things. Liang Feng, you go out first. You can't go and cause trouble again." At this time, Wang Fan and his family almost didn't fight with Zhang Jiakong's family. The cause was also very simple. That is, they were drinking and chatting. Zhang Jiakong's face blogger, with his cell phone, came to their table to broadcast live. Not all rich second generation are as keen on the internet to be a netizen as Principal Wang, plus Lie Chenuan. They know, their sister-in-law is actually the music industry diva Long Piao Piao. One by one are envious. Naturally, will not let these netroots to expose her identity, or else certainly to hang on the hot search. So the two sides clashed, and in the end there was no way for the security people to come over, which led to things without further conflict. The security captain also saw that this table is not something to be messed with. In order to avoid further conflict, directly sent two security team members in the vicinity, so that if they encountered a problem, they would be able to stop the conflict in time before it happened. Long Piao Piao looked at Wang Fan like a little girl and said, "Why don't I just leave first? You guys can't let go of me here. It will also cause trouble for you." This kind of state of Long Pei Pei, Lie Chenuan, they have never seen. before also in some variety shows or singing programs to see Long Pei properly as an iceberg queen, always a look of unapproachable. Now it is like a sticky little girl next door, where the words out to play don't have so many burdens on your back. Relax and be happy is. Wang Fan consoled while saying to Lie Chenuan them, you also do not idle on the Shakin, the Jang family's account in the presence of live broadcasts to find out, so that they know messed up should not be messed with the end of the people. Lie Chenuan and his team were originally the masters who watched the fun, and when they heard Wang Fan arranging it like this, they immediately got excited. Long Ppo is also curious to come over to look at Wang Fan's account. This look at her face could not help but collapse, because Wang Fan entered a female anchor called Bobo said car live room. Anchor Long Natural is not to say, belong to the kind of Europe and the United States fan figure, can say what to have what, just fell in love not long ago Long Pao which can stand this, in consideration of Wang Fan's face at the same time, her hand hidden in a hidden corner. A moment on the waist of Wang Fan pinched the meat. The sudden pain made Wang Fan scream, then looked at Long Pao again and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Humph, men are all big pigs' hooves is really true, am I not beautiful enough? Wang Fan said cheaply, so it's jealousy, but I'm doing the right thing, don't believe you see. Seeing the people in Bobo's live broadcasting room all boiled over, all of them were clear in the brush screen, mortal big man is good. Bobo also stopped scratching his head just now, and said to the screen in a serious manner, welcome mortal big man to my live room. I don't know what big man wants to see, I can fulfill it all. Long Pao asked in disbelief, the mortal big brother they are talking about is you? Wang Fan saw Long Pao's unbelievable face and said in a very stinky manner, that's natural. With that, he typed, I'll give you a batch of anchors' names later, so go PK one by one and I'll make sure you win. The people in Bobo's live room were once again boiling. Tonight it seemed like they would witness a miracle once again. Mortal big guy had once again descended to the earth, and there was no telling which ones could be the lucky ones. Mortal big guy, can we participate in playing PK? Will you give a reward when you see it? Sometimes it was like this, the bold would definitely enjoy the world first. Wang Fan randomly typed, I'll see all the people in the list, as long as I connect with them to play PK, I'll let you win no matter who it is. The moment these words came out Bobo Live once again exploded. This was a deal with $1 million in profit, much more certainty than buying a lottery ticket. As long as you can grab the streak, tonight will definitely make you a fortune. Mortal great man is mighty, today I'll fight for my life. I'll also grab a continuous mic slot, sitting and waiting for mortal great man's list. Honestly, I'm so excited. I don't know that unlucky one who offended mortal lords. That's not asking for death on the internet. Long Pao then looked at the 100 carnival that Wang Fan had entered, and directly just like that watered down and gave Bobo a reward, which meant that he spent $300,000 in the blink of an eye, and the anchor Bobo earned $150,000. Suddenly she started to feel a little bit sorry for herself. This was even faster than her, a singing diva, going to commercial shows to make money. Is this how you lose money? Long Pao asked with another unkind face, or do you have your eyes on this Bobo? Wang Fan underestimated one thing, that is, women love to be jealous. So the faces not red heart did not jump said, I'm not for you. Jang family is now holding your contract. In the entertainment industry, only hands cover the sky. In order to be in this circle free and easy to develop, certainly to pave the way for you, then stepping on the Jang family on the throne is the fastest shortcut. Women are emotional. Hearing these words from Wang Fan, Long Pao's heart instantly melted, cupping Wang Fan's face and kissing him. Chapter 70, Jang family's anchor under full siege. Jang Jiakon unites three young masters. To determine whether a man loves you, not only need his mouth flowers to provide you with emotional value, but also have specific actions to express love for you. Lie Chenuan. They counted a full 15 accounts that are live streaming the inside of Bar Crazy, and after getting it, Wang Fan did not directly send the name of the other party to Bobo's live room. Instead, he privately messaged Bobo a name and asked her to give everyone a sample, so that the people in Bobo's live room could learn from the others to find a similar live room. For the mortal man's request, Bobo naturally responded to any request. So with her live room LSPs with 15 people in a person, named Wild Kittens connected, through the Wild Kitties live room, you can see the scene of Bar Crazy, which directly made the people in Bobo's live room freeze. Whether it's the lighting atmosphere, and the handsome men and women inside, it's an eye-opening experience for these LSPs. So many of them began to ask where this place is. Wild Kitty live room has some good people, then ran over to answer, Bar Crazy. So the LSPs in Bobo's live room, one by one, began to search for related live broadcasts on the shaking platform, because they knew that this was the doorway for them to get rich and famous. LSPs actually had a characteristic that they could find some resources they wanted through clues. So the accounts of the 15 anchors under the Jang family were quickly found. The PK of the Bob live broadcast could be said to be without the slightest suspense, As soon as he came up, Wang Fan showed his powerful godly strength and directly rewarded 1,000 carnivals, making the wild kitty almost dry and cry, because the PK had just begun and she had already doomed herself to the end of losing. And this feeling of powerlessness was something that would not work for her to beg as much as she could for a big brother of the list one. Then a massacre against Jung family's face value live broadcast was officially staged. As long as the other party connected to PK, the mortal big man would rush into the live broadcast room and brush 1,000 carnivals, directly flushing out Jang family's face value anchor. Even if the other party didn't pick up PK, the public screen of their live room would be flushed with all the requests for them to connect PK, which was completely contrary to the goal they had initially set out to achieve. The reason why Bar Crazy only allowed Jung family's face anchors to broadcast live was to increase the fans for their family's darlings, as well as to publicize Bar Crazy. Now that they were being scolded for not playing PK, it completely overshadowed the publicity effect on Bar Crazy. And when the original fans of these face anchors knew why these people demanded that their siblings play PK, each and every one of them defected as well. After all, Mortal Kombat has resounded through the network. This is a godly man who spends money like water. Even the platform has changed the rules of large gift rewards for him. The brothers and sisters they chased after were important, but anyone who wanted to be the lucky one who was patronized by Mortal Dog, that was a full $1.5 million. With this amount of money they could also find a girl with a similar face value to be their list one big brother, and then make a date offline to taste the seafood abalone, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that anyone would want to fight for. So a sensational effect was created, forcing these Jung family face value anchors to connect with someone to PK. A few anchors got together and realized that the situation was still more serious, so they pushed for Wild Kitty to go to Zheng Jiahao to talk about this matter. When the door of the office was knocked again, before it was the turn of the people in the room to shout in, Wild Kitty twisted her sexy little waist and came in. Zhang Jiakong's face was grim as he said, "Who let you in? Get out of here." Wild Kitty, aggrieved Baba, swallowed all the words she had wanted to say and was about to turn around and leave. Just heard by Jingqi say, "Zhang Xiao, why are you so rude? You should be gentle with a beautiful woman. I see that she seems to have something urgent to find you." The Wild Kitty threw a grateful look at Bai Jingqi. Zhang Jiakong stole a glance at Qin Hao. He still had a cloudy demeanor. So he said, "Shouldn't you be live below? Why did you run up here? And still so rude. Why don't you apologize to Qin Xiao, Li Xiao, and Bai Xiao?" The Wild Kitty hurriedly apologized to the three young masters before telling what she had encountered during the live broadcast. Zhang Jiahao's brows were furrowed tightly. He had heard about the sudden appearance of the mortal great man God Hao on the Shivering Yin platform. After all, he was the one who did this. And every day, his secretary would organize the hot news in the entertainment circle as well as the Darren circle for him. At that time, when he saw the mortal dog, he also deliberately went to look at his feet, and thought that this person either wanted to make his own guild, and create a rich man's persona for himself. Then when he started broadcasting, he would be able to quickly attract fans, thus achieving the effect of starting a number. He then gave an order to the PR team to look into the specifics of the mortal bigot, only that he hadn't been given any specific news yet. Seeing Zhang Jiakong frowning, Li Ba Dao felt that he should know some insider information, so he asked, "Zhang Xiao, but do you know this mortal bigot? The godly man who suddenly appeared on the Shivering Yin platform recently, a psychopath to be exact." Zhang Jiakong's words instantly aroused Qin Hao's interest and asked, "You're saying he's a godly man for a while, and a psychopath for a while, what's going on?" Seeing Qin Hao taking the bait, Zhang Jiakong told the story of Wang Fan's feat of transforming into a mortal man on the internet and rewarding $100 million in one night. Even Qin Hao, who had seen the world, couldn't help but say after hearing this, "What a madman. Then when did you have a grudge against this mortal Dao Lord? Otherwise why did you make a move against the darlings under your banner?" Zhang Jiakong was also confused. He also didn't remember making any grudges with such a figure. "Young Qin, I also know that there is such a figure from the information provided to me by my secretary. It's not even close to having any grudges. As for why he's targeting me, I really don't know what the reason is. I'll make a call to find out what's going on." So he directly called the head of the public relations department. The information he got was still quite surprising to Zhang Jiakong, because Shivering Yin had set the personal information of the mortal great man as top secret, and they couldn't get any information about the other party. This matter was worth playing around with, and Zhang Jiakong truthfully told Qin Xiao about the situation. After Qin Hao heard this, he similarly took out his phone and called. Not much later he received a message and then said faintly, "The mortal Dao Lord that caused controversy online. His real name is Wang Fan. He is a senior student of Mordor University. His family background is average." After Zhang Jiakong heard this news, he was first shocked at Qin Xiao's energy. It really wasn't something that a young master of a second-rate family in Mordor like him could compare to. There was also the fact that the one who was behind the trouble was surprisingly the one who beat himself up. Wang Fan did it. It was really a narrow escape. There was also the fact that Wang Fan's family was surprisingly average. So where did he get his money from? Is it buying lottery tickets? Pouring bitcoins? When he voiced out this doubt, the crowd couldn't figure it out either. But at this time, Zhang Jiakang proposed, Yang Qin, Yang Li, and Yang Bai. Since we are going to be an entertainment company, why don't we let Wang Fan be our stepping stone, and step on his Mortal Kombat's name to make our Shangshi Entertainment's name known? Chapter 71, a new PK begins. Both sides of the live streaming war is on the verge of breaking out. Xinhao this time from the imperial capital to the magic city, is to find some can make big money project, after arriving at Zhang Jiahao's bar. In the understanding of the current entertainment circle and netizen circle of things, then feel that through these two projects can really realize his purpose. So the four of them agreed to work together to set up an entertainment company. Chatting to the rise they even thought of the name. It is called Shangshi Entertainment, with the hottest short drama as the core. To create a set of network red and stars as one of the comprehensive entertainment company, who had thought that this side just had a prototype. Zhang's family under the Darren Live actually encountered a sniper. Often the crisis is always accompanied by opportunities, depending on whether you have the ability to grasp. For the Zhang family's Darrens, they may feel that their careers have been hit by a huge crisis, but as the boss, Zhang Jiakang felt that with the help of the three Darrens, the Darrens under their banner would have a chance to soar. Based on what they had talked about before, Zhang Jiakang would pack up and melt the existing Darren resources into Shangshi Entertainment. In other words, as long as they could defeat the mortal Darren today, then Shangshi Entertainment would be considered half successful. When the time came to sign the head anchor, it would also become easier. To do all this actually only need one thing, that is to defeat the mortal big man on the network. Then the 100 million he had spent on the network before, including the money he had rewarded tonight, would all become Shangshi Entertainment's publicity expenses. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In fact, when it came to this, Xinhao and the others didn't have much interest, even if they were even more trashy rich second generation. Under the influence of childhood, they would become a bit more savvy than ordinary people. Naturally, they knew Zhang Jiakang's small mind, that is, to borrow their hands of funds to fight against his enemies. A person who could casually take out $100 million to reward a female anchor. One could imagine how rich his family's funds would be, and if they didn't have enough ammunition to fight with such a madman, they were bound to get the eventual backlash, which was that they would become the stepping stones for the mortal great man to step onto the divine throne. This thing was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, in danger of killing them at any moment. Zhang Jiahao smiled and said, "The three great young men, you may not know that the share that a Darren who signs up for an organization and an ordinary self-publishing Darren are able to receive from the platform is different. Ordinary Darren Live received bounty, need to be with the platform 50-50, and our agency signed Darren. In the live broadcast is with the platform for 2-8, that is to say, we reward out of 1 million. In fact, is able to recycle over 800,000. Only 200,000 is deducted by the platform. So I just proposed that each person contribute $50 million, that is $200 million, to play PK with Wang Fan. He really put out $200 million. We actually just put out $40 million. If we end up losing, I'll return the original $50 million from each of you. How about treating it as my own loss of $40 million? It could be said that Zhang Jiakang's move was very powerful, putting the three young masters of Qin Li Bai on a pedestal here. And if they didn't agree to his request, then it would inevitably affect the subsequent development of Shangshi Entertainment. After all, even the most basic spirit of helping each other is not there. It is equivalent to a plate of scattered sand. There is no cohesion at all. Then also together to open the hair of the company. Xinhao snapped. Good. Then we will help Zhang Xiaoan meet this Wang Fan. Zhang Jiakang sneered in his heart. As long as the three of them into the bureau. Not afraid of not on the head. Then also mention what to pay back the debt and so on. All smashed in. Do not believe that Wang Fan that boy can hold out. When the money raised by the four parties, recharged to Zhang Jiakang's shaking in account, instructed the wild kitty to go to the previous Wang Fan support Bobo said car, and she linked to play PK. If the other party loses, let her do a wild dance, and also let her come to the bar as a DJ for a day. Okay boss. The wild kitty was incredibly excited inside, as she knew she was going to fly high tonight. When Wild Kitty came to the first floor and picked up her account, she began to take the initiative to connect to Bobo to talk about the car, and soon she was connected. This made the people in Bobo's live room once again exclaim that Bobo was really possessed by a koi carp, and what kind of good things could come her way. And this time the other party came to give her money again. This time the wild kitty was very strong. Bobo, let's have another game. If I win you'll do a wild dance for my brothers, and that is to come to Bar Crazy as a DJ for a day. Do you dare? When a defeated man comes to you and flaunts his power, that means she is fully prepared. Facing such an enemy, to be honest Bobo directly wimped out. because she didn't know if the mortal lords would still support her. Don't just start piking at that time, and directly be seconded by others. That would be too humiliating. Punching the face in the past and then being punched back by someone else would make you look like a Bobo accepts her challenge. There's a mortal big man behind you. What are you afraid of? The guild behind Wild Kitty is very powerful. Just now was hit in the face. This will definitely be prepared to get back, so it's a wise choice to avoid its front. Last time, the mortal big man rewarded a small target out in one night, so God ho and that unenlightened dare to go against him. That is purely looking for uncomfortable. The reason why Bobo is slow to decide is mainly dependent on Mortal Kombat's attitude, and so many people began to advan man, hoping that he would see the current situation and be able to stand up for Bobo again. After Han Fei drank a glass of wine, he took his cell phone and said, "Boss, everyone is at INGU. It seems like your Bobo has met a provocateur." After saying this, he felt a murderous intense shooting from next to Wang Fan. Long Piao Piao was glaring at him viciously, so Han Fei immediately raised his hand and gave himself a big mouth, and good-naturedly admitted his mistake. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for having a mouthful just now. In my heart you will always be my sister-in-law." Wang Fan went back to Bobo live broadcasting room. There is no nonsense directly typed, "Fight with her." 3 simple words, once again detonated Bobo's live room. Mortal lords are just overbearing, they are not afraid of anyone. But Mortal Hulk, can I discuss something with you? Don't play that kind of tower-stealing heartbeat anymore, okay? Come up and directly kill each other in seconds. Mortal great man, my 38D heart also needs you to take care of. When can I come to my live room to see? I've already given you the photo privately. Bobo instantly had a bottom. Good. I promise your conditions, but I also have conditions. If you lose directly off the air, today you are not allowed to broadcast again. Wild Kitty didn't expect Bobo to be so vicious, directly letting her go off the air. That would inevitably affect her rise in fans. However, the boss has already given her orders. This live broadcast had to fight, so Can only hardened his head to agree. Bobo also not where traces after reconnecting. Directly closed Wheat began to encourage the big brother of the live room to give themselves on the gift. Chapter 72, Provocation of Wild Kitten's Fans. Mortal Man's 10,000 Carnivals again. Wang Fan is clicking on the carnival ready to enter 100 carnival to try the water time. The phone this time called in. A look or a strange number. Wang Fan did not want to think directly hung up, but the other party seems not to achieve the purpose does not stop and call over, so hung up 3 times in a row. Looking at the other side of the live room carnival flying all over the place. Wave live room only some sunglasses. Careful heart, popularity votes and so on. Wang Fan can only answer helplessly. Mr. Wang. Hello, I'm Operations Director Zhang Xinbing. I'm calling you because I want to give you a reminder that someone is investigating you and has prepared hundreds of millions of dollars to play PK with you. And I'm giving you this because I want you to have a bottom, so you don't get caught up in someone else's way. Can you tell me who is investigating me? Mr. Wang. I can only tell you about the non-Magic City family, but the Imperial City, as for who it is, sorry can't tell you. Okay, I know, thanks. After hanging up the phone, a touch of ruthlessness appeared in Wang Fan's eyes. He didn't expect to cross paths with the people of the Imperial capital so soon. However, the Magic City was his territory. Even if the other party was a strong dragon, they had to give him a plate when they came here. The last thing he needed now was money, and if he wanted to compete with him in spending money, he, Wang Fan, was not afraid of anyone. So he opened his backstage and rushed in $1 billion into it. Zhang Xinbing heard his men report. The whole person directly flax and stay. His intention is to let Wang Fan not impulsive. Avoid the other side of the front. Did not expect this mortal big man also want to rise to the challenge. At once and prepare so much ammunition. This is to the death Hurry up and go increase the bandwidth. At the same time tilt the flow of the 2 live rooms of Bobo talking cars and crazy kittens. Use all the resources you can. We're going to witness an unprecedented live PK rewarding battle. In Zhang Jiakan's office, he had already cast his cell phone onto a large screen. Xin Xiao and the others were also paying attention to this PK process. After all, they also wanted to see if this Wang Fan would still be as raw as he was before. They were considered to have been born with a golden spoon since they were young, and they had never spent their money so recklessly. The key is to spend it on these anchors, so they really can't understand this kind of behavior, thus generating a strong curiosity. However, more than 2 minutes had already passed, and the opposite Bobo's live room was all about small gifts. There was no scene of the legendary carnival flying all over the place, and that fortune mortal big man, who was blackmailed as shaking the in walking, didn't even send a single small heart, which was mind-boggling. Zhang Xiao, your people shouldn't have investigated wrongly. That Wang Fan wouldn't appear in this live broadcast at all. You're clanging and swiping here. Why do I feel like I'm punching on cotton? Bai Jingqi raised his own doubts. There must be a demon when things go wrong. For these top 2 generations of them, they are able to see the essence through appearances. Li Ba Dao continued. I don't think it's necessarily so. That Wang Fan might want to end up with a strike. It would be embarrassing then. Let's instead of guessing here. Qin Shao finally hammered out. Why don't you have your Darren's fans go and ask the opposite side what's going on? Zhang Jiakong's face was already a bit unsightly. In front of these 3 great young men, his own men's work was so disgraceful to him. It was really time to take care of these useless subordinates of his. Through the ear returned to tell the wild kitten let her appeal to the fans. To ask the opposite what the situation. Why not reward? Looking at the 100,000 plus people online in her live room, Wild Kitten was still very excited, because she had never had so many people in her live room at the same time. Brothers, help me go across the street and ask, should her ranking 1 big brother not wimp out? It's a bit pathetic to not even have a carnival after so long. Bobo said the car live room whether Bobo or her fans are as steady as an old dog. After all, they were all people who had been trained by Wang Fan, and they all knew that Wang Fan had a special hobby, which was stealing towers. When you were on the verge of complete despair, he would directly show you the most brilliant and dazzling light and save you from hell. Is your list 1 big brother dead? Why don't you make a move yet? Trying to steal our kitty's tower? Speak of cars and you speak of cars, dressed like this, I think you want to be a bus. It's disgusting, knowing that our family kitty came to the big brother. You list a night to carry the train and run away. It's really funny, exuding a cheap smell all over. Even our family kitty's toes are inferior. Faced with the random insults from the fans of Wild Kittens, the fans in Bobo's live room all started to confront them as well. But Bobo was still kind enough to advise her fans not to attack their opponents. So many of the fans started to Van Man, telling him to hurry up and plug his opponent's foul mouth. Van Man. Big brother, hurry out and swat all these flies. Van Man. Someone is bullying Bobo. Our goddess can't be insulted. Even though she's far away, she must be killed. Big brother. Begging is better than begging. Everyone 1 popularity ticket to go. Those who have the ability can brush a carnival. Let this group of dead cats see our power. Mortal. Big brother, don't steal the tower. The other side this time came to the new list of Big brother. Has brushed nearly 1,000 carnival. Can't dare to be careless. It's time to strike. To strike hard. What kind of garbage live room is this? The platform even pushed this kind of garbage stuff to me. Not even a decent reward gift. I still prefer the opposite side of the carnival reign. Brothers steady. Mortal Big Man has his own rhythm. We sit and wait for a good show on it. 55-55 Mortal Big Man don't play although late to return to the play. Our little heart can't stand. Maybe it was summoned by the fans of Bobo's live broadcast. Mortal finally came online to Bobo's live broadcast. Looking at a message. Wang Fan only typed a simple sentence on the public screen. Watch me next. Then Bobo's live room finally reigned long lost carnival. One shot was 10,000 carnival. The original Wild Kitty's blood bar pressure of Bobo's was simply invisible. Wang Fan casually shot. The bloodline was crushing trend to the other party to dry almost invisible. Wow. Mortal Big Man domineering. A shot is 10,000 carnival. The whole shaking in who else is so heroic. My goodness milk. The original carnival can also be rewarded in this way. It really opened my eyes. Bobo is what innate live holy body. Even can let the mortal big man so love. A blink of an eye kung fu this Nima is 30 million. Deduct the platform of 15 million. She herself directly into 10 million rich woman. I grin a bean. Live to ing money right. Bobo quickly say you are not offline about the mortal big man? Last time I gave you a reward of $30 million. Today another $30 million. Your skills can death under the peony flower. Being a ghost is also a good thing. I also want to experience Bobo's service. But I don't have 60 million. Chapter 73 Zhang Jiakong's Madness. Wildly brush 9 small goals. Zhang Jiakong's office. Looking at the screen, the blood bars of the wave of live broadcasts crushed over without warning, crushing them in a small corner. Li Ba Dao said excitedly, Mortal is really a madman. One shot is 10,000 carnivals. Simply don't be too crazy. Qin Shao was also surprised. What did you say? Rewarding 10,000 carnivals. That's 30 million dragon coins. Damn, shouldn't he be setting up some super loser persona? Bai Jingqi's eyes flickered. Zhang Xiao, you're still hurrying to counterattack. Do you want to admit defeat just like that? Zhang Jiakong's eyes appeared a touch of ruthlessness said. Lose. Zhang Jiakong dictionary are not this word. I have to teach him how to write the word lose is right. That's right, originally Zhang Jiakong wanted to let Qin Shao lay on the head. Let him never thought that Wang Fan came up 10,000 carnival on him first dry broken defense. Directly in the cell phone began to operate. Not long after the screen of the Wild Kitty live room, there is a Carnival X 30,000. The atmosphere of the Wild Kitten live room, which had originally hit rock bottom, once again went crazy. Kong Kong Big Brother is the only god of fortune in Shakin. Who else can be so fierce? Mortal big man in front of him is just a small karami. Suddenly I feel like I don't recognize numbers. How much carnival is that? I'll go. 30,000. I've discovered the truth. Money really is just a string of numbers to the rich. At Kong Kong Biggie, do you still lack a pendant on you? I want to hang it on you. You can use it as you like. It can be sweet and lustful to fulfill all your requirements. Such a godly man. I must pay attention to a wave. That day when Big Brother is in a good mood and directly show me something, it'll be enough for me to eat for the rest of my life. Will the mortal bigot on the opposite side make another move? If we counterattack again, then we will be the participants in this strongest live PK battle ever. And when we turn around and write our job application resume, we can write, participated in a project that spent hundreds of millions of dollars in 10 minutes. Wild Kitty is still not quick enough to give Kong Kong Big Brother. Dance a meow 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 to help cheer up. We can also dip into the light. Jang Jiakong said with a happy face, that's how it should be. Smothering the other party with a stick, only then will he know who is the #1 godly hero of this platform. At that time, our Shangshi entertainment will be the pinnacle out of the gate with this aura added. I'll see who will compete. Li Ba Dao couldn't help but splash cold water and said, according to your information, the other party rewarded a small target last time. This time it's only the beginning. Aren't you a bit early to be happy? Bai Jingqi chimed in and said, Young Li is right. I have a feeling that he will continue to follow. Then the next step is to see if Zhang Xiao still dares to follow. At this time on the side of the Qin Xiao then did not have any statement. Dead staring at the cell phone on the wave of the live broadcast, suddenly saw the screen above the appearance of Carnival X 50,000. His face was directly red and warm, and his heart was directly ignited by the spirit of victory. This feeling is more exciting than the first time he went with his father to the high seas depot. That still need time. Still need to think about the cards in the hands of the other side. Is the need for boldness and the existence of variables. Live playing PK is different. It is more like a face-to-face fight. The kind of knife to see blood. You cannot win depends on whether you have rice in your pocket. As long as you have enough rice, then you can definitely laugh until the end. This kind of excitement makes Qin Xiao's heart beat faster without coming, and a slight sweat appeared on his forehead. The other party has returned the favor. Rewarded 50,000 carnivals. A little bit of 5 small goals just like this watery spent out. Really good. Zhang Jiakong's face was once again ugly. What was originally a sure win. Did not expect it to last for a minute yet, but the other party was given a second. Now he was already going to spend out his one small goal. Of course this was according to the platform rebate later. That is to say that he now wants to steadily pressure Wang Fan ahead of the ability or not. At this time he looked to Qin Xiao said, Qin Xiao, this battle is about our Shangshi entertainment. Cannot have a good start. You see if you can help me a hand. I want to put all of you to invest the money, so that the platform to fold the rebate all changed into the jittery coin, so that we can operate the principal can reach 10 billion. So I think that Wang Fan will definitely be killed by us. Hearing this figure, Shan, Li, by 3 young masters breathing followed the wrap it up. Although they are all the top rich son, but through their hands to invest the money, at most only a few hundred million volume, where to engage in tens of billions of dollars of projects. Before thinking about it did not think, now in front of the immediate realization, this temptation is really not generally big. And then look at the cast screen on those who are calling their comments. To be honest at this time, each of their adrenaline hormones are soaring, breathing are followed by a sharp rise, glancing at each other. Their eyes all contained a wave of madness. Zhang Jiakong had already pulled out his cell phone. As long as they agreed he would immediately contact the people over at Shivering Yin. Young masters, time waits for no one. More than 4 minutes have passed. There are still more than 5 minutes this PK will be over. Since we want to play, let's play a big game. Even if we lose, it's only $200 million. He is the real money spent $10 billion. We are not losing, and I have a contract here for the music industry's little diva Long Piao Piao. That Long Piao Piao has a close relationship with Wang Fan. I'm sure he'll stand up for Long Piao Piao. When the time comes, these $200 million we've spent, let him change it back again, that's it. Shan, Li and Bai took a look at Long Piao Piao's contract to confirm that it was correct, and felt that in this way their risk could be said to have been reduced to a very low level. So they might as well be bold enough to have a bloodbath with the other side for once. Good. You contact the platform, and strive to the other party over, so that we, Shangshi Entertainment, can make a splash. Zhang Jiakong was definitely not a cutie. He immediately called his secretary to change the contribution statement they had signed before to one that didn't need to be returned. He then went to call Shivering Yin Operations Director Zhang Xinbing and explained the situation, and Zhang said that he had to communicate with the higher level before he could reply. Soon Zhang Jiakong got a reply from Zhang, and had already opened the relevant permissions for him, and the funds he could operate on his current account amounted to a staggering 9 billion plus. Looking at this string of figures, Zhang Jiakong took the secretary to change the content. Lie Chenuan, by three big young man signed after he was confident that he would be able to do the abolition of Wang Fan. Kong sends Carnival X 50,000. 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 Kong sends Carnival X 50, 000. Kong sends Carnival X 50, 000. Jang rewarded 9 small targets in one breath, which was 6 times as much as Wang Fan's reward. The wild kitten looked at the number of people online in the live broadcast room that had broken through 1 million, and she was so excited that she shed tears. With such love from her boss, her position as the first sister was secure. Not only the first sister of the company but also the first sister of the entire shivering Een. In the future, no matter who, with their own PK have to weigh, she has created history today. Chapter 74, Wang Fan's counterattack, topping up 100 billion, when 300,000 Carnival appeared in Crazy Kitten's live room. The entire platform was abuzz, an absolutely unprecedented live PK battle. At this time, the Crazy Kitty is like a high and proud queen, although she knows that this money will definitely not reach her pocket in the end. She is only a tool person, but so what? Who can resist this kind of envied highlight moment? She believed that after this PK battle, she would definitely be able to gain more than 1 million followers, and by that time, she would be able to make a lot of money in the next half a month with the title of Queen of Live Streaming. Anyway, this was her highlight moment. How arrogant she could be at this time. She had to act arrogantly, and made a neck-wiping gesture at the camera to Bobo, then gave the brothers in the live broadcast a very domineering dance. Due to just an empty frame, that sense of power did not show. Made like a jumping god. Many newcomers asked in disbelief, this sister received so many rewards, is it happy and crazy? Compared to the exuberance of the Crazy Kitten's live room, the people in the Bobo live room were all filled with anticipation one by one. That is, they hoped that Mortal Kombat would be able to counterattack again. After all, no one would want to miss out on a history-making PK battle. Compared to Crazy Kitty's arrogance, Bobo became much more sincere as she kept talking to the screen to persuade Mortal Kombat to stop following up. She could just admit defeat as it was far beyond her personal psychological tolerance. After the last time she went off the air, she tried to contact Wang Fan to return the money he had rewarded her with, but the private message sent to Wang Fan was like a stone sinking into the sea, and she didn't get a single response at all. Bobo is a girl who is easily satisfied. The mortal big man has already given her so much heat, so that her fans have already exceeded 1 million. If she still have to be greedy to take the other party's reward money, her heart is very uneasy. Now even more to fight with each other this kind of hundreds of millions of PK, her heart is very uneasy, because unlike other people watching the scene, she is a person in the bureau. No, what is the heart of reverence? Long Piao Piao has never seen such a battle, although she can gather tens of thousands of people for a concert. But this live broadcast has turned into a national carnival. According to the anchor, the number of people online has reached a staggering 5 million. It was so terrifying that she wanted to have an online concert. What's more, she felt unbelievable that Wang Fan was playing such a high-end game with other people, casually offering tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars. So how was it that she asked Wang Fan to play her contracted husband? He also swore that after things came to fruition, he would give money to the villa. But now it seems that the clown is himself. The same shocked Lie Chenuan. For Zhang they are still more familiar. Did not expect this kid today so bold, actually rewarded 900 million at once. Even if the Crazy Kitty is his company's Darren, but take out so much money is also beyond their imagination, and even wondered if the other party is hiding. The actual wealth has exceeded them. There is also a point to let the crowd feel incredible things. That is, in the two sides of the live fans of the unanimous request, the platform even directly to the two sides of the competition length, from the original 10 minutes into half an hour. In fact, the platform did this to satisfy the fans' request, to attract more people to participate in this feast, to attract some new users, and to reserve some time for Wang Fan to recharge. It can be said that no matter from that point of view, this live broadcast is destined to be the platform and the final winning party can get the greatest benefit. Lie Chenuan, boss, now look at the other side is prepared, and the official also down, is to see you and the other side fight or you die. This Bobo although long okay, but not so valuable. There is no need to fight with Zhang Jiakong that grandson again. Han Fei, yes boss, if you want a pretty girl, give me a small goal. I can help you find so many beautiful girls from the imperial capital row to the magic city. Long Piao Piao, Fatty Han you are looking for death. Dare to introduce a woman to Wang Fan. Believe it or not I will make you a eunuch. Wang Fan, Zhang Jiakong wants to use the platform to give the rebate. Pit me a big, but I do not lack the most is the money. Since play with me, then I do not mind playing dead him and the people behind him. Said the hand in the non-stop operation. The side of the dragon Pipio incredulously looked at Wang Fan input 0. She is to count over. That's right, Wang Fan directly flushed 100 billion into his account. Long Piao Piao was so surprised that she covered her mouth with one hand for fear of screaming, and with the other hand she hurriedly went to touch Wang Fan's brain to see if he was feverish and stupid. Who is a good person? Participating in a spirited life PK with $100 billion. What kind of godly boyfriend did he find? My god. See Long Piao Piao's expression. Lie Chenuan. One by one they also stretched their heads to see. This look they one by one almost fainted. Too shocking. Normally, they are all so arrogant as to think that they are from a good family and are not short of money. They are superior to ordinary people. However, when they saw that Wang Fan had taken out $100 billion just to win a live broadcasting match, it really turned their imagination upside down. After getting this done, Wang Fan handed his cell phone directly to Long Piao Piao and said, "Come on, let's give you a taste of what it's like to spend money like water as a godly man. We only have one goal, and that is to win. And we have to win strategically. We can't scare the other party away at once, so every time we reward we just need one more small goal than the other party." Good. After Long Piao Piao agreed, her face turned red because she was too excited. A new round of carnival rain began in the Bobo livestream, raining down on her in shock, while her fans cheered and jumped for joy, because Long Piao Piao's full 500,000 carnivals were 200,000 more carnivals than the carnivals rewarded by Zhang. It was as if the record of the online Shivering Een live broadcast today was meant to be broken, and it was broken so quickly every time, as if all of this didn't cost any money. It was just a minuscule prop, but the value of each carnival is 3,000 dragon coins, which is real money. Bobo directly won hemp. A live broadcast turned into a billionaire in seconds. Mom asked me why I was kneeling when I watched the live broadcast. I said it was too exciting. Mortal big man is still genocidal ho no man's way. A breath of rewarded 1.5 billion. I name a thief god is not fair I declare Bobo is the strongest koi carp of this century. Sitting at home with billions of payments smashing into his head. Brothers, I found out one thing. That is after Bobo live broadcast that Bugatti Black Legend. She seems to have had a turnaround. Could it be that the owner of that Bugatti Black Legend is a mortal bigot? I have to say that there are still capable people in the live broadcast room, who can go through some clues to find some clues, but no one is listening to him at this time. Everyone is immersed in this carnival feast and can't extricate themselves. Chapter 75 Spend money like running water 10 billion spent. Shan how to line down the base Wang Fan. Look at the public screen on the floating carnival flower rain. Shan, Li, Bai, Jung four young dare not believe look at each other. Their hands reward money. But Zheng Jiakong used their Darren company's rebate advantage, exchange over 10 billion, while the opposite side is actually spent 1.5 billion, more than their principal 200 million, whose son is so powerful. Is it possible that the information about Wang Fan that was found before is false? Shan Hao once again took out his cell phone and dialed out. Help me check Wang Fan's information. I want all of him from childhood to adulthood. Zheng Jiakong said sinisterly, he's just bluffing. He wants to blindside us with a stick. We mustn't let him get what he wants. Anyway, our principal is $200 million. Just do it. To be honest, in this scenario, who will go to the head? After all, there is no one among them, so bold to spend money like water like this ever. Li Baidao actually still have some sense left, and not completely washed out. Zheng Jiakong now on Wang Fan's hate has gone deep into the marrow. This live PK he must win. And Shan, Li, by three people are his tools people. Otherwise in the home industry and the stock market encountered sniping. He for the sake of the battle of wills with people on the internet live fight PK, but also spent so much money. By his old man knows, surely have to kill him a grandson. With these three young masters as backers, his old man wouldn't dare to say anything more. He handed his cell phone directly to Li Baidao and let him operate the reward. When Li Baidao picked up the cell phone and completely immersed himself in it, he suddenly felt that this thing was really exciting, like a magnifying glass, magnifying the desire to win or lose in his heart infinitely. After a round of operation, he directly rewarded $3 billion, double of Long Piao Piao and their reward. At this time, Li Badao's forehead was full of sweat, while his mood was incomparably exuberant. Win. We will definitely win. Dry. Just dry. Dry the other side. Saying that, as soon as he wiped the sweat on his forehead, he handed his cell phone to Bai Jingqi who was at the side, touching the somewhat wet cell phone. You can imagine how nervous Li Badao was just now. He felt that this goods certainly can't become a big climate. It's not just to reward some money. As long as there is a hand will spend money. But when he began to reward, as if in a crazy space, so you cannot help but sink in it crazy. Hands also gradually sweat. Crazy kittens in the live broadcast like a rich cat, constantly worship Kong Kong Big Brother. Kong Kong Big Brother is the real Big Brother. It's to step on the mortal Big Brother's body to seal the god tonight. Don't you know? Crazy Kitty is Kong Kong Big Brother's company's Darren. Spend more money or cupping their own family. This is called smart. Mortal big man is a pure people stupid money main. I suggest we report a wave. Check where his money comes from. I suspect that he is suspected of X money. MD, reincarnation is really a technical work. These S rich second generation. Life how so good. God is really unfair. Kong Kong big brother. I'm good at all kinds of music. Chess, painting, blowing, playing and singing. 38F package you satisfied. Can I sign to your company? To put it bluntly, the owner of the 2 live broadcasting rooms is no longer Bobo and Wild Kitty, but the 2 big brothers behind them, Kong Kong and Mortal Kombat. What's even weirder is that the people who originally came to Bar Crazy to play were still in the mood. One by one, they all hugged their cell phones and were watching the live broadcast, which made it seem weird. The host on stage and the guest performers were doing their best to heat up the scene, and the audience under the stage didn't even look at it, and no one went to the dance floor to dance, and everyone held their cell phones and watched the screen full of carnival rain. It could be said that any big event tonight that comes across such a cyber carnival extravaganza will be shocked to pieces. After all, this kind of thing was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and if you missed it this time, you probably wouldn't get another chance next time. There were even some business-minded people who had started to frantically cut the movie. The God-ho fights they also have to follow and eat some broth. Both sides of the blood bites very tight, can be said to be neck and neck. It came up, with the other side of the bounty increase will again pressure over ahead. So this way both sides war for nearly half an hour. Both sides of the ammunition's arsenal feel still very sufficient, so the platform directly extended the PK time for another half an hour. The reason why not a breath directly to the other side to die. In fact, Wang Fan is to the other side of the money all depleted. Only then the enemy will feel the pain. Anyway, he had plenty of money, he didn't care at all, and he was able to brush himself with some divine magnificence value. From this perspective, this Zheng family's young master was really a great person. Lie Chenuan said with a somewhat dry mouth. Boss, the reward amount is almost 10 billion. The other side's firepower is still fierce. Do we still have to follow? Wang Fan shook the red wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, why not? Today it's the King of Heaven who came and had to kneel down for me. Playing live I don't have the word lose in my dictionary. Han Fei said with a flattering face. Boss, I also want a live broadcast. You will also give me a reward later. Wang Fan gave him a blank look and said, what do you know? Like a fat pig. And not a beautiful woman. Still want me to reward. You want to fart eat. Han Fei looked at Long Piao Piao and said, sister-in-law, you control your man, brother and he is heart to heart, but he is using his brain with his brother. After Long Piao Piao saw Wang Fan's strength, she let go more openly, wrapped her arms around Wang Fan's neck and said, I think it's you who are using your brother's brain, but also hitting him with a rake. Brothers beat this fat man up for me. Sister-in-law spare your life ah. Zhang Jiakong was like taking a shower. His whole body was covered in sweat. Immediately their reserves bottomed out. The other party didn't have the slightest bit of fatigue. No matter how much they rewarded, the other party was able to slightly win. This kind of disgusting and makes him feel powerless. Really he now has an urge to find Wang Fan to get him killed. After Qin Hao entered a string of numbers under the carnival gift, he clicked to confirm and found that he couldn't send it out. And then the feedback came back with a prompt that there were at most 158 carnivals left, so he casually clicked to confirm. The power in his body seemed to have been drained with the last 158 carnivals, and his entire body collapsed onto the sofa. It's gone. 10 billion is gone. I go really exciting. Qin Hao's words were like a pot of cold water, splashing on the heads of the people present, instantly making them wake up. Originally took 50 million over to talk about cooperation, did not expect to end up losing all this money, bought countless virtual carnival gifts, rewarded to an unknown small anchor. I feel that this is a very ridiculous thing to do, but spend it all. Regret is useless. Qin Hao took a deep breath and said, Zhang Jiakong, I don't care what method you use. Find me Wang Fan within an hour. I want to meet with him. If you can't find him don't blame me for not being polite. Looking at the unkind Qin Hao, Zhang Jiakong knew that the other party had lost his money and wanted to find Wang Fan to get back his favor, which was good for him. But where was he going to find Wang Fan? Suddenly he thought that yesterday's conflict with Wang Fan was in the Bai family's hotel. Chapter 76 Mortal Identity Exposure. Lie Chenuan Fan Crazy Kitten. Mortal Big Man's reward is fixed at 10 billion and 3,000. Can be said to slightly press the other side head, but the mirror people know that this is Mortal Big Man intentionally discussed Kong Kong Big Brother. At the first moment of the end of PK, Lie Chenuan and the others raised their arms and shouted that they had won, causing many people to look towards them, and someone in the crowd said, excited my ass, it's not like you won? No need to ask is Zhang Jiakong Company's Darren. Han Fei is also involved in a 10 billion war battle. Now is the time of the gas. Immediately stood out and said, SB, the true God is on your side, but have no eyes, dare to blindly push again. See how I get you. These words were heard by many people. instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the people in the bar. And during the time they had been watching the live broadcast, they had also learned some insider information, knowing that the owner of this bar was the same person as the owner of Wild Kitty, and that Wild Kitty was also live streaming within the bar. This was interesting, equivalent to the mortal big man in the Wild Little Kitty's boss's house, to end the family's house. If this is spread out, Mamma Mia, then it will not once again shatter the netizens to pieces. So Wang Fan in their this card position, instantly became the center of the crowd. Wang Fan a look over, Lie Chenuan slap on the head of Han Fei. This fat man when can stabilize the point, always come out to cause trouble. Long Pow Pow has once again put on glasses and masks. After all, she is still a public figure. Do not want to invite themselves into any trouble. Wang Fan is like an old monk in general. The surrounding noisy crowd as if he has nothing to do with the general. Last night, after the punishment, the wild kittens got off the air and heard the people around them talking about the fact that the mortal big man who defeated them was in their bar. At once, she was interested, but she also came with the purpose of destroying it if she couldn't get it. If she had such a big man to back her up, then in the future she would be able to sweep the entire live broadcasting world. And if he didn't know what he was doing, she didn't mind letting her boss finish him off. Wild Kitty went through the crowd and came to Wang Fan's card seat where they were, and asked suspiciously, "I'm Wild Kitty. I want to find out which one of you is the mortal big brother?" Lie Chenuan snorted coldly and said, "There's no big brother here that you're looking for, and isn't your ranking 1 big brother Kong Kong? How the list 1 did not help you win this PK? Directly abandoned your list 1 to defect to the opposite family list 1? Does your boss know that you're so contrarian?" Wild Kitty didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. The smile on her face instantly disappeared. "You little shrimp beside a mortal big man. What qualifications do you have to speculate on my mind here? Just a beggar like you deserve it?" Han Fei and the others couldn't help but laugh. This former boss of theirs, where had he suffered such aggravation before? And now he was disliked by a Dirun. Don't look at Lie Chenuan like an obedient good boy in front of Wang Fan. In fact, he was still rebellious in his bones. Otherwise he wouldn't have become a dude who ate and drank. Snap, a slap was smacked over. Lie Chenuan said indignantly, "Just you a small net red, also dare to talk to Lao Zi like this? You think you are powerful after receiving $10 billion of reward? In my eyes you are not a dog's ass. Don't think I don't know. You and your boss that dirty hook, take the platform to give you the rebate. When you reward the amount, to deliberately induce my boss to join your PK war? I didn't think that the final mechanism is still lost. Know how to write the word disgrace. Give you 3 seconds not to leave to beat to your parents do not recognize you. 3, 2, Wild Kitty really didn't expect. The other party is not giving her any face or her boss. Really damn, but the situation is stronger than the people. She bit her silver teeth and stomped her foot and left. Who is this person? So powerful. The girl said to hit, but also threaten people? What the hell? It's probably a rich second generation from some family. It's definitely not simple to be able to play with a mortal big man. Don't be here mortal big man. MD nowadays people are very shameless. Whoever has the heat and whoever has the traffic will directly rub. Have you ever seen a mortal man? Or who has seen it? He said it is. I also said it is a mortal man his father? Do you guys believe it? Han Fei heard this is very unconvincing. Pick up a bottle of green stick, to fight with the person who was here to force Lie. This time the bar security standout also began to stop this farce. After all, it is the first day of the bar opened. Originally happy atmosphere, now engaged in a bit of saber rattling. After some inquiries, it was determined that Long Piao Piao had already come to bar crazy, and that Wang Fan might be in there as well. This made Zhang Jiakon very excited. If that was the case, then today, he would use Qinhao as a knife to take out Wang Fan, so to speak. Knock. The door of the office was knocked once again, this time waiting until it was shouted from inside. Please come in. Only then did the Wild Kitty walk in, her eyes red as if she had just cried. Zhang Jiakon frowned impatiently. What's wrong? Lao Zi lost $200 million and hasn't cried yet. But you cried first. The Wild Kitty was even more aggrieved. Tears were rolling in her eyes. Don't say roll, boss. I was beaten up in our bar by someone who claimed to be a friend of Mortal Dowlord. And according to them, Mortal Dowlord was in our bar the whole time. Was there a girl by his side? Yes. Zhang Jiakong swept away his previous annoyance and walked to Qinhao with a joyful smile and said, Young Qin has lived up to his expectations. Wang Fan is in our bar. I'll take you there. Rubbish, said Qinhao impatiently. People have come to your lair, and only now do you know his whereabouts. Zhang Jiakong, you're really not an ordinary waste. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the office, followed by Li and Bai, the two young masters. Zhang Jiakong took a deep breath, and after holding back the anger in his heart, he also followed out. After Wang Fan saw the few people walking down behind the stairs, he said to Lie Chenuan and them with a calm face, the main man is coming. It's not too late for you guys to leave, or else when the gongs are against the drums later, it's very likely that your family will be involved. Lie Chenuan said with great righteousness, "You're our boss. We won't leave even if you don't." Han Fei and the rest of them also said that they would follow Wang Fan's footsteps by going down one path. Seeing that Wang Fan had prepared $100 billion for a PK fight, they no longer had any reason to leave Wang Fan, and it was after seeing that string of numbers that they sincerely followed Wang Fan. "Good, I won't let you guys down," Wang Fan still said lightly. "In the future, you guys will be very happy with the decision you made today." The aura of a person was real, just like after Qin Hao and the others came down. The crowd naturally parted a path for them to walk in. Qin Hao glanced at the people who were sitting there, and with his second-generation intuition, he quickly judged that the one was Wang Fan, so he smiled and said, "Hello Wang Fan, I am Qin Hao from the imperial capital Qin family." Chapter 77, Completing the Hidden Task System Issues Rewards, Bar Clearing Battle Imminent. For Qin Hao to come up and bring out his family history, Wang Fan was actually very disgusted. Like this kind of person who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. When he had a conflict with someone else outside, he still had to bring out his family to suppress them. It was really shameless to the extreme. Just as Wang Fan was about to respond to Qin Hao, suddenly the pleasant voice of the system rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of helping Bobo talk about winning the car live broadcast, and will receive the following rewards. 1. Reward Dragon Shield Security Company with a market value of $100 billion. The relevant proof of property rights has been put into the system space and can be accessed at any time. 2. Reward Master Level Fighting Skills, with the idea can be used. After the use of the world's external strength martial arts can be integrated, for you to use. Hearing the rewards given by the system, Wang Fan was overjoyed. It was really like timely rain, because when Qin Hao and the others came over, to be honest Wang Fan was feeling a wave of danger. That's why he asked Lie Chenuan if they were leaving. Although he had utilized the system to improve his body, and now his physical fitness was 5 times the limit of an ordinary person, and simply by relying on the physical fitness piece, he was able to defeat the boxing champion Tyson. However, he had never had the appropriate fighting techniques to be able to better utilize his awesome body. Now that he finally had one, the sense of crisis he had felt before disappeared. Qin Hao inside the anger a little suppressed fast. He has been polite and virtuous initiative to Wang Fan greetings. This Wang Fan even sat there without any response. To not put his Qin Young in the eyes. In the imperial capital are few people like this ignoring him. Did not think to come to the magic city actually someone so to him. To be honest, Lie Chenuan, they have not dared to gasp for air, because he saw Li Baidao, the youngest master of the Li family, who is one of the 4 big families in the magic city, and Li Baidao followed this young man in front of him, and he said that he is the person of the Qin family in the imperial city. It could be imagined how tough this young man's background was, and in order to avoid the conflict being intensified, he hurriedly acted as a lubricant for both camps. "Boss, young Qin is greeting you?" You more or less responded. Lie Chenuan cautiously reminded. Wang Fan was feeling the changes in his body brought about by the patriarch fighting skill, so where was he free to pay attention to him? So Lie Chenuan did not die, looked to Long Piao Pei and bowed. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with my big brother?" Long Piao Pei said with her ear. "Wang Fan, what are you doing? Everyone is watching." Wang Fan felt Long Piao Piao's aura and came out of that metaphysical state. Then he remembered that Qin Hao had greeted him just now. "I don't make friends with my enemies. Zhang Jiakong is my enemy. If you were his friend, we wouldn't have anything to talk about. So are you Zhang Jiakong's friend?" Qin Hao didn't expect Wang Fan to not only slow him down, but also directly put him on the spot and elevate himself to such a position. If he said that he wasn't friends with Zhang Jiakong, Qin Hao naturally wasn't afraid of him Zhang Jiakong, except that if he did so, he would leave a shadow in the hearts of Li Baidao and Bai Jingqi. For these two people, Qin Hao still quite valued. So Qin Hao directly by Wang Fan angry laugh. "Wang Fan, we are all adults. You have to know that there is no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. Do you have to make it so that everyone can't get off the stage?" Wang Fan said disdainfully. "Just now you guys have seen my strength. The last thing I need is money. If you guys are not convinced, we can play another PK match. So what interests can you bring to me?" Hearing Wang Fan speak in such a domineering manner made many people present envious. Of course Li Baidao and Bai Jingqi felt that Wang Fan was too crazy. Being so crazy in front of Qin Shao, nothing good would await him. Zhang Jiakong, on the other hand, was very excited. He felt that Wang Fan was a fool. He dared to offend Shao Qin so recklessly, and openly said that he wanted to be the enemy of the Zhang family. He was nothing. When their Zhang family was killing it in the Magic City, Wang Fan still didn't know where he was working as a temporary laborer. A sudden boomer. He still dared to speak so boldly, really looking for death. Qin Hao face completely cold down to Zhang Jiakong said, "Clear the field." After hearing this instruction, Zhang Jiakong was confused. Today is the first day of his bar opening, now to clear the field. Then who will come to his bar in the future? Besides, he had spent millions of dollars just to build up the momentum for the bar. But now that he had kicked everyone out, it dawned on him that the main business of the day was the opening of the bar, not fighting with Wang Fan. Now not only has he lost $50 million, even the newly opened bar has a tendency to be messed up by Wang Fan. It was really a loss. He looked at Wang Fan with even more anger, wishing to directly kill the other party right now. Bai Jingqi patted his shoulder and said, Zhang Xiao, Xin Xiao asked you to clear the scene. Why are you frozen? Zhang Jiakong took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart, and said to the security captain with a wave of his hand, clear the field. After all, this involved the face of these rich second generation of theirs, which could be digested between their circle. If it was true that someone had taken a video of their fight and spreading it out, it would bring a certain impact to their family, and at that time, those elders in their family would inevitably nag again for a while. Everyone is sorry, Zhang Jiakong said to the people in the bar. We have some personal matters to deal with over here, so please go out for a while and come back to play when you're done. Today's drinks are free. This said Zhang Jiakong's heart was dripping blood, although what he started with were foreign table wines, which were cheap as hell, but he sold them at the bar at a very expensive price, so the profit was very lucrative. Even so, by making the whole house drinks free, he still felt that he lost a huge amount. Wang Fan, you caused me to lose so much money, Zhang Jiakong said with a gloomy face. If you don't pay back as much today, I will make you not be able to walk out of this bar. Wang Fan looked at Zhang Jiakong and said coldly, SB, if it wasn't for Bai Jingqi stopping him, Zhang Jiakong really wanted to rush over and fight first. It was really suffocating. Every time he faced Wang Fan who didn't follow the rules, it always gave him a sense of powerlessness. Customers have been driven out, although Zhang Jiakong said to be free of alcohol, but still let them very upset. This is the equivalent of excited to eat a long-awaited food. Eat halfway suddenly found a fly inside. The boss said sorry, redo you. This time free to please you to eat the same. Let a person feel extremely poor experience. Li Badao looked at Lie Chenuan. They are still sitting here busy. Lie Chenuan still not with your fox and dog friends roll away. Still not enough shame. The face of their own cousin. To be honest, Lie Chenuan from childhood is more afraid of him. After all, the family always compared to the two of them. So Lie Chenuan has become a waste in the eyes of adults. Will only give the family to reach for money without learning to play blindly guy. Now was cousin in front of so many people counting down. Lie Chenuan stretched his neck and said, Li Badao, I see you around the talent counting dog friends. Other aspects I cannot, but look at people you with me far worse. Chapter 78 Defeating Lu Changming in one move. Screaming Zhang Jiakong. Sometimes once you make a choice, don't be a wallflower. Falling back and forth can only end up being a basket of water. Li Badao also did not expect that this waste cousin of his would dare to directly start a fight with him in front of so many people. The heart of the anger rubbed out. Would have liked to slap the past, but the rest of the light to see the Qin young face has been very ugly. Forced to suppress the anger of a flap of the hand, Lie Chenuan. Later even if you kneel down to beg me, I will not take care of you. Lie Chenuan directly erected a middle finger disliked back. You want to fart eat. Since he was a child, Lie Chenuan had never been so unbridled in front of Li Badao, and he felt like he had never felt better. Xin Hao is obviously not the kind of person who drags his feet. Hand wave behind him stood out a middle-aged man. From his body exudes an appalling atmosphere. How to describe this feeling? Until later Wang Fan hands stained with human blood, only to understand to see the first martial arts Lu Changming. The body of the breath in the end. What is it? Wang Fan's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He knew that the danger he felt before was emanating from this person. You guys back off and protect Pao Piao. Wang Fan stood in front of Lie Chenuan and the others, and all of that nervousness and uneasiness from before was blocked by Wang Fan. It was like a big mountain that stabilized their uneasy hearts. Uncle Lu, Xin Hao said indifferently. Stay alive. 5 simple words, just like the judge of hell, had concluded Wang Fan's life and death. Okay, young master. As soon as Lu Changming's words fell, a fist went towards Wang Fan's face. Since his body had been transformed by the system, Wang Fan had been in a few fights, and a punk like Zhang Jiakong was taken care of with just a punch or a kick. It was a complete lopsided crush, so he was completely unaware of what level he was actually at. Feeling the whirring fist energy brought up by the other party's punch, this punch could make a hole even if it hit an iron plate. In Wang Fan's feelings, the other party was definitely a practiced fighter and did not dare to be too careless. Directly using the patriarch-level fighting skills, it felt that this tigerish punch of the other party was simply full of loopholes and there were too many ways to deal with the other party. It was also this thinking stall. The fist had already struck Wang Fan's face directly with a swift momentum. Xin Xiao. As soon as Uncle Lu struck, I knew he was an expert. This time Wang Fan is definitely going to die. That's for sure. Uncle Lu is an expert of the 5th grade of external energy, not to mention a small Wang Fan's head. Even if it's a piece of steel plate, he can blow it up with one punch. Ah, that Wang Fan won't really get his head blown off, right? That would be so tragic. To blow up is to blow up. How big a thing? When the time to sink directly to the bottom of the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Unfortunately, the scene that Qin Shao and the others imagined of Wang Fan being blown up did not appear. When Lu Changming punched over, Wang Fan slightly tilted his head and dodged the biting punch. Then he grabbed Lu Changming's arm and used a Taiji push hands move. After removing all the force from his opponent's hand, Wang Fan directly threw Lu Changming out as if he was holding a lead ball. However, Lu Changming was obviously someone with a lot of combat experience. Although he was surprised that Wang Fan had dodged his own blow and was still able to counterattack in the same direction. Obviously the other party was a martial artist like him, but he was not in danger. And when Wang Fan threw him, his whole body was suspended in mid-air. So he attacked Wang Fan's head again with a whip leg. This made Wang Fan very annoyed. He didn't even lay a deadly hand on him. The other party wanted to explode his head again and again. He really thought he was made of clay. After a low head to avoid this blow, Wang Fan flew and kicked the other party's stomach. The 5th grade of external energy expert Lu Changming was directly kicked out 5 meters away. In the middle, he hit a number of tables, and when his body stopped sliding, he sprayed a mouthful of blood and fainted directly. This scene was like a roller coaster for Long Piao Piao. First she was scared for Wang Fan, but in the end, when she saw his handsome strike, she felt that the heavens were really too good to her, and that she was rewarded with such a perfect man. Qin Hao looked at Wang Fan with disbelief. The other party is younger than himself, looks more handsome than himself, manipulates more cash in his hand, and even his hands are so strong, properly and completely crushed him, even in the imperial capital that is full of people in the place of the dragon and phoenix. Also I've not seen, so let him in all aspects are inferior to the demon. Wang Fan clapped his hands and looked at Qin Hao and said, "What other means do you have? Go on together." Provocation, naked provocation. For Wang Fan to reveal this hand, they all did not expect. Although Zhang Jiakong knew that Wang Fan was quite powerful, but he didn't think that he would be powerful to such an extent that even an expert of the 5th grade of external strength wouldn't be able to defeat him in a single move. But what's the use of him being strong? In his own territory, even if he was a dragon, he would still be coiled for him. Security. What did Laozi raise you for? Zhang Jiakong knew that he didn't have any way back now. Even if he couldn't do it, he still had to do it because he couldn't let anything happen to Qin Shao, Li Shao and Bai Shao in his bar. Once really they were beaten or something, then he Zhang family cannot withstand the combined power of these 3 families. Now Zhang family is already in the mire. Plus these 3 mountains, then Zhang family will be completely finished. When doing this bar, Zhang Jiakong knew that security must be the top priority. After all, come to him here there are some rich 2nd generation. In case of some mistakes in the bar, then it will give him trouble. So these security are his hand-picked people who retired from the army. The worst is a pick 3 existence, and equipped with very professional security equipment. When more than 10 security team members, hand-holding shields, forks, electric batons, etc., surrounded, Wang Fan also followed a frown. He alone is naturally able to rush out, but there is also Long Piao Piao and Lie Chenuan. He cannot possibly leave them alone. So once again, he turned to Zhang Jiakong and said, "Do you really want to fight me to the death? If you promise to let us leave, I can consider leaving your Zhang family a dog's life." Zhang Jiakong smiled smugly. He felt that the reason why Wang Fan threatened him like this was because the other party was afraid. Wang Fan, dead to the world and still so mad. I'm curious to know, who gave you the capital to be mad? Wang Fan was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't realize that what the novel said was right. Villains usually talk a lot, and guys who talk a lot don't end up with any good outcomes. You really want to know? Wang Fan smiled faintly and said to Zhang Jiakong, "I just need a phone call to call my capital over, and you won't know by then." Zhang Jiakong didn't believe that the other party could make him and the 3 young masters of the Qin family afraid with a single phone call. He couldn't even think through his head to figure out who else had so much energy in the Magic City. "Good, I'll wait for you for 10 minutes, Zhang Jiakong said teasingly. "If 10 minutes is not enough, Laozi will not only waste you, but also play Long Piao Piao in front of you, MD, so that you can give Laozi a cross." Chapter 79, No Martial Virtue. Zhang Jiakong, Dragon Shield Savior. Wang Fan knew that now was not the time to fight with Zhang Jiakong. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "I don't care what method you use. I'll give you 8 minutes to have someone arrive at Bar Crazy Bar. Otherwise you don't have to come to see me." After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Qin Hao was originally very angry with Zhang Jiakong for agreeing to Wang Fan's request. Currently the advantage is on their side. Not to take advantage of the large number of people to take down the other party in one go, but also to make an extra effort to let Wang Fan to move the rescue troops. How big of a pit in the brain do I have to be to make such a decision? I'm really not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. However, hearing the content of Wang Fan's phone call aroused Chen Hao's curiosity. Could it be that there really is some big shot behind Wang Fan? Also listening to his tone, it didn't seem like he was begging. Instead, he was ordering the other party. What exactly was Wang Fan's identity background? This question rose in everyone's mind. In the office of Dragon Shield Mansion in Magic City, Qian Shiguang didn't expect that the first call he received from his new boss was to perform such an urgent task. He couldn't care less and directly activated the highest SSSSS level of unexpected mission and released it in their internal system. I go. What's the situation? From the time I came to Dragon Shield I haven't even received a S-level mission. How come there's suddenly a 5S level advanced mission? Brothers, here comes the good part. Target bar crazy bar in charge. Boss Qian, who has always been as stable as an old dog, still has the time to go crazy, no matter what. Let's go there first and see if that bastard dares to call the shots with our Dragon Shield. So in the night sky above Magic City, helicopters rose up in the air, flying rapidly from this modernized city. And on the ground there were also speeding cars, motorcycles and highway vehicles. If there was water in this city, surely there were plenty of people on the waterways coming towards the city center as well. Asterisk. What's going on? Is there a riot somewhere? Why are all these people carrying weapons? Just that turn just now is enough for me to learn for the rest of my life. These are ING professional racers, right? Why are they allowed to get on the road and go wild? The helicopters are out. It seems that the other side is very strong. Crime really doesn't care about life at all these days. Tonight is destined to belong to the Magic City. Online 10 billion life PK battle just ended. Come to this hand? The two sides will not be angry with the base under the line. To make a commotion, right? Zhang Jiahao looked at the watch in his hand, feeling that this 10 minutes time was the longest in his life, and looking at Wang Fan's old and calm look, he was inexplicably nervous. It was still 5 minutes short of 10 minutes. He couldn't wait any longer. Give me on. As long as you can't die, give me whatever you want. Zhang Jiakong said sinisterly, don't let anyone go. Wang Fan didn't expect Zhang Jiakong, this goods, to be so despicable and shameless that he didn't speak of martial virtues to strike early. Zhang Jiakong, if you are a man, come at me alone and don't make a move on anyone else. Seeing Wang Fan's calm face tense up, Zhang Jiakong's heart didn't feel good. MD, do you have the qualification to negotiate with me in my territory? What's wrong with being able to fight? Just need a few people to pester you and others to take down your women and friends. I'll see how long you can still be horizontal. What the are you waiting for? Get on me. One by one, the security team members took shields and forks. Little by little, they narrowed the circle that surrounded Wang Fan and them. Wang Fan's face showed an unprecedented anxious color. No matter what, you all help me to protect Cao Pao's integrity. From now on, I will guarantee that your family will be unharmed in the Dragon Kingdom. This deal is absolutely cost-effective for Lie Chenuan and the others. One by one they spoke as if they were dying. Don't worry, big brother. If they want to harm Miss Long, they will have to step over our corpses. Good. Hard work everyone. As soon as Wang Fan's words fell, he was ready to rush out. He knew that with his speed and strength, striking first would definitely eliminate some of the other party's fighting force. Just at this time, the sound of some sirens came from outside, also mixed with some gunshots, and then the sound of some people screaming chaotically. Soon the door of the bar was a modified off-road vehicle to open. From the car jumped down 3 people, each hand is holding an infrared sniper rifle, took out the hands of the megaphone and said, the people in the bar all give me honestly, or else my hands of the gun is not long-eyed. After saying this, the 3 of them took their sniper rifles and quickly approached Wang Fan's side in a zigzag pattern. Chen Hao looked at Lie Chenuan and the others suspiciously and asked, the people you found? Lie Chenuan and Bai Jingqi shook their heads vigorously. Seeing this, Chen Hao's heart cooled down for the most part, because these people with guns were not the ones he had found either. With their attitude of breaking into the bar, 9 times out of 10, they were Wang Fan's people. Could this be his backbone? In the Dragon Country can be so reckless with a gun to break in. That is definitely a red background. To be honest, Chen Hao now a little regret. Regret to come to the Magic City, regret to come to Zhang Jiakong this bar. The 3 of them arrived close to the front, the infrared light hitting the security team member's head, with the momentum of blowing each other's head off at the drop of a hat. Put down your weapons or don't blame us for beating you into a rotten watermelon. The person who shouted just now ordered at the security personnel this time. Then go to the corner and squat with your hands on your head. Although these security members were handpicked by Zhang Jiakong, and they had all played with guns at one time or another, they didn't have any guns in their hands right now, and with the electric batons, forks, and shields they had in their hands, they were no match at all for the other side's pretty country F-200 sniper rifles. They are only here to work, not to go to the battlefield to fight with the enemy. so there is no need to have a hard time with their own lives, and they have thrown down the weapons in their hands. After dealing with things here, the person with the megaphone walked to Wang Fan and said, "Boss, I am Dragon Shield Cold 9 Heavens. I rushed this way after I received the news. It seems that it is not too late, but I am sorry for letting you be frightened." When Qin Hao, Lie Chenuan, by Jingqi and Zhang Jiakong heard about Dragon Shield, their bodies could not help but tremble. This Dragon Shield was the strongest security organization in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with a market value of up to $10 trillion, and what shocked them even more was that Wang Fan was the owner of Dragon Shield. It directly overturned their imagination. How was this possible? Just the three of you? Wang Fan though was taken aback when he saw the equipment of Cold Jiuxiao and the others. He really didn't think that Dragon Shield could go in and out with weapons in such a dignified manner. Cold Jiuxiao glanced at his watch and said, "It's just that the three of us are the closest to here. The others are on their way, but you can rest assured that within the 8 minutes that you have set, at least hundreds of people will be rushing over." The words just felt like cooperating with him. Another group of people rushed in. This time the number was 30 to 40 people. The same was a gun each. Only unlike the three of Cold Jiuxiao who were well equipped, some were pistols, some were holding spears, large knives, swords and other cold weapons. Wang Fan couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he walked towards Zhang Jiakong step by step. "Did you hear that? Comparing me with the number of people, can you beat that?"